Qin Yiyang awakened. In the narrative, she was raised in a pigsty until her affluent family took her back, showering her with boundless affection, stabilized. She was cast in the role of the cherished daughter. However, the true protagonist was the counterfeit heiress, dissatisfied with her family's favoritism towards Qin Yiyang. The false daughter transformed into the daughter of a tycoon, ultimately leading the Qin family to ruin. Qin Yiyang. To salvage her bankrupt mother, imprisoned father, and shattered brother, she linked herself to a phonetic plot-altering system. Deceased parents reigning supreme, waiting idly awaiting fortune. The family, hearing her heartfelt pleas. Could she be a genius? Her fiancé fell for the counterfeit heiress, leaving Qin Yiyang without a partner and facing exorbitant penalties from a wedding reality show she had signed up for. Resolute, she masqueraded as the girlfriend of a missing mogul. To bolster her credibility, she updated daily with tales of a devoted wife. I am directionally challenged at every intersection. My husband kisses me and teaches me the way. My husband says, "Darling, don't cook, just being with you is enough." The audience. Where did this devoted wife come from? Unbeknownst to her, these accounts were overheard by a mogul stranded on a deserted island. One day, the counterfeit heiress summoned a cold, aloof man. Qin Yiyang appeared bewildered. The counterfeit heiress smugly declared, "Yang, don't you recognize your husband?" just as she thought the deception would be unveiled. The mogul grasped her hand, his strikingly handsome face adorned with a pitiful expression. "Wife, I was mistaken, please don't pretend you don't know me." Qin Yiyang. The audience. Wait, are you writing a memoir? Chapter 1. Let's break off the engagement, pig brother. Qin Yiyang. Why are you in my bed? The hotel suite was suffused with fragrance. The man's hoarse voice resonated in her ear, his fury as palpable as his chiseled abs. Qin Yiyang was in a daze. Just moments ago, she had awakened to the memories of her past life. Originally, she was a worker who, just before a promotion, met an untimely demise, only to be reborn into a novel she had previously read. Good news, she was the true heiress of an affluent family. Bad news, the book was titled The Counterfeit Heiress Adored by Wealthy Tycoons. In the narrative, the counterfeit heiress mother, seeking a better life for her biological daughter, swapped infants. The counterfeit heiress became a pampered darling of the elite. In contrast, she was taken back to the countryside, where, at a tender age, she learned to muck out stalls and feed pigs. Whenever her adoptive mother lost money while gambling, she would vent her frustrations on her, forcing her to sleep in the pigsty during the frigid winter, claiming she was less manageable than a boy. Had Qin Yiyang at that moment been present, she would have retorted, "If you adore boys so much, why not hang yourself for a penis? Otherwise, just kneel, and I guarantee you'll have triplets in 2 years, with thorns in both palms." But the truth was only revealed when she turned 12. The Qin family, upon discovering little Qin Yiyang in the pigsty, felt a wave of compassion. The frail girl curled up, and when Qin's mother attempted to embrace her, she recoiled, stating that she was dirty and could not soil others' clothes without compensation. Qin's mother wept inconsolably, vowing to imprison the malicious adoptive mother. Yet, the adoptive mother feigned innocence. "I cannot go to prison. Who will care for my daughter? Stay with your family? No way. Who knows if you would poison my daughter?" The Qin family would not implicate the innocent, yet they certainly would not continue to support the false daughter any longer. Observing the two women, whose faces mirrored each other as if carved from the same mold, it was clear that their future interactions would be fraught with unspoken grievances. Out of respect for the 12 years of emotional investment, the Qin family resolved to provide periodic payments for the false daughter's tuition and living expenses. Under the influence of a plot that diminished intelligence, the Qin family took a step back, acquiescing to the foster mother's plea to turn herself in on the false daughter's 18th birthday. However, in the narrative, the foster mother evaded legal repercussions. Just before the false daughter came of age, the foster mother saved the richest man in Haicheng and married into a prestigious family. With immense power at her disposal, the tycoon hired top-notch lawyers to defend her, ensuring not only her freedom from prison but also enabling her to tarnish the Qin family's reputation. The false daughter became the darling of her affluent family, cherished not only by her brothers and uncles but also admired by countless suitors who fell at her feet. Even the notorious playboy settled down for her, and the reigning film emperor took on roles alongside her. Remarkably, even Qin Yiyang's fiancé found himself captivated by the false daughter, offering her a wealth of connections and resources. Yet, the false daughter harbored no gratitude towards the Qin family. Instead, she nurtured a deep-seated animosity towards them. She participated in a high society variety show with her family, utilizing various tactics to undermine the Qin family, portraying them as the benchmark for comparison. By the conclusion of the program, the Qin family was vilified, akin to pariahs, while the false daughter and her family basked in harmony and a dazzling trajectory towards stardom. Qin Yiyang abandoned her scholarly pursuits. What is this tale of an aristocracy that transcends the law, where the protagonist thrives at the expense of the wicked? The protagonist is altruistic, yet I am made to wear the green hat, to endure humiliation, and to bear the blame. This author must be a living embodiment of torment. Within her heart, Qin Yiyang lamented, "Mother, how wretched you are. All these years, you have dutifully sent money to Xin Yan for her tuition and living expenses, yet she has turned into a treacherous wolf, leading our family to ruin." Meanwhile, in the hotel's grand hall, Qin's mother was troubled over financial matters. The bank, which had initially approved a loan, suddenly reversed its decision. Even former partners treated her as a pariah, avoiding her presence and shunning any thoughts of lending money. Amidst her despair, a sharp, piercing sound echoed in her ears. She jolted. Did someone just call her mother? Initially, she dismissed it as an auditory hallucination, but the voice resounded again. "Father, you too are wretched. You have diligently pursued your research, yet you are slandered as a plagiarist, and they mock you as a Livian son-in-law." Qin's mother was taken aback. She turned to regard her husband, who was typically reserved, engrossed in calculating mathematical equations in a corner. Their eyes met, both filled with astonishment. This was no mere figment of imagination. They had heard their daughter's innermost thoughts. Unbeknownst to Qin Yiyang, her heartfelt sentiments had been exposed. As she reminisced about the unfolding drama, she sniffled. How tragic. The entire family is suffering. Even our beloved pet, Wonkai, was not spared, having been stewed for dinner. The image of Wonkai, wagging its tail in innocence, mistaking the approaching individuals for playmates, brought tears to her eyes, threatening to overflow. At this very moment, a tender child's voice resonated. "Host, do not cry." Qin Yiyang wept even louder. It was over. She was so heartbroken that she was hearing things. "It is not an illusion." The child's voice continued. "I am the supporting character self-rescue system. As the main characters grow increasingly malicious and the supporting characters more pitiable, it has evoked empathy and compassion from the audience and readers. Thus I have come into existence. The host can modify the original plot using homophones to save your fate and that of your entire family." Qin Yiyang was momentarily taken aback. Homophones? In her previous life, she was a stand-up comedian, earning the title of Queen of Homophonic Puns within the comedic realm known for its transient glory. Reflecting on her past, she was an orphan who barely managed to enter a 211 university through sheer effort, ultimately being placed in a rather unremarkable major of pig nursing, which left little to be proud of. Yet, homophonic puns were undeniably her comfort zone. Qin Yiyang exclaimed with excitement, "This is wonderful." "What's so wonderful about it?" a cold male voice interjected. Turning her head, Qin Yiyang realized there was a man beside her, bare-chested. Her fiancé, Mingzi. Qin Yiyang looked confused. "What are you doing here?" "That should be my question for you." Mingzi cast a sidelong glance, his gaze growing increasingly frosty. "I underestimated you. You resorted to drugging me to force a marriage. No matter what you do, my affections lie with Xin Yan." Qin Yiyang's expression became complex. Previously bound by the constraints of the plot, she had deeply loved Mingzi. Could it be that the source of her family's impending doom stemmed from her rivalry with a female lead over a man? "Mingzi, let us annul our engagement. Right now." Mingzi was momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback that the words of annulment would escape her lips first. "Qin Yiyang, what trick are you trying to play?" Qin Yiyang sighed. "To be honest, I prefer men who are a bit shorter. Furthermore, standing in a garbage heap does not make you stand out." Mingzi. Qin Yiyang spoke earnestly. "Every time I look up, I see your two nostrils glaring down at me, which creates quite a bit of pressure. Pressure does not transform into motivation, it only manifests as a condition. So let us annul our engagement, pig brother." Mingzi. He was accustomed to being approached by talent scouts on the street and had always been considered a heartthrob. So, in what way did he resemble a pig? At that moment, footsteps echoed in the hotel corridor.
Shut.
"It's this room. Mingzi and his fiancée are inside. If we can capture a photo proving Shan Yan is the mistress, it will surely trend." Hearing the conversation, Qin Yiyang was momentarily stunned. Shan Yan was the false heiress. She couldn't help but internally scoff. "I remember now outside are paparazzi." In the novel, after the paparazzi exposed my engagement to Mingzi, Shan Yan became the mistress and was vilified online. Shan's wealthy father, distressed for his daughter, resolutely took his wife and daughter to participate in a high-society variety show to bolster her image, declaring his intention to bankrupt the Qin family, a bankrupt mother, an imprisoned father, a shattered brother, and I who am doomed to an ill fate. Life is but a singular journey, yet perilous situations abound. System. I implore your assistance. Whether the system acknowledged this plea remains uncertain, but Qin's parents certainly heard it. Their family was indeed in dire straits. In haste, they departed the banquet hall, intent on locating their daughter upstairs. Yet, time was not on their side. The paparazzi, it seemed, had procured a master key from an unknown source. With a distinct beep, the door was on the verge of being breached. I end this critical moment. The system's voice resonated once more. I shall now furnish you with the original text. Original. Faced with the paparazzi's imminent intrusion, Qin Yiyang and Bomingza found themselves immobilized, awaiting their fate. Currently, the host's level is rather low, only one homophonic character may be altered at a time. Upon hearing this, Qin's parents were in a frenzy. What homophonic character? How could they modify it? As the couple racked their brains, their daughter's voice rang out. A small twist in the plot will grant you a taste of the grand transformation of homophonic puns. Change the character for death into await death to the character for currency. Qin's father and mother exclaimed in astonishment. To await currency, this notion sounded rather delightful. Chapter 2. A sudden windfall from the heavens. Qin Yiyang was quite pleased with her pun. Although she could not alter the narrative of the paparazzi intruding, she could at least profit from it. Whether it was 3 or 5 yuan, she did not mind. 10 or 80,000 was even better. After all, according to the storyline, her family was soon to face bankruptcy. Suddenly, a mysterious object plummeted from the ceiling, striking her forehead. Before she could even raise a hand to her head, her gaze was captured by a lustrous, round coin gleaming in gold. Instinctively, she picked it up and bit into it. Ah, this is gold. Before Qin Yiyang could revel in her excitement, a cascade of gold coins began to rain down around her. Beside her, the astonished Bomingza could only stare. What just happened? Is it truly a divine blessing? At that moment, 2 paparazzi burst into the room, ready to raise their cameras, but they froze upon witnessing the room filled with gold. There sat Qin Yiyang amidst a mountain of gold, its radiant glow reflecting off her serene face, resembling a gilded statue. The paparazzi exclaimed, "Is it true? Has the god of wealth manifested?" An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. With a flash of inspiration, Qin Yiyang cried out, "Help! We're being robbed. Someone is stealing money." The paparazzi panicked instantly. "No, that is not true. Don't say such things." Her cries attracted a considerable crowd. As they peered into the room, their pupils dilated in astonishment. So much gold. Is this a spectacle we can witness for free? By the way, why is young Master Bo here? Who claimed the Qin family was facing bankruptcy. With this much gold, what bankruptcy? A woman in sunglasses passed by and overheard the chatter, momentarily halting her steps. She was Shun Yan. Today, Shun Yan had come to shoot an advertisement and had booked a makeup team at the hotel. But she had not anticipated stumbling upon the scene. The crowd gathered at the door obstructed her view, but the murmurs reached her ears. As realization dawned upon her, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Mingza, so this is your choice. I wish you happiness." The moment she spoke, the onlookers turned to her, captivated. Shun Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her poignant figure radiating a sense of heartbreak as she turned to leave. Back in a room, Qin Yiyang felt a sense of urgency. What? Why doesn't the female lead step in? What can you see from so far away? Stop dawdling. Clutching the gold. She found herself unable to run, and kicked Bomingza instead. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and chase after her. Bomingza, jolted from his stupor, rose to pursue her, but as soon as he left the bed, his legs felt weak. How could he forget? He was still under the influence of the drug. It was all Qin Yiyang's fault. As he leaned against the bed to steady himself, he accidentally brushed against Qin Yiyang's ankle. In that instant, a child's voice echoed in his mind. "Host, even if Bomingza catches up to explain, it will be futile." Another voice inquired. "Why?" Bomingza's eyes flickered. Was that Qin Yiyang's voice? He turned to look but saw her lips not moving. Just then, the child's voice chimed in again, because the drug was administered by Shin Yan, and the paparazzi were also summoned by her. Oh my. Qin Yiyang was invigorated upon hearing the startling news, completely oblivious to the astonished expression on Bomingza's face. The system continued to unveil shocking revelations. Shun Yan was not the stepdaughter of the affluent Mr. Shin, but rather his illegitimate child. Years ago, After Mrs. Shen bore 2 sons, her health deteriorated, prompting her to hire a female nurse during her hospitalization. Qin Yiyang seemed to piece together the puzzle, her pupils widening in realization. Could this nurse be Shen Yan's mother? Indeed. The system exclaimed with excitement, narrating how Mr. Shen and Shen Yan's mother exchanged glances beneath Mrs. Shen's nose, leading to Shen Yan's conception. Upon discovering his son's treachery, the elder Mr. Shen was infuriated and threatened to expel him from the family. Shen Yan's mother, wishing to spare her beloved from hardship, voluntarily severed their connection. It was only after Mrs. Shen's passing that they re-established contact. Qin Yiyang could only exclaim in admiration. This was not merely a matter of avoiding trouble for the beloved. Shen Yan's mother was astute. Rather than allowing love to wither in poverty, she chose to become his cherished obsession, his radiant moonlight. Yet, Qin Yiyang found herself perplexed. If Shen Yan's mother boldly assumed the role of the mistress, why were the individuals who lavished the most affection upon Shen Yan her wealthy brother and uncle? They were, after all, the closest kin to Mrs. Shen. How could such affection be fathomed? Before Qin Yiyang could ponder further, the system revealed another bombshell. The elder Mr. Shen had consistently opposed the entrance of Shen Yan and her mother into the family, deeming them akin to mistresses. In defiance, Shen Yan enlisted paparazzi to expose her engagement with Bo Mingze and hired online trolls to attack her own reputation. Her intentions were crystal clear, to elicit sympathy from Bo Mingze and the Shen family, thus facilitating her revenge against the Qin family. Qin Yiyang scratched her head, realizing she needed to be more astute. While reading the novel, she had merely perceived Shen Yan as fortunate. She had not anticipated that every step was meticulously calculated. At that moment, the eavesdropping Bo Mingze was equally astonished.
Impossible.
He resolutely thought. Shen Yan was pure and kind-hearted, not the cunning individual she was being portrayed as. This was merely a dark slander from Qin Yiyang's heart. Bo Mingze retorted, Qin Yiyang, so this is your true nature. To which Qin Yiyang shot back. My true nature is your father. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. Host. Trouble is brewing. Your parents are in danger. Qin Yiyang sprang to her feet, the gold on her person clattering to the ground, narrowly avoiding Bo Mingze. Unaware, she stepped down. In that instant, it seemed as if Bo Mingze glimpsed his great-grandmother. Qin Yiyang hesitated momentarily. As an adult, she recognized exactly where she had stepped upon Bo Mingze. System. Would it affect the plot if Bo Mingze were rendered incapable of having children? The system was silent for a moment before responding, no. It would only influence your journey into love with him. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiyang's eyes sparkled. What a stroke of luck. Should I step a few more times? Instantly, Bo Mingze was drenched in sweat. Then she added, consider it acupuncture for my feet. Bo Mingze? Chapter 3. Has the diamond rusted? This must be a joke. Bo Mingze erupted with an overwhelming instinct for survival, frantically fleeing the room. Qin Yiyang paid him no mind, taking the elevator to the banquet hall on the first floor, where chaos reigned at the entrance. A woman clad in a crimson velvet gown obstructed the path of her parents, her demeanor far from amiable. Mr. Qin, just as someone lost a necklace. You hurriedly took your leave? I have heard whispers that the Qin family is on the brink of bankruptcy, scrounging for loans, perhaps even contemplating unscrupulous acts. Qin Yiyang recognized her. Mrs. Zhao, a woman of pronounced materialism. Qin's mother laughed in disbelief. How much could a mere necklace be worth? Do you even know to whom it belonged? Mrs. Zhao sneered. Just in time, the owner of the necklace has arrived. Everyone followed her gaze. A figure appeared, draped in a moonlight blue qipao, her silhouette graceful, exuding an ageless charm. Qin Yiyang clenched her fists. This woman, who had deliberately exchanged her child for 12 years in a pigsty, was unmistakably her biological mother, Shen Yan. Yet, the woman before her was elegant and captivating, devoid of the poverty and distress of yesteryears. Once, she had been too impoverished to afford meat, yet she spared no expense on luxury facial creams, meticulously attending to her appearance. It was only now that Qin Yiyang realized this was all a preparation to become a lady of high society. Mrs. Zhao donned a sycophantic demeanor, affectionately linking arms with Shen Yan's mother, and grandly introduced, this is Ms. Enro, the savior of Mr. Shen. Which Shen family? Someone queried. Mrs. Zhao lifted her chin with pride. Naturally, the illustrious Shen family of Haicheng. The diamond necklace that had just been lost was valued at 10 million, a token of gratitude from Mr. Shen to Ms. En, yet it had been snatched by some short-sighted individual. The crowd gasped, re-evaluating Ms. En. She waved her hand dismissively. It is but a necklace. If it cannot be found, let it be. We should not let this mar our harmony. Mrs. Zhao patted her hand. You simply have too good a temperament. No wonder Mr. Shen is always worried you might be taken advantage of, urging me to take care of you. With a sidelong glance at Qin's mother, she added, Qin Fengyi, I advise you to return the necklace swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame me for searching you. Qin's mother's expression hardened, realizing that this farce was not a mere coincidence. Beside her, Qin Yiyang wore a grave countenance. System, is the necklace in Mrs. Zhao's possession? She and Enro are attempting to frame my mother for theft, are they not? But one must wonder, in front of so many witnesses, do they not fear exposure? Do you not know? Mrs. Zhao was once an assistant to a magician in her youth. The system chimed in. Mr. Zhao is a magician enthusiast, and their chemistry was instantaneous. Thus, Mrs. Zhao ascended to the heights of society through her marriage. Qin Yiyang replied, System, you certainly have a command of idioms. The system, brimming with excitement, continued, but here lies the crux. The child is not Mr. Zhao's. Rather, she is the offspring of Mrs. Zhao and the magician. Qin Yiyang gasped. Qin's parents were equally taken aback. No wonder they had previously thought the younger Zhao's son bore no resemblance to Zhao Dade. It turned out he was not his biological son after all. How thrilling! The system added, Mrs. Zhao believes she has reached the zenith, having manipulated 2 men. But in reality... Oh, a twist? Qin's mother perked up. In the next moment, her daughter's serious voice resonated. System, is this truly the time for gossip? I wish to amend the original text. I cannot allow them to wrongly accuse my mother. Qin's mother was left speechless. Thank you, dear daughter. But could you please refrain from concerning yourself with your mother for the moment? Let her savor the entirety of the situation. Naturally, Qin Yiyang remains oblivious to her mother's unspoken thoughts. She attentively listens to the text provided by the system. The original text reads, Amidst the tense atmosphere, Mrs. Zhao exclaimed, What is that? As she retrieved an object from Qin Fengyi's pocket. Mrs. Zhao opened her palm to reveal a necklace, none other than the diamond necklace that Enro had lost. Gasps filled the room. This segment is rather lengthy. Both Qin Yiyang and her parents listened intently. Simultaneously, a glimmer of insight flickered in Mrs. Zhao's eyes as she pointed towards Qin Mama's pocket, exclaiming, What is that? It seemed the original plot was on the verge of unfolding. In a flash of inspiration, Qin Yiyang had a sudden thought. System, change the revealed show to Rusty. With a beep, the plot modification was complete. In the next moment, Mrs. Zhao unveiled her palm, presenting a resplendent diamond necklace before the astonished crowd. Enro gasped, retreating a step in disbelief. Was this truly the necklace taken by President Qin? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was the necklace indeed stolen by Qin Fengyi? Mrs. Zhao, brimming with satisfaction, declared, Qin Fengyi, what defense can you possibly offer? This is the heirloom necklace of the Shen family, crafted with Colombian emeralds and South African diamonds, featuring a top-tier Burmese ruby as the centerpiece, worth millions. Of course, Mr. Shen's affection for Enro is priceless. Enro's cheeks flushed with a hint of bashfulness. The onlookers exchanged glances, and some immediately chose sides. President Qin, you are a person of dignity. How could you resort to thievery? If you are in need of money, you could simply ask us for help. Amidst the chaos, Qin Yiyang caught sight of Enro's lips curving into a suppressed smile, until a woman's voice floated through the air. Qin Fengyi is a person who values her pride. To suggest she would steal is akin to asking her to forfeit her life. Some individuals, before even ascending to their positions, are already posturing. Do they truly believe themselves to be something special? Enro's face turned pale in an instant. Qin Yiyang looked up to see the speaker, a formidable rival of her mother, Mrs. Wei. In her heart, Qin Yiyang couldn't help but cheer. I quite like this Mrs. Wei. Following this, Qin Yiyang tilted her head, leaning closer to the necklace. Aunt Zhao, is this necklace an antique? Mrs. Zhao replied with pride. Indeed. This is the ancestral necklace of the Shen family, a true antique. Qin Yiyang nodded, realizing, no wonder, the diamond appears to be rusted. Rushed. Both Enro and Mrs. Zhao's expressions shifted dramatically. The crowd focused their gazes, and indeed, they discovered a layer of reddish rust at the link of the diamond. Can jewelry truly rust? Surely, it must be a counterfeit. The Shen family is affluent. How could they possibly gift a fake? Unless, of course, this necklace was never a gift from the Shen family at all. In that moment, the crowd's gaze towards Enro grew peculiar. Chapter 4. What a fiery winter it has become. Mrs. Zhao was left dumbfounded. How could a necklace made from such expensive materials possibly rust? She instinctively glanced at Enro, who was equally astonished. This necklace was a gift personally presented to her by Shen Qingshan, a treasured heirloom of the Qin family. How could it possibly be a counterfeit? Could it be that Shen Qingshan deceived her? Let me take a look. Intrigued, Mrs. Wei observed the necklace closely and instantly burst into laughter. Colombian oil-free emerald? Top-grade Burmese ruby? South African diamond? None of these. It was merely a collection of colored glass. No wonder the chain had rusted. The gold must be counterfeit as well. And Rose's serene expression shattered. Impossible. Shen Qingshan had waited 18 years for her, intending to marry her only after his first wife passed away. He would never gift her fake jewels. Mrs. Zhao chimed in, suggesting that Mrs. Wei must have misjudged. Colombian gems are rare in the country, so a mistake is understandable. Believe it or not. Mrs. Wei raised an eyebrow, dismissing the matter. Qin Yiyang raised her hand, declaring, I have a way to prove its authenticity. All eyes turned to her. She produced a safety hammer from an unknown source, swinging her arm to smash the necklace. This terrified Enro. The necklace was still in her grasp. She hastily released it, and it fell to the ground with a resounding crack. Suddenly, the Colombian emerald, Burmese ruby, and South African diamond shattered. Goodness! While emeralds and rubies are indeed fragile, whose diamonds would break upon impact, it truly was glass. How ungracious of the Qin family to present a fake as a token of gratitude to their savior. The Qin family is the wealthiest in Haiqing. They wouldn't be concerned about such trivialities. Could it be that someone deliberately flaunted a fake in an attempt to ingratiate themselves with the Qins? Indeed. Even though the Qin family's business has been struggling lately, they wouldn't resort to theft. Perhaps some individuals are orchestrating the charade to enhance their own reputation. In an instant, Enro became the target of scorn. Only Mrs. Zhao remained unwavering in her sycophancy. Qin Fingyi, you must have secretly swapped the jewels. Hand over the real necklace, or we shall call the police. Enro is kind-hearted. She would surely forgive you. Qin's mother chuckled in anger. Don't just call the police. You should also call an ambulance to have a paternity test done for your husband and son. Once the results are in, your husband, being a decent man, will also forgive you. As her words echoed, the room fell into an eerie silence. Did they mean what they implied? The lady's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Fingyi, what nonsense are you spouting? Is it nonsense? Qin's mother remained composed, recalling the system's words. I also know the identity of the child's biological father. The fear in Mrs. Zhao's eyes became palpable as she lunged toward Qin's mother, shouting, Stop. Don't say any more. A conflict was imminent. In an instant, those fighting, those trying to mediate, and the onlookers were all drawn into the fray. In the blink of an eye, everyone was entangled, protecting her mother. Qin Yiyang found herself in the middle of the chaos, her face contorted under the pressure. The system suddenly interjected with a lament. In truth, Mrs. Zhao had her struggles too. She played the sycophant for Enro in hopes of gaining some advantage for her family. Unfortunately, her wealthy husband was currently upstairs in room 2204, entangled with a magician, oblivious to the world around him. In simpler terms, her husband was together with the biological father of her child. Onlookers gasped in shock. What was that sound? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that they seem to have uncovered something extraordinary. Qin Yiyang wore a look of astonishment. Unbeknownst to her, whenever someone made physical contact, her conversations with the system would be audible, thus she remained oblivious to the fact that Mrs. Zhao's secret had become common knowledge. In an instant, the gaze of the crowd turned towards Mrs. Zhao. Her right eye twitched violently, and disregarding any inclination for conflict, she promptly requested a room card from the front desk and proceeded to room 2204. The onlookers, reveling in the drama, eagerly followed suit. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, the door swung open, revealing an inappropriate scene. Qin Yiyang clicked her tongue inwardly. The last time she beheld such a sight was when Sun Dang's crimson apron was hanging from a ruffian's belt. Mrs. Zhao screamed as she rushed in. What on earth are you doing? Zhao Dade, caught up in the moment, turned to find his wife and a throng of people crowding the doorway, leaving him momentarily stunned. He hastily wrapped himself in a bedsheet. My dear, you misunderstand. We are performing a magic trick. The magician accidentally made my clothes disappear. You must believe me. The crowd was incredulous. The last time they heard such an absurd excuse was during a previous incident. Qin Yiyang quietly scoffed. I'd sooner believe I am Qin Shi Huang than trust you. You know well what you've been adding to your wife's milk each day. Mr. Zhao's complexion shifted dramatically. What nonsense are you spouting? Meanwhile, Qin's father, who had remained largely silent, positioned himself protectively in front of Qin Yiyang. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he pointed toward the bedside table cluttered with blue vials labeled in German, saying, L-carnitine, a medication used in clinical medicine for treating asthenozoospermia. Asthenozoospermia? Mr. Zhao choked, as if struck at his very core. Mrs. Qin realized the gravity of the situation. Zhao Dade, you have long been aware of your infertility. Hence you conspired with your lover to orchestrate this charade, exploiting your wife's vanity to conceive your lover's child, only to marry you. After marriage, you intended to poison her slowly, wishing to leave her as the mother and keep the child for yourself. Gasps of shock echoed from the bystanders. They were familiar with the concept of maternal abandonment, but to think there existed such a scheme as paternal abandonment? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhao could no longer feign ignorance. These two men had plotted to use her for childbearing from the very beginning, only waiting for the child to grow before kicking her aside. Zhao Dade, after all these years as husband and wife, you wish to poison me? Tears streamed down Mrs. Zhao's face as she slapped her husband. The magician, heartbroken for his beloved, retaliated with a slap to Mrs. Zhao. Upon witnessing his wife being struck, Mr. Zhao returned the favor to the magician. The three became embroiled in a chaotic scuffle. Qin Yiyang commented sharply, what a fiery winter this has become. Shortly thereafter, the blaring of police sirens echoed from below. A voice in the crowd questioned, who reported this? Chapter 5. Announcing the breakup, this is a notification, not a negotiation. By the time the police arrived, the trio was entangled in a fierce brawl, with two individuals notably disrobed, a scene worthy of a masterpiece. Qin Yiyang approached, officer. This woman has falsely accused my mother of theft. Mrs. Zhao panicked. She could not be apprehended. If she were, it would only serve to benefit that pair of illicit lovers. She abruptly grasped Enro's arm. Enro, I have slandered the Qin family solely to assist you. You cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. Mr. Shen adores you, and you are destined to become the future matriarch of the Shen family. You must help me. Enro hurriedly distanced herself from the situation. I do not comprehend your words. My connection with Mr. Shen is merely one of saving grace. Enro aspired to be the matriarch of the Shen family, yet such matters required the approval of the elder Shen. Until then, she must avoid unnecessary complications. What a wretched little creature. Mrs. Zhao seethed, unleashing a torrent of abuse. It was you who claimed animosity with the Qin family, which prompted my assistance. Now you wish to abandon me? Not a chance. Her voice resonated with force, as if she wished the entire building could hear her. Enro appeared startled, her demeanor fragile and pitiable, drawing sympathy from many gentlemen present. Mrs. Zhao's fury knew no bounds as she clawed at Enro's face. What do you think you are? Do you believe Mr. Shen is fond of you? Nonsense. If he truly cared for you, would he have gifted you a fake necklace? He has merely toyed with you, like a wealthy man amusing himself. Enro trembled with indignation, unable to evade the blow, feeling the sting upon her cheek. This struck a chord with Qin Yiyang, who found the situation absurdly amusing. It must be said, Mrs. Zhao was adept at delivering sharp blows. Enro's greatest concern now lay with the counterfeit necklace bestowed by Shen Qingshan. Upon hearing Qin Yiyang's laughter, Mrs. Zhao shifted her ire. What are you laughing at? Your family is on the brink of bankruptcy, and you can still find amusement? Qin Yiyang's defenses crumbled. The inner child within her faltered, bursting into tears. Can we not speak of such sorrowful matters on this fine day? Who is facing bankruptcy? A voice rang out. Qin Yiyang turned to see paparazzi being escorted from the neighboring room by the police. The two had attempted a robbery but were instead apprehended. Now in possession of a silver bracelet. One must commend their dedication to gossip, even while being arrested, she mused. Mrs. Zhao, unable to bear the sight of others' fortunes, relished in their misfortunes. It is the Qin family. They are on the verge of bankruptcy. The paparazzi frowned. How is that possible? With an entire room filled with gold, you claim the Qin family is facing ruin? What gold? Mrs. Zhao was taken aback. Just then, the police approached Qin Yiyang. Miss Qin, we have documented the scene. You may take the gold with you. Qin Yiyang expressed her gratitude, calling to her parents, Mom, Dad, lend a hand, let us transport the gold home. Mrs. Zhao scoffed. How much gold necessitates 3 people to carry? As she spoke, Qin Yiyang swung open the door to room 2203. Mrs. Zhao was left dumbfounded. The room was filled with gold. One might think a gold mine had been unearthed at the hotel. Surely, this requires 3 people to move. Even Qin's father and mother, who had prepared for the unexpected, were dazzled by the sight of the gold. Was this the consequence of simply waiting for riches? It was oddly endearing. Amidst the chorus of astonished gasps, only Enro's expression appeared almost contorted. How can this be? Qin Qingshan explicitly informed me that the Qin family was nearing bankruptcy. How could there be so much gold? Has Qin Qingshan deceived her? Contemplating the rusted fake necklace, Enro felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. In recent years, the esteemed elder Qin has consistently barred her from entering, and she has longed for his approval. Yet she never considered the possibility that Qin Qingshan might no longer harbor affection for her. Anxiously, Enro clutched her phone, contemplating whether to call her daughter for guidance on what to do next. Just as she was about to make the call, Qin Yiyang's voice suddenly pierced through the air. "Officer, I wish to file a report." The police officer paused momentarily, taken aback. Was this young girl attempting to boost their performance metrics? With a serious expression, Qin Yiyang pointed at Enro, declaring, "I want to report a case of human trafficking. This woman previously abducted me. She is a trafficker." Enro's complexion shifted dramatically. The gravity of human trafficking elicited an especially stern response from the officers. "Miss Qin, are you certain that she was the one who trafficked you?" "Absolutely." Mentioning her sorrowful ordeal, Qin Yiyang's face fell. "At that time, she intended to sell me as a child bride to a lame man from the neighboring village." Qin's parents felt a pang of alarm. "Is that true? We have never heard Yiyang mention this before." In truth, it was not that Qin Yiyang had been reticent, rather. Her previous naivety had left her oblivious to the events unfolding around her. Now, awakened to the reality of her past, she reflected on the situation. She recalled how the lame man, a notorious bachelor in the village, suddenly demanded that she accompany him, claiming he had paid 2,000 yuan for her as a bride. "Did he mistreat you?" Qin's mother inquired anxiously. No, Jan de. At that moment, I pointed at his head, saying he had 2 little people atop it. The lame man, believing I could see supernatural entities, was so frightened that he fled. In hindsight, it was nothing short of a medical miracle. Qin's mother was at once amused and perplexed. "So you intentionally deceived him?" "Not quite." Yang shook her head, recalling her childhood innocence. "I referred to the 2 little people as the higher brothers on the air conditioner." The gathering exchanged glances, astounded. Yang sighed afterward. "Several neighboring villages learned of my supposed ability to perceive the unclean, and no one wished to purchase me. Enro then relegated me to the pigsty, where I nearly became a meal for the pigs." Upon recounting these memories, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. What a malicious woman she was. Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, her heart was as black as coal. Her pretense of seeking a wealthy husband was laid bare. Despite Enro's denials, the police, armed with Qin Yiyang's testimony, proceeded to take her in for questioning. As the situation turned against her, those who had previously sought to curry favor with Enro wore sheepish expressions. "Feng Yi, this gold is rather heavy. Could we assist you in loading it onto the vehicle?" "Begone," commanded Qin's mother, and the group slinked away in defeat. Mrs. Wei, seeing that the spectacle had dissipated, prepared to leave as well. Just then, Qin Yiyang called out to her, "Aunt Wei, stay away from water for the next few days, especially avoid surfing." Mrs. Wei dismissed it lightly, but nonetheless patted Qin Yiyang's head, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, little one." After Mrs. Wei departed, Qin's mother, intrigued, asked, "Yiyang, why did you warn her to avoid water?" Qin Yiyang blinked, her thoughts tangled. "Because in the story, Mrs. Wei, having spoken on our behalf, was also deemed expendable and drowned while surfing shortly thereafter. She is a good person. Any warning is better than none. But how should I explain this to my parents?" After pondering for a moment, Qin Yiyang finally replied, "I foretold it through divination." Qin's father and mother chose not to reveal the truth. They intended to spare Yang from the burden of knowing that her thoughts were being heard. Fearing it might cause her discomfort, Qin's mother jested, "What does that make our Yang?" Qin Yiyang responded solemnly, "It means that I must call off my engagement with Bo Mingze." Initially, she had insisted on marrying Bo Mingze, causing quite a stir. Now, there were still whispers that the Qin family was taking advantage of the situation, bullying others, and behind her back. Some suggested she was clinging to the Bo family out of desperation. Her mother had endured these remarks in silence, even going so far as to maintain relations by sending gifts to the Bo family during festive seasons. With the family's business in decline, They desperately needed the Bo family's assistance, making the proposal to break off the engagement a delicate matter for her parents. Although she was aware that Bo Mingze would not assist the Qin family, to her surprise, her father readily agreed and proposed a solution. Let us publish a notice in the newspaper regarding the annulment of the engagement. Qin Yiyang exclaimed, "What? This can actually be published?" It was an elegant yet understated approach. Understanding her mother's intent, she immediately made a call. Editor Jean, I would like to publish a notice of engagement annulment. The daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yiyang, hereby announces her dissolution of the engagement with Bo Mingze, effective today. Please inform friends and family and keep this as a memento. Qin Yiyang was astonished. Is this really a unilateral decision? Shouldn't we discuss it with the Bo family? Her mother hung up the phone, her spirits soaring. The notice would be in the paper by tomorrow. The Bo family had often claimed that the engagement was a result of the Qin family's opportunism. Now, they would act decisively. Let them understand that this is a notification, not a negotiation. Qin Yiyang couldn't help but applaud. Her mother should not be called Qin Fengyi, but rather, she should be known as Long Out Yen. Just then, a system voice chimed in. I have a scoop about your family. Would you like to hear it? Chapter 6. I intend to completely alter this malicious plot. Qin Yiyang was intrigued. Do tell. The system responded. Your brother is about to fall victim to a scheme. Qin Yiyang's mind raced as she recalled the plot. In the story, her second brother, Qin Mu, was an idol in a boy band, only to be embroiled in a scandal on the night of their debut concert, leading to his contract termination and subsequent harassment online, ultimately resulting in his tragic suicide. The details of the scandal were left unexplained in the book, only mentioning how Shun Yan's wealthy brother took his place and rose to become a top idol, gaining popularity due to the affectionate bond with Shun Yan, which in turn elevated her status. How absurd! Her second brother's tragic fate was merely a stepping stone in the rise of this sibling duo. Qin Yiyang clenched her fists. Is this scheme related to the Shin family? You could say that. The production team mistakenly believed your brother was a poor boy eager to please Shun Yan's wealthy brother. Thus, on the night of the debut, they drugged your brother, orchestrating a scheme to frame him as a predator. Qin Yiyang's forehead throbbed. What a nefarious plan! Hearing this exchange, Qin's father and mother felt a chill in their hearts. Qin Mu was their adopted child, a boy who had always been sensible, perceptive, and gifted in music. Unbeknownst to him, he was falsely accused, leading to a tragic end of despair and suicide. They were about to call their son when they suddenly remembered that contestants in the talent show had their phones confiscated. Qin Yiyang, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, System, I wish to alter the original text. The system responded apologetically. I regret to inform you that the skill to modify the original text is still on cooldown. You may either wait 40 minutes to use it or review the relevant regulations to unlock the cooldown period. Qin Yiyang opened the regulations. To her dismay, it was a dense text consisting of tens of thousands of words. Time was of the essence. She raised her head and declared, Mom and Dad, I have a foreboding feeling that my second brother is in danger. We must head to the recording site. As they ventured out in the evening, they encountered the peak hour traffic, exacerbated by the fact that it was the night of the group formation, with numerous fans driving to the venue. After a torturous 40 minutes, the Qin family finally arrived at the recording site. Just as they attempted to enter, security stopped them, demanding to see their tickets. Tickets for the formation night were exceedingly scarce, and even family members were not allotted any. Initially, the entire Qin family had mobilized to secure tickets, only to come away empty-handed. Qin's mother explained, Excuse me, dear security officer, my son is a contestant, and I cannot reach him by phone. I wish to find him, and will leave once I do. The security guard scrutinized her, asking, You claim to be the artist's mother? Indeed, she replied. The guard, feeling helpless, gestured towards a group of young girls waiting outside, all of whom also claimed to be the mothers of artists. Qin's mother glanced over and saw several teenagers and 20-somethings excitedly waving banners that read, Dear ones, may everything go smoothly on formation night. Mommy loves you. In her moment of despair, Qin's mother suddenly realized her daughter was missing. Where is Yiyang? At that moment, a girl dressed in a security uniform approached and said to the guard, Hey, I'm here to cover for you. The boss sent me to relieve you. All right then. The guard, unsuspecting, cheerfully went off to collect the meals. Recognizing that familiar voice, Qin's mother focused her gaze, only to discover it was her daughter, Yiyang. Yiyang, what are you wearing? Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Yiyang blinked and made a shushing gesture, signaling for silence. Stealthily, they made their way in. Splitting into two groups, Qin's father and mother headed to the venue, while Qin Yiyang ventured backstage. Dressed in a security uniform, she moved about freely, inquiring of everyone she encountered whether they had seen Qin Mu. Looking for Qin Mu? A voice called out. Turning around, Qin Yiyang beheld a tall man clad in a deep suit of black and red, complemented by black leather pants, his hair dyed a striking pink. Qin Yiyang fell silent. The ostentatious makeup and sharp jawline suggested a certain unsavory character. I would wager a pack of spicy snacks that this individual would not debut. The system chimed in. Pay attention. This man is Han Shui, who is poised to become the captain of the male team. The idea for the trap originated from him. Qin Yiyang's resolve hardened. It was indeed this scoundrel's scheme. She forced a congenial smile and asked, Indeed, I am Qin Mu's sister. Do you happen to know where my brother is? So you are little Mu's sister. He often speaks of you, Han Shui replied with a friendly smile, though his gaze scrutinized Qin Yiyang intently. The girl, 17 or 18 years of age, possessed an oval face adorned with a pair of black eyes that sparkled like clear water. Her chin bore a hint of baby fat, and, at first glance, one might mistake her for an artist. Alas, she was merely a security guard. A flicker of derision passed through his eyes. Yet his smile remained unchanged. I am a teammate of your brother. I happen to be looking for him as well. Shall we go together? He paused, shaking his phone in hand. The agent has instructed us to go live to surprise the fans. Would you mind appearing on camera, my dear sister? Qin Yiyang nodded in understanding. They had first orchestrated a trap, and now, under the guise of a live broadcast, they would unveil the unsightly truths. Glancing at the cooldown time for her script alteration ability, she noted there were still 5 minutes remaining. A live stream? Her face flushed as she lowered her gaze to her attire, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. Would this bring embarrassment to my brother? Having a sister like me? Not at all. You are overthinking it, he reassured her. Very well, but I would like to use the restroom to tidy my hair. Could you wait for me? Sure, Han Shu replied, unhurried, as long as she agreed to appear on camera. Recently, rumors had surfaced regarding Qin Mu being a scion of a wealthy family, which had indeed overshadowed him. Now, by revealing his sister's role as a security guard during the live stream, how would Qin Mu maintain his faude of a wealthy young master? Before long, Qin Yiyang returned. The stream commenced, and the comments flooded in. The squad leader is live. Here comes my beloved fan. Who is this lovely young lady? So beautiful. Why is she dressed as a security guard? Is she a sneaky mistress? Mistress. Upon seeing the comments, Han Shu chuckled and shook his head. Everyone, please do not misunderstand. This is Young Mu's sister. However, this clarification only served to irk the fans further. Qin Mu is a useless one. What right does he have to debut? This is hilarious. Previously, someone claimed Qin Mu was a young master from a wealthy family. And now his sister is a security guard? Surely, no one actually believes those rumors. Anyone with eyes can see that Qin Mu is merely trying to market a false persona as a wealthy young master. The more one lacks something, the more they wish to market it. I have never seen Qin Mu wear any renowned brands like Nike or Adidas. They are probably all knockoffs. To be honest, I am from the same small county as Qin Mu. His father is a gambling addict, and his mother was a courtesan. Everyone in the county knows it. Qin Mu might think that being a young master at a private club makes him a wealthy heir. Qin Yiyang could not see the comments, but could surmise their unfriendly nature. As the cooldown period concluded, the system's voice echoed. Do you wish to alter the original text? Qin Yiyang replied, Yes. I intend to completely transform this malicious plot. I shall cleanse it thoroughly until it shines. The system responded, Original text. In the dressing room, the young girl removed her final article of clothing and lay beside the slumbering Qin Mu, enveloped in boundless ambiguity. Qin Yiyang smiled, simple. I shall make the changes. Chapter 7. Mischief in the dressing room. Arriving at their destination, Han Shu halted before a door marked with the words Qin Mu's dressing room, interrupting a conversation that had been underway. Qin Yiyang sensed something amiss, and, with a glimmering smile, remarked, My brother is truly impressive. Trainees are even afforded their own dressing rooms. Her naivety elicited a cold chuckle from Han Shu. A hint of arrogance adorned her face, a reflection of Shun Zhaonan's arrangements. He was particularly considerate of our brotherhood, providing each of us with our own makeup room. Shun Zhaonan, the affluent second brother of Shun Yan, was at the center of this unfolding scene. At this moment, Han Shui was already holding his phone aloft. Having opened the door to the makeup room, what greeted his eyes was a chaotic array of clothing scattered across the floor. Among them, a pair of striking red stiletto heels and fishnet stockings stood out prominently. The makeup room was designed in such a way that the interior remained concealed from the entrance. Yet the disarray of garments left ample room for the imagination. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. What's going on? Am I in the wrong live stream? Is the makeup room for the sister-in-law? Does Qin Mu deserve the votes from his fans? This is truly absurd. Are the fans merely a part of their act? I'm nauseated just thinking about it. Is he collapsing before officially debuting? Qin Mu, hurry and withdraw from the competition. Han Shui muttered under his breath, bewildered as to how Xiao Mu had brought someone here. Then, as if realizing he had inadvertently revealed something, he abruptly covered his mouth. A series of exchanges flowed seamlessly. Does Xiao Han know something? Qin Mu is revolting. He should quit the group immediately. Am I the only one sensing that Han Shui's behavior is somewhat tea-like? Tea your mother. Your mother is the most tea. What's with that wooden stick dog? Don't try to divert attention. If you provoke your handsome father, your fate is uncertain. Don't cling on. Even if Qin Mu clings on, he only deserves to drink Han Shui's footbath water. Han Shui's popularity soared within the upper echelon, having employed professional fan operators from the outset of the talent show. When faced with rivals of higher popularity, his fans would strategically dance around the competition. In contrast, when encountering those of lesser fame, his fans would mercilessly taunt and bully. Such brazen remarks, akin to those of a delinquent in reality, were viewed as sisterly camaraderie among Han Shui's fans, who deemed their perspectives impeccably righteous. At that moment, Han Shui, embodying the image of a delicate white lotus, pursed his lips and said, "Your brother might not be in a position to receive us. Perhaps we should refrain from entering." However, Qin Yiyang shook her head, asserting that they had come this far. Han Shui was momentarily taken aback as Qin Yiyang snatched the live-streaming phone from him and stepped into the room. The camera captured the scene within. A small bed stood in the corner, where Qin Mu lay with his eyes tightly shut, his long eyelashes casting shadows on his eyelids, adding an air of innocence to his strikingly handsome features. Beside the bed stood a young woman, her back to the door, anxiously removing her garments in a manner that betrayed her fluster and urgency. Yet, with each layer she peeled away, another seemed to follow, as if the removal was endless. Goodness, how many layers is she wearing? This is dizzying to behold. On the floor lay a dozen identical outfits, reminiscent of a scene from a terrifying looping film. The woman, now terrified, felt the chill creep up her spine. In her haste to flee the situation, she scrambled onto the bed, clutching the arm of the sole occupant.
Qin Mu.
The audience could not see the fear etched on the woman's face. They only witnessed her frantic disrobing and her hurried ascent onto Qin Mu's bed. Throughout it all, Qin Mu remained utterly still. The viewers began to sense that something was amiss. This doesn't he resemble the sister-in-law? She appears to be a fraud. Slept like the dead. One could easily believe it was a murder scene. Could this be the infamous? Upon witnessing the scene, felt a jolt of alarm. Yet, remained composed. Prior to entering the room, she had altered the original narrative, changing the moment when the woman removed her last article of clothing to her removing an infinite number of garments. It seemed endless, an unceasing act. Simultaneously, she redirected the camera towards face, inquiring with feigned innocence, "Your complexion appears rather ghastly. Could it be that your plans have not unfolded as intended, leaving you somewhat regretful?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" S. expression stiffened, the usual warmth of his demeanor cracking under pressure. "Is it not so? I assumed your earlier cryptic remarks indicated a rift with my brother, intended to incite the audience against him." Tilted her head. "If you genuinely cared for my brother, should you not feel elated witnessing the absence of any wrongdoing? Why the somber visage?" "You are mistaken. I do not," protested, as the barrage of comments from fans attempted to vindicate him. The live stream grew increasingly vibrant, with viewer count surging. Meanwhile, the woman, upon noticing the camera, realized her scheme had unraveled and attempted to flee. Having engaged in clever duels with swine throughout her youth, had honed her reflexes. She intercepted the woman, demanding, "Who orchestrated this plot against my brother? If you speak the truth, I may choose to let this slide." The woman, covering her face, pointed towards, exclaiming, "It was him. He offered me 2,000 yuan to pose as a staff member delivering water to, laced with sleeping pills, instructing me to undress and lie beside him once he fell asleep." The comments erupted in chaos. "Is truly vile. What a dramatic male idol conspiracy. More thrilling than their performances. It's no wonder remains unconscious. He was drugged."
Wretch.
Do not attempt to tarnish your reputation. Perish. Onlookers, beware of those who lack comprehension and refrain from judgment. Have you absorbed knowledge into your canine bellies? Should I encounter you in reality, I shall flay your skin off in an instant. The individual above seems familiar. Report to the teacher's office immediately. Who permitted you to bring a mobile phone to school? It appears a conversation with your parents is in order. Ha! What poetic justice. Insulting others online only to be caught by the teacher. Meanwhile, the woman dashed from the room. Countenance hardened, fixated on the phone aimed at him. His expression darkening ominously as he reached for it. Just then and arrived. Mistaking's intentions, delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him crashing against the wall. Renowned for his handsome visage during his university days, had aged like fine wine, his scholarly aura becoming more pronounced over the years. Coupled with a regular jogging routine and minimal indulgence in social drinking, his physique remained impeccable, even eclipsing the youthful by 2 decades. Gasped in astonishment. Heavens! Is my father truly this handsome? I previously thought him a mere academic, but it appears he is a scholarly Tyrannosaurus rex. I have heard that many heiresses from Haiqing once vied for my father's affection, leading those young masters from affluent families to harbor jealousy so dark that they spread rumors, claiming my father was a gigolo. What of it? My mother's responsible for earning a living while my father is tasked with being handsome and charming. What a perfect match. Overhearing this, Father Qin mused, surely, this is a compliment directed at him, is it not? Meanwhile, the live stream erupted with excitement. Where did this handsome uncle come from? This footwork is absolutely stunning. Is this gentleman a hidden gem of the entertainment industry? What dramas has he starred in before? I must capture this segment and watch it repeatedly. Wait. Why is the video gone? Did the live stream cut off? Han Shui crashed against the wall, his phone tumbling to the ground, resulting in the abrupt end of the broadcast. At that moment, Qin Mu awakened, gazing blankly at the people in the room, his parents. Yang, what brings you here? And Han Go, why are you sitting on the floor? Han Shui replied, does it look like he wanted to sit on the floor? As Father and Mother Qin contemplated how to broach the subject, a voice from outside urged, all contestants, please take your positions immediately. We are about to record. So soon? Qin Mu muttered, glancing at his wristwatch in alarm before hastily getting to his feet. Had he merely dozed off? How had 2 hours slipped away? Noticing his unstyled reflection in the mirror, he nervously urged, Mom, Dad, Yang, please rest for now. I need to find a stylist. No one is going to do your hair and makeup, Han Shui's voice interjected. Qin Mu, you should withdraw from the competition. Confused, Qin Mu turned back.
Han Shui,
struggling to stand, produced a document, stating, this is a termination contract. If you sign it, the production team will pay you 30,000 yuan. He glanced at Qin Mu's attire with a hint of derision, adding, that should be just enough for you to purchase a few decent outfits. Qin Mu was bewildered. While his clothes were not from an international brand, they were custom-made by a designer, far more comfortable than off-the-rack items. Moreover, 30,000 yuan wouldn't even cover the cost of hiring a designer. For instance, the outfit he had specially tailored for the group debut night cost a 6-figure sum. He shook his head, replying, no thanks, 30,000 won't even buy the sleeves of my outfit.
Ha!
Though I know my second brother means no offense. That remark is quite ostentatious. Yang's voice chimed in. Qin Mu wanted to ask what ostentatious meant but noticed she had not actually spoken. What had he just heard? A hallucination? Upon seeing the security uniform Yang was wearing, he couldn't help but inquire, Yang, why are you dressed as a security guard?
Ah.
This left Qin Yiyang somewhat embarrassed. Well, it's a long story. I can't just say, second brother, you're in a dire situation. You're being compared to Xin Zhaonan. He has resorted to drugs and schemes to snatch your debut spot. I disguised myself as a security guard to protect you from being framed and ending up with a tragic fate like those in the novels. That said, withdrawing from the competition is indeed the right choice. Xin Zhaonan is no good, and who knows what tricks he might pull in the future. Qin Mu's eyes flickered with contemplation. He heard the innermost thoughts of his sister. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang, with a furrowed brow, was troubled about how to persuade her second brother to withdraw from the contract. In the next moment, a voice from above interrupted. All right, I will withdraw from the variety show. Qin Yiyang was taken aback. Her second brother had agreed to terminate the contract so readily. However, Qin Mu paused, glancing at Han Shui, whose face was alight with joy. His light-colored irises, illuminated by the setting sun, sparkled like pure, exquisite glass. 30,000 in compensation is insufficient. I demand 10 million. Han Shui exclaimed, "What?" Qin Mu countered, 20 million. Han Shui protested, "Why is the price increasing? Wasn't it 10 million? 30 million? Qin Mu insisted, "Goodness, this is extortion." Han Shui, momentarily disregarding his discomfort, immediately sought out Shen Jiaonan's agent. The agent promptly conceded, 30 million it is. Qin Yiyang chimed in, "That's 30 million after tax." The agent gritted his teeth, "Fine. If it weren't for the current national regulations ensuring the integrity of fan voting in talent shows, they would have manipulated the numbers long ago. The situation would not be so complicated now." This drove Han Shui into a frenzy of jealousy. Had he known that debut positions were so valuable, he would have gladly relinquished his own for Shun Er Xiao. "By the way, I have one small request," Qin Yiyang said with a beaming smile. This startled the agent, who quickly replied, "No more money can be added. No extra money. We are not bandits. Could you spare 3 to 5 minutes for my brother to perform a piece? As a gesture to the fans? It would also prevent unnecessary controversy for Shun Er Xiao. Rest assured, we won't say anything out of line." The agent squinted, "All right. But only 5 minutes of preparation time." "Great, it's a deal," Qin Yiyang replied cheerfully. The agent then escorted Han Shui away. On the way, Han Shui felt a twinge of anxiety. "Brother, what about the live broadcast mishap?" The agent chuckled, "Don't worry. Shin Er Xiao knows this was your doing and will not treat you unfairly." Han Shui sighed in relief, but then asked, "Why did you agree to let Qin Mu perform? Isn't that overshadowing Shin Er Xiao?" The agent scoffed, "The makeup artist and stylist are already dismissed. Do you really think Qin Mu will have the opportunity to shine? Just wait and see." Han Shui's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. In the dressing room, only the Qin family remained. Qin Mu took out a bank card and said, "Mom, this card contains the money for your birthday. I know the company has been facing issues lately. Please take this." Qin mother's eyes welled with tears. "Thank you, Xiao Mu." Qin Mu embraced his mother. "I should be the one thanking you and Dad." A hint of regret lingered in his gaze. He felt the deepest sorrow for the fans who had supported him. They were young and had worked tirelessly to boost his debut. Now that he was withdrawing, they must be incredibly disappointed. He glanced at the mirror. Time was running short. And he still had no makeup on. He attempted to contact the stylist, but all his calls went unanswered. Noticing his distress, Qin Mother said, "Xiao Mu, don't bother. The production team and the stylist are likely in communication. But don't worry, I'll reach out to a friend who is a makeup artist." Qin Mu shook his head. "There are only 5 minutes. It's too late." "I can do it." Qin Yiyang proudly raised her hand. In the beginning, to earn her tuition fees, she not only assisted in the delivery of piglets, but also performed stand-up comedy, tutored middle school students, and frequently took on minor roles in film productions. To secure opportunities, she engaged in fierce competition with her peers, always presenting herself impeccably made up. After portraying a corpse for the 66th time, she finally caught the discerning eye of a director who recognized her potential and invited her to join the production team. Thus, she became an indispensable makeup artist. Meanwhile, the concert had commenced. Within the venue, mobile signals were poor, and most attendees remained oblivious to the happenings in the live broadcast room. Upon seeing the artists emerge, some wondered where Qin Mu had gone.
Han Hu,
acting as the spokesperson for the trainees, clarified the confusion. "Thank you all for traveling great distances to join us on our debut night. However, due to personal issues, Qin Mu has decided to withdraw from the variety show recording." This decision was rather abrupt and disrupted the original stage rehearsal, but rest assured, today's performance will be equally spectacular. In the next moment, the lights illuminated the stage. Amidst the atmosphere created by dry ice, a row of trainees clad in matching black and red suits made their entrance. The explosive theme song resonated, eliciting continuous screams from the audience. The entertainment hot search rankings buzzed with related topics. This was indeed the leading boy band in the entertainment industry. Han Shu was exceptionally charming, while Shun Zhao Nan resembled the dashing air from a novel. In contrast, Qin Mu found himself trending for all the wrong reasons. Qin Mu's withdrawal is so selfish. Refund, please. Faced with such fervor, passers-by clicked on the trending topics, revealing expressions akin to those of an elderly subway rider peering at a smartphone. Such a lackluster singing style. Such chaotic dancing. Such an awkward demeanor. The entertainment industry is doomed. Though I am unfamiliar with Qin Mu trending, I respect him for his wise decision to withdraw. Chapter 9. A captivating performance. The stage ignites. I seem to have lost my sense of sight. Where did the production team gather such an array of unattractive individuals? Is that Han Shu a mango that has turned sentient? His chin could hold an entire jar of soy sauce. What mango? That is clearly a shoehorn face. How unfortunate I am, enslaved by capitalists during the day, only to relax with a variety show at night, yet still subjected to the aesthetic tyranny of capitalists' unattractive offspring. Seeing their confidence makes me question my own taste. Netizens continued to voice their critiques, while fans engaged in a fervent battle of light sticks in the audience. Amidst the rising tide of cheers, Han Shu felt as if he had become an international superstar, thus intensifying his performance. The others were equally determined. The audience on this debut night not only comprised fans, but also numerous representatives from fashion brands, music producers, and film directors. They would bestow their resources based on each member's performance, which explained Han Shu's eagerness to align himself with Shun Zhaonan. Clinging to the Shun family meant securing favor with brand representatives and directors alike. Bao Wan, my eyes. No more thrusting from male idols. The sexual charisma is off the charts. This is hilarious. Are you living in the Qing dynasty? Enjoying the stage for free yet complaining. How shameless. The opening dance concluded. The host took the stage to introduce the next segment, and it was finally Qin Mu's turn to perform. Han Shu approached Shen Zhaonan with an ingratiating demeanor. Second young master, shall I have a word with the sound and lighting technicians to ensure they do not collaborate with Qin Mu? Shen Zhaonan remained in serene contemplation, his eyes remaining closed as he replied, no need. You are truly kind-hearted, second young master. You may not be aware that Qin Mu, that impoverished youth, demands a staggering 30 million in breach of contract fees, as if he has never encountered wealth in his life. Silence, Shun Zhaonan interjected, furrowing his brow and cutting off the incessant chatter of Han Shu. Instantly subdued, Han Shu understood that Shun Zhaonan was not benevolent. Rather, he regarded Qin Mu with disdain, deeming him unworthy of any exertion of energy. A closer inspection of Shun Zhaonan's performance attire revealed that, while it appeared similar to that of others, the materials and tailoring were of the highest bespoke quality. Han Shu could not help but feel envious. The scion of privilege, born with a silver spoon, had taken an interest in Qin Mu's debut position, which could be seen as an elevation of Qin Mu's status. He was eager to witness how Qin Mu would garner the affection of fans without the adornment of makeup. At that moment, the stage lights dimmed. The audience below murmured about Qin Mu's withdrawal from the competition. What a pity, he was so close to debuting. Qin Mu's talent hardly warrants a debut. He only possesses a pleasing visage. His withdrawal must stem from insecurity. How unfortunate. I can only envision his stage presence as a disaster. Nearby, Qin Mu's fans silently absorbed the remarks, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, the stage lights illuminated once more, and the murmuring audience fell silent upon witnessing the stage. It was ethereal, in stark contrast to the explosive opening dance. The stage setup was remarkably simple, just a solitary figure with a guqin. Qin Mu, adorned with a blue and white headband and draped in flowing robes, harmonized seamlessly with his serene demeanor. The young man stood solitary on the expansive stage, accompanied only by the ancient instrument, enveloped in mist, evoking a sense of transcendent grace. The viewers before their screens were entranced. The little celestial being has descended. I feel as though a noble scion from ancient times has traversed into the modern era. Makeup artist, take a bow. As Qin Mu made his entrance, the barrage of comments exploded, and the viewership of the variety show surged. Behind the scenes, Shun Zhaonan opened his eyes, his gaze darkening. Who applied that makeup on Qin Mu? Panic ensued among the onlookers, all shaking their heads. Typically, everyone donned similar performance attire and makeup. However, under the hands of the makeup artist, Qin Mu's pure and cool essence was accentuated, rendering all others mere embellishments, eclipsing them entirely. Han Shu, his eyes darting, patiently suggested, second young master, perhaps you might sip some water to temper your ire. Qin Mu is but a waste. He possesses nothing but his looks. Just await his downfall. With that, Shun Zhaonan's expression softened, his gaze drifting towards the stage, yet obstructed by two figures in his line of sight. He gestured for his manager to clear away those who hindered his view. The manager hesitated. Second young master. They are Qin Mu's family and rather difficult to deal with. Just then, a girl clad in a security uniform rushed back to Qin Mu's parents, clutching a brown paper bag. Qin Mu's mother exclaimed, "Look at you all sweaty. Where have you been?" The girl smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Shun Zhaonan gazed at the brown paper bag, curiosity peaking within him. He approached and had barely uttered a word when the girl turned around, her small face serious as she whispered, "Sure, my second brother is about to perform, so keep your mouth shut, you feather duster." Shun Jian and feather duster? How could he possibly resemble one? On stage, the melodious strains of the guqin began to resonate, transporting the audience through the corridors of time. A single performer, with their instrument, evoked the timeless tale of butterfly lovers. The music flowed like a gentle stream, imbued with love's tender entanglements, the tension of defiance against marriage, the passionate sorrow of mourning, and the tranquil serenity of transformation into butterflies. Each note infused with profound emotion stirred the hearts of the audience, drawing them into the narrative, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. As the performance concluded, Qin Yiyang mysteriously opened the brown paper bag. Dozens of butterflies took flight, dancing towards the stage. Ethereal beneath the lights. One striking butterfly alighted upon Qin Mu's head, its beauty softening hearts. The audience, enraptured by the poignant and exquisite melody of butterfly lovers, found themselves unable to extricate from the moment, and the atmosphere reached a crescendo with the appearance of the butterflies. The lights illuminated fully, and the audience awoke from their reverie, erupting into thunderous applause. Fans chanted Qin Mu's name in unison, transforming the venue from a mere recording site into a grand concert. They had never anticipated that the one labeled as talentless would possess such remarkable skill on the guqin. Why had this not been showcased in previous performances? The barrage of comments flooded the live stream chat, overwhelming the screen. Whoa, the entertainment industry is relentless. The final butterfly truly was the finishing touch. What a beautiful stage. Listening to the ethereal music is like a celestial experience. This is the standard an idol should uphold. Beautiful wife. Woo-woo, so stunning, so stunning. Qin Mu, how dare you toy with us? I seriously suspect the production team deliberately suppressed Qin Mu, editing out his shining moments. Who says he is talentless? They were deceived by haters. Qin Mu is captivating, completely striking in my heart. The makeup artist is fantastic. I want to recruit them for my idol. Unbeknownst to Qin Yiyang, she was also receiving praise. Her second brother, with his enchanting peach blossom eyes and an aura of cool elegance, was regarded by fans as the moon, the rose, the beautiful wife, and the gentle deity. Thus, while styling Qin Yiyang, emphasis was placed on enhancing his ethereal charm. The results were evidently splendid. Qin Yiyang remained modest, though. This was not merely good, it was extraordinary. The audience collectively called for an encore. Moreover, the prominent figures in the audience began to vie for his attention, igniting a fierce competition. This spectacle drove Han Shui to the brink of jealousy. Chapter 10. The Mask Falls. Who isn't a scion of a wealthy family? In the audience, an emerging director stood up, exhilarated. Your visage is perfect for the silver screen. Would you be interested in starring in my film? The editor-in-chief of a fashion magazine chimed in. I am captivated by the stories reflected in your eyes. You shall grace our next cover. A luxury brand manager, more forthright, ascended the stage, presenting a contract for the role of brand ambassador. One could hardly contain the desire to sign Qin Mu on the spot, fearing that he might be snatched away by a rival. In the audience, some could no longer restrain themselves, calling out, Qin Mu, have you considered signing with my agency? The crowd erupted in excitement. The speaker was not an inconsequential figure, but a renowned agent who had nurtured numerous superstars. The atmosphere was electric. Fans of Qin Mu were in tears. Our darling has finally been acknowledged. The production team had been rather unkind, typically granting the royal family the spotlight while often applying unflattering makeup on Qin Mu. But now he had finally regained his stunning beauty. On the show, everyone else sported heavy makeup, garish and ostentatious. Yet today, his makeup and hairstyle were refreshingly clean and sophisticated. Thank you to the makeup artist, may you prosper. On the side of the stage, Qin Yiyang listened to the cheers resonating throughout the venue, her cheeks flushed with excitement. For the first time, she felt a tangible sense of the change in her family's fate. It seemed she had truly accomplished something. Online, the topic of the boy band scandal surged to the trending list. Someone had recorded Han Shui's recent livestream, alleging that he orchestrated a scandal involving Qin Mu. Although Han Shui's team promptly refuted the claims, stating that the woman involved was an obsessed fan with no connection to him, the rising popularity of Qin Mu brought the issue back into the limelight. Furthermore, some viewers, akin to detectives, traced the origins of previous negative headlines about Qin Mu to a marketing firm associated with the Shun family. No wonder Qin Mu withdrew from the competition. Given his current ranking, he was assured a debut, while Shun Zhaonan was precariously positioned 8th. Should anyone withdraw, he would secure his place. Isn't this blatant bullying? I suspect the scandal was instigated by Shun Zhaonan, with Han Shui merely a lackey. The truth is out, sisters. Netizens empathized with Qin Mu, reflecting on their own struggles. They toiled daily for meager wages, only to see those with connections promoted and rewarded. Even when purchasing items online, they faced disdain from influencers who criticized their work ethic. Following a star was fraught with challenges, especially when capitalist offspring ventured into the entertainment industry, attempting to sabotage their idols and forcing them to withdraw. Such cruelty. Public sentiment turned against the Shun family swiftly. In no time, Shun family stocks plummeted, resulting in a sudden evaporation of billions in market value. Shun Zhaonan was finally rattled. Originally indifferent to the entertainment industry, he had grown weary of his grandfather's incessant targeting of Enro and Shun Yan. After the death of his mother, both he and his brother hoped their father would find a suitable partner, believing Enro to be a good match. However, his grandfather, being obstinate, forbade the mother and daughter from entering the Shun household, derogatorily referring to Shun Yan as a mere actress. Thus, Shun Zhaonan had wagered with his grandfather. If he could debut based on his own merit in a talent show, his grandfather would cease his prejudice against Shun Yan. Now, not only was he far from altering his grandfather's view of Shun Yan or allowing them entry into the family, but he feared he might himself be cast out of the Shun family. Panic consumed him. The relaxed demeanor was gone. He anxiously fixed his gaze on his agent. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and devise a plan. The agent stammered. I have already arranged for the online army to clarify the situation, but there are too many bystanders in the next scene for us to control. The only solution now is to divert the audience's attention with another scandal. However, a suitable one has yet to be found. In a fit of anger, Shun Zhaonan smashed the mirror in the dressing room. Observing the chaos, Han Shui was filled with dread, fearing that the Shun family might cast him aside to take the blame. It seems the trump card must be played. Han Shui approached. Second young master, I have a way to shift the audience's focus. Qin Mu was still being contested by investors when the enormous screen behind him suddenly changed to play a video. The audience, initially assuming it to be an Easter egg, watched with rapt attention. However, they soon sensed something amiss. A line of white text at the bottom read, "A high-end private wine party." The video showcased Qin Mu in a pristine white suit, holding a wine glass, surrounded by several elegantly dressed women. He appeared somewhat bashful as the affluent ladies laughed, taking turns to embrace him and subsequently presenting him with gifts, which they stuffed into his arms. The footage abruptly cut off. The atmosphere in the venue became almost palpable with tension. The video contained no superfluous words, yet the imagery alone was enough to ignite the audience's imagination. In their minds, these trainees hailed from respectable families, flaunting collaborative sneakers worth thousands, changing them daily. Yet, Qin Mu rarely donned any high-end brands, prompting many to speculate about his modest background. A poor boy appearing at an opulent banquet, surrounded by mature, wealthy women who not only embraced him but also gifted him presents. What could this possibly imply? Who can distinguish whether he is an idol or merely a young master from a nightclub? Could it be that Qin Mu truly resorts to such means for money? No way, my newly adored idol has fallen from grace so quickly. The topic of Qin Mu and his supposed indiscretions surged to the trending list. The talent show, keenly aware of the program's dynamics, dispatched a cameraman backstage to capture the family's reactions. They anticipated seeing their anxious and flustered expressions. To their surprise, the Qin family erupted in laughter as if they had encountered an amusing anecdote. Even Qin Yiyang could barely contain her mirth. What on earth was happening? On the large screen, Qin Yiyang's smiling face appeared. Her oval face, with its smooth contours, showcased a pair of glistening eyes that sparkled with joy, exquisite and charming. The audience began to murmur in astonishment. Who is she? Such beauty. She seems to be Qin Mu's sister, with their parents behind her. This family was undeniably striking. It was no wonder Qin Mu was so handsome. Yet, discontent brewed among some. True, they are attractive. But could that be the reason for earning a living in such a manner? What is their family laughing about? Are they proud to see their son in such a light? I must have misunderstood Shun Zhaonan. We owe him an apology. The audience buzzed with varied opinions. Meanwhile, the cameraman received instructions to ask Qin Yiyang, as Qin Mu's family, are you aware of his private activities? Qin Yiyang blinked. What activities? The cameraman was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond. Qin Yiyang, undeterred by the scene, pointed at the affluent woman on the screen. To the left stood my aunt, and to the right was my second aunt. The lady in the middle may be less familiar to many. She is the esteemed Guqin performer, Master Fan Jing, who also happens to be my second brother's mentor.
Impossible, interjected Shen Zhaonan.
Having grown up abroad, he was not well acquainted with the elite circles of Haiqing, but he was aware that Master Fan had only one closed-door disciple. She had explicitly stated that her sole protege was the second son of the Qin family. Qin Yiyang sighed, casting a look of disbelief towards Shen Zhaonan. Is it possible that my second brother is indeed the second son of the Qin family? Chapter 11. With parents as monarchs, how shall you respond? The moment the words left his lips, the room was engulfed in astonishment. The production staff and trainees seemed as if they were nailed to the ground. The quiet Qin Mu, whom they had known for 3 months, was actually a scion of a wealthy family? How could this be? Although the program mandated that all trainees surrender their phones for a closed training regimen, individuals like Shen Zhaonan were exempt. A chauffeur would come daily to escort him home. Such was the privilege of the affluent. Everyone had grown accustomed to this, feeling no discomfort, merely lamenting their own lack of fortunate birth. Yet, Qin Mu's attire and demeanor bore no traces of aristocracy. His behavior was excessively proper. Everyone had backup phones, yet Qin Mu was the only one who appeared truly phoneless. In an instant, all gazes turned towards him, anticipating a denial. However, Qin Mu remained silent. His typically aloof expression betrayed little emotion, save for a hint of warmth when he glanced at his sister, essentially confirming his identity. Han Shui was taken aback. How can this be? I've seen your wardrobe. There isn't a single piece of ordinary clothing. Because it's all custom-made, Qin Yiyang explained.
Boom.
Han Shui felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. In his understanding, luxury goods were the hallmark of wealth, oblivious to the existence of haute couture. Meanwhile, Shen Zhaonan's complexion darkened. Growing up abroad, he was unfamiliar with the elite circles of Haisher. Had he known earlier that Qin Mu was the second son of the Qin family, he would never have dared to provoke him. Now, how could he explain this to his grandfather? He was fraught with anxiety when an assistant approached with a phone, signaling for him to take a call. Zhaonan, I watched the live broadcast of the show. Are you alright? The soft voice of a girl echoed through the receiver. It was Yen Yen. Shen Zhaonan exhaled in relief, having feared it was his grandfather seeking retribution. I'm fine, just caught off guard by that kid from the Qin family. He had been masquerading as a poor boy, playing the role of an underdog. It seems he had orchestrated this dramatic twist to draw attention. Otherwise, how could someone from such a dilapidated family claim to be affluent? People often flaunt what they lack, he added. After all, Qin Mu is an orphan. Shen Yan replied softly. An orphan? Shen Zhaonan's interest was piqued. Shen Yan seemed to realize she had misspoken and opted to change the subject. However, Shen Zhaonan insisted on probing further. Shen Yan sighed, recalling an incident from her childhood when a woman claiming to be Qin Mu's biological mother sought him out. Qin Mu, perceiving the woman as unstable, refused to acknowledge her. The Qin family, in turn, assaulted the woman to ensure she would no longer appear before Qin Mu. Shen Zhaonan furrowed his brow. After the Qin family's enforcers departed, I felt pity for the woman and purchased medicine for her, pleading for assistance. Yet, being so young at the time, I was too frightened to pursue the matter further. Shen Zhaonan exclaimed, How wonderful! Yen Yen, you are truly my little lucky star. Meanwhile, the Qin family was preparing to depart. Online, a sensational expose titled The Tragic Death of a Poor Mother Whose Biological Son Was Adopted by a Wealthy Family surfaced, narrating the harrowing tale of a mother who, after enduring countless hardships, located her lost son, only to be met with scorn and violence from him. The article revealed that the son had risen to fame, adopted by a prominent family in Haiqing. This poignant narrative resonated with many, rapidly gaining traction on social media. Within a brief period, the article's view count soared to astonishing heights. In fewer than 2,000 words, it weaved themes of affluence, melodrama, class disparity, anxiety, and celebrity allure, captivating the audience. Did the mother ultimately reclaim her son? Who was the celebrated son in the story? Just as the fervor peaked, the expose's author unveiled the shocking truth. The star was Qin Mu, and the abusive wealthy family was the Qin clan. In an instant, outrage erupted among the masses. They flocked to the recording site, eager to advocate for the mother's justice. At that moment, the Qin family remained blissfully unaware. As the four of them exited the broadcasting building, they were met with a throng of individuals outside the gates, fervently banging on the iron railings, seemingly intent on tearing down the barriers to the recording venue. Qin Yiyang was astonished. Goodness, has a zombie apocalypse broken out? Is it too late to hoard billions in supplies and transition into a narrative of triumph in a post-apocalyptic world? She mused, excitement coursing through her. However, the system shattered her fantasies, revealing the backstory. The Qin family also perked up their ears, listening intently, only to furrow their brows in dismay. It was Sun Yan who had divulged these matters to Xin Zhaonan. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang discovered the expos online and showed it to her parents. This author seems to be lurking under my bed. If I didn't know what kind of people my parents and elder brother are, I might have been led to believe it. She pondered, but how did Sun Yan come to know all this? I certainly don't. Upon hearing Yiyang's thoughts, the Qin family breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yiyang did not misconstrue their intentions. I indeed encountered this woman with my parents, Qin Mu recollected. About a decade ago. Her child tragically passed away, and she became mentally unstable, often mistaking me for her son. My parents, perceiving her as a pitiful figure, offered her some financial assistance. In her excitement, she may have knelt down in gratitude. Perhaps someone named Shin witnessed this and misinterpreted it as her begging for mercy, thus spawning our reputation for bullying. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiyang comprehended the situation. Oh no, this woman is so unfortunate, and my parents are truly kind-hearted. Hearing this, Qin Fengyi felt a surge of emotion. She questioned whether she had treated Sun Yan with sufficient compassion. She had even entertained the notion of adopting Sun Yan. After all, they had raised her for 12 years. How could there be no bond? Yet, each time she beheld Sun Yan's face, reminiscent of Enrose, memories of Enrose's misdeeds and the image of Qin Yiyang's small, frostbitten visage in the pigsty would flood her mind. Although she did not adopt Sun Yan, she had promised Enrose, who had pleaded earnestly, to care for Sun Yan until she turned 18, at which point she would turn herself in. Qin Fengyi believed she had acted with utmost benevolence. To her astonishment, Sun Yan harbored nothing but animosity towards them, even exploiting Qin Mu's lineage to curry favor with the Shin family. This matter could be easily clarified. Locating the woman from that time would resolve the misunderstanding. However, the pressing issue was that they were surrounded by an indignant crowd, making escape impossible. Qin Mu noticed her sister's face contorted in distress and gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her that everything would be all right. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang's inner lament echoed, "No. This is indeed serious. I'm starving. With so many people gathered here, I can't even order takeout." Qin Mu interjected, "This matter must be resolved immediately." She tapped her head. "System, I wish to alter the plot concerning my second brother." Understood. The original text stated that Qin Mu's parents had passed away,
and she was raised by the Qin family.
Qin Yiyang, with a furrowed brow, scrutinized this concise sentence, attempting to decipher the nuances of each homophone. Meanwhile, Qin father, Qin mother, and Qin Mu joined in the contemplation, but soon they were at a loss. It was too difficult. How could changing a single homophone alter the grand narrative? Oh, how burdensome it was for Yang. "I've got it!" Qin Yiyang's voice rang out with excitement. "Shun Zhaonan used my second brother to divert attention, fearing that old Master Shin would uncover his misdeeds. If I escalate the situation, how will Shun Zhaonan respond?" The Qin family perked up their ears at Yiyang's intent to stir the pot. With a mischievous grin, she declared, "Let us change parents deceased to the King of Kings. Parents of dual kings." The Qin family was momentarily taken aback. Could such a change truly be made? Suddenly, a convoy of luxury cars sped down the street outside the venue. Amidst the roar of engines, dozens of million-dollar vehicles came to a synchronized halt at the roadside. To the astonishment of onlookers, the door of one car swung open, revealing a foreign man clad in a white robe. He gazed at Qin Mu with excitement. "My dear child, father has finally found you." Chapter 12. The weather has turned cold. The Shin family is bound for bankruptcy. Meanwhile, just 10 minutes prior, a netizen had posted a photograph. The backdrop depicted a narrow alley where the Qin couple held a wad of cash, handing it to a woman kneeling before them, who wept bitterly. The caption read, "With photos comes truth. The Qin family bullies the weak. My heart aches for the mother in the picture." Instantly, this image sparked a tremendous uproar. Originally, there were some rational netizens, but upon seeing this image, they too were swayed by the contents of the article. The Qin family is truly despicable. The Qin couple refuses to allow their son to return to his biological mother, seeking to compensate her with money? What kind of compensation is that? This is clearly abduction. How pitiful. If someone were to snatch my child away, I would surely collapse. This infuriates me. Qin Mu is no saint either. If his biological parents were billionaires, he would undoubtedly wish to recognize his roots. The disdain towards Qin Mu was palpable, as was the contempt for the Qin family's arrogance. In the background, Sun Zhaonan observed the online discourse with satisfaction. Though he did not know who had disseminated the photograph, it served his purpose remarkably well. Now, the netizens were preoccupied with the Qin family's affairs, diverting attention away from the Sun family. Sun Zhaonan sighed in relief. Yan Yan was indeed his little lucky star. Unbeknownst to him, it was Shun Yan who had uploaded the photograph. At that moment, she was at the police station, handling her mother's bail procedures. The cold light illuminated Shun Yan's face, revealing the darkness in her eyes. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qin Yiyang.
Why?
After all these years, could she not let go of her mother? Her mother merely wished for her to have a better beginning, which is why she had changed her swaddling. Qin Yiyang, too, had a mother. Why could he not empathize with the heart of motherhood? And why must he seek to annihilate their mother-daughter bond? Thus, she uploaded that image, determined to unveil the true nature of the Qin family to all. As she observed the torrent of criticisms directed at the Qin family flood the screen, a smile crept onto her lips as she gently linked arms within row. Mother,
Do not worry.
the Qin family is but a clay Buddha crossing the river. They will not stir up any significant waves. Should they learn that you are about to become the matriarch of the Shin family, they might even come to plead for your assistance. Do not inform your father about Qin Yiyang's slander regarding your entry into the police station just yet.
Why?
And Ro inquired, puzzled. She was eager to share the news with her husband, hoping he would take a stand for her. If you guide father to discover it on his own, he will feel compassion for us and will seek a way to bring ruin upon the Qin family, Shun Yan replied with a smile. And Ro chuckled as well. Indeed, our Yan is clever. Little did the astute Shun Yan realize that, a few kilometers away, a prince from the oil kingdom was engaged in a familial recognition. Outside the broadcasting building, the once vocal crowd denouncing the Qin family fell silent, astonished at the man emerging from the vehicle. Someone recognized him, exclaiming, "I have seen him in the news. He is a prince, often accompanying his father on diplomatic visits, likely to be the next king." The next king? But his Mandarin is quite proficient. Of course. He studied in our country during his youth. The crowd marveled, never expecting to witness a genuine prince in their lifetime. As the prince approached the entrance, the crowd parted to make way for him. The Qin family was left dumbfounded. They had assumed that a prince would merely be a leading figure in the entertainment industry or fashion realm, never anticipating the appearance of a true prince. How surreal. And then, even more surreal events unfolded. Accompanied by a thunderous roar from above, they looked up. Good heavens, where did that helicopter come from? The helicopter descended gracefully onto the verdant lawn, from which emerged a woman of Asian descent. Adorned with a crown and clad in traditional attire reminiscent of Southeast Asian nations, she commanded attention. Following her, several bodyguards dressed in black disembarked, unfurling a lengthy red carpet measuring approximately 10 meters. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking, leaving onlookers in a state of astonishment. With teary eyes, the woman hastened towards Qin Mu, exclaiming, "My son, mother has arrived late. But with Uncle Wang's reign now concluded, I have ascended to the throne and can take you home." The presence of a prince from an oil-rich dynasty had just been noted, and now, here stood a queen from Southeast Asia. Even Qin Mama, seasoned as she was in worldly matters, had never encountered such diplomatic grandeur. She glanced at her daughter, only to find Qin Yiyang equally astonished. "Is it true that everyone in the world speaks Mandarin?" Qin Mama questioned. "Is that the crux of the matter?" Meanwhile, upon hearing that the queen intended to take Qin Mu, the prince objected vehemently. Mu, come back with your father. I shall gift you an oil field." The crowd gasped. An oil field. How trivial. Mu, return home with your mother. She promises you a mountain of gold. The spectators exclaimed. A mountain of gold? Your father offers you diamonds. Diamonds are merely a marketing ruse, devoid of any real value. The queen smiled, adding, Mother can designate you as crown prince. Once you ascend the throne, everything shall belong to you. The Qin family was flabbergasted. How had a mere discussion escalated into a dispute? Spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. Enough. Be quiet, all of you. You are all my living parents. If you so desire, I could be your long-lost child. I never even dared to dream up such a scenario. At this moment, those recording the scene rushed over, their curiosity piqued. Upon witnessing this surreal tableau, Sun Zhaonan was rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? Shun Yan claimed that Qin Mu's biological mother was a poor woman. How does this extravagant display fit into that narrative? Given the magnitude of the uproar, it would be impossible for grandfather not to learn of it. Shen Zhaonan's expression soured as he turned to Han Shuai, who was already pale, nearly fainting with dread. He could only hope this was all a misunderstanding. If Qin Mu's parents were indeed a crown prince and a queen, what would become of him if they discovered his past actions? As the evening breeze wafted gently and the moonlight gleamed, the queen and the crown prince continued their heated debate over Qin Mu's custody. The gathering crowd swelled, with some even live streaming the event, wagering on whom Qin Mu would ultimately accompany. In stark contrast to the commotion, Qin Mu himself remained remarkably composed. Adopted at a young age, he held only vague memories of his time in an orphanage, entirely unaware of his biological parents' appearance. Facing these two figures, he felt little excitement. As the argument escalated and tensions rose, Qin Mu's calm voice cut through the din. "I will not return with either of you." The crown prince and the queen paused in disbelief, never anticipating that Qin Mu would choose to remain. Mu, have you truly made up your mind?" the queen inquired, weighing the implications. "From what I understand, the Qin family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Staying here might not be your best option." "Indeed." The crown prince and the queen have remarkably aligned their perspectives. Qin Muxin has made up her mind. She intends to remain here. The queen and the crown prince sighed in unison, expressing their respect for her choice, yet gently reminded her that should she reconsider, they would be open to her thoughts at any moment. At that juncture, the queen's close advisor approached, whispering something discreetly. The queen's expression shifted as she followed her advisor's pointed finger, casting her gaze upon Shen Zhaonan. In an instant, Shen Zhaonan felt the queen's wrath. A tightening in his throat compelled him to step back involuntarily. Chapter 13. No entry into the Shen family gates. Shen Zhaonan found himself with no retreat. With a swift motion, he shielded Han Shuai behind him. However, Han Shuai's composure faltered dramatically under the queen's penetrating gaze, causing him to faint in terror. Leaving the queen exasperated, she averted her gaze and instructed her aide to cease all operations of the Shen group within the nation's borders. Her voice was low, yet resonated clearly for all present to hear. This signaled a cross-border trade sanction against the Shen family. The crown prince, upon receiving the same news, promptly announced his decision. A thunderous sound echoed in Shen Zhaonan's mind, his expression freezing in disbelief. Though he was not intimately familiar with the family's business, he was aware that his grandfather had been diligently expanding overseas projects in recent years, fostering growth. The relationships between countries were of paramount importance. Countless domestic enterprises sought to secure projects in these two nations, with the Shen family being one of them. Should his grandfather discover that all these efforts were in vain because of him, the consequences would extend beyond mere broken limbs. He would be cast out from the family lineage. The color drained from Shen Zhaonan's face, and he dared not contemplate further. Just then his phone rang, displaying a call from Shen Yan. In a fit of irritation, he hung up. A glance at the stock market graph on his phone's secondary screen sent a chill through his veins. The Shen Group stock had plummeted, erasing a staggering 18 billion in market value. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he too collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, daylight prevailed. Old Master Shen practiced Tai Chi, his spirits elevated. Observing this, Shun Qingshan produced a new Tai Chi outfit, interjecting, "Father, this was personally crafted for you by Enro. Do give it a try." Without even glancing at it, Old Master Shen retorted, "I have stated before that the Shen family has upheld a legacy of integrity through generations. I shall not permit a woman like Enro, who intrudes upon the sanctity of marriage, to become the matriarch of the Shen family. And that Shen Yan, at such a tender age, mirrors her mother's disgraceful conduct, which is truly contemptible." "Father, you misunderstand," Shen Qingshan interjected, unable to restrain himself from defending his wife and daughter. "Enro is gentle by nature. She wouldn't harm even an ant. Since our separation, she has never reached out to me, which demonstrates her genuine affection for me, rather than any desire for the wealth and status of the Shen family. And as for Yan Yan," Shen Qingshan spoke with pride for his daughter, "she has been raised with utmost care by Enro." "Utter nonsense," Old Master Shen interrupted, displeased. "Is she not entangled with that young man from the Bo family? Does she not realize he has a fiancé? Mentioning this left Old Master Shen quite dissatisfied. Why do these mother and daughter duos so relish in meddling in others' relationships? "Father, it is all a misunderstanding. Moreover, did you not say that as long as Zhaonan could debut, you would no longer hold any prejudice against Yan Yan's career?" The old man snorted. If that tone-deaf, clumsy boy, who ranks at the bottom in all subjects, can become an idol for countless youths, then it would truly indicate the downfall of the entertainment industry. Shen Qingshan declared. In any case, I stand by my words. The elder Shen slammed the table. As long as I am alive, that mother and daughter shall never set foot into the Shen family home. At his age, most would be enjoying their twilight years. Yet none of his sons or grandsons resembled him in any way. The old man was furious. You are being prejudiced. Shen Qingshan's temper flared. He had pleaded for half a year, yet his father remained resolute. It was worth noting that at over 40, he still received no trust from his father. Even in his choice of a spouse, his father felt compelled to interfere. Outsiders referred to Shen Qingshan as the richest man in Haiqing, yet little did they know. The financial power of the Shen family remained firmly in his father's grasp. With a heavy expression, Shen Qingshan asserted, Father, regardless of your agreement, I intend to marry and row. Furthermore, I have been responsible for the Shen family's overseas projects, and I wish to take full control to prove to you that I can stand on my own in both marriage and career. I will contact the legal department to draft a contract, ensuring that the overseas company becomes independent from the Shen group, bearing its own profits and losses. The elder Shen dismissed him with disdain. So, you believe you have grown wings and wish to separate? Very well. He waved his hand, granting approval. Just don't come crying to me when you find yourself bankrupt. Absolutely not. Shen Qingshan replied resolutely. The overseas project, vital in its international layout, had already been established in earlier stages. This was precisely the time to reap profits. How could it possibly incur losses? He strode out with confidence, instructing his assistant to book a flight back home. As the heavy door closed, the century-old residence seemed to tremble in response. Watching his son's triumphant figure fade away, the elder Shen sighed, retrieving a pocket watch from his breast pocket, the inner side adorned with a photograph of his late wife in her youth. He gently polished the yellowed picture, his eyes welling with emotion. Qingshan will inevitably cause trouble, but I am aging and can no longer manage him. In the afterlife, my dear, we shall meet again. Do not blame me for not taking better care of our Qingshan. Meanwhile, Shen Yan remained oblivious to the Shen family's affairs. After her call to Xin Zhaonan was abruptly ended, a wave of confusion washed over her. She intended to check online for updates, but was preempted by a call from her mother. Her mother, full of joy, exclaimed, Yan, your father says he is preparing for the wedding. Did grandfather agree? Shun Yan's eyes sparkled with hope. Well, not exactly. Your father confronted the old man, insisting that he must give us a legitimate standing. He also expressed a desire for the Shin family's overseas projects, claiming he would prove to the elder that he can discern projects and people correctly. Shen Yan furrowed her brow. Why is father in such a rush? Did he not say to take things slowly? She understood well that the Shen family's wealth was firmly in the elder's hands. Having fallen out with her grandfather, would that not render years of effort futile? Anra felt a sense of satisfaction. Foolish girl, the times have changed. In the past, I endured humiliation because the old man held the reins of the family.
Now,
with one foot in the grave, how can he still control your father? Moreover, he has but one son. Would he not bequeath this vast estate to your father, instead of to others? Upon hearing her mother's words, Shen Yan felt a measure of reassurance. After ending the call, she dialed her agent again. Hey, Sister Lei. You mentioned a variety show called The Heir's Romance last time. I wish to participate. The agent, aware of Shen Yan's circumstances, immediately grasped her intent. That's splendid. I shall contact the director right away. Our Yan will soon be the daughter of the Shin family, and you can select any excellent script or director. Your hardships will finally bear fruit. By the way, this show is an observational variety program simulating marriage. Do you have a partner in mind? Yes, I do. Shan Yan replied, her voice laced with sweetness.
Bomingze.
The agent hesitated. But I heard that Bomingze seems to have a fiancé. I fear it may reflect poorly on you, especially with the current rumors suggesting that you are the mistress. Not a concern. Shen Yan smiled. Isn't there a saying? The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. An artist is not afraid of being infamous. What they dread is the absence of attention. The engagement between the Bo and Qin families is merely verbal, lacking any substantial evidence. Besides, my father harbors reservations about participating in live variety shows. Witnessing her being slandered online would only deepen his empathy, compelling him to support her participation, ensuring everyone knows she is the daughter of the wealthiest man in Haiqing. Chapter 14. Rescuing the Poor Soul on a Deserted Island. As night fell, the Qin family concluded their tumultuous day and set off for home. Qin Yiyang slumped in the back seat of the car, feeling somewhat dazed. It seemed as though she had forgotten something of great importance. Soon, a message arrived. Director, dear, we shall commence recording the pilot episode the day after tomorrow. Please prepare well with your fiancé. There's no need to be nervous. Just be affectionate as usual. The pilot episode? Qin Yiyang suddenly sat upright, emitting a sharp gasp. Help! I completely forgot about the variety show. The Qin family, startled by her exclamation, turned to look at Qin Yiyang. They found her face scrunched up, on the verge of tears. When she initially applied as a guest, the production team had only two requirements. 1. To hail from a prestigious family. 2. To have a boyfriend who is equally well-born, handsome, and stands 188 centimeters tall. Where on earth can I find a fiancé who meets the criteria of coming from a noble background, being handsome, and towering at 188 centimeters? The three in the car exchanged glances, realizing there was no need to fret over this matter. It's merely a variety show. If she chose not to participate, she could simply pay the penalty fee. Qin Yiyang counted on her fingers, her face morose. But the penalty is 500 million. Not even a laborer in a landlord's household suffers such a fate. The Qin family remarked. Young master? However, this does align with the original plot. As Bomingze accompanied Shan Yan to participate in the program, I found myself alone. To avoid incurring exorbitant penalties for breach of contract, I was compelled to seek a male companion on the forum, offering a substantial reward. After a considerable effort, I finally encountered an individual who met all three criteria, only to discover he was infamous as the Duck King. Following the broadcast, numerous affluent women flocked to the village, expressing a desire to rekindle past romances with him. The Qin family exclaimed, "What a sensational turn of events." Yet, finding a three-legged toad is no easy feat. Can we not locate a two-legged man instead? The trio, brimming with confidence, opened WeChat to scour their social circles for suitable candidates. Soon, however, they set their phones aside, feigning indifference. Perhaps it would be prudent to assist Yang in her quest for a three-legged toad after all. The system proved no aid to Qin Yiyang. It could only alter future events, not amend the past. Its sole contribution was to drop a few morsels of gossip to lighten Qin Yiyang's spirits. 3 years had passed since Zhang San's demise, and his wife was overjoyed at the arrival of a son, leading the Zhang family to celebrate their legacy. Recently, Li Si discovered a woman's cries for help emanating from within the walls, keeping him awake at night. Upon contacting the Closer to Science program, the crew excavated the area and uncovered a Bluetooth headset left behind by construction workers. The system's data streams erupted with laughter, yet Qin Yiyang remained unresponsive. And there was another piece of gossip. The enigmatic Lu Wu, a prominent figure in the capital, had mysteriously vanished, leaving his fate uncertain. In an effort to stabilize the Lu family, his mother sought a woman to impersonate his fiancé, fabricating a tale that her son had suddenly developed romantic inclinations and had been sequestered with a girlfriend. Qin Yiyang felt on the verge of tears. Was this truly the time for her to indulge in idle gossip? Habitually, her fingers mindlessly scrolled across her phone screen whenever she encountered anxiety. A futile act akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand while leaving its rear exposed, an exercise in self-deception. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, indicating a progress bar. Rescue the Poor Soul Stranded on a Deserted Island was downloading. Qin Yiyang stared in disbelief. Upon completion, a rudimentary game interface materialized before her. It featured a pixelated character lying feebly on a cerulean island. In the top left corner, the protagonist's details were displayed. Name, Xiao Wu. Gender, male. Age, 24. Height, 188 centimeters. Wealth, 5 stars. Health, 2,100. Current need, drink water. Qin Yiyang mused. Perhaps in her state of devastation, her initial impulse was not to delete this viral game but to think, isn't this the epitome of a destined fiancé, born into wealth, strikingly handsome, and standing 188 centimeters tall? She shook her head, attempting to dispel such absurd thoughts. As the health meter dwindled to 1100, nearing death, Qin Yiyang, in a moment of kindness, purchased a bottle of cola for the protagonist. Upon the cola's appearance on the beach, the character hesitated, displaying a degree of caution. Only after confirming the beverage was safe to consume did he gulp it down eagerly. Such a cautious little creature. A message popped up on the screen. Health points, 50, 100. Meanwhile, the game's aesthetic has become more exquisite. While other games focus on the protagonist's leveling up, this game emphasizes an upgrade in artistry, effectively capturing the player's psyche. The protagonist's needs have transformed from quenching thirst to satisfying hunger. Qin Yiyang once again browsed the marketplace. This time, she selected a hamburger, only for a line of text to pop up on the screen. Insufficient coins. A hamburger costs 5 coins, and you need to recharge 500 yuan. What a predicament. Qin Yiyang was left utterly perplexed. Why does the protagonist's wealth display 5 stars yet still indicate a lack of coins? Why is a cyber hamburger priced at 500 yuan? What a scam. On the other hand, Agent Shen Yan swiftly received a response, confirming the recording of the variety show. To this end, Shen Yan even purchased trending topics to generate buzz. Shen Yan, the runaway protagonist of a wealthy romance, had finally gained recognition. She joined the heir's love. Initially, she believed that transforming into a wealthy heiress would astonish the entire internet, inciting envy among her rivals and delivering a resounding slap to those who once looked down upon her origins. However, upon opening Weibo, Shen Yan was taken aback. How is this the stark opposite of her expectations? Shen Yan has become the adopted daughter of the Shen family? Birds of a feather flock together. I've turned to the dark side. The capitalist's ugly child comes with a buy one get one free offer? What a malicious trending topic. Shen Yan's features are so bland they resemble an unsalted dish. She thought she was thriving on hype, but it turns out she has a good mother who found her a wealthy stepfather. Shen Yan was utterly astonished. The previous sentiment towards the Shen family was not like this. Her father, gentle and refined. Her elder brother, accomplished. Her second brother, handsome. In the Weibo comment section of the Shen family, numerous comments lamented the late arrival of old servants. Many young women penned heartfelt letters to the elder and second brothers, praising their looks, demeanor, and upbringing. Occasionally, during live streams, they would receive gifts worth tens of thousands, indicating the public's adoration and pursuit of the Shen family. Now, however, the tide had turned. Shen Yan clicked on the trending topics again, discovering 2 explosive entries. The queen and the long-lost prince of the crown have been found. And Qin Mu, you fool. Shen Yan's right eye twitched violently as she delved into the trending topic. There, she heard a cold voice from a crowned woman stating, "Cease all activities of the Shen group within the nation's borders." An irate man in a white robe echoed, "We too shall halt all activities of the Shen group within the nation's borders." Shen Yan's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Chapter 15. Confronting the Mistress. Shen Yan's public outburst made the trending topics. The following morning, Qin Yiyang took to the streets in search of a man. Wealthy, handsome, and standing at 188 centimeters. She was determined to find a man meeting these criteria before the recording of the show. Otherwise, she would be forced to exhaust all her resources to gather the 500 million yuan penalty. However, after wandering the commercial streets of Haicheng for an entire morning, Qin Yiyang found herself empty-handed. This was a world crafted by novels, where men who met all 3 criteria were enamored with the protagonist, Shen Yan. Even if she found one, they would never agree to play the role of her fiancé. The system could not help but advise her. According to my calculations, the optimal solution currently is for your second brother to return and masquerade as your fiancé. This aligns perfectly with all the conditions. Qin Yiyang remarked, "Do you hear what people say? I am, after all, merely data, not a human being." The system sighed, expressing that it is indeed a luxury to expect humanity to maintain rationality. Just as she was speaking, Qin Yiyang gazed intently at the greenery for an extended period. It appeared that something was emerging from the soil. She approached for a closer look and was astonished. It was a 3-legged toad. While she failed to locate a 2-legged man, she had certainly found a 3-legged amphibian. But I cannot possibly bring a 3-legged toad to participate in a variety show, she lamented. Am I supposed to tell the production team? My fiancé has been reincarnated, and this time he has become a prince of toads, striving to reclaim all that he has lost. The system, attuned to her thoughts, panicked. Oh no, it has bound itself to an imbecile. While Qin Yiyang crouched down, examining the creature, 2 figures approached her. Are you perhaps unable to find a man and wish to star alongside this toad in a variety show? A hostile voice echoed above her head. Alarm bells rang in Qin Yiyang's mind. Who was it that had read her thoughts? Looking up, she recognized 2 familiar faces, Shen Yan and her manager. Shen Yan's manager smirked. I heard you are also participating in the heir's love. Unfortunately, young Master Bo has already agreed for Yan Yan to join the show. So it seems certain individuals may not have the qualifications to participate and will have to await the payment of a penalty fee. Qin Yiyang retorted. Who says I do not? Being without a boyfriend is nothing to be ashamed of, She held her head high. Yet, in jest or in mischief, one should not make light of penalty fees.
Oh,
The manager raised an eyebrow. Then pray tell, which wealthy young master are you referring to? Perhaps our Yan knows him. After all, her appeal to the opposite sex is quite remarkable. Qin Yiyang's gaze flicked over to the silent Xinyan. So, curious about my boyfriend, are you? Planning to encroach upon my territory? Xinyan's complexion paled, seemingly taken aback by the sharp wit of the normally foolish Qin Yiyang. Qin Yiyang crossed her arms defiantly. I find it perplexing that in this day and age, those in debt are treated like lords, while mistresses are elevated to the status of gentlemen. Family ties indeed. When the mother reaps the benefits, the daughter seeks to replicate the success. What nonsense are you spouting? The manager interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Xinyan. She promptly produced her phone. I shall call the director right now and inform him that you lack any eligibility to participate. Qin Yiyang recalled the gossip shared by the system. The mysterious disappearance of the influential Lu Wu from the capital circle had left his family in turmoil. His mother, in a bid to stabilize the Lu family, sought a woman to impersonate her daughter-in-law, fabricating a tale that her son had suddenly developed a romantic inclination and had been absent while accompanying his girlfriend. Out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned, Qin Yiyang began. Since you have sincerely inquired, allow me to generously enlighten you. You have heard of Lu Wu. Those two characters, I presume? A scion of a wealthy family and a prominent figure in the capital. I am not afraid of your attempts at seduction. If he is so easily swayed, then I would not be his cherished one. Qin Yiyang spoke with a sense of triumph, yet internally, she was in turmoil, silently apologizing. I am sorry, Mr. Lu. I did not intend to feign being your girlfriend. I am not the moonlight. I am merely a white jade mushroom. If you return alive, I shall personally apologize to you and your moonlight. If you perish, I will surely burn extra paper money for you during the festivals, ensuring you live a luxurious life among paper cars, paper money, and paper houses, marrying a ghostly bride. Whether or not Mr. Lu heard these words remains uncertain,
but the system certainly did.
it stirred to life, eager to interject, only to be preempted by Xinyan's manager. Are you out of your mind? If Mr. Lu were truly your boyfriend, you would be my ancestor, who in the capital does not know the Lu family. Lu Wu and Lu Yenji are the heads of the Lu clan, and countless elite families have aspired to marry their daughters to him, yet to no avail. How could Qin Yiyang possibly be a match? Xinyan smirked, her gaze dripping with condescension. I eagerly anticipate seeing Mr. Lu and the young lady of the Lu family on the variety show. In response to this provocation, Qin Yiyang crouched down, retrieving something from the greenery. Xinyan's eyelids flickered, a sense of foreboding washing over her. The next moment, Qin Yiyang raised her hand high. Then, with a triumphant shout of "Go, Pikachu!" she flung the object away. Amidst the green, something dark and slimy flew through the air. Xinyan looked up in shock, locking eyes with a pair of astute eyes. It was a toad.
Ah,
Xinyan gasped, frantically waving her arms, terrified of it landing on her. But as fate would have it, the toad not only landed on her collar but also, with her movements, found its way into her clothing. Upon feeling the cold, slimy sensation on her back, every hair on Xinyan's body stood on end, and she screamed, jumping up. Qin Yiyang kindly reminded her that the toad is a protected species, and stepping on it is illegal. Xinyan. In an instant, she was not only desperate to extricate the toad from her clothing, but she also had to be careful not to crush it, her frantic movements exuding an oddity. Her manager wished to assist, but her own fear of the toad rendered her helpless. This bizarre scene attracted the attention of those nearby. A social media influencer, live streaming their visit, caught this moment on camera, igniting considerable buzz. Oh my, is that Xinyan? What's wrong with her? Has she lost it? I suggest a urine test. You slanderous individuals must be sick. I have screenshots. Prepare for a lawyer's letter. Our Yan is now the stepdaughter of a billionaire and will surely hire the finest lawyer to make you all bankrupt. Which Shin family? The one that set up their teammate for a fall, or the one that offended two royal families? Ha ha ha. You all are ridiculous. Xinyan's urine test suggestion went viral. Xinyan convulsing in public was trending. Several phrases quickly ascended to the trending topics. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang had already slipped away from the crowd, humming a little tune as she departed. At that moment, a nearby Maybach slowly lowered its back window. A well-groomed matron removed her sunglasses, gazing intently at Qin Yiyang's retreating figure. The assistant's voice broke the silence. Madam, is this young lady truly the president's girlfriend? The matron smiled. Whether she is or not, from this moment forth, she shall be Yenji's girlfriend. Chapter 16. A sudden affluence bestowed by a mother-in-law, providing both a house and a car. After Qin Yiyang departed, she made her way to a milk tea shop to wash her hands. The system, filled with curiosity, inquired, "How could you dare to handle a toad with your bare hands?" Though merely a sequence of data, one can easily imagine the slimy, repugnant texture of the toad. How revolting! But toads are rather charming, Qin Yiyang retorted in defense of a creature. In her childhood, Enro often made her toil, subjecting her to verbal and physical reprimands. She was also forbidden from playing with the neighborhood children, which led her to seek refuge in the fields whenever boredom struck. During those days, the village was a haven, teeming with toads croaking merrily. The toads were her companions. "I find toads infinitely more endearing than Enro," she exclaimed. "They may be off-putting, yet they do not harm anyone. And don't you think their eyes are filled with wisdom?" The system, initially sympathetic, could no longer contain itself upon hearing the last statement. Indeed, her aesthetic sensibilities seemed rather avant-garde. Qin Yiyang ordered a cup of milk tea and sipped it leisurely, coinciding with the time when children were being released from school, filling the milk tea shop with their exuberance. A chubby little boy set down his backpack and, rummaging through a pile of tattered papers, produced a generous stash of spicy strips. He then enthusiastically shared them with his companions. Several children pooled their resources to buy a cup of milk tea, alternating between sips of the beverage and bites of the spicy strips. Qin Yiyang swallowed hard. Wondering where one could procure such delightful snacks, she herself had been unable to find them. She approached, extending her hand beseechingly. "Hey there, little buddy, I'm a university student. Could you spare me a spicy strip?" The boy nodded eagerly and generously handed her an entire bag of the snacks. Another little girl blinked her eyes innocently. "I have candy. Would you like some?" Qin Yiyang nodded enthusiastically. "Thank you, little sister." There is nothing quite like receiving candy from a stranger. It made her feel giddy with joy. Outside the milk tea shop, Mrs. Lu observed this enchanting scene. Her assistant cleared his throat, remarking, "The young mistress still possesses a childlike innocence, which is indeed a delightful trait." Mrs. Lu took a deep breath and entered the shop, gently tapping Qin Yiyang on the shoulder. "Miss Qin, I am Jiang Yulan, mother of Lu Yenji. May we have a word?" As Qin Yiyang savored her spicy strips, she was about to inquire who Lu Yenji was when a sudden realization struck her. The system exclaimed in a dramatic flourish. "Lu Yenji is Lu Wu, your boyfriend. Of course, he is also the major antagonist in this narrative, one who would not hesitate to sever tendons without a flicker of remorse." Instantly, the spicy strips in Qin Yiyang's hand lost their allure. Her gaze drifted past Jiang Yulan, landing on a muscular man in sunglasses, whose physique seemed ready to burst through a suit. The last time she saw such an appearance was in a Japanese Yakuza film. Could it be that they had sent someone to punish her for her careless words? Panic set in. "Auntie, you misunderstand. I am not Lu Yenji's girlfriend." Jiang Yulan smiled, seemingly anticipating her response, and gestured towards a nearby CAF. "Shall we continue this conversation inside?" "Very well, but please wait a moment." Qin Yiyang approached the counter, lowered her head to retrieve her wallet, and contemplated treating the children at the adjacent table to some milk tea. "Though my fate may be sealed, I must at least reciprocate their kindness. Such is the code of chivalry." Jiang Yulan smiled and placed a 100 yuan note on the counter first. "I'll treat," she said. Qin Yiyang was taken aback. How did she know what she intended to do? Oh dear, truly a villain's mother, almost as if she possessed mind-reading abilities. After they were seated, Jiang Yulan ordered 2 lattes and handed one to Qin Yiyang. However, in Qin Yiyang's eyes, this was not coffee but rather a lethal poison. "Is the villain's mother intent on silencing me?" Jiang Yulan smiled. "There's no need to be anxious. I am not one of those feudal patriarchs. I am genuinely happy that Yenji likes you." No," Qin Yiyang hurriedly explained. Yet, Jiang Yulan did not afford her the opportunity to elaborate. "Yang, my dear, as a woman myself, I understand the need for discretion in this romance. I know it must be difficult for you, but do not hold it against him. When Yenji was young, he had a beloved little cat, but it was poisoned. Since then, he has been reluctant to openly express his affections." Qin Yiyang trembled. That cat couldn't have been killed by the villain, could it? Such narratives are common in novels, illustrating the villain's dark and deranged nature, alas. Cats and dogs often meet a tragic fate. Heavens! When the villain returns, will I share the same fate as that cat? Qin Yiyang was on the verge of tears. I truly do not know your son. You needn't deny it, Zhang Yulan chuckled lightly. Though you young lovers have hidden it well, I have discerned the signs. As she spoke, she produced 2 smartphones. On the left was Yanji's Moments, and on the right was her Weibo homepage. Take a look for yourself. Bewildered, Qin Yiyang glanced at the phone. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, she had posted, "Only a real man would wear pink." On that day, Lu Yanji had shared a photo revealing a gray pink sweatshirt in the reflection of glass. Qin Yiyang exclaimed, "What a coincidence." On the day of the Qixi festival, she had remarked, "Game of Thrones ended terribly. How infuriating." Coincidentally, on that same day, Lu Yanji had shared the original English text of the television series. Qin Yiyang thought, perhaps it is still a coincidence. On January 1st, she had showcased a Lego model of Harry Potter, while just days prior, Lu Yanji's online shopping record revealed a purchase of the same model. Qin Yiyang gasped. There were numerous such coincidences. Faced with this irrefutable evidence, she felt a daze come over her. If she continued to peruse these findings, she might find herself adoring the great antagonist. Had she lost her memory, forgetting a deeply poignant and exquisite romance? Annie, do you have a picture of Lu Yanji? Indeed. Zhang Yulan replied, producing a photograph with a smile. Isn't my son handsome? Qin Yiyang took the photo, her eyes shifting. Ah, this. Clutching the picture, she found herself at a loss for words. She had previously watched a tragic drama set in the Republic era, where the heroine was merely 9 years older than the young master. Looking at the child in the photograph, dressed in open-crotch pants, Qin Yiyang felt as though she could have given birth to him. Summoning her courage, she remarked, "He is indeed handsome, but is your son really only 3 years old?" Zhang Yulan appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Yanji has never liked taking photos. He is 24 this year, slightly older than you." Qin Yiyang nodded. "And how tall is your son?" 188 centimeters, Zhang Yulan replied. Zhang Yulan's voice radiated delight, and she appeared quite proud. Qin Yiyang felt a sense of relief. This individual was exceedingly tall, not her ideal type, as she preferred men of shorter stature. Thus, there should be no melodramatic amnesia plot between her and the formidable antagonist. The evidence of their affection was merely coincidental. Qin Yiyang bowed slightly. "Auntie, you may have misunderstood. I truly do not know your son. It is getting late, so I must take my leave." She had heard that there was a luxurious observation reality show for which she required a wealthy boyfriend. Zhang Yulan's voice called out from behind her, "If you breach the contract, you will face a penalty of 500 million, correct?" Qin Yiyang paused in her steps. "Do not worry, I harbor no ill intentions." Zhang Yulan leisurely sipped her coffee. She then produced a document. "If you sign this contract, I can assist you in recording the show, thereby sparing you from the exorbitant penalty." Upon seeing the figures within, Qin Yiyang was left astounded. This was no contract. It was clearly a charitable offering. Chapter 17. Beware of my pun. Love contract. Party A, Lu Yanji. Party B, Qin Yiyang. Party A shall bestow upon Party B a supplementary black card, which Party B must use regularly, with a minimum monthly expenditure of no less than 5 million. Party A will grant Party B a sequentially numbered Maybach and a riverside villa, and Party B is required to photograph and share on social media platforms. Widely proclaiming these gifts as the offerings of Party A, Party B is obliged to publicly display affection with Party A. This contract is to be trialed for 1 year. Should Party A wish to terminate the agreement, a month's notice will be provided to Party B, which shall not affect any benefits due to Party B. After perusing the entire document, 2 words echoed in Qin Yiyang's mind. Astonishment. This was far from a villain. It was a harbinger of fortune. She was required to do nothing but flaunt wealth and affection. No. Based on my past luck, such a windfall will not descend upon me. Summoning her formidable willpower, she closed the contract and returned it. Zhang Yulan smiled, her gaze reflecting satisfaction. Money has a way of swaying hearts. No wonder Yanji takes a liking to you. Rest assured, once you sign this contract, I can also add a clause to inject capital into the Qin group, invigorating your mother's company. This statement was akin to grasping Qin Yiyang's vital essence. Reflecting on the system's mention of a melon, Zhang Yulan was eager to find a daughter-in-law, merely to conceal Lu Yanji's disappearance and avert internal strife within the company. Thus, Lu Yanji's mother merely required someone to play the role of daughter-in-law to obscure her son's absence. Very well, I will sign. After coming to this realization, Qin Yiyang affixed her signature to the contract. Jiang Yulan, true to her word, immediately produced the keys to the luxury car, the title to the mansion, and a black card. I shall return to Beijing in a few days. Should you have any questions, feel free to contact me via WeChat. She then invited Qin Yiyang to scan her QR code. Qin Yiyang added Jiang Yulan as a friend. Auntie, the show may require Lu Yenji to appear on camera, but it seems your son cannot return in time. Do not worry, I will handle everything, Jiang Yulan replied with a smile. She took Qin Yiyang's hand. What you must do, Yiyang, is to publicly display your affection. Do you understand? Yes, Qin Yiyang responded. Qin Yiyang returned home, repeatedly examining the contract. Yet she still felt an ethereal disconnection, as if she were walking on clouds. She, the supporting character destined for failure, had become the contractual girlfriend of the formidable antagonist. Lu Yenji, the system remarked, you often appear timid, yet I never anticipated you would dare to entangle yourself with the villain. Qin Yiyang responded, I already regret it. In truth, Lu Yenji's plight was equally tragic. The system sighed. The narrative offered him no mercy, compelling him to embrace a darker fate. For instance, his ordeal on a deserted island marked the pivotal moment of his transformation into a villain. After enduring countless hardships, he finally returned to his homeland, only to find his company had fallen into the hands of others, and his entire family had met a disastrous end. His brother suffered the loss of his hands and feet, his sister was brutally victimized by a scoundrel, and his mother aged overnight, passing away shortly thereafter. Once a powerful figure in high society, he had been reduced to a lost soul. Were I in his position, I would seek vengeance for my family as well. Qin Yiyang fell silent. This narrative was indeed ruthlessly cruel. Lu Yenji is hardly a villain. He is my kindred spirit in suffering, she thought. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I shall protect your family. She added, however, upon your return, do not repay kindness with malice, or I shall craft a pun that will spell your doom. The system interjected, he cannot hear you. Qin Yiyang rubbed her hands together, preparing to showcase her affection. First, she needed to register an account on a social media platform. She instinctively considered the name Toad in the wishing pool, but reason prevailed, prompting her to abandon the whimsical choice in favor of a name exuding a blend of charm and dominance, Mr. Lu's Little Rose. The system approved. 6. Qin Yiyang then snapped a photo of the car keys and property deed, uploading them to her account. Mr. Lu's Little Rose posted, while other husbands gift roses on holidays. Mr. Lu expresses his romance with cars and houses, truly a unique taste in aesthetics. The essence of ostentatious literature seeped through. Soon after, she shared another post. One evening, I wished to surprise Mr. Lu with a homemade soup. Alas, in my clumsiness, I burned my hand. Unbeknownst to me, he approached from behind, coldly tending to my wound. Feeling a bit wronged, I attempted to push him away, only for him to whisper in my ear, be good, don't cook anymore, just eat to your heart's content. The screen was practically sizzling with embarrassment. Qin Yiyang, feeling overwhelmed, tossed her phone aside.
It was too humiliating.
Crafting such ostentatious prose was indeed not for the faint-hearted. As her phone chimed with notifications, she felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. She could write, but she could not bear to relive it. She felt as if her slippers were about to be disintegrated by her toes, silently praying, I hope the villain does not stumble upon this mortifying display of ostentation. To alleviate her discomfort, Qin Yiyang picked up her phone and absent-mindedly scrolled through the screen. By chance, she unwittingly clicked on the fraudulent game titled Save the Poor Little Islander. Her eyes sparkled with excitement.
Wow.
What could be more extravagant than purchasing a cyberburger for 500 yuan? Bye. I want to purchase 10 at once. The morning on the island was shrouded in mist. The deserted island lay in eerie silence, seemingly devoid of any trace of life. After consuming a bottle of cola yesterday, Lu Yenji had regained some strength. Although uncertain of the circumstances, he refused to wait idly for food to miraculously descend from the heavens. He surveyed the terrain and crafted a rudimentary bow and arrow from branches. Subsequently, he ascended to the highest point of the island, concealing himself among the underbrush, biding his time for prey to venture into his range. At that moment, a gray wolf entered his line of sight. Lu Yenji's gaze turned steely as he drew the bow. With a swift motion, the wooden arrow whistled through the air. However, the handmade bow proved slightly less accurate than a conventional one, failing to deliver a fatal blow and instead striking the wolf in its hind leg. Without hesitation, Lu Yenji knocked another arrow and aimed at the limping beast. To his astonishment, the wounded wolf, seemingly driven mad, darted away in an erratic fashion towards a more open area. When confronted by hunters, animals instinctively seek refuge in concealed spaces. This aberrant behavior indicated one possibility. Nearby, a female wolf and her pups must be present. Lu Yenji's gaze followed the direction of the fleeing creature, and indeed, he spotted a female wolf safeguarding her cubs as she retreated in the opposite direction. The injured wolf's actions were merely a desperate attempt to divert his attention and protect its family. Lu Yenji paused, his grip on the arrow faltering. The blood staining the gray fur of the wolf was a stark sight against the pale light of dawn. Yet, the wolf pressed on, utilizing its injured leg to traverse the ground, performing peculiar movements to capture the human's focus. As the scent of blood permeated the air, a sharp pain throbbed in Lu Yenji's head. Ever since childhood, moments of hesitation had triggered excruciating pain, as if an unseen gaze compelled him to follow a predestined path. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "I'm sorry, Lu Dalao, I didn't mean to pretend to be your girlfriend. I'm not your white moonlight. Just a white jade mushroom. If you survive, I promise to apologize to you and your white moonlight in person. But if you perish, I shall burn extra paper money for you during the festivals, so you can enjoy a lavish life in the afterlife, driving paper cars, spending paper money, living in paper houses, and marrying a female ghost." Lu Yenji was taken aback, glancing around, but he was utterly alone. What was the source of that feminine voice? In a moment of distraction, the injured wolf vanished from sight. It seemed that the heavens, in retribution for his failure to slay the creature, intensified his headache beyond measure. Even pressing his fingers to his temples provided no relief. The voice resumed, the incessant chatter continuing in his mind. "How adorable is the toad. Don't you think its eyes are filled with wisdom? Poor Lu Yenji. He is no villain. Rather, he is my kindred spirit. Lu Dalao, rest assured, I will guard your family. However, when you return, don't forget to repay my kindness, or I shall write your demise in puns." He could not comprehend the words. Surprisingly, despite its clamor, the voice seemed to ease his throbbing headache. Moments ago, a tumultuous headache had ravaged him, akin to the violent tremors preceding a volcanic eruption. Yet now, the pain had dissipated. Absent was the searing agony that had once overwhelmed him, and Lu Yenji leaned against the rocky wall. The once tranquil island had returned to its serene silence, and that enigmatic female voice grew increasingly distinct. "I hope the grand antagonist returns to find this shameful Versailles literature." Lu Yenji's beautifully arched brows knitted together. What, pray tell, is Versailles literature? And why the fear of it being seen by him? The voice offered no reply, instead erupting with excitement once more. "Woohoo! What could possibly flaunt wealth more than purchasing a cyber hamburger for 500 yuan? Buy. I want to buy 10 in one go." Cyber hamburger. Yet another novel term. Before he could ponder its significance, a sudden splash drew his attention. Something had plummeted beside him. He turned, his brows furrowing in curiosity. It was a hamburger. A realization dawned upon him, and he tilted his head slightly. From the dizzying heights above, more hamburgers cascaded down, landing fortuitously around him, reminiscent of the cola that had appeared out of thin air previously. Lu Yenji's gaze flickered. Unbeknownst to him, this spectacle left a lurking wolf, concealed within the underbrush, utterly astonished. It must have been starved to the point of hallucination. The wolf rustled, and Lu Yenji cast a sidelong glance, spotting a tuft of gray wolf tail protruding from the bushes. He averted his gaze and tossed the hamburger in his hand towards the wolf. Starved, the wolf seized the burger and dashed away, presumably to share it with a female wolf and her pups. Lu Yenji paid no further heed to the wolf's departure, instead resting against the rock face, replenishing his energy. The familiar voice resumed its chatter beside him, and with this companionship, the passage of time felt less arduous. Chapter 18. The variety show premieres. FaceTime in real time. Soon. The day arrived for the recording of the program's pilot episode. The Heir's Love is a reality show that observes the simulated marital lives of scions from affluent families. The pilot episode featured a single live broadcast room where the director would switch between cameras to showcase the guests' captivating moments. 3 guests and their partners were invited. Shan Yan, the stepdaughter of the wealthiest man in Haiqing; Jiang Yi, the son of a renowned actor duo; and Qin Yiyang, a commoner guest. Initially, given Shan Yan's stature, her fans would scoff at the notion of acknowledging a commoner like Qin Yiyang. However, recent rumors circulated online suggesting that Qin Yiyang had once leveraged her status as a wealthy heiress to bully the fledgling Shan Yan. even resurrecting an old tweet where she had liked a post labeling Shun Yan as a mistress. This revelation ignited the ire of Shun Yan's fans, as well as those sympathetic to her plight. Even before the program commenced, the official blog was inundated with vitriolic comments. Bullying girl, die. Get out of the show. Insulting her only elevates her status. Cunning commoner, stop riding on your father's coattails. Rest assured, Yen Yen, I shall obliterate her with my words. The live broadcast officially commenced. Due to a flight delay returning Jiang Yi from abroad, the morning shoot had to be cancelled. The camera first cut to Shun Yan's side. The production team drove to the Shun residence, capturing the grandeur of the mansion on camera. A golden fountain came into view, and along a cobblestone path, past a verdant stretch of greenery, stood an opulent standalone villa. What a magnificent house. Is this the old Shun residence? Exclaimed one viewer. I envy Shun Yan. It's like a fairy tale come to life. Another commented, I declare this my dream home. Yet, this was not the Shun family's ancestral home. Due to Shun Qingshan's setbacks with overseas projects, he hesitated to bring his wife and daughter back to the old residence and instead rented a villa to accommodate them. However, the production team was unaware, and the audience remained oblivious. As the team rang the doorbell, Shun Yan answered. You all arrived quite early. I just woke up and haven't done my makeup yet, she said, instinctively covering her face. The comments erupted in excitement. Yen Yan looks gorgeous even without makeup. When Nua crafted Shin Yan, she must have put in great care. She is truly a masterpiece. At that moment, it was breakfast time in the Shun household. The breakfast spread was elaborate, prepared by Enro herself. Shun Qingshan sat at the head of the table, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, adorned with a string of sandalwood prayer beads on his wrist. Enro, elegantly attired in a moonlit qipao, served her husband. As they appeared together, the comments turned pink with admiration.
Ah,
Isn't this the graceful beauty in a qipao with her cultured husband? I thought affluent families were cold and distant, but the Shuns exude warmth. Just then, a figure descended the spiral staircase, drawing everyone's attention. It was Shun Beichen, the eldest son of the Shun family. Since the group night, Shun Zhaonan had not made an appearance. The Shun family had engaged a lawyer to shift the blame onto Han Shui, clearing Shun Zhaonan of all allegations, hoping to wait until the public forgot these events before making a comeback. Shun Beichen, slightly older, had a stern visage. At that moment, he wore glasses perched on his high nose, enhancing his composed demeanor, exuding the aura of a decisive leader. As he approached, he inquired, Did you sleep well, Yen Yen? Very well, Shen Yan replied with a smile. That's good. Shun Beichen produced a blue silk box, gently ruffling her hair. This is dragon saliva fragrance. Its aroma is exquisite and is also known as the fragrance of sun and moon in harmony. It can invigorate the mind and stimulate circulation. Thank you, big brother, Shen Yan said, her eyes sparkling as she accepted the gift.
wow.
This looks so expensive. Big brother is so handsome. The head pat. I wish I could switch places with Yen Yen. Yen Yen gets along so well with her stepfather and brothers. It hardly seems like a blended family. Isn't this just like a novel about a beloved child in a wealthy family? The scene shifted as the production team arrived at the Qin residence, also for an impromptu interview. However, upon reaching the location, they were taken aback. This was not a residence, but a breathtaking garden reminiscent of a paradise. Water cascaded gracefully down a towering cliff, and amidst the lush evergreens, a long corridor carved from jade was faintly visible, winding elegantly. Aren't we going to the Qin family? Why have we ended up in a garden? The Chinese garden is indeed quite enchanting. Is there a kind-hearted soul who could share its address? I wish to visit. As a local from Haiqing, it is astonishing that I was unaware of such a classical garden in our city. I plan to visit with friends this weekend. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit appeared. May I inquire who you are? He asked, exuding politeness and an air of refinement. The production team promptly apologized, explaining, We were looking for Qin Yiyang, but our navigation malfunctioned, leading us here by mistake. They turned to leave, but the man stopped them, revealing himself as a guest of the lady. I am the steward of the Qin family. I was unaware of your early arrival. Please forgive my lack of proper greeting, he continued, gesturing for them to follow. The staff felt immensely awkward. Having arrived ahead of schedule, they realized they had committed a social faux pas. Unexpectedly, the elder gentleman offered them an avenue of escape, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. Following the steward, they passed through a shadow wall and arrived at a corridor adorned with floral pathways and uniquely designed pebbles. Above them, The intricately constructed Chinese garden unfolded, showcasing over 100 varieties of flowers and plants, all vibrant in the breeze. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they finally beheld a small building with dark tiles and white bricks. While it did not evoke the same awe as the initial sight of the garden, it was still a beautifully crafted classical modern villa. However, the steward did not lead them towards this building. The director was taken aback, wondering if this was not their destination. Not at all, the steward patiently explained. This is where the housekeeper, gardener, and driver reside. The staff were left speechless, their thoughts of needing additional help unvoiced, as they were captivated by the unfolding scene. Before them stood a grand villa in the Jiangnan style, its dark tiles and pink walls reflecting the azure sky, a breathtaking sight. Flanking the main building were symmetrical infinity pools, each teeming with numerous red and yellow koi,
As thick as a child's arm.
The director filming was utterly astonished, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Is this truly the Qin residence? Wasn't it said that the Qin family was on the brink of bankruptcy? This place seems far more impressive than the Shun residence.
Indeed.
I just saw the Shin family and thought them affluent, but in comparison, the Qin family utterly eclipses them. It must be rented. I refuse to believe this is their property. They are merely putting on a facade. If the Qin family were this affluent, they would have long surpassed the Shin family as the wealthiest in Haicheng. The internet erupted with various opinions, filled with skepticism towards the Qin family. Shun Yan pulled out her phone, eager to see the praises directed at her, only to find that discussions about her were overshadowed by those concerning the Qin family. A cold smile crept upon her lips upon viewing the footage of the Qin residence. Having lived there for 12 years, she knew it could not belong to the Qin family. Without delay, she contacted her agent and purchased a trending topic about the Qin family's supposed wealth, propelling her into the top 3 on the hot search list. Chapter 19. I find myself rather fond of Qin Yiyang. This revelation sparked considerable discontent among many netizens. Some individuals have ascended to a moral high ground regarding the show's values, suggesting that a variety show centered around a life of extravagance ought to be prohibited. There are even calls for the Qin family to produce their property deed to substantiate their claim to the house. Otherwise, they are accused of deceit and should be expelled from the production team. However, the Qin family remains blissfully unaware of the uproar online and has offered no response. This silence only deepens the conviction among netizens that they are indeed guilty. The crew filming Qin Yiyang waited for nearly 20 minutes without encountering any members of the Qin family. An unexpected rumble echoed from someone's stomach, breaking the silence. The butler, astonished, inquired if the guests had yet to partake in breakfast. The guests shook their heads. After all, when do hard workers have the luxury of time for a meal? This simply won't do, the old butler said earnestly. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal. Please follow me to the dining room. Apologies for the inconvenience. The follow-up director replied. It's no trouble at all. A simple congee and side dishes will suffice, as long as our esteemed guests do not mind. The butler's words eased their concerns, and truth be told, they were quite famished, so they followed him into the dining room. Upon entering, everyone was momentarily frozen in awe. The elongated table was adorned with an array of dishes: Cantonese shrimp dumplings, molten custard buns, bacon and eggs, avocado croissants, roasted vegetables, and freshly ground coffee, a delightful fusion of Western and Eastern cuisines, reminiscent of a 5-star hotel breakfast buffet. Is this what you call simple congee and side dishes?
Yet,
That was not the most astonishing aspect. The inner wall of the dining room featured an open wine cabinet, an entire wall filled with an impressive collection of wines, gleaming under the warm lights. The staff gasped in disbelief. Meanwhile, the online comments were rife with sarcasm. This must be fake. Perhaps the Qin family just bought empty bottles. How ostentatious. The Shin family's restaurant seems so ordinary yet charming. If those aren't empty bottles, I'll wash my hair upside down. The follow-up crew could see these comments and couldn't help but fixate on the wine cabinet, pondering, this doesn't appear to be empty. The butler, perceptive as ever, asked the lady which wine she preferred, offering to fetch it. No, please don't. She hastily declined, feeling overwhelmed by the opulence of their breakfast spread. How could she possibly indulge in their private collection? The butler casually retrieved a bottle of Ace of Spades champagne, smooth and rich in flavor, perfect for a morning sip. He also pointed out a bottle of Roman Conti, silky and aromatic, another exquisite choice. Judging by the butler's demeanor, is the production team truly free to choose at will? If those were empty or counterfeit bottles, he wouldn't remain so composed. Is there really wine in there? to those who claimed they were empty. Do you feel embarrassed? I did my research. These 2 bottles are collector-s items, each worth 7 figures. My family is in the fine wine business, and I can confidently say that the small glass of wine each crew member has consumed is worth several thousand. The staff, unfamiliar with such wines, only realized their true value upon reading the comments. They had unwittingly consumed thousands of dollars worth of wine. Could this indeed be the life of the affluent? The scene then shifted back to the Qin family. As the program centers around the concept of a simulated marriage, this afternoon, Qin Yiyang was set to visit her in-laws, embodying the role of a new bride. After having breakfast, she returned to her room to apply her makeup. Many fans eagerly anticipated a glimpse into their idol's personal space. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Yiyang apologized. I stayed up late last night going over the script, so the room is a bit untidy. Not at all. It's quite tidy. Is this what a wealthy heiress's room looks like? The color scheme is very soothing, exuding a minimalist vibe rather than a cloying princess aesthetic. I am increasingly fond of Yen's taste. The barrage of compliments continued unabated. Qin Yiyang applied her makeup in a rather straightforward manner, her technique simple and unrefined. The crew chuckled, having assumed that female celebrities would employ meticulous makeup skills. Is that so? Perhaps it's because I'm not very adept at makeup. During high school, many girls would wear makeup to school, but I found it bothersome and prioritized my studies, she remarked with a playful wink, adding, but girls, don't follow my example. I live rather carelessly. The fans responded with a flurry of laughter, praising Qin Yiyang's amiable personality and her charming contrast of innocence and beauty. Subsequently, Qin Yiyang assisted in the kitchen, preparing snacks and joined the gardener in tending to the garden. Yan is so kind, even helping the staff. Our darling is having so much fun. Yet, why do the servants all seem so glum? Do they resent Qin Yiyang as the stepdaughter and deliberately give her the cold shoulder? Oh my! Neither her father nor brother has said anything. Who do these servants think they are? Such a group of petty individuals. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yiyang was enjoying herself, while the cook and gardener were quite anxious. Being ordinary people unaccustomed to being in front of the camera, they feared making mistakes that could jeopardize their jobs, resulting in an atmosphere of palpable tension and an inability to muster a smile. The scene then shifted to the Qin household. Qin's mother had left for work early, while her father was at the laboratory. The eldest brother was away on business, and the second brother had to apologize to their mentor over issues related to the group's debut night. Thus, the house was left with only Qin Yiyang. At that moment, she lounged in her pink princess-themed bedroom, engaged in 3 activities: eating, petting her dog, and lying down while playing on her phone. The cameraman gently reminded her, "Teacher Qin, shouldn't we do something more active? I'm not just lying around. I'm playing on my phone." Qin Yiyang replied innocently. The director interjected, "We could perhaps engage in something a bit more vigorous?" "Oh, I see. You want something more intense." Consequently, Qin Yiyang began to fervently scroll through her phone, her thumb tapping the screen with such fervor that sparks seemed ready to fly. Observing this, the cameraman's patience began to wane. He subtly suggested, "You might consider following Qin Yiyang's example, perhaps cooking or trimming flowers." Participation in the show necessitated providing emotional value to the audience. Otherwise, they would be criticized for lacking professionalism. "But I'm not an entertainer," Qin Yiyang countered. "And besides, we have maids and gardeners at home who handle those tasks. My presence would likely only make them anxious." She likened it to a scenario where your boss insisted on observing you work face-to-face. Would that not make you nervous? Without hesitation, the cameraman replied, "Absolutely. Behold. In doing nothing, I have accomplished everything. This is what we call, as if doing." After saying this, she flopped back onto the bed, fervently engrossed in her phone. Meanwhile, the observer pondered thoughtfully. How amusing. The observer has been ensnared by Qin Yiyang's twisted logic. To hear a single word from you is more enlightening than reading volumes. This is what we call as if listening. Her chatter is rather charming. I find myself growing fond of her. Realizing she had been drawn into a trap, the observer hastily shifted the topic. "Your room is entirely pink. Do you have a particular fondness for that color?" "Oh, this room?" Qin Yiyang crunched on her potato chips. "I'm not quite sure. It was like this when I moved in a few days ago." This was a house gifted to her by Jiang Yulan. Coincidentally, the Qin family had recently renovated their ancestral home, and they all moved in together. The audience discerned a twist. Did Qin Yiyang inadvertently let something slip? I knew it. This is definitely not the Qin family's house. They must have rented it for appearances. Chapter 20. Meeting the in-laws. The observer felt somewhat anxious. Though her time with Qin Yiyang had been brief, she genuinely liked the girl. She instinctively guided the conversation. So, is this your newly purchased home? Qin Yiyang shook her head. It's not bought. The audience erupted in the comments. It truly is rented. How vain. No wonder people say the Qin family is on the brink of bankruptcy. It's all just for show, unlike the understated yet substantial Shin family, which embodies true nobility. Hee, after all, not everyone can be as fortunate as our Yan Yan, the daughter of Haiqing's richest. Within the topic of the Qin family's fade of grandeur, criticisms of their vanity abounded. Fans of Shen Yan seized the opportunity to praise both Shen Yan and the Shen family. The observer felt a twinge of regret. Why did she ask such a question? If not, Qin Yiyang wouldn't have stumbled. She attempted to mitigate the situation. Indeed, many guests prefer not to reveal their true living arrangements on reality shows and opt to rent instead. You are mistaken. This is not Miss Qin's rented home. A voice resonated from the doorway. It was the butler. He pushed a golden cart laden with delicacies and looked toward Qin Yiyang. My apologies, young mistress. I came to bring you some snacks and inadvertently overheard your conversation. Qin Yiyang questioned. The butler had been the steward of this estate and had referred to her as Miss Qin just 3 days prior. Why had he suddenly changed his address to young mistress? Soon, Qin Yiyang grasped the implication. Master, I have attained enlightenment. No wonder the domineering CEO narratives always feature a butler who claims the young master hasn't he smiled in 10 years. It's to convey the male lead's adoration for the female lead. Similarly, the antagonist mother's arrangement of such a butler character serves to showcase affection. As expected, the butler smiled because our young master is concerned that the young mistress might inadvertently reveal personal details while recording a reality show in her childhood home. He has gifted this residence to her.
What?
This house was a gift to Qin Yiyang? The case is cracked. I told you such a mansion couldn't possibly be rented out. I am a professional in landscape architecture, and such a level of landscaping is particularly costly. The homeowner would rather leave the house vacant than rent it out. From this perspective, it seems that Qin Yiyang and her boyfriend share quite a loving relationship. The rumor circulating online that she is the third party between Shen Yan and Bo Xiao must be unfounded. I refuse to take sides. Who exactly is behind the vanity-driven trending topic regarding the Qin family? I mistakenly believed it and joined in on disparaging Qin Yiyang, and now I find myself rather embarrassed. The trending topic about the Qin family's vanity still lingers on the charts. Shen Yan, satisfied, clicked into it to see the comments, only to discover that the Qin family had managed to clear their name. She paused, clicked on the video, and then heard the housekeeper's words. Shen Yan's lips turned pale. Could it be that Qin Yiyang truly has secured a connection with the Liu family? No, she shook her head. She had previously had the fortune of encountering Liu Yanji. During her summer job, she served as a host at a banquet, where Liu Yanji stood close to her as the spokesperson. Tall and impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his dark, inky eyes reflected the opulence of the banquet, exuding an aura that was starkly different from those around him. On that occasion, her high heels had been too tall, and she stumbled on the red carpet, falling right in front of Liu Yanji. Yet, he didn't even spare her a glance, turning away without offering a single shred of attention. Fortunately, her quick-witted friend, also a host, caught her, sparing her from embarrassment before the crowd. Her friend couldn't help but complain, Yan Yan, you are so beautiful that even I, a woman, feel my heart race. How can President Liu remain so composed? Could it be that he is incapable? Yet, despite the coldness with which the man departed, Shen Yan found it impossible to truly resent him. She could only recall the faint scent of mint that lingered in the air as he passed by and the striking profile that was almost too perfect. A small red mole beneath his brow, above the corner of his eye, lent a complex aura to his otherwise stern visage. It was alluring and perilous, as if one misstep could ignite a conflagration. Later, as she ventured into the entertainment industry, she encountered numerous popular figures, but none possessed such a remarkable exterior or the same chillingly dangerous charisma. If someone with Qin Yiyang's beauty could be Liu Yanji's girlfriend, why could she not? Shen Yan gripped her phone tightly. Surely, Qin Yiyang must be lying. Now she rents a house and has hired a housekeeper, managing to deceive the audience. But the afternoon segment involves visiting her in-laws. Surely, she cannot hire a middle-aged woman to impersonate Mrs. Liu? Soon it was noon. Qin Yiyang's parents and elder brother returned home. According to the program's arrangement, the guests were required to visit their in-laws in the afternoon. The Qin family also planned to accompany them to the Liu family. The Liu family owns a 5-star hotel, And the presidential suite on the top floor is perpetually reserved for the Liu family, never opened to the public. Jiang Yulan has 3 children. Liu Yanji is the eldest son, followed by a daughter who has just graduated from university and a youngest son who is still in elementary school. When Qin Yiyang arrived at the hotel, the camera captured Jiang Yulan and her young son, eliciting gasps of admiration in the comments. What a beautiful mother-in-law. The little brother is adorable, with such a fierce yet cute expression, but where is her husband? The production team just posted an update, stating that Qin Yiyang's husband is currently abroad and will return in due time. Could it be that he is too unattractive to face people? Fans of Shun Yan, don't be bitter. With such good looks in the mother-in-law and younger brother, how unattractive could Qin Yiyang's husband possibly be? When the two families finally met, they engaged in spirited conversation. Qin Yiyang found herself at a loss for words, merely exchanging glances with the little boy before her. Unsurprisingly, this child was her younger brother-in-law. With a kind smile, Qin Yiyang asked, "What is your name, dear?" The boy remained silent, pouting and regarding her with wary, grape-like eyes. Qin Yiyang scratched her head. "This child is rather shy. Let me guess your name. Your older brother is named Liu Yanji, and your second sister is Liu Jiqiu." There is a line in a poem by Su Shi, wishing to be a guest at the spring and autumn banquets. Qin Yiyang suddenly understood.
So,
"Your name must be Liu Jichun?" The boy, filled with resentment, finally spoke. "My name is Liu Duo. What a casual name. Is this child truly the biological offspring of Aunt Jiang? Surely, he wasn't picked from a garbage bin." The little boy grew even angrier. "I was not picked from a garbage bin." Though he did not comprehend why he could hear the thoughts of the woman before him, he detested her. His mother had said that this woman was his older brother's girlfriend. Liar. My brother is innocent. He has never had flirtations with girls. Over the years, he has had no female friends, let alone a girlfriend. Clearly, this woman is lying. Perhaps she pretends to be pregnant to gain my mother's trust. Little did she know, the child in her womb is not my brother's, but that of a rogue. Soon, she will conspire with this rogue to bully our mother and son, seizing control of the Liu group. This is how dramas unfold. He believed he had been bestowed with a unique ability by the heavens to drive away this deceitful woman and protect his brother's purity. Qin Yiyang observed the expressions of the little boy, filled with resentment one moment and fervor the next.
oh dear.
It seems my younger brother-in-law is somewhat of a split personality. Could it be that Duo signifies he has multiple personalities? Liu Duo. Jiang Yulan seemed to perceive her confusion. Duo was weak at birth, and a master advised that a simple name would be easier to nurture. Now it made sense. Qin Yiyang was uncertain of what to say, finally managing, "At least it sounds better than Liu Dogdan." At this, Liu Duo burst into tears. His nickname was indeed Dogdan. His disdain for this deceitful woman intensified. The subsequent text will clarify why the narrative contains scenes of Qin Yiyang interacting with the Liu family. But let me offer a brief explanation now. The world of the novel possesses a tolerance for errors. The protagonist's halo automatically corrects the ensuing plot, fabricating new storylines. However, when the narrative takes an irreparable turn, leading to a collapse of the plot, the protagonist loses their halo, and the host completes their task. Chapter 21. The Substitute White Moonlight, a melodrama unfolds daily. The audience is left in fits of laughter. Qin Yiyang offended her little uncle from the very first day. Ha ha ha. TSK. It seems she does not get along well with her in-laws. The sister-in-law clearly knew she was coming today, yet deliberately left, which clearly indicates she is not welcomed. Indeed, not everyone can be as endearing as Yan Yan. Yan Yan is cherished by the entire Bo family. They all adore her. As the family settled down for dinner, the hotel staff streamed in, presenting an array of exquisite dishes. Finally, a chef wheeled in a cart showcasing a freshly roasted duck. Its color was a vibrant red, crisp yet not burnt, with an impeccable presentation. This chef was a master from a renowned old establishment in the capital, known for his unparalleled roast duck. Although Jiang Yulan refrained from extensive introduction, the system began to speak enthusiastically. "Host, you are in for a treat. This chef is a bearer of intangible cultural heritage. He was supposed to retire, and only a select few longtime patrons or family members could savor his culinary skills. How delectable it must be." Qin Yiyang could feel her mouth watering. The Qin family was taken aback, while they had tasted Beijing roast duck before. The sentiment behind this dish was rare. As the chef sliced through the crispy skin, the sound of the knife gliding through was unmistakably authentic. Qin Yiyang's heart raced. Exclaiming internally, "Crisp on the outside, tender on the inside, rich yet not greasy. This cannot possibly taste bad. I must have it all. Such a lack of decorum. Lu Duo pouted, disdainfully aware of Qin Yiyang's fervent thoughts. He was determined to compete with her, mirroring her every move for the duck meat. The adults were engrossed in lively conversation, oblivious to the unfolding scene. With the prized duck slipping away, Qin Yiyang grew frantic. It was acceptable for them to dislike her, but it was intolerable to compete for food. System. I wish to alter the original text.
Okay.
The system responded cheerfully. Original text. Lu Duo snatched the duck meat from under Qin Yiyang's chopsticks, rolled it in a pancake, and smugly flaunted it to her. Lu Duo's brows furrowed in confusion. Who was this imposter claiming to be his sister-in-law speaking to? What was she planning to change? Why did he have an unsettling premonition? Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity while Lu Duo was momentarily distracted, Qin Yiyang swiftly grabbed a piece of duck. However, Lu Duo reacted quickly, snatching it back and casting a provocative glance at Qin Yiyang. With a benign smile, Qin Yiyang instructed, System, change the pancake to parchment paper. Before Lu Duo could comprehend what was happening, he suddenly sensed something amiss with the texture of the pancake in his mouth. Confused, he spat it out, only to be left astounded. Instead of a pancake wrapped around the duck, it was paper. It is widely known that the thin pancakes served with roast duck are separated by sheets of paper to prevent sticking. Lu Duo had mistakenly consumed this parchment paper as if it were a pancake.
Ha ha ha.
At that moment, Zhang Yulan also noticed her younger son had eaten the parchment paper, laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. The Qin family attempted to suppress their laughter, but ultimately, even the master chef of the roasted duck could not contain himself. Only Lu Duo, with an injured heart, remained unamused. The little one's gaze deepened with an air of grievance. Qin Yiyang, with delight, wrapped a slice of roasted duck. Beware, little one, lest I knock your bottle away. Speaking of which, this child does not appear to possess a temperament that would lead to misfortune. How could such a fate befall one who ends up with their hands and feet severed? Lu Duo was taken aback. What nonsense was this woman spouting? How could he possibly meet such a tragic end? Not just him, but everyone at the dining table paused, chopsticks in midair, ears perked up. Qin Yiyang, oblivious to these nuances, reminisced about the calamitous fate that befell the antagonist's family. The Lu Yenji family suffered immensely. The younger brother had his hands and feet severed, dying in the prime of his youth. The sister was treated as a mere substitute for the beloved, ultimately meeting a horrific end involving the removal of her eyes and kidneys for transplantation. Aunt Jiang turned gray overnight, lost in despair, and fell ill. When Lu Yenji returned, all his relatives had perished, leaving him with a blood feud that led him down an irreversible path. How tragic as my own family. The once lively restaurant fell into a silence, so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Lu Duo shivered and instinctively nestled into Jiang Yulan's embrace.
It was terrifying.
Their entire family had met such a dreadful fate. Qin Mama, Qin Papa, and Qin Mu too fell silent, their hearts weighed down with sorrow. At that moment, the system's youthful voice chimed in. Host, trouble is brewing. The antagonist's sister is in peril. Qin Yiyang, neglecting her duck, exclaimed, Quick, show me the original text.
Certainly.
Original text. Lu Zhiqiu arrived at her boyfriend's apartment. Ever since he went to the airport to pick up a friend, he had vanished for 3 consecutive months, refusing to answer calls. Upon entering the password and opening the door, she beheld a woman in a sheer nightgown standing atop the spiral staircase, exuding an air of ownership. I've prepared a meal, just waiting for your return. As the woman descended to the platform, her visage was revealed. Lu Zhiqiu was taken aback. The woman bore a striking resemblance to her.
Who are you?
A strange smile flickered at the corners of the woman's lips, and before long, she tumbled down the staircase. A pool of blood spread across the floor. The woman's complexion turned pallid as she clutched her abdomen. My child. At that moment, the door swung open. Jiang Yi returned from outside and instantly spotted his beloved lying in a pool of blood. His elongated gaze fixed on the bewildered Lu Zhiqiu as he forcefully shoved her aside. Lu Zhiqiu, if anything happens to Yaya, I will take your life, Qin Yiyang remarked. This is an age-old trope of romantic fiction. The innocent flower-brained substitute female lead ends up in prison, while the domineering male lead orchestrates her suffering. One need not even guess the ensuing plot. The beloved manipulates doctors, falsely claiming lingering ailments requiring corneal and kidney transplants. The domineering lead feels indebted to the beloved, thus initiating a storyline rife with both physical and emotional torment. This left everyone at the table in a state of disbelief. What a venomous plot. Jiang Yulan couldn't help but clench her fists. Indeed, she had been able to hear Qin Yiyang's innermost thoughts from the very beginning. Just moments ago, she had even perceived her peculiar ability to alter the narrative. However, having weathered many storms, Jiang Yulan remained composed upon learning about her daughter's impending ordeal, instead scrutinizing Qin Yiyang. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable confidence in the other party's capabilities. At this moment on the island, Lu Yenji was engaged in the arduous task of hewing wood for boat construction. The trees fell with a resounding thud, and that feminine voice echoed once more. The Lu family is doomed. Lu Yenji paused, absorbing the grim fate that awaited his family. His gaze remained as calm as a tranquil sea, yet the throbbing veins on his forehead betrayed the tension that had reached its zenith. Not far away, two wolves, lying in ambush, sensed the ominous atmosphere and stealthily retreated into the dense underbrush. A headache swept over Lu Yenji once again, prompting him to hasten his work. The lively and cheerful voice chimed in again. It's simple. I won't let their family tragedy unfold. System. Change the incident involving Bai Yueguang to a hilarious twist. Lu Yenji couldn't help but squint, straining to listen. Change it to the poop of poop. Push down the stairs. Bai Yueguang pooped. Isn't that reasonable? Lu Yenji. He found it incomprehensible, but was profoundly shocked. Chapter 22. Don't look while eating. It wasn't just Lu Yenji. Upon hearing Qin Yiyang transform the incident involving Bai Yueguang into a comedic mishap, Jiang Yulan and Lu Duo were equally astonished. Could she truly be a genius? The Qin family, however, appeared unfazed, even harboring a subtle anticipation for the unfolding scene. At this moment, Qin Yiyang leapt to her feet, exclaiming, I suddenly remembered something I must attend to. You all eat first, and I shall return shortly. I must witness such an explosive scene in person.
System.
Quickly send me the address. I shall go and see the spectacle. Unexpectedly, before she could step out the door, a chorus of voices erupted behind her. I'm going to. I'll accompany you. Take me along. Startled, Qin Yiyang blinked in disbelief. Qin Mu spoke first. The driver has left due to an emergency. I can drive you. In pursuit of the spectacle, Qin mother disregarded familial ties, asserting, your second brother isn't skilled at driving. Your mother and father will take you.
Qin Mu.
Mom, you don't have to drag me down, just to go see the show. Jiang Yulan suggested. In-laws should stay here and rest. I'll have my driver take Yang. I happen to have errands to run as well. Each individual provided their rationale, all of which seemed quite reasonable. Ultimately, Qin Yiyang's gaze settled on Lu Duo. Why do you wish to accompany us, little one? Fearing she would hold a grudge for not including him in the adventure, Lu Duo blinked his big eyes and pouted cutely. Sister-in-law, I've just arrived in Haicheng. I want to explore, so please take me along. Qin Yiyang. Was this the same Lu Duo who had once competed with her for food? Could he truly be experiencing a split personality? The audience was equally taken aback by the sudden twist of events. Is this how you refer to her, as sister-in-law?
Child.
Just a moment ago, weren't you disdainful of her? In the face of such a challenging situation, Qin Yiyang pondered, why not join forces? The crowd responded with enthusiasm. A lively group made their way to Jiang Ye's apartment. Coincidentally, Lu Zhiqiu's boyfriend, Jiang Yi, who was also a guest on the show, returned in a disheveled state. He was tall, fair-skinned, exuding an air of a scoundrel, accompanied by the filming crew. Upon seeing a throng gathered at his doorstep, he regarded them with suspicion, inquiring,
Who are you?
Qin Yiyang replied, We have gathered here to celebrate the birthday of an unfamiliar friend and to wish her a rather unpleasant fate. With that, she donned a mask and handed out masks to her parents, elder brother, and Jiang Yulan and her child. Jiang Yu retorted, Who are these lunatics? Just then, two more individuals arrived, Shun Yan and Bo Mingze. What a small temple with such a strong wind. It's as if the shallow waters are teeming with turtles, Qin Yiyang remarked incisively. Confused, she questioned the system. Why are Shun Yan and Bo Mingze here? Aren't they supposed to be showcasing their affection on the show? The system replied, because Jiang Ye's white moonlight is a close friend of Xin Yan and shortly, Shun Yan will advocate for her friend, joining the judgment of Lu Zhiqiu. Qin Yiyang exclaimed. The last time I witnessed such malice was in the previous incident. Jiang Yi is no good either. He clearly has his white moonlight, but chooses to seek a substitute.
Disgusting.
She felt indignant for Lu Zhiqiu, saying, You keep me in your pocket, yet you push me into the ditch. How infuriating. Lu Duo interjected. Why does it sound so much like a major general? At that moment, a loud crash resonated through the room. Jiang Yi's expression darkened, and disregarding the presence of Qin Yiyang and the others, he pushed open the door and entered the room. It was a loft with a spiral staircase winding around an exquisite 5-meter-long crystal chandelier. On the living room floor lay a woman in a white nightgown, sprawled in a pool of blood. Yao Yiye clutched her abdomen in agony, murmuring, "My child." Beside her stood a bewildered Lu Zhiqiu. Upon meeting Jiang Ye's gaze, she stiffened, her lips trembling, attempting to explain, but all that escaped her was a feeble, "I didn't do it." To Jiang Yi, this sounded like a feeble excuse. He shoved her aside, exclaiming, "Lu Zhiqiu, if anything happens to Yeye, I will take your life." The atmosphere grew tense. Qin Yiyang blinked, staring at Jiang Yi. "Are you a harbinger of death? Are you demanding someone's life? Haven't you learned anything about law during your 9 years of compulsory education? Who can discern whether you are literate or merely foolish? And you," she directed her gaze at Yao Yiye, "you fell on your backside. It should hurt there, not in your abdomen. Why are you clutching your stomach?" Yao Yiye whimpered. "Qin Yiyang, can you not show a hint of compassion?" Shen Yan could no longer contain herself, asserting, "Yeye is pregnant. How can she withstand being pushed down the stairs?" With tears in her eyes, she defended her dear friend. Bo Mingze, seeing her distressed state, instinctively stepped in front of Qin Yiyang, stating, "Qin Yiyang, can you refrain from constantly targeting Shen Yan? It's evident to anyone with clear sight that it is this person." He pointed at Lu Zhiqiu. It was indeed her who pushed Yao Yiye. Such a high staircase could prove fatal. Has she attempted murder? Are you truly willing to defend a perpetrator? Alas.
Bo Mingze docenian yen sudili.
Bo Mingze exhibits overwhelming boyfriend strength. He is fiercely protective of his beloved. My fair beauty is tragically sweet. What an ominous name. Why not indulge in something more delightful? Qin Yiyang found herself at a loss for words. A murder? Who has been slain? Surely, it is the child within Yeye's womb. Shen Yan, with reddened eyes and biting her lip, exclaimed, "Can you not see the blood on the ground? I truly fear for Yeye's child." Bo Mingze hastily steadied Shen Yan's shoulders, softly reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. I have already called for an ambulance. The doctors will arrive shortly." Qin Yiyang struggled to articulate her thoughts. Her tone was tinged with complexity as she remarked, "Do you not sense that something is amiss in this room?" Jiang Yi, Shen Yan, and Bo Mingze were momentarily taken aback. They instinctively inhaled the air, which was tainted with a faint metallic scent mingling with a pungent odor.
Ugh.
How foul. At that moment, the sound of the ambulance echoed outside the window. This distraction left them little time to ponder the source of the strange smell in the air. The paramedics arrived. Shen Yan rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. "Doctors,
Please.
you must save my friend. I am willing to spend any amount." Someone pushed her down the stairs, and she is pregnant.
Please.
"You must ensure the safety of Yeye and her unborn child. She has a congenital condition. This may be her only chance to become a mother." As she wept, the nauseating stench grew more overwhelming. Unable to contain herself, she retched. Chapter 23. This is even more devastating than the bittersweet memories of returning home. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, the doctor felt a heavy weight in his heart. "Do not worry, we will do everything in our power to save her." After the victim fell down the stairs, "Did you move her?" "No." Shen Yan shook her head, stepping forward. Just as she was about to speak, the foul odor intensified. Suppressing the nausea rising in her throat, she asserted, "I understand that a fallen person should not be moved. Otherwise, it may cause further injury." The doctor nodded in agreement. Acknowledging her wisdom, the onlookers seized the moment to praise her. Yan Yan is truly remarkable. She knows this. She is so distressed that she is on the verge of vomiting. I completely relate to that feeling. She genuinely cares for her friend. Shen Yan possesses a profound sense of empathy. No wonder she became an actress. Unlike Qin Yiyang, who showed no remorse despite her sister-in-law being the one who pushed. Not just her, but even her parents and mother-in-law seem to be merely spectators. It's rather cold-hearted. If my daughter pushed a pregnant woman, I would be consumed by guilt. It seems Qin Yiyang's in-laws are nouveau riche, lacking any refinement. The paramedics approached Yao Yiye to conduct an initial assessment. The patient appeared flushed, her heartbeat steady, and she was conscious. "Let me examine the injury." The doctor hesitated, and even through the protective mask, his discomfort was evident. Jiang Yi felt a tightening in his chest and quickly stepped forward. "What has happened to the doctor?" Is her injury severe? The doctor raised her gaze to the camera, indicating a complex situation. Family members, please follow me to the side. No need, we can discuss it here, Jiang Yi interjected, his eyes cold and piercing as he glanced at Lu Zhiqiu. Those who err must face the consequences. Meanwhile, Shunyan collapsed beside Yao Yeye, crying desperately. Yeye is so young, she cannot be harmed. She gasped for air, overwhelmed by the increasingly foul odor that threatened to render her unconscious. Qin Yiyang took a half step back. Indeed, only true warriors dare to confront the challenges head-on. The Qin family and Jiang Yulan struggled to suppress their laughter, while Lu Duo, hidden behind her mask, grinned, enjoying the spectacle. Well, the doctor said diplomatically, the patient is not in grave danger. If you remain concerned, you may seek treatment at a nearby hospital. How can she be fine?
Viang ye eklaymet, agitated.
She is bleeding. Yao Yeye, her tear-stained cheeks a testament to her distress, pleaded, Doctor, is my child lost? Please save my child. With tears streaming down her face, she cast a sorrowful glance at Lu Zhiqiu. Why did you push me? Why would you harm my child? It was not me. You fell on your own, Lu Zhiqiu replied helplessly, grasping Jiang Ye's arm. I truly did not push her. They had been together for 2 years, and he should know her character well. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Yi shoved her away. Lu Zhiqiu, how can you still argue at this point? Yeye is inherently kind. Do you really think she would intentionally throw herself down the stairs to frame you? Lu Zhiqiu faltered. I am your girlfriend. How can you trust an outsider over me? Jiang Ye's demeanor remained cold. I never claimed you were my girlfriend. You are merely a substitute for Yeye. The weight of his words struck Lu Zhiqiu like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily unsteady as she clutched his arm. Why are you so shocked? Jiang Ye's eyes gleamed with a mocking cruelty as they fell upon Lu Zhiqiu's face. You were the one who pursued me, declaring your affection. I merely noted your resemblance to Yeye, which is why I did not dismiss you outright. I never anticipated this would lead to your delusions. I have encountered many women like you. You merely seek to leverage my connections for a role. When I became busy and could not accompany you, you promptly sought out a male director at a hotel. Is that what you call love? The term substitute resonated painfully in Lu Zhiqiu's ears, each syllable echoing like a tolling bell, solidifying her sense of betrayal. She had learned to cook for him, understanding his aversion to the crew's boxed meals, delivering homemade dishes daily. Occasionally, when acquaintances desired a taste of Jiang Ye's food, he would avoid them, boastfully exclaiming, "Go home and let your wife cook." She believed this was proof of their love, while in his eyes, it was mere flattery and servility. Lu Zhiqiu released his arm, her palm icy with despair. Accused and deemed a mere substitute by her boyfriend of 2 years. The accumulation of such blows left her believing nothing could further disturb her composure, until Yao Yeye's voice broke through the turmoil. Ah Yi, please save our child. He is only 3 months old, so small. A thunderous silence ensued. The words struck like a bolt from the blue. Lu Zhiqiu stared in astonishment. Your child? Jiang Yi remained silent, offering no denial. A realization dawned upon Lu Zhiqiu 3 months prior. He had mentioned he was going to the airport to pick up a friend returning from abroad. It turned out that they had become intimate that very night. No wonder he had not contacted her since then. No wonder he had reacted with such fury upon witnessing Yao Yeye tumble down the stairs. She understood everything now. The scene was utterly bewildering for everyone present. Jiang Yulan struggled to suppress her anger. With an air of arrogance, she remarked that if the Lu family's daughter wished to enter the entertainment industry, she would have no shortage of roles, as directors in the capital would vie to present her scripts, rendering Jiang Yi's connections utterly irrelevant. Furthermore, Zhiqiu's uncle was a renowned director. It was said that even the parents of Jiang Yi, both celebrated actors, would treat Zhiqiu's uncle with the utmost respect, addressing him as Director Jiang. What was Jiang Yi? After all, in previous times, Jiang Yulan would never have allowed anyone to bully her daughter in such a manner. However, upon hearing Qin Yiyang's heartfelt thoughts and learning of their family's tribulations, she suddenly recognized that some challenges must be faced by the children themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang grew increasingly entertained. Were it not for the stench in this room, I would truly relish some sunflower seeds. Alas, this foul odor is even more potent than the damage inflicted by my white moonlight upon returning home. The Qin family remarked, Yiyang is quite the commentator. The atmosphere in the apartment grew tense. Finally, Lu Zhiqiu, unable to contain her emotions any longer, exclaimed, I didn't push her. She was pretending. As she spoke, she reached out to grab Yao Yeye. Yet, before she could even touch the hem of her clothing, Jiang Yi forcefully shoved her aside. Jiang Yi exerted all his strength, causing Lu Ziqiu to stumble backward, perilously close to a sharply designed horn-shaped ornament. Quick as a flash, Qin Yiyang steadied Lu Ziqiu. A warm energy flowed into her icy body, akin to a lifebuoy extended to her as she sank into the depths of despair. Lu Ziqiu turned her head, meeting a pair of clear eyes. Congratulations on breaking free from that scoundrel. Qin Yiyang smiled. But don't you find this room rather odorous? Lu Ziqiu hesitated momentarily. Ah, it is a bit smelly. Here, this is for you. Qin Yiyang produced a mask and handed it to her with a beaming smile. Witnessing this exchange, Jiang Yi furrowed his brow. Who exactly are you? Qin Yiyang replied proudly, I am the Masked Avenger.
Viankie?
Chapter 24. The audience heard Yiyang's heartfelt thoughts. What a ridiculous Masked Avenger. I never imagined Qin Yiyang to be such a comedic character. Bomings's gaze was frosty. Qin Yiyang, this is not a place for foolery. In the face of criticism, Qin Yiyang remained remarkably composed. A little humor should not provoke such tension. She turned to Jiang Yi. Permit me to reintroduce myself. By virtue of our relations, you should address me as sister-in-law.
Viankie?
Lu Ziqiu. However, your infidelity, coupled with the fact that you fathered a child with a troubled woman, is quite unbecoming, rendering you unworthy of my sister-in-law. Qin Yiyang smiled, therefore. You should rather refer to me as father. Jiang Ye's forehead throbbed with veins. Who are you calling troubled? Yao Ye glared fiercely at Qin Yiyang. Qin Yiyang kindly reminded, do not be so agitated. Be cautious, as it may exacerbate your condition. After all, blood in stool is generally accompanied by hemorrhoids. Both are ailments that indeed require treatment. Blood in stool? Hemorrhoids? Yao Ye, filled with indignation, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Qin Yiyang shrugged. If you doubt my words, consult the doctor. Meanwhile, the doctor, who silently added yet another layer of mask, affirmed, indeed, that is the case. The patient may have developed digestive issues due to irregular eating habits, possibly exacerbated by dieting, resulting in significant fecal accumulation. When the patient fell from a height, coupled with the contraction of the anal muscles and psychological tension, it led to incontinence and the rupture of hemorrhoids, hence the bleeding. Only then did everyone comprehend the source of the foul odor in the room. It turned out that Yao Ye had soiled her pants. As for the blood on the ground, it was not from a miscarriage, but rather from hemorrhoids. Oh my! This is too entertaining. I specifically ordered red velvet chocolate to enjoy while watching the variety show. How am I supposed to eat now? Ha ha ha. You are in such a predicament. This redefines entertaining variety shows. I used to wish for a phone that could smell the food while watching eating broadcasts, but now, I think I'll pass. Turns out when Shanyan was retching earlier, it wasn't he due to excessive sorrow, but rather from the stench. I predict I will be in stitches when I watch the replay. A hemorrhoid causing such a commotion, as if a life were at stake. What was said online was of little significance. What truly mattered were the varied expressions of the people in the apartment and the embarrassment of Yao Ye. Qin Yiyang remarked, this room needs a thorough disinfection. It would be safer to wear masks. Observing that Lu Ziqiu had yet to don her mask, she tore open the packaging and placed it on her. As Qin Yiyang approached, Lu Ziqiu felt her heart race. How beautiful! When she first laid eyes on her, she merely perceived her as an attractive ordinary person, somewhat clouded by dust, leaving a fleeting impression. However, now as she drew nearer, the dense lashes hung low, and her skin resembled that of a freshly peeled egg. Big sister is so beautiful. Qin Yiyang mused, why does this little girl keep staring at me? Do I have a leaf stuck in my teeth? Lu Ziqiu's eyes widened. Did she hear a voice? It sounded like Big Sister's voice. The voice echoed again. A man who does not cherish himself is akin to a rotten cabbage. Since Jiang Yi believes that Yao Ye's child is his, it indicates his impurity. Such a man would never find a wife in our village. Moreover, Jiang Yi is so tall, every time you look at him, not only does it strain your neck, but you also see his face from a dead angle, resembling that of a pig. Lu Ziqiu couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing that, Jiang Ye's high and handsome nose indeed bore an uncanny resemblance to a pig's snout. Instantly, she found herself amused. Qin Yiyang paused. Why is this child laughing? Has she been driven to madness by that scoundrel? Lu Ziqiu's eyes sparkled anew as she redirected her gaze toward Jiang Yi.
Viankie.
Does your house have surveillance? Just check the footage to see if I actually pushed your white moonlight. At this, Yao Ye's expression darkened. She remained oblivious to the surveillance cameras installed in Jiang Ye's home. hastily excusing herself to change clothes, retreating to her room to devise a plan. Leaving the floor in utter disarray, Qin Yiyang lifted her gaze toward Xun Yan. Miss Shen, could you tidy this place up? Why should it be me? Xun Yan retorted, her disgust palpable. Qin Yiyang replied, because you are a dear friend of Yao Yaya. Just moments ago, you were sobbing as if your breath would cease. And now you hesitate to assist her in clearing away a mere mess? Lu Duoduo chimed in. Oh, I see. You two are not best friends, but rather frenemies. With gritted teeth, Xun Yan begrudgingly picked up a mop. Qin Yiyang addressed Bo Xiao, young Master Bo, you cannot merely stand by and watch. Can you truly allow Xun Yan to face this task alone? Bo Mingze, stifling a wave of nausea, stepped forward. And you, Jiang Yingdi, should also lend a hand. I can help you access the surveillance footage. Jiang Yi scoffed. Why do you look so disdainful? Qin Yiyang shook her head. Isn't Yao Yaya your beloved? You have gone to great lengths for her, seeking substitutes and engaging in infidelity, sacrificing your own dignity. How deeply you must cherish her. And let us not forget, she carries your child. The onlookers from the Qin and Lu families stifled their amusement. What a remarkably sharp tongue. The surveillance footage was quickly retrieved, revealing clear evidence. Lu Jiqiu had not even touched the hem of Yao Yaya's garment, and the two were separated by a considerable distance. The truth was unveiled. Lu Duoduo pointed at the footage, her excitement palpable. Indeed, this wicked woman has framed my sister. Just like in a drama. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Jiang Ye's eyes burned with fury. Yaya, why did you do this? Yao Yaya shook her head in disarray. No, it's not what you think. Yi, Lu Jiqiu insulted me. And in a fit of rage, I fell down the stairs. Before she could finish her defense, a resounding slap echoed through the room, delivered by Jiang Yulan. Who are you to strike me? Yao Yaya gasped, covering her face in disbelief. Because I am Lu Jiqiu's mother, and you have slandered my daughter. Jiang Yulan's eyes were icy as she landed another slap. Qin Yiyang internally cheered, oh my. Truly a second act of brilliance. Yet Jiang Yi, still infatuated with his beloved, stepped protectively in front of Yao Yaya. Auntie, please calm down. There is a misunderstanding here. Another crisp slap rang out, this time on Jiang Ye's face. Jiang Yulan retorted, now you claim it's a misunderstanding? When the four of you were tormenting my daughter just moments ago, why did you not speak of misunderstandings then? Yao Yaya screamed, feeling Jiang Ye's pain more acutely than her own. You madwoman. I will sue you. Jiang Yulan raised an eyebrow. Suit yourself. I do not need your paltry medical expenses. And with that, she struck Jiang Yi once more. Qin Yiyang felt a surge of excitement. Wow. Truly a villainous mother. She strikes without hesitation. Sister, how fierce. I adore it. Jiang Yulan, with a smirk, felt her anger dissipate somewhat. And you, her gaze shifted to Xun Yan, relying solely on your looks to enter high society? I wish you and your mother the best of luck. Xun Yan felt an icy chill envelop her. This woman, though smiling, exuded an aura of formidable authority. Locking eyes with her, one could sense a chilling pressure that sent shivers down the spine. This is the aura that only those who have long occupied high positions possess. Xun Yan vaguely sensed that something was slipping from her grasp. Who, after all, was Qin Yiyang's mother-in-law? Meanwhile, Yao Yaya, unburdened by such thoughts, was filled with rage after receiving 3 slaps. She immediately lunged at Jiang Yulan, and the atmosphere turned volatile. The apartment descended into chaos as people jostled against one another. Someone inadvertently bumped into Qin Yiyang, prompting her to instinctively clutch the microphone at her waist. At that moment, the system activated and revealed a scandal. In truth, Yao Yaya was not pregnant. She had never engaged in relations with Jiang Yi. Oh, what a twist. Qin Yiyang perked up her ears. Simultaneously, those present and the viewers before the screen were taken aback. What was this childish voice? Who was speaking? Chapter 25. Who is the white moonlight of the film emperor? The system's voice was that of a youthful child, delightfully sweet and innocent. Yet, there were no children present at the scene. The uninformed exchanged bewildered glances. Unbeknownst to the system, it had inadvertently leaked information and continued to divulge more. On the day Yao Yaya returned to the country, she deliberately got Jiang Yi drunk, intending to rekindle old feelings. However, during their intoxicated encounter, Jiang Yi called out Lu Jiqiu's name. This revelation shocked Yao Yaya, prompting her to push Jiang Yi away. Yet, the following morning, she fabricated the scene, leading Jiang Yi to mistakenly believe they had been intimate. Qin Yiyang found this puzzling. What was Yao Yaya's aim? It resembled a beloved toy being snatched away, prompting a desire to reclaim it. The system anticipated her thoughts and explained. Everyone was aware of what transpired next. Yao Yeye feigned pregnancy, hoping to drive a wedge between Jiang Yi and Lu Jiqiu. Everyone had heard it. Jiang Ye's expression shifted as he looked towards Yao Yeye, who appeared utterly flustered. She yearned to clarify, to assert that the bizarre voice was fabricating lies, but as she began to speak, the pain from her battered cheek overwhelmed her. The audience was captivated. Can anyone explain this childish voiceover? Is it part of the show as effects? It doesn't seem like it, and it's unlikely they would offend Jiang Yi for the sake of a show. How intriguing. I thought only I could hear it. Stop spamming the comments. It's distracting. I want to continue following the revelation. As the viewer wished. The revelations were far from over. Yet the most dramatic twist was yet to come. Jiang Yi's affection for Yao Yeye stemmed from a case of mistaken identity. When Jiang Yi was a child, his illustrious film star father and mother were secretly married. To preserve their commercial value, they concealed Jiang Yi in the countryside, leaving him in the care of his grandparents, determined to keep his existence a secret. Jiang Yi felt a stirring in his heart. His fists clenched tightly, the veins along his wrists and forearms pulsing with tension. This was a fact known to very few. Clearly, the child's voice had spoken the truth. The system continued, stating that Jiang Ye's grandparents indulged him, raising him to be a plump child, while the boys in the village bullied him, leaving him without companions. One day, a little girl with horned braids arrived, becoming Jiang Ye's sole friend and even assisting him in confronting the village boys. When they parted, they exchanged tokens of remembrance. Regrettably, Jiang Yi, blinded by his emotions, mistook Yao Yeye for the little girl from his past. His pupils constricted as he retrieved a clay doll from a locked box. Its colors faded, yet held delicately in his hands, cherished beyond measure. He gazed at Yao Yeye, a hint of crimson flickering in his eyes. Was this truly a gift from you? The clay, fragile as it was, he seldom revealed to others. Yao Yeye, in a rush, insisted, of course it is. Liar. The system grew irate. Back then, the little girl had suffered an allergic reaction, sent to the countryside to recuperate, always masked, allowing Yao Yeye to seize the opportunity. The true white moonlight was, actually. Everyone leaned in, eager for the revelation, but the sound abruptly ceased, leaving others restless and anxious. What is happening? Why is there no sound? Are we going to a commercial? I'll buy. Hurry and tell us. I'm the anxious monarch. Who is the white moonlight? The production team was at a loss, unaware of the child's voice's origin. Even the director in the control room awaited the unfolding drama. Several related topics trended online. Who is Zhang's white moonlight? The melodrama of fiction spilling into reality. As a key player, Jiang Ye's breaths grew rapid, his heart gripped tightly, yearning for the answer. Yet, that voice vanished as if it had never existed. Just then, a laugh pierced the tension. Liziqiu. She smiled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Yi, you still seem as pitiable as in childhood.
Jiang Yi froze.
Liziqiu lowered her gaze, producing a talisman from her bag. Small and faded. Its once vibrant hue indistinguishable now, yet Jiang Yi remembered its original bright red. In that moment, he felt paralyzed, his blood seemingly stagnated. This was the talisman he had given her, a farewell gift. Liziqiu inhaled deeply. This is the talisman you gave me back then, knowing I had an allergic reaction, wishing for my swift recovery. It was you. Jiang Ye's voice faltered, sounding as if scraped against rough sandpaper. Liziqiu reminisced. Later, I returned to the village, hoping to learn of your whereabouts, but found nothing. She had once wondered at this, believing that with the Lu family's resources, locating a small boy would be trivial. In retrospect, Jiang Yi, the child of the film industry's brightest stars, would naturally be cautious, wishing to remain undiscovered, making it impossible for the Lu family to find him. The enigma of the past unraveled today, yet Liziqiu felt little joy. The saying, if only life were as it was at first sight, now resonated with her. She snatched the clay doll from Jiang Ye's hands, tossing it along with the talisman into the trash. The clay shattered upon impact. Jiang Ye's nerves unraveled. After years of meticulous protection, he found himself at the brink of despair, engulfed by a pain that swept through every corner of his being. He felt as if it was not the clay that had shattered, but rather his very self. Even his sense of hearing was compromised, ringing in his ears, as the world around him oscillated between cacophony and silence, with only Lu Jiqiu's gentle voice piercing through the tumult. She uttered, Jiang Yi, we owe each other nothing now. On the island, as the mist dispersed, It unveiled a resplendent azure sky. Though Liu Yanji had not witnessed this farce firsthand, listening to Qin Yiyang's heartfelt confessions made him feel as if he were present amidst the chaos. He released his tightly clenched fists, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he resumed his shipbuilding. Then calamity struck. A bizarre thought crossed his mind, questioning the peculiar logic that could conjure such absurd puns. At that moment, a wounded wolf reappeared, accompanied by a female wolf. It was evident that the injury on its hind leg had healed, yet it still limped. Liu Yanji had surveyed the island's conditions. Apart from a few insects and birds, the ecosystem was devoid of a complete biological chain, lacking even mammals. He pondered how these wolves had come to inhabit this desolate place, knowing well that their survival was highly unlikely. Particularly, the male and female wolves seemed to have gone a long time without food. It was likely that the last hamburger had been reserved for their pups. Thus, motivated by the need to protect their young, they decided to confront Liu Yanji. An impulse stirred within him, perhaps born of boredom or some other reason. He glanced back at the supplies he had stored in the cave. Purified water, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, compressed biscuits, and beef jerky. Additionally, there were pajamas, facial cleanser, toothbrushes, razors, a generator, kerosene, an induction cooker, cookware, a refrigerator, and a coffee machine, all of which had miraculously descended from the heavens in recent days. He had no doubt that a ship or an airplane might soon follow suit. Faced with the poised wolves, Liu Yanji remained unfazed. Tossing a few egg yolk pies their way, the wolves immediately seized them, their fierce eyes suddenly gleaming with clarity. What delectable morsels were these? They had never tasted such delights before. Chapter 26. Delight. It is you who has climbed too high. What concern is it of mine? Within the apartment, the atmosphere was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by the melodramatic twist of fate that had turned a mere substitute into the beloved figure. Qin Yiyang broke the silence, standing beside Liu Zhiqiu. Sister-in-law, well done. Why would one linger with such a man? Should we keep him for the new year? Even the wet waste would find him distasteful. If he mistook fish eyes for pearls, why wouldn't he mistake me for his father? Ha ha ha. I give you full marks for that logic. Qin Yiyang is truly a talent. To call her foolish is to overlook her brilliance. Looking at it this way, Shun Yan is utterly repulsive. She was just defending Yao Yaya, perhaps hoping to leverage her for Jiang Ye's film resources. Our Yan Yan is innocent, all right? A bunch of fools. Stop your reckless accusations. With tears brimming in her eyes, Shun Yan turned to Yao Yaya. Yaya, is this true? How could you be so foolish? Yao Yaya's pale explanation fell on deaf ears. Shun Yan sighed, recalling how, when you initially told me that you and Jiang Yi had seen Liu Zhiqiu entering and exiting a hotel with the male director, I genuinely believed you. I never imagined the truth would unravel in such a manner. Her words were evidently an attempt to distance herself from the situation. However, Yao Yaya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She turned to Liu Zhiqiu, a mocking smile gracing her lips. You portray yourself as the aggrieved party, yet one might think you were deeply enamored with Yi. Even if you helped him in his childhood, unaware of his true identity, what of now? Dare you claim your motives are not intertwined with his connections and family background? Liu Zhiqiu remained perplexed. If we were to discuss familial status, it was Jiang Yi who had reached for the stars. Yao Yaya scoffed. Stop the pretense. Yi and I witnessed you entering the hotel with director Jiang, particularly intimate. He could practically be your father. Don't you find that repulsive? The production team and the audience were taken aback. Director Jiang. Is it Jiang Yuzhu? My world is crumbling. Doesn't director Jiang have a wife and children? I thought Liu Zhiqiu was a naive flower, but she's actually a scheming woman meddling in someone else's marriage. Jiang Yuzhu, a distinguished master director in the Chinese film industry, was currently preparing for a new film, causing a stir among top actors vying for roles. Some popular actors even rallied their fans to comment in the director's section. This led to a flurry of fan interactions beneath Jiang's and the film's social media posts, echoing a glamorous red carpet event with phrases like image slayers and versatile emperors competing for attention. Even Jiang Ye's parents aspired to participate in this film, a testament to Jiang's formidable influence in the cinematic realm. Yao Yaya wore a triumphant expression, believing she had unveiled Liu Zhiqiu's true nature. Yet, unexpectedly, Liu Zhiqiu burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Yao Yaya felt a chill at the sound of her laughter. Do you wish to deny it? No. What you see is indeed me. Liu Zhiqiu turned to Jiang Yi. You mentioned that your father wished to play a role in director Jiang's new film. I recommended your father. Yao Yaya, as if hearing a joke, scoffed. You recommended Jiang Ye's father? Who do you think you are? Qin Yiyang could no longer contain herself. Jiang Yi, you've been dating my sister-in-law for 2 years. Surely you understand her family situation. What kind of boyfriend is so oblivious? Jiang Yi felt a pang in his heart. Indeed, it had always been Jiqiu striving to integrate into his life, while he had never taken the time to know her. I don't know. 3 months prior, when he picked Yao Yao up from the airport, she suggested they go for a drink. However, it was late, and he had promised Lu Jiqiu to return early, so he merely dropped Yao Yaya at the hotel. Yet, as he paused at the hotel entrance, he saw Lu Jiqiu intimately linked with the illustrious director Jiang. That scene imprinted on his mind. An unsettling wave of discontent surged within him. Consequently, he altered his course and took Yao Yaya to the bar instead. Qin Yiyang interrupted his reverie. My apologies, I forgot. You weren't actually dating. You were using my sister-in-law as a stand-in, toying with her feelings. The words struck Jiang Yi like an invisible dagger, piercing through the heart. A wave of bitterness surged within him, and he yearned to defend himself, yet found no words to articulate his thoughts. Qin Yiyang shook her head, reflecting. Now you choose to feign deep emotions. Where was this sentiment when it truly mattered? She mused. Did you think this was a narrative of tragic romance? The protagonist suffers endlessly, grappling with heartbreak and loss, all the while watching the male lead with another woman, enticing the readers with the notion of a heartbreaking reunion, only for the male lead to regret and swiftly achieve a perfect resolution? She lamented, in my past life, I was deceived by such tales of misguided love far too many times, leading to my untimely demise and frustration. This time, her inner voice resonated louder than ever before, imbued with palpable resentment. Lu Jiqiu, however, felt a chill run down her spine, sensing she had narrowly escaped becoming the tragic heroine of Qin Yiyang's narrative. Allow me to reintroduce, Qin Yiyang declared. This is Lu Jiqiu, the daughter of the Lu family, and Jiang Yuzhu happens to be her uncle. Upon hearing this, Yao Yaya was the first to express disbelief.
Impossible.
Everyone knows Jiang Yuzhu is the uncle of the powerful Lu Yanji, who has only one sister.
Suddenly,
Yao Yaya realized something, her face draining of color. Isn't Lu Jiqiu also a member of the Lu family? Jiang Yi, taken aback, looked at Lu Jiqiu, surprised that she had never mentioned this. Lu Jiqiu's gaze remained calm. I mentioned wanting to take you to meet my uncle, but you were always too busy. Eventually, the matter fell by the wayside.
Jiang Yi stood frozen.
He had once taken a shot at the future, only to find it striking him in the present, leaving his limbs aching and white with pain. He recalled the previous year's New Year when Lu Jiqiu had expressed her desire to introduce him to her parents and elders. How had he responded? He had said, I have filming to do in the coming days, perhaps later. She had asked repeatedly, yet he had consistently brushed her off, offering her hope only to let her down. He had not even afforded her the most basic trust. They had been together for 2 years, and Jiqiu had loved him without reservation. This unconditional affection had fostered within him a boy who had never known parental love, a misguided belief that he, too, was deserving of wholehearted love. Yet he was terrified that this was merely a facade she wore. Whenever she showered him with affection, he would retreat, questioning her sincerity. For this was a capacity he had never possessed, to love someone without reservation. His nerves frayed. He suspected her motives, fearing she was drawn to him solely for his family status. In the depths of night, his sole nightmare was the thought of her ceasing to love him. Thus, he deliberately belittled their love, wielding it as a weapon against her, striving to appear aloof and as though he could withdraw at any moment. At last, the pain engulfed every joint in his body, rendering him unable to maintain his stance.
Jiang Yi staggered backward.
Leaning against the wall adorned with a bullhorn decoration, the very piece he had nearly knocked Lu Jiqiu into moments earlier. Blood seeped from his back, staining his white shirt. Yao Yaya was the first to scream in horror, while Jiang Yi, numb and devoid of sensation, merely reached out to grasp Lu Jiqiu's hand. He sought no role dictated by a director. He yearned to start anew with her. A sharp pang gripped his stomach, rendering Jiang Ye's lips pale as he silently implored for her compassion. Jiqiu, I am in pain. Every time he uttered those words, she would set aside her endeavors to seek him out. Yet this time she did not. She offered him no glance. And as Jiang Yi succumbed to the agonizing pain and rapid loss of blood, she turned away with her family. The expressions of those present varied, but only Xunyan's was marked by evident panic. A dreadful thought emerged. Could it be that Qin Yiyang's boyfriend was indeed Lu Yanji? Chapter 27. When the formidable Lu heard about the romance literature, The live stream was abuzz with excitement. What a glitch. I'm eagerly awaiting the sequel. What a twist. If you're in pain, go eat dung. ISN to your white moonlight adept at pulling strings? Your words are utterly repulsive, yet I adore them. Sister-in-law. You must not forgive that scoundrel. I'll find you a group of male models, all 188 centimeters tall, who will make you forget your ex.
How to eat.
I'm quite urgent. Can I partake? The online comments grew increasingly scathing, yet amidst the melodrama, some uncovered a juicy revelation.
Wait.
Qin Yiyang's sister-in-law is Lu Yenji's sister from the Beijing elite? Help! Don't tell me Qin Yiyang's boyfriend is Lu Yenji. Shocking? I work for Lu's company, and our boss has been absent lately. Could it be he has been courting? Jiang Yulan noted the online discussions with delight. As the family entered the car, she grasped her daughter's hand, lamenting her recent neglect due to her eldest son's affairs. Mom, I'm fine, Lu Zhiqiu reassured her. Though she initially found Jiang Yi handsome, upon reflection, she realized her brother was far more appealing. Alas, it's all your fault for giving birth to such good-looking sons. My standards for men have soared.
Oh, dear.
Jiang Yulan chuckled, playfully tapping her daughter's nose. By the way, Lu Zhiqiu turned to Qin Yiyang. Her eyes sparkling. Sister-in-law, are you truly my sister-in-law? Qin Yiyang, feeling a twinge of guilt, touched her nose and replied, yes. My elder brother is rather cold and unfeeling. If you find him unsatisfactory, consider me instead. Qin Yiyang leaned back strategically, prompting laughter in the comments. Lu Zhiqiu's expression doesn't seem feigned. Things are heating up. Witnessing the sister-in-law and elder brother vying for the sister-in-law. The overbearing sister-in-law falls for me. After being hurt by men, the sister-in-law falls for the elder sister-in-law. Such a captivating forbidden narrative. Sister-in-law, has your brother kissed you here as well? I am guilty. Teacher, fragrant, hungry. Yenji, the situation is precarious. Return swiftly. In the midst of this, Jiang Yulan received a phone call regarding urgent company matters.
Yang?
I must return to Beijing shortly. Being so young, could I trouble you to look after him during this time? Of course. No. Two voices echoed simultaneously. Lu Duo was quite resistant. Although he felt a slight fondness for Qin Yiyang after she saved his sister, he still had a strong intuition. She could not possibly be his older brother's girlfriend. He vowed to guard his brother's honor. Qin Yiyang seemed to have guessed the reason why Jiang Yulan kept Lu Duo in Haiqing. With Lu Yenji's fate uncertain and wolves circling in the capital, Lu Duo, being young and somewhat naive, could easily say something inappropriate. Jiang Yulan nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely her thought. Meanwhile, Lu Duo was indignant. How could he be considered foolish? Even if he were to starve or roam the streets, he would never stay in her house. Well, Qin Yiyang feigned regret. I have a big dog at home who adores children.
Dogs.
Lu Duo's eyes lit up. Since childhood, he had a fondness for dogs. But his mother was severely allergic to pet hair, making him dream of having a canine companion. He patted his chest and declared, Mom, for this period, I will stay at my sister-in-law's house. You need not worry about me. Jiang Yulan stifled a laugh. Previously, only Yenji could manage this little whirlwind, and now there was another Yiyang to contend with. She turned to Qin's parents and said, Dear in-laws, I entrust Duo to you. Qin's mother enjoyed a lively household, but her husband and son were both reserved. Seeing the vivacious Lu Duo warmed her heart. We are family now, let's not stand on ceremony. Upon arriving home, Wangkai, a beautiful golden retriever, bounded over. With its light golden, fluffy coat and intelligence, it resembled a small lion when it ran, which delighted Lu Duo. The boy and the dog quickly bonded like brothers, playing together exuberantly. Qin Yiyang shook her head in amazement. At that moment, her brother's call came through. Yang, I just saw a variety show. How did Bo Mingzi become Shun Yan's boyfriend? And what about you and Lu Yenji? The internet says you two are together. Is that true? That's a long story, Qin Yiyang pondered. I have broken off my engagement with Bo Mingzi, and my relationship with Lu Yenji is indeed genuine.
We have signed a love contract.
She silently added in her heart. Perhaps her brother was still a bit dazed, as he did not dwell on how his sister had become involved with a prominent figure in the capital. Instead, he cautioned, Yang, keep your distance from Shun Yan. A grain of rice brings gratitude, but a grain of millet brings enmity. Her mother and daughter likely belong to the latter. Be careful of the Shin family. Qin Yiyang felt warmth in her heart. When will you return, brother? Her brother's voice was slightly weary, yet he remained patient with her. I have a flight back to Haicheng tomorrow. The foundation work at the construction site is complete, and I need to inspect it. Earlier this year, her brother had taken over a subsidiary of the Qin Group in real estate. It was undertaking a significant project involving schools, hospitals, housing, and commercial spaces. A key initiative for the public good. Real estate was now a sunset industry, and her brother was busy preparing to establish his own technology company, juggling both ventures and finding himself overwhelmed. He hadn't even touched his beloved tennis for a year. Take care of yourself, brother. And ensure someone is watching over the site. Don't let anyone sabotage it. Qin Yiyang paused, seemingly taken aback by his sister's words. A warm current seemed to flow through his heart. Indeed, we have grown up. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yiyang reflected on her career. She wrote romantic literature on Xiaohongshu. Upon opening the app, she noticed the red badge indicating 99 notifications. Yet, Qin Yiyang lacked the courage to click on them, uncertain whether they were insults or praise. Instead, she pressed the red plus button to begin her daily update.
By now.
She had mastered the essence of this genre of literature. Mr. Liu's Little Rose. Today, I encountered something disheartening and had a video call with Mr. Liu. I expressed, I am unhappy. He replied, I am also unhappy. I found myself curious, Mr. Liu, typically aloof from the mundane, what could possibly disturb his emotions? I heard his voice, low and somewhat melancholic, lamenting that without his wife by his side, he could only take cold showers every morning. I rolled my eyes in frustration, asking, Can't you just turn on the water heater yourself? He leaned closer to the camera, responding, You still don't know whether hot water helps?
Ah.
How embarrassing.
Yet.
Adhering to the rigorous standards of a writer, Qin Yiyang mentally recited it again. Excellent, no typos. She clicked send, then proceeded to curl her toes against the floor, toss her phone aside, and bury her face in the familiar comfort of her blanket. Help. If Liu Yenji discovers I portrayed him in such an exaggerated manner, he might very well kill me. On the deserted island, Liu Yenji, who had heard the entire account, pondered. Chapter 28, Returning the Filth to the Shun Family. Qin Yiyang's room was equipped with cameras from the production crew, and the audience watched her peculiar antics with great interest. What is she up to? It seems she was just typing. Is she chatting with someone? I must admit, this resembles the way I interact with my ambiguous partner. Sometimes, when things heat up, I too bury my face in the blanket. Is Qin Yiyang and her boyfriend this sweet? I'm here for it. Before long, it was dinner time. Lu Duo and Wang Kai were in the living room watching television. Qin Yiyang initially assumed they were watching an animated show, only to discover upon closer inspection that they were engrossed in a palace drama. In the series, a eunuch cried out, The emperor is here. Kneel before him.
Woof.
Wang Kai immediately laid his front paws on the ground, his head knocking against the floor. Observing Lu Duo still standing, Wang Kai hurriedly pawed at him, almost on the verge of speaking. Understanding the cue, Lu Duo mimicked him, kneeling and bowing his head dramatically. Long live our emperor. Woof woof woof. Qin Yiyang stared in disbelief. Where did these feudal dogs and their feudal human cubs come from? As she spoke, both human and dog turned their gazes towards her.
Woof.
At Wang Sai's command, Lu Duoduo's eyebrows shot up. How dare you, commoner? You do not kneel before the emperor. With that, he prepared to apprehend her. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yiyang lifted Duo in her left hand and Wang Kai in her right, unceremoniously tossing them out the door. Today, let the emperor treat you to dinner. The duo, one human and one dog, responded in unison. The atmosphere was quite lively at the Qin residence, contrasting sharply with the somber mood enveloping the Shun household. Upon returning home, Shun Yan found herself washing her hands repeatedly, yet despite her efforts, an indescribable foul odor lingered. Throughout her life, she had never engaged in such menial tasks. During her 12 years at the Qin family, she had the luxury of servants attending to her every need. Even upon returning to the countryside, her mother had shielded her from labor, fearing it would impede her studies. Yet today, she had to clean up after Yao Yaya. Overwhelmed, Shun Yan finally succumbed to tears. Initially, her plan had been to leverage Yao Yaya's connection with Jiang Yi to secure premier film opportunities, transitioning from a mere internet celebrity to a respected actress, thereby earning the approval of old Master Shen. However, her aspirations were thwarted by Qin Yiyang's unexpected interference, which had shattered everything she had worked for. At that moment, Shun Beichun arrived home. The sound of weeping from the garden pierced his ears. Upon discovering it was Shun Yan, he approached her, asking softly, Why are you crying? Yan, who has upset you? Tell your brother. Yet, Shun Yan, embarrassed by her vulnerability, merely covered her face and fled, her slender figure radiating a sense of pitiful fragility. Shun Beichen's heart softened. He could not comprehend his grandfather's deep-seated aversion toward Qin Yiyang and her mother. Years ago, when his father faced a near-fatal accident, it was Anne and Ro who had saved him, thus forging a bond that should be deemed virtuous. Moreover, Aunt and Ro possessed a serene demeanor, and his sister Qin Yiyang was gentle and considerate, qualities that endeared them to the entire family. Yet, for reasons unknown, his grandfather harbored an intense disdain, treating them as if they were mere mistresses and illegitimate children of his father. He speculated that his grandfather's prejudice stemmed from a disdain for poverty and an obsession with wealth, leading him to side with his father and oppose his grandfather vehemently. Even moving out of the ancestral home. Coincidentally, the butler passed through the garden. After learning the details of the situation from him, Shun Beichen's brow furrowed in concern. Yet again, the Qin family was involved. He was aware of the troubled past between Qin Yiyang's family and the Qins, stemming from a mix-up at the hospital that had mistakenly placed Qin Yiyang in the arms of the Qin family. When the Qins discovered the truth, they had accused Aunt and Ro of deliberately switching the infants. Had it not been for Aunt and Ro rescuing his father, she might have been imprisoned due to the Qin's malicious slander. The Qin family, with their arrogance, truly deserved contempt. A dark glint flickered in Shun Beichen's eyes. It was time to teach them a lesson. The following day, whispers began to circulate through the streets of Haicheng. Have you heard? There are 7 coffins buried beneath the building the Qin family is currently constructing. Indeed. I heard the same. No wonder the Qins recently sold their properties at such low prices. It appears they are feeling guilty. That land is cursed. A family of 7 had fled here, only to be tracked down by their enemies, resulting in their tragic demise. Their spirits now roam, causing disturbances. A venerable monk, upon passing through this locale, discerned the disturbances wrought by malevolent spirits. Consequently, he commissioned the construction of 7 coffins, expending his lifeblood to seal away these nefarious entities. Such urban legends gained immense popularity, swiftly transported across various platforms. In no time, the 7 coffins of the Qin family became a trending topic. Some individuals, reveling in the spectacle, exacerbated the situation. A master of metaphysics took to Weibo, proclaiming, "Nonsense. This is not a mere matter of using yang energy to suppress evil spirits. It is something far more insidious. The Qin family seeks to exploit fortune." This statement instantly garnered thousands of comments. The master continued to post, asserting, according to the Qin family's fate, they are destined for bankruptcy, yet their current survival is due to this borrowed fortune. Observe the layout on the Qin family's official website. Do those 3 decorative lights not resemble incense sticks? Behind them lies a row of commercial streets, akin to offerings? This is a human sacrifice. The notion of human sacrifice sent shivers down the spines of the crowd. Borrowing fortune? How despicable. This is terrifying. This is a conspiracy by the Qin family. I had just begun to feel some goodwill towards the Qin family, only to discover they are ravenous demons. My family purchased a property in this community. Master, how can we break this curse? The master replied, there is no remedy.
Under no circumstances should you move in.
The Taoist statements rapidly gained traction, inciting unrest among the property buyers. They spontaneously gathered outside the Qin group's headquarters, brandishing white banners in protest. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang had just awakened. Today marked the 2nd day of the promotional film, and as she groggily returned from her morning routine, she encountered a crew member with a grave expression. The crew member reassured her, "Yiyang, the situation remains inconclusive. There's no need for alarm." "What's going on? You're not aware?" The crew member displayed their phone, revealing the rumors surrounding the 7 coffins of Qin Realty. Instantly, Qin Yiyang became alert. What is happening? The system activated, revealing that Shun Beichen, in a bid to avenge Qin Yiyang, had bribed workers to bury 7 coffins in the foundation and subsequently incited public outrage among the property buyers. Indeed, it was the Qin family once again. Qin Yiyang pondered how Qin Yiyang and her mother managed to manipulate the Qin family into a state of bewilderment. The elder Qin had built his fortune from the ground up, yet his descendants seemed increasingly foolish. Qin Yiyang could not help but inquire, "System, is my brother's paralysis related to this incident?" Indeed, the system sighed. One property owner's daughter fell gravely ill and urgently needed funds. Yet the coffin incident rendered the house unsellable. Ultimately, the father, unable to raise the necessary money, helplessly watched his daughter perish. Consumed by grief, he blamed it all on your elder brother, attempting to run him down in the dead of night. Though your brother survived, he was left with lifelong paralysis. A wave of sorrow washed over Qin Yiyang. Had it not been for the Shun family's machinations, that father could have sold the house to fund his daughter's treatment. The young girl would have lived, and her brother would not have been ensnared in this tragedy. The tragic tale of the elder brother and the father-daughter pair is but the tip of the iceberg regarding the 7 coffins incident, with countless families also affected. The Shun family is indeed malevolent. Fortunately, the situation is not insurmountable. I shall amend the narrative. Chapter 29. While others alleviate suffering, Shun Yan rescues a suspect. In a fleeting moment, the Qin family and their real estate ventures have become synonymous with unscrupulous capitalism. Countless individuals gathered outside the gates of the Qin group, brandishing banners. Upon learning of the news, Qin Yiyang, the eldest of the Qin family, was consumed by anxiety. During the initial excavation, no coffins had been unearthed. Whence arose the rumors of these 7 coffins? Recently, the Qin group had suffered a rupture in its financial chain and, in a desperate attempt to recover funds, resorted to selling properties at a loss, unwittingly reinforcing the rumor that 7 coffins lay buried beneath. Qin Yuan's brow furrowed in distress, perceiving the situation as exceedingly precarious. However, he was not the only one troubled. Outside the Qin group's building, a throng of protesters had gathered. Among them was a middle-aged man clad in a delivery rider's uniform, his face etched with weariness, cradling a small girl in his arms. The girl, though young, appeared frail and delicate, reminiscent of a tiny kitten. Unlike the fervently indignant crowd, the man seemed somewhat bewildered. His name was Gao Qihai, who had recently purchased a 70-square-meter off-plan property from the Qin group at a low price, anticipating delivery in 2 years. Yet, last night, his daughter fell gravely ill. And in his desperation to gather funds for her hospital and surgical expenses, he had come to this location in search of fortune, hoping to sell the property at a bargain. "Brother, are you interested in buying a house? I can offer it cheaper than their sales office," Gao Qihai exclaimed, gripping the arm of a passerby. The man regarded him with a strange expression. "Get lost. Who let a fraud like you in?" "No, I'm not a fraud. My daughter is ill," Gao Qihai hastily explained. "Look, here are her test results. I need to sell my house to pay for her treatment." The man took the medical report, his expression softening with sympathy. "Brother, you're truly unfortunate. The real estate market has collapsed. I wouldn't live there even if it were free. Who would dare buy your property? Has the developer fled?" "No, it's worse than that. It's a curse." "A curse? What do you mean?" Gao Qihai inquired, perplexed. The man mused. "It's been said online that beneath this community lie 7 coffins, buried by the Qin family to lend themselves good fortune. To purchase such a home is to borrow someone else's luck. Everyone is planning to rescind their purchases and demand an explanation from the Qin group. I'm just passing by to witness this spectacle."
With that,
the man raised his fist and shouted, "Refund. Greedy capitalists, refund." The clamor of the crowd demanding refunds grew deafening, with many reveling in the chaos. Gao Qihai, however, stood in stunned silence, his grip on his daughter tightening as he felt the weight of despair. At that moment, the leaders and reporters from the press arrived at the scene. Among the throng, they immediately spotted a man, visibly agitated and shouting, "Refund! Give me back my life-saving money!" The leader's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the perfect angle for a report. "You lot, go interview that man at once." It turned out, the leader's discerning eye had selected an exceptional candidate for an interview. The man claimed to be a delivery rider, abandoned by his wife who ran off with a wealthy man, leaving him with a young daughter. He had hoped to find solace in the bustling city, relying solely on each other. However, when his daughter fell ill, he was forced to sell their home to fund her treatment, only to find the property slipping through his fingers. The combination of poverty, illness, housing, and deceit sent shockwaves across the internet, igniting a media frenzy. The outcry against the Qin family was overwhelming. Soon, Shun Yan shared the news, urging, "Please contact this father. I am willing to cover the full medical expenses for your daughter, doing my humble part." The comment section erupted with praise. "Yan Yan is truly beautiful inside and out." Yesterday, the Qin family flaunted their luxurious mansion, but today they are silent. There is indeed a stark contrast between people. The Qin family seeks wealth at the cost of lives, while the Shun family is saving lives. Shun Yan spearheaded the fundraising efforts. And even the Bo family joined in to offer assistance, with fans contributing to the crowdfunding. Each time a donation gained attention online, the Qin family faced a wave of backlash. Meanwhile, the Qin family became aware of the situation. Within the Qin group's headquarters, A meeting convened to discuss how to quell the public outrage. The project manager asserted, "Since the commencement of the project, I have been vigilant, and I have never seen any coffins. This is nothing but slander." The public relations department suggested, "The best course of action is to excavate the site to mitigate the public sentiment and minimize losses." Upon hearing this, the project manager became frantic. "What nonsense are you spouting? If we break the concrete and steel, it will be ruined. We would have to redig the foundation, retie the steel, and repour the concrete. The budget increase is trivial, but delaying the project is significant. This is a public welfare project. It must be delivered on time." Qin Yiyang felt a headache coming on. She was well aware of what they were discussing. She had convened the meeting not to witness their bickering but to find a solution. "Excavate it." A voice rang out. Qin Yiyang turned to see Qin Yiyang, who had appeared at the conference room door unbeknownst to her, holding a dog in one hand and Lu Duo in the other. Qin Yiyang said, "Wonkai ran in through the dog door, and when I mentioned searching for the dog, everyone let me in." The room fell silent. "The Paw Patrol has done a great service? Yet, how did the crew behind you get in?" Qin Yiyang glanced at the 5 or 6 people trailing behind. They claimed to be undercover reporters aiming to expose the Qin family's ugly face, and everyone supports them. As for the guard at the entrance, I gave them a heads up, and they let them in. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback, not only due to Qin Yiyang's audacious actions, but also because they realized the crew was broadcasting live. The Qin heiress deceiving the audience was making the chaos even more pronounced. The project manager was left balding in frustration, muttering that Qin Yiyang was indeed a talented individual. "Thank you." Qin Yiyang beamed. This isn't flattery," the project manager retorted. Qin Yiyang stroked her chin, reflecting that her inspiration came from the fraudulent individual on the news who claimed his daughter was ill. Upon hearing this, the audience was incensed. "How dare you label him a fraud? He possesses the child's test results. I thought the Qin family had convened to discuss how to compensate the victims. To my surprise, they merely seek to evade responsibility. Qin Yiyang is truly malicious. She lacks the kindness of Shun Yan." Although Qin's mother was puzzled, she understood that her daughter was not devoid of compassion. "Yang, why would you say that?" Qin Yiyang replied, "Because he doesn't have a child at all. He misappropriated someone else's story, aiming to extort us for money. Unintentionally, Shun Yan led the charge to donate, escalating the matter. This man was previously a human trafficker, having abducted countless women and children, yet had remained unscathed by the law. Now, with Shun Yan's financial assistance, he could conveniently escape abroad to evade justice." Glancing at the time, Qin Yiyang calculated that the man had already made his way to the port, intending to illegally migrate to Southeast Asia. Netizens reacted with shock. Chapter 30, disguised as a deity, astonishing the crowd. This incident garnered significant attention from the Haicheng police, who promptly proceeded to the port to apprehend the suspect. However, Shun Yan's fans insisted that Qin Yiyang was slandering. How shameless! Accusing a victim of being a suspect. Fun fact, spreading rumors can lead to detention for 5 to 10 days, waiting for Qin Yiyang to be proven wrong. Meanwhile, Shun Yan found the situation amusing. She had witnessed the man holding a test result. Could it be that the test was fabricated as well? The Shun family shook their heads at Qin Yiyang's delaying tactics in public relations. Shun Qingshan scoffed, remarking that the Qin family seemed to be running out of ideas, resorting to such a clumsy PR maneuver. Shun Beichen interjected, "Father, this matter is trivial. Allow me to handle it. As the leading enterprise in Haicheng, the Shun family should take action to give back to our roots and simultaneously rectify the recent negative press surrounding the Shun consortium."
Good.
Shun Qingshan replied, feeling gratified. He held great confidence in his eldest son, who was steady, reserved, and possessed a tenacity reminiscent of his own youth. Shun Beichen smiled and promptly took Shun Yan to the Qin group. "President Qin." A secretary hurried into the conference room. "The Shun family representatives have arrived outside the group. They claim to assist the owners who purchased our property in asserting their rights and have brought along a lawyer." Hearing this, the project manager slammed the table in frustration. "Nonsense. This is nothing but an attempt to take advantage of our misfortune." The project manager's coarse words bore truth. The Shun family's visit was indeed aimed at capitalizing on Qin's unfavorable news to enhance their own reputation. Qin Yiyang declared, "System, show me the original text." Original text. Shun Beichen arranged for a vehicle carrying 7 coffins to enter the construction site, burying the coffins in the ground, solely to help his sister Shun Yan vent her frustrations. Host level increased, currently able to modify 2 homophonic characters. Qin Yiyang exclaimed, "Hooray!" Yet, The Qin family members who overheard the conversation could not share in the joy. What a malicious individual Shin Beichun is. However, it is not merely a matter of two characters. Even if they were to change it to 10 homophones, they would still lack any inspiration. In the original text, the 7 coffins have already been placed on their construction site. Can they simply vanish? Lu Duodwa's delicate brows knitted into waves, her young heart burdened with worries. How could the plot be altered? It's simple. Qin Yiyang's cheerful voice chimed in, capturing everyone's attention. She continued, change the real estate to the Shin family. Shin Yan Shin. The character for family. Everyone was taken aback. Could English truly have homophones? Could she really be a genius? Meanwhile, downstairs, the homeowners clamored for the Qin family to excavate the foundation to see if there were indeed any coffins inside. Qin Fengyi, the chairwoman of the group, approached the entrance with a team. As she appeared, the protests grew louder. Shin Beichun and Shan Yan stood among the crowd, a subtle smile gracing their lips. Qin Fengyi stepped forward, expressing gratitude for everyone's support and for choosing the Qin group and its real estate. Addressing the unfounded rumors circulating online, she stated, the Qin group has always upheld scientific principles and opposes all forms of feudal superstition. There is no such thing as utilizing feng shui for fortune. Rumors cease among the wise, she continued, and we have invited experts in remote sensing and geophysical exploration to conduct an on-site examination of the underground. There are absolutely no false coffins as claimed online. This proclamation evidently failed to convince the crowd. How do we know you Haven Tea bribed the technicians? Yes. What if there's a cover-up? I trust my own eyes, not technology. Qin Fengyi seemed to have anticipated this, her voice steady as she replied. The foundation can indeed be excavated, but what if no coffins are found? Who will compensate for this loss? Who will bear the consequences of the construction delays? She pointed at several of the most vociferous individuals in the crowd. They all bowed their heads in silence. I will take responsibility. A gentle female voice resonated. Everyone turned to see Shin Yan. Her gaze was resolute. If the foundation of your company's construction site does not yield any coffins, that would be a positive outcome. The Shin family is willing to cover the costs and fully bear the losses incurred from any delays. Her words elicited cheers from the crowd. The Shin family truly was benevolent. This was a grand gesture. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang, who had remained silent, broke into a radiant smile, revealing a row of white teeth. I was just waiting for Miss Shin to say that. Well, since we have Miss Shin's guarantee, Qin Fengyi raised an eyebrow. Let us excavate and see. The crowd moved to the construction site, urging the workers to break the concrete. Shortly thereafter, a slender man clad in a Taoist robe arrived, sporting a pair of mustaches. Appearing to be in his 30s. He began to act somewhat erratically at a table draped in bright yellow cloth. Many people took out their phones to capture him, and even news reporters were eager to interview him. Curiously, Qin Yiyang approached. Uncle, have you lost your mind? The Taoist, with an air of eloquence, replied. This place is rife with malevolent energy. Dark forces loom, and countless threads of red light converge here. This is a fortune-borrowing formation. Although my cultivation is still nascent, I am tasked with vanquishing demons and performing rites. Oh, but doesn't your neck feel heavy?
What?
I mean, there's a baby sitting on your neck. Qin Yiyang stretched out her hand and counted. No, wait, it's 2. They are a pair of twins. The Taoist paused. What did you say? Qin Yiyang tilted her head. Can't you see? In an instant, the Taoist's face turned pale as a realization struck him. Is this for real? The baby is starting to feel scared. It reminds me of a horror film from Thailand. Could Qin Yiyang really see ghosts? Look at the terrified expression on the Taoist's face. It seems Qin Yiyang hit the nail on the head. Even Qin's mother appeared somewhat astonished. Observing the Taoist's demeanor, it appeared that Yiyang wasn't merely speaking nonsense. Could it be that Yiyang was capable of seeing unclean entities? Then she heard Qin Yiyang humming a little tune in her heart. The system indicated that this fake Taoist is merely a charlatan, lacking even a qualification certificate, just a big fraud. Not long ago, he misled a girl, causing her to become pregnant without any intention of taking responsibility. He merely gave her a sum of money for an abortion, and it happened to be twins. I tricked him, and unexpectedly, he was genuinely rattled. Upon hearing this, the Qin family cast scornful glances toward the fake Taoist. What a beast. At that moment, the construction crew had nearly finished their work. However, despite the complete demolition of the foundation, they had failed to uncover 7 coffins. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be that the Qin family has been wronged? Did they secretly move the coffins when things escalated? How is that even possible? Don't you possess any common sense? This is concrete, not sand. How could they just move it? Meanwhile, Shun Beichen furrowed his brow. How could there be none? Just yesterday, before the final pouring, he had explicitly instructed his men to bury them here, having witnessed with his own eyes the 7 coffins being buried within the foundation. How could they possibly be missing? Shen Yan clenched her fists tighter, her eyes reflecting surprise. Ha! At that moment, Qin Yiyang suddenly let out a strange laugh. Everyone turned to look. Her eyes glazed over. As if possessed, her tone and voice entirely unrecognizable. She began to chant in an unfamiliar dialect. The heavens observe the deeds of man. 3 feet above the head. There are deities. It is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has not yet arrived. Look, the retribution is upon you. As she closed her eyes, humming a peculiar incantation, she pointed towards Shun Beichen with a sudden intensity. The 7 coffins are hidden with you. A chill ran down everyone's spines. This was identical to the phenomena witnessed at home, with a half-immortal being possessed. Could the 7 coffins be located at Shun's construction site? Chapter 31. Your presence is my blessing. Qin Fengyi's heart tightened, fearing that her daughter might truly be in trouble. Everyone was too frightened to approach, except for her, who grasped Qin Yiyang's hand, her eyes brimming with concern. Meeting Qin Fengyi's gaze, Qin Yiyang silently cursed her performance. This is a disaster. I've overdone it. Mom, don't worry. I'm just acting. Prosperous, strong, democratic, civilized, and harmonious, your daughter hasn't been possessed. She couldn't speak, so she quietly squeezed Qin Fengyi's palm, using the moment to lean into her embrace. When she opened her eyes once more, she returned to her original state, a look of bewilderment adorning her face. Mother, what just transpired? At this moment, gasps of astonishment echoed around her. Indeed, Qin Yiyang had truly been possessed by a celestial being. Qin Fengyi, suppressing her laughter, embraced her daughter tightly. The other members of the Qin family exchanged discreet thumbs-ups, marveling at Yang's extraordinary acting skills. However, Lu Duo seemed to have fully immersed himself in the scene. With his chubby finger pointing boldly, he declared, You, the audacious Shin family, your deceitful words mislead the masses. A crime deserving of severe punishment. Bow down and confess your sins at once. The golden-haired Wang Kai barked in agreement. The feudal dog and the feudal child were indeed exposed. You speak nonsense. Shan Yen retorted, her breath quickening. Just the previous night, she had dreamt a vivid dream, as if viewing from the eyes of a deity, witnessing 7 coffins unearthed from the Qin family's construction site. The onlookers surged forward, encircling the Qin family, demanding refunds. The typically graceful Qin Fengyi was now frazzled and in disarray. Qin Yiyang, who had been treated like a little princess, appeared as a bewildered fool, crying out and drawing ridicule. Subsequently, a father, desperate to cure his daughter, found himself unable to sell his house and harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Qin family. That very night, he crashed his car into Qin Yiyang's elder brother. The eldest son of the Qin family, who had been their pride and hope, survived against the odds but was left paralyzed. From that point onward, the Qin family seemed to have exhausted all their fortune, hastening their decline. As the saying goes, one witnesses the rise of a grand building, the hosting of guests, and then the collapse of that very structure. In her dream, Shan Yen beheld all this, feeling no sorrow, but rather perceiving it as the Qin family's self-inflicted demise. Had they possessed even a modicum of compassion for her and her mother, understanding the plight of a single mother wishing for a better life for her daughter, had they forgiven her for changing swaddling, rather than insisting on imprisoning her mother, they might have avoided such a tragic retribution. Yet, why did the events unfolding now starkly contrast with the portents of her dream? On this sunny day, Shan Yen felt an inexplicable chill coursing through her. Her eyes brimmed with resentment, loathing the heavens for their blindness, and despising the foolish spectators. They could not perceive that Qin Yiyang was merely feigning a supernatural act, diverting trouble. At that moment, the onlookers, relishing the spectacle, shifted their ire towards Shin Beichen and Shin Yan. Shun Beichen, struggling to maintain his composure, gazed at the empty foundation, his heart riddled with doubts. Nevertheless, he forced a smile, reasoning that since this was merely a misunderstanding, he and his sister would not intrude any further. He came solely to assist in uncovering the truth, harboring no ulterior motives, and requested the understanding of Aunt Qin and Uncle Qin. As he spoke, he attempted to lead Shan Yan away. However, Qin Mu positioned herself in front of him, stating, Why the haste to depart, young Master Shin? The Shun family enterprise is a leading entity in Haicheng. My sister has recently been possessed by some unknown entity, uttering nonsensical words, which may provoke unwarranted speculation. How about this? Let us also investigate what lies within the Shun family's construction site. If this is truly a misunderstanding, we shall compensate for any resulting damages. This was a direct retort to the earlier words of the Qin family. Shun Beichen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. By a stroke of coincidence, fans of Shun Yan witnessed the unfolding events on the program. The Shun Yan Haicheng fan club united, converging at the venue to lend their support. They brandished banners emblazoned with Shun Yan's name, vociferously chanting, "Shun Yan, fear not. Little Haiyan is here." The moniker Little Haiyan was clearly a nod to Shun Yan's fandom. Admittedly, the situation bordered on awkwardness. Nevertheless, the fans held their heads high, exuding an air of defiance, as if to declare that anyone who dared to harm Shun Yan would face utter ruin. "Let her dig," they proclaimed. "We stand tall and proud, and the innocent shall be vindicated. Indeed, dig, we must. Restore our Yan's honor." Qin Yiyang, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, found herself clawing at her shoes, her toes almost tearing through the soles. Yet, she couldn't help but muse, how fortunate Shun Yan is to have you all. If Shun Beichen could hear her thoughts, he might have quipped, "This fortune is yours to claim. Would you accept it?" Alas, he remained oblivious. Faced with the fervor of the fans, he clenched his teeth and nodded in acknowledgement. The crowd, brimming with eagerness, was poised to head to the construction site of the Shun enterprise. The two projects were merely a few streets apart, standing in stark contrast to one another. However, Qin Yiyang, rubbing her stomach, noted that it was noon and time to eat. "Let us discuss this later, in the afternoon." "No need to wait, let us go now," Shun Beichen insisted, ready to drive to the site. Qin Yiyang tilted her head, pondering that the Shun family, being a leading enterprise in Haicheng, would surely not starve their workers while they labored. With this thought lingering, Shun Beichen furrowed his brow. He felt an uneasy premonition and quietly instructed his subordinates to ensure that the site was closely monitored, permitting not even a mosquito to enter. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang and her family arrived at a nearby restaurant. Lu Duo pouted, his appetite for the beef noodles completely absent. "I'm not hungry." He was far more eager to witness the spectacle of the Shin family being thwarted, akin to a dramatic reversal in a soap opera. He couldn't fathom why Qin Yiyang insisted on dining at this moment, reminiscent of being forced to endure an hour-long advertisement during a gripping television episode, with no option to skip even as a premium member. Sensing the child's discontent, Qin Yiyang leisurely slurped her noodles. "If you want to eat, I will. Don't waste it." She then produced a bill, instructing him to buy a few umbrellas from the neighboring store.
"Why?"
Lu Duo queried, perplexed. For it was a sunny day with no rain in sight. Qin Yiyang flashed a gentle smile. "If you don't go, I'll have the driver take you home right now." This effectively cornered Lu Duo. The little fellow hastily took the money and, with his sturdy little legs, returned with several umbrellas. The online audience was bewildered. What is the purpose of buying umbrellas? It's not going to rain today. Perhaps she fears the sun? Qin Yiyang is overly delicate. Even Qin Yan, a star, isn't this afraid of sunlight. Are Shun Yan's fans always this bothersome? Is it entertaining to constantly undermine others? By approximately 2 in the afternoon, Qin Yiyang and her family arrived, albeit somewhat delayed. Shun Beichen, maintaining a stoic demeanor, commanded the commencement of the construction. As the excavator roared to life, the once clear and azure skies swiftly darkened, heavy clouds gathering ominously, swiftly followed by a violent gust of wind. The gathering was enveloped in astonishment. The weather forecast had clearly indicated no rain for the day. Yet, Qin Yiyang chuckled inwardly, thinking, the system was indeed accurate. The weather turned at 2 in the afternoon, delivering a shock of divine retribution to the Shun family. Thunder roared, and torrential rain cascaded down, catching everyone off guard and drenching them thoroughly. In stark contrast, the Qin family remained unperturbed as they unfurled their umbrellas, exuding an air of elegance, truly exquisite. "Master, I have attained enlightenment." Qin Yiyang possesses remarkable foresight, even predicting this. "Mom, why am I kneeling to watch the live stream? Is it just me? Or does this feel somewhat ominous?" The moment we began digging, the skies unleashed their fury, as if cursed. A rain canopy was hastily erected at the excavation site to prevent water from flooding in. Shun Beichen remained calm, leisurely sipping oolong tea from a porcelain cup. The fragrant steam enveloped his refined features, and he felt assured that no coffins lay buried at his construction site. Time passed, and a voice, laced with fear, pierced the air. "We've unearthed something." At this, Shun Beichen's right eye twitched violently. Disregarding decorum, he pushed past those obstructing his view and stepped forward. There, within the exposed foundation, lay 7 coffins, stark against the earth. Each coffin was plastered with yellow talismanic paper, rendering the scene even more eerie and macabre beneath the foreboding sky. An uproar ensued. Chapter 32. A multitude of men, unlocking the doors to a new world. The yellow talismans fluttered ominously in the chilling wind. Surrounding the coffins were various bizarre and chaotic soul-repelling artifacts, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. The onlookers were rendered speechless. The Qin family, too, felt a chill of sweat upon witnessing the ghastly display. They were not afraid of the coffins or the sinister talismans. Rather, they were filled with trepidation. Had these 7 coffins emerged from the foundation of the Qin family, it would have heralded a cataclysm of blood and chaos. Lu Duo, with her cherubic face flushed with excitement, clutched tightly to Wonkai. The girl and her dog whispered conspiratorially, and then Lu Duo's voice rang out, shrill and piercing. "There are ghosts. Ghosts." Her unaltered childish voice sent shivers down spines. "Woof, woof." Wonkai barked incessantly. It is said that cats and dogs possess the ability to sense spirits, and the sight of the normally docile golden retriever in a frenzy only heightened the sense of dread among the crowd. Many timid onlookers covered their eyes with their hands, yet peered through their fingers, torn between fear and curiosity. "These are vengeful spirits." Qin Yiyang's tone shifted, as if possessed. She gazed at the completed simulation diagram on the wall, her youthful yet innocent voice issuing a profound lament. The entrance was designed with 2 copper coin swords to suppress malevolent spirits, allowing generations to draw upon their fortune. Those who borrowed this luck would find it impossible to rise in this life and would lose their spiritual essence, destined to serve the Qin family across lifetimes. What a remarkable feng shui arrangement. The crowd felt a chill creep into their bones.
It was utterly horrifying.
Not only did this arrangement demand their fortunes in life, but it also sought to nourish the Qin family with their generational luck. They were not merely homeowners, they were akin to cattle and horses. Having previously praised the Qin family for their kindness, they were now confronted with the revelation of such malevolence. "It has come to my attention that Shun Yan has recently secured an exceptional script, sailing smoothly through her endeavors, perhaps attributing her fortune to our good luck." The crowd erupted in anger, and suddenly, someone shouted for a refund. Like a deluge, they surged forward, leaving the Qin family as bodyguards unable to react in time as they encircled Shun Beichen and Shun Yan. Shun Beichen positioned himself protectively in front of Shun Yan. Yet, he overestimated his own abilities. A formidable woman swung her arm and struck him squarely in the face. Before he could register the impact, an elderly man delivered a sharp kick to his rear. Struggling to maintain his balance, he instinctively reached out to grasp something, his hand extending toward Shun Yan. But she recoiled in fear. Shun Beichen was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he found himself crashing heavily to the ground, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his designer suit became sullied with the mud from the construction site, splattering filth onto Shun Yan. His limbs felt as though they were fracturing, and pain washed over him, draining the color from his face. The Qin family observed the farcical scene from a distance. Were it not for Yang Yang's ability to alter the narrative, it could very well have been the Qin family facing such a tragic fate today. This spectacle was captured live on camera, leaving viewers astonished by the drastic turn of events. How surreal! Were it not for my own eyes witnessing this, I would never believe such a reversal. The Shun family is utterly despicable. The dragon-slaying hero has become the dragon itself. Do not insult the dragon-slaying hero. To my mind, this is merely a business struggle. The Shun family sought to undermine the Qin family, only to suffer the consequences of their own actions. As for the unnamed charlatan, he stood dumbfounded, trembling, and ultimately knelt on the ground. The ancestral spirits had manifested. He approached Qin Yiyang, pleading, "Master, please take me as your disciple." Qin Yiyang replied. The charlatan, in tears, recounted his misfortune. "I was deceived by a heartless old fraud, toiling for him, washing clothes, cooking, and shuttling children for a decade, only to discover the truth upon his death. He was no true Taoist, and even his qualifications were forged." Reliving his sorrowful tale, he broke down in tears. Having long ceased to believe in the so-called Taoist arts, he pretended to be a Taoist to swindle others until today, when he beheld Qin Yiyang and regained his faith. Beyond the realms of this world, there exists another. I implore you, master, teach me the Tao. Qin Yiyang responded, you may find this hard to believe, but I possess no Tao skills. I am merely a bystander. As the overcast skies darkened, red and blue lights illuminated the road. The police had arrived. The charlatan's masquerade and fabrications would soon catch up with him. Qin Yiyang fixed his gaze on the man clinging to his feet. You might as well delve into your studies of the Tao from within. Morality and law, how can one not consider these as part of the Tao? With that, the matter reached a conclusion, and the Qin family promptly convened a shareholders' meeting. During this assembly, a serious reprimand was directed at Qin Qingshan and Qin Beichen. The elder patriarch surveyed his dejected son and his eldest grandson, who was suspended in a plaster cast and attached to an four-drip, and with a disdainful snort, remarked, what a disappointment. Merchants place great importance on feng shui. Some have suggested that ever since Mr. Qin became acquainted with the mother-daughter duo, misfortune has plagued the Qin family and the company. It would be prudent for Mr. Qin to maintain his distance from them. Otherwise, he might as well resign and not jeopardize the company's fortunes. Nonsense. Qin Qingshan rose up to refute. How is that nonsense? First, the overseas project was halted, and now there are rumors of misfortune being passed along. In my view, this mother and daughter are nothing but harbingers of disaster. The two factions exchanged heated insults, while the elder gentleman feigned slumber. Let it be as it may. Having lived a long life, he has endured a share of hardships and savored his blessings. If his descendants are inept, even if he were to live to 100, dragging his weary bones to the front lines, he could not save the Qin family. Each generation has its own fortune. Without descendants, I shall enjoy my own prosperity. He decided to indulge in a moment of nonchalance. The farce surrounding the Qin family came to an end, and their real estate holdings became scarce, successfully transforming this crisis into a splendid advertisement. Online, Qin Yiyang also surged in popularity, even inspiring a widely circulated meme. The original image was crafted by a professional team, but netizens altered Zhang Wei's face to that of Qin Yiyang's, replacing the word team with immortal. Professional immortal. Many online users shared this image while making wishes. Qin immortal. I want to succeed. Immortal. Let me steal a kiss on camera. Please. Qin immortal. I wish to lie in bed every day, without working, and still have endless money. The wishes grew increasingly absurd. Upon seeing this, Qin Yiyang felt overwhelmed. Alas, she had become an immortal. She could not bear such lofty desires and merely wished to be an ordinary person. Thus, she hurriedly took to Weibo. The toad in the wishing pool proclaimed, I am just an ordinary person, not an immortal. Please believe in science. Qin Yiyang had few followers on Weibo, but this post ignited a flurry of comments. Is this name for real? Listen to the master. I am currently raising toads in the wishing pool. The master truly is a master. Toads are harbingers of wealth. I noticed the master previously liked several videos of muscular men. I suspect the master is attempting to help these individuals earn money and save them from hardship, thus accruing merit. So starting today, I will also watch daily. Understood. From today, I shall scientifically cultivate immortality by watching men dance.
Injan, no.
She had previously only harbored thoughts of Bomingza. How could she possibly watch such videos? It was merely that she had not logged into Weibo for so long that someone had purchased likes for her. She promptly opened her profile to revoke the likes. As a result, she stumbled upon a new world. Internally screaming, oh my, what is that black strap on those pecs? I cannot comprehend, but how thrilling. This drunken puppy brother is so adorable. My heart aches. I am so perverse. Who taught you to dance in an apron? Who taught you to do push-ups in gray pants? Whoa, what bland days have I endured? Is the outside world truly this vibrant? They say you are aberrations, yet you are clearly auspicious. Once I accumulate wealth, I shall summon these auspicious beings to perform before me. On the island, Lu Yenji, who could hear all of Qin Yiyang's thoughts, was taken aback. Chapter 33. A Tale of a Tender Wife. Shortly thereafter, the police successfully apprehended a man who had falsely claimed his daughter was ill to solicit public donations and had previously been involved in human trafficking. They rescued more than a dozen women and children who had been abducted. Simultaneously, Qin Fengyi located her true father in need of assistance, Gao Qihai. Unbeknownst to him, Gao Qihai had not seen the news and was unaware that his situation had been exploited by another, who had managed to raise $1 million in medical fees within a single day. Ultimately, it was the Qin Charity Foundation that funded the surgery for Gao Qihai's daughter. Upon learning that his daughter could undergo the operation, Gao Qihai was overcome with emotion, weeping profusely. He fell to his knees, expressing his gratitude to President Qin for saving his daughter, admitting that he had misjudged them. He had even contemplated that if he were to lose his daughter, he would demand retribution from the Qin family. Yet, he never anticipated that it was all a misunderstanding. Qin Fengyi understood his thoughts. Yiyang had mentioned in the original text that Qin Yuan had been rendered paralyzed by this man's reckless driving. Even though fate had now been rewritten, Qin Fengyi, as a mother, could not completely absolve Gao Qihai of her feelings of resentment. "Move forward, for you are still young," she said before departing from the hospital, leaving Gao Qihai in stunned silence. Those 4 words echoed like fireflies, igniting a glimmer of hope in his otherwise tumultuous life. No one could have predicted that this statement would alter the course of Gao Qihai's existence. Of course, that is a tale for another time. At that moment, the juxtaposition of these 2 events sparked a media frenzy. The Shen family expended resources only to face public scorn, becoming the target of criticism. Not only did they have to take full responsibility for the delays at the Shen construction site, but their own projects were also forced to halt. In an effort to quell the uproar, Shen Qingshan poured all the savings he had amassed over the years into the situation. Ultimately, he fell short and, feeling too embarrassed to seek assistance from his father, was compelled to borrow money from Enro and Shunyan. Enro and Shunyan managed to gather around $1 million to lend to Shen Qingshan, though they felt a pang of discomfort. No one had anticipated that, despite entering high society, they would find themselves in a more precarious financial position than before. Enro then recalled her exclusive beauty mask formula and, inspired, contemplated establishing a brand to generate income. Meanwhile, since opening the door to a new world, Qin Yiyang found herself unable to escape, immersing herself in short videos. This brother is handsome, that younger sibling is adorable. This forced affection, that one calls her sister. In an instant, she comprehended the emperor. It wasn't he that she could draw from an endless pool of possibilities, but rather that she could not restrain herself. Qin Yiyang lamented, "Alas! At a time when I possess nothing, I have encountered the 923rd boy I wish to protect." The system could not help but retort, "You seem to have quite a few you wish to safeguard. Do you not enjoy watching?" Qin Yiyang shot a sidelong glance. "When you become excited, you overheat. And by the end of the day, my head feels as if it has been roasted." The system replied, "Whoa." Qin Yiyang was unreserved in her pursuits, fully aware that everyone knew she had liked and followed male influencers. She decided to embrace the situation, finding a perfect opportunity to juggle both her career and her interests. Her career involved writing romantic literature on a social media platform, while her hobby consisted of watching male influencers dance on another app. It was during this time that inspiration struck her. She quickly opened the platform and began her fervent writing. Mr. Lu's Little Rose. Recently, I stumbled upon a few male streamers dancing, and the surge of hormones was undeniably intoxicating. Noticing my engrossed expression, Mr. Lu leaned in closer, asking what I was watching. Instinctively, I turned my screen away. Unfortunately, my adversary was too cunning. Employing his charm, he managed to disarm me and successfully seized my phone. Glancing at the screen displaying the male streamer, he furrowed his brow and queried, "Do you like this?" Intentionally provoking him, I replied, "Of course. Who wouldn't he like a man who dances so well?" Mr. Lu said nothing and simply turned to leave. I scratched my head, initially thinking he was upset, but upon returning from my wash-up, I found the room illuminated only by the soft glow of scented candles. The sight that greeted me upon entering the bedroom made my heart skip a beat. Mr. Lu had somehow procured a fitted white shirt, with the top button undone, subtly revealing the outline of his chest muscles, while a loose black tie hung around his neck, both restrained and alluring. The most shocking detail was the pair of gray trousers he wore. I was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you possessed by something?" He leaned closer, raising an eyebrow. "Not to your liking?" I gasped, "This is a bit unfair." I had to admit, Mr. Lu looked even more handsome than the male streamer. Though there was one downside, he was rather distracting. This segment turned out to be a bit lengthy. Qin Yiyang read through her work silently, ensuring there were no typos before clicking upload. Then, she buried herself under the covers. Help! Was this truly the text she had typed with her 37-degree fingers? It was far more embarrassing than all her previous works combined. And what did she mean by rather distracting? She truly had no idea. On a deserted island, under the silvery moonlight, the mention of Mr. Lu's name brought a silence over Lu Yenji, who was currently showering, aware that she had begun her creative process yet again. With a cool expression, he exuded an air of authority and detachment. In the solitude of the island, he hung his clothes on a makeshift line. His face, typically calm and collected, began to show signs of strain upon hearing the phrase rather distracting. The veins in his forearms subtly throbbed as he contemplated the first thing he would do upon returning: acquire the platform and permanently erase every word from its servers. The pilot episode of the heiress romance concluded. The production team invited couples simulating marriage, along with their families, to travel to the officially designated filming location, Huaxi Village, a prosperous and beautiful rural enclave. Coincidentally, it had been some time since the Qin family had ventured out together, so they treated this program as a delightful getaway, with Lu Duo accompanying them. Upon arrival at Huaxi Village, Qin Yiyang discovered that the show had incorporated a pair of rookie idols, adding a new layer of intrigue to the program. However, the female idol by Su sprained her ankle before departure, seated in a wheelchair. Her long hair dyed a striking shade of gray-pink, her beauty undiminished by her injury. Pushing her was the male idol Wang Yunlan, clad in a loose gray hoodie, with a pair of white over-ear headphones around his neck. Though their words were few, their stunning appearances commanded attention. Even Qin Yiyang, who had been immersed in male beauty these past few days, cast a few extra glances. I initially thought my second brother was striking enough, but it turns out there are boys even more handsome than him. Qin Yiyang, ever considerate, presented a token of introduction. Wang Yunlan accepted it with a slight nod. Nearby, Lu Duo looked up, urging, "You should say thank you." "Thank you." Wang Yunlan uttered those two words before wheeling by Su toward the room selection. The production team had rented a large villa for several families to share, with each room being a standard accommodation. Essentially, it was first come, first served for room selection. Qin Yiyang was in no rush to choose a room. Instead, she settled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Her romance literature had yet to be updated. Cross-legged on the sofa, her expression serious, she analyzed the literary works of her seniors while jotting down notes. Senior 1. I am so foolish. My husband is a master's graduate from a prestigious university and is preparing to work in the U.S. I feel unworthy of him, so I sent a breakup text. To my surprise, he canceled an important meeting and returned home, fiercely questioning me about the breakup. I wept as I revealed my reasons, and he smirked, unbuttoning his shirt, implying that only by being thoroughly taken would I cease to overthink. Embarrassed, I hid in his embrace, ultimately yielding to him. Senior 2. Today, my husband gifted me a baby bowl, calling me his little baby. Senior 3. I had a quarrel with my husband, and, to persuade me, my mother-in-law presented the bedsheets from our wedding night, declaring that I was destined to be the matriarch of the Lin family, and regardless of whether I bore a son or daughter, my name would be recorded in the family genealogy. These words made Qin Yiyang's toes curl. Thoroughly taken baby bowl matriarch of the Lin family. Baowan, my eyes. Thousands of miles away, Lu Yenji was not faring much better. Upon hearing these literary tales, he quickened his pace in chopping trees for shipbuilding. He needed to return soon. If he delayed any longer, she would truly master it. Chapter 34. A most allergic brand. Qin Yiyang remained lost in the ocean of knowledge. A commotion at the entrance signaled the arrival of newcomers to the village. Rubbing her eyes, she was taken aback to find Jiang Yi among them. He had not withdrawn from the program yet, truly a testament to his resilience as an actor. As she pondered this, she noticed Jiang Yi approaching with reddened eyes. Qin Yiyang leaned back, declaring, "Red-eyed monster, do not come any closer. Back away." In just a few days, Jiang Yi had lost considerable weight, appearing almost skeletal, his former charming demeanor supplanted by an aura of despair. He was gaunt to the point of being unrecognizable. Particularly given his height, from Qin Yiyang's perspective, it was a striking visual impact. Bo Mingze is tall too,
But he is an ordinary pig.
yet Jiang Yi has become a mere bag of bones. What kind of pig is this then? This scene evokes an uncanny sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a phenomenon known as the Big Butt effect. Coughing lightly, Lu Yenji took a moment to quench his thirst, only to have the phrase echo repeatedly in his mind. Perhaps what she meant to reference was the uncanny valley effect. At this moment, Jiang Yi adopted a demeanor markedly subdued, starkly contrasting with his earlier arrogance. "Miss Qin, might I have the pleasure of meeting Jiqiu?" Qin Yiyang scratched his head, replying, "You cannot inquire of me. You must ask her. She pays me no mind." Jiang Yi appeared forlorn. "Jiqiu will surely attend the variety show, won't she?" The heir's romance invites both male and female guests along with their families. Jiang Ye's continued participation in the program is solely to see Lu Jiqiu once more. Qin Yiyang shook his head. I have heard nothing of her attendance. Undeterred, Jiang Yi gazed longingly at the entrance, akin to a village dog awaiting its master. However, instead of Lu Jiqiu, the Shun family arrived. Standing behind her was Bo Mingze, carrying Shun Yan's suitcase, followed closely by Enro, Shin Qingshan, Bo Mingze's mother, and his younger brother. The Bo family dotes on Yan quite extravagantly. What a gathering! Indeed, but may I ask why Qin Yiyang's husband and mother-in-law are absent? The contrast is rather stark. Shun Yan's fans should focus on their own affairs. Have the matters regarding the 7 coffins been resolved? Have they apologized for donating to the criminals who trafficked women? If I were Shun Yan, I would feel too embarrassed to appear on a variety show. With such meddlesome curiosity, one might wonder if they would also sample the refuse of a passing garbage truck. When the Bo and Qin families crossed paths, an awkward tension ensued. Bo Mingze's mother had always looked down upon Qin Yiyang, though she had previously concealed her disdain. Yet, upon learning that Shun Yan had become the adopted daughter of the Shin family, she completely severed ties with the Qins. Observing Enro's beauty and well-preserved appearance, Mrs. Bo could not help but exclaim, Enro, we are of similar age, yet your face bears not a single wrinkle, resembling that of a youthful maiden. What is your secret to such preservation? Enro, taken aback, covered her face. Really? I do not pay much attention to skincare. Perhaps it is simply genetic? Mrs. Bo, filled with envy, mused that such beauty was enviable indeed. Hearing this exchange, Qin Yiyang could not stifle a laugh. Genetic, you say? How bold you are. I suppose that pricey cream of 4,000 to 5,000 a bottle has been applied to a pig's face instead. The Qin family, upon overhearing, could not help but chuckle. Enro, oblivious to their amusement, suddenly recalled something and produced a small, deep green jar. Ah, I just remembered. I came across a recipe for a face mask while reading and have been applying it regularly. It might be the reason for my skin's condition. Mrs. Bo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is it truly that remarkable? Not only did Mrs. Bo become intrigued, but the online audience was equally captivated, with comments flooding in. What is this recipe? I desire it too. Some even hailed Enro as the nation's mother. With a smile, Enro turned to Mrs. Bo. Why not give it a try now? Qin Yiyang suddenly grasped the situation. Enro is here to promote the face mask. In the original text, Enro, in her pursuit to be worthy of Shin Qingshan, established her own skincare brand and was subsequently interviewed by numerous media outlets, becoming a role model for young girls. The Qin family expressed their perplexity. What exactly do they want young girls to learn from Enro? Should they emulate her seduction of a man while his legitimate wife is unwell? Should they aspire to bear children out of wedlock, seeking status through motherhood? Should they adopt a zero-cost approach to parenting, even going so far as to switch infants? This was not even the most outrageous part, Qin Yiyang lamented. Even more absurd was the fact that Enro's fans compared her to her mother, claiming that although both were of the same age, Qin Fengyi appeared more aged than Enro, thus demonstrating the efficacy of Enro's facial masks. Indeed, her mother, busy with meetings and engrossed in reading newspapers, naturally aged, while Enro, living a life of leisure sustained by her mother's financial support for Shun Yan, devoted herself to the study of beauty maintenance and strategies for marrying into wealth, which kept her looking youthful. A wave of frustration surged within Qin Yiyang. System, I wish to alter the original text.
Certainly.
The system responded with the original plot. The text stated, Enro showcased the effects of her facial mask on a variety show, and the audience expressed their astonishment, leading to the birth of a national brand. A glint of cunning flickered in Qin Yiyang's eyes. I must say, puns are indeed my comfort zone. Let us transform national brand into allergy brand, the pass for allergy, and sensitive for sensitivity. The Qin family gasped in disbelief. This was hardly a comfort zone. It was more akin to a dominion. At that moment, Enro had already opened a jar of her face masks. Shun Yan eagerly turned to Qin mother. Auntie Qin, would you care to try? No, thank you. Qin Yiyang interjected, fearing that her mother might agree if she delayed even for a second. Shun Yan's expression faltered. Her lips pressed together as if she had committed a misdeed, retracting her hand in disappointment. Observing this, Bo Mingze frowned. Qin Yiyang, how can you speak so? Yan was only being kind, and besides, this is a formula that Anne Enro has always used, made by her own hands. With a playful smile, Qin Yiyang retorted, if it's so marvelous, you ought to apply a generous amount. After all, if you're allergic, don't waste the opportunity. Chapter 35, A Small Arena of Chaos. How laughable. Qin Yiyang, if you can't speak properly, it's best to remain silent. The voice belonged to Bo Ming's younger brother, Bo Kenyang. He was of similar age to Qin Yiyang, with light blonde hair that accentuated his fair complexion, resembling a golden-feathered peacock. It was said that he was a professional esports player who had recently bagged a world-class award. Had he not spoken, Qin Yiyang might not have recognized him. They were classmates, one ranking last and the other second to last, a perfect pairing of talents. Initially, they got along well, but for reasons unknown, Bo Kenyang suddenly severed ties with her, leading to their encounters being laced with barbed comments. Under Qin Yiyang's scrutinizing gaze, Bo Kenyang awkwardly scratched his neck, resembling a perturbed cat.
What are you staring at?
Am I wrong? Meanwhile, Bo Mother cast a disapproving glance at Qin Yiyang, her expression indicating her displeasure. You were reckless before, and now that you are an adult, your temperament remains as rash as ever. Subsequently, she turned to Shun Yan, her expression softening. Yen. Xiao Zhe is a boy and hasn't applied this type of mask before. Could you assist him? Shun Yan blushed and replied, all right. Applying a facial mask is an intimate act, requiring two individuals to draw close together, allowing the thick liquid to evenly coat the skin. A suggestive atmosphere seemed to permeate the air. Qin Yiyang remained silent, her bright, dark eyes fixed on the scene beside her. In the live stream, the fans were fervently commenting, "Ah, my parents are so sweet. Qin Yiyang must be going crazy with jealousy. Indeed, they are inseparable, while she stands alone. I heard she had a crush on Bo Mingze and wanted to intervene in his relationship with Shan Yan." Perhaps Qin Yiyang's gaze was too intense, making Bo Mingze somewhat uncomfortable. "It's fine, let Xiao can help me instead," he said, handing the mask to Bo Kenyang. "You do it." The atmosphere became subtly awkward. Bo's mother laughed to ease the tension. "Why are you still shy, dear? Shouldn't Yan also apply a mask? Later, let Mingze help you."
All right.
Shun Yan smiled. "I'll go remove my makeup first. Is there anyone else who wants to try?" "Thank you, but no." Wan Yunlan and Bai Su politely declined, as they were both ambassadors for their respective skincare brands. Jiang Yi remained silent, standing like a loyal guard at the door. "Yang, would you like to give it a try?" Shun Yan looked towards Qin Yiyang again. Qin Yiyang firmly shook her head. "Don't ask her." Bo Kenyang, known for his sharp tongue, raised an eyebrow. Some people probably wouldn't dare to remove their makeup in front of the camera. Qin Yiyang was quite annoyed. He used to be quite adorable when he was young. How has he grown up to be so peculiar? She caught sight of the allergy mask in Bo Kenyang's hands and, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, swiftly scooped out a handful and smeared it on his face. Bo Kenyang was taken aback. Before he could react, Qin Yiyang returned to her original position, sanitizing her fingers. "Xiao Ken? What happened?" Bo Mingze, with his eyes closed, was unaware of the unfolding events. Noticing his brother had ceased his actions, he couldn't help but inquire. "It's nothing." Bo Kenyang averted his gaze, but a noticeable flush crept up behind his ears. After applying the mask, Bo Mingze opened his eyes and, seeing his brother's face smeared with it, asked curiously, "Who applied this for you? It's not evenly spread at all." Bo Kenyang blinked but remained silent. Meanwhile, Shun Yan returned after removing her makeup. She had a sheen of dewdrops on her face, exuding a natural beauty. Bo's mother couldn't help but praise Yan. "As expected of a star. Even without makeup you are so stunning. No wonder others dare not remove their makeup in your presence." Qin Yiyang, feeling overshadowed, thought, "Even without saying a word, I can be used as a comparison?" Shun Yan held the jar of mask and approached Bo Mingze. "Mingze, could you help me apply this?" As Bo Mingze reached out to take it, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of Qin Yiyang. He noticed her downcast eyes, tightly pressed lips, and slightly hunched shoulders, appearing quite distressed. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of agitation surged within him, a feeling he could scarcely articulate. And he even sensed a sharp, prickling pain on his face. He abruptly withdrew his hand, frozen momentarily in midair, before hastily retracting it and telling Shun Yan, "Perhaps it is better if you handle it yourself." Shun Yan was taken aback, not anticipating that Bo Mingze would once again decline her offer. Eventually, it was Bo's mother who alleviated the awkwardness by taking the jar of face mask. After approximately 10 minutes, everyone had rinsed off their masks. "Mrs." Bo gazed into the mirror, astonished, exclaiming, "The wrinkles beneath my eyes have diminished." While she had previously used luxurious creams from abroad, none had delivered such immediate results. "Anru, this mask of yours is truly remarkable. Have you considered mass production and establishing a brand? I couldn't possibly. Anru hastily waved her hands, appearing quite flustered, adding that the masks were handcrafted and could not be produced in bulk. As she spoke, Anru retrieved several jars from her suitcase to distribute to the crew members, capturing their moments. The other crew members looked on enviously. The audience watching from their screens were equally captivated, with comments pouring in. I'm so tempted. I want to buy. Auntie, this ancient formula mask could fetch a high price. It's fine. Just say 3 numbers, and I'll provide the link. Qin Yiyang truly lacks discernment. She must regret not cherishing such a fine product now. She would rather give it to the crew than keep it for herself. No, I believe in Qin Yiyang. Her refusal must have a reason. Initially, everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. As everyone prepared to explore the rooms, Mrs. Bo touched her face and murmured, "Why does my face feel a bit itchy?" Bo Mingzi looked up, his pupils constricting. "Mom, your face." To their horror, Mrs. Bo's countenance was flushed, resembling a red-faced man who had indulged in too much drink. Her heart dropped as she quickly glanced in the mirror, discovering red, raised welts emerging on her previously smooth cheeks. "Ah!" she shrieked, promptly covering her face. She then turned to Anru, accusingly stating, "Your mask has a problem."
Impossible.
Anru, now flustered, nevertheless maintained her composure. For all these years, neither Yen Yen nor I have had any allergic reactions. However, as her words trailed off, she found herself at a loss, her eyes wide with fear as they reflected her daughter's face, now covered in a rash. "Yen Yen, you." Shun Yen sensed something was amiss and activated the front camera on her phone. Upon seeing her own face, marred with red spots, she nearly fainted. The extent of the damage was akin to disfigurement. Meanwhile, Bo Mingzi realized that the sharp pain he had felt earlier was not due to guilt over Qin Yiyang, but rather an allergic reaction. It became evident that everyone who had applied the mask exhibited varying degrees of allergic reactions, and they all understood that the issue lay with the mask itself. In the director's room, chaos ensued. Having directed variety shows for over a decade, the director had never encountered a situation where the entire cast experienced allergic reactions on the very first day of filming. He quickly summoned the on-set doctor. The entire production team descended into disarray, while Qin Yiyang and her family sat nearby, munching on chips, resembling a hibernating groundhog. The audience had come to a realization. Master Qin had long foreseen the issues with the facial masks. The master has not deceived me. Successfully avoided the pitfalls. Chapter 36. Brothers at Odds. Secretly in love with one's sister-in-law. After the doctor's diagnosis, it was revealed that the guest's allergic reactions were relatively mild and a little ointment would suffice. Shun Yan quickly put on a mask, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Unlike others, she was a popular actress, constantly needing to present her best self to her fans. Moreover, she had an audition with another film crew next week, and she was uncertain if this would affect her performance. Mother Bo was somewhat irked. However, considering that Enro was the future matriarch of the Shun family, the wealthiest in Haicheng, she dared not express her displeasure towards Enro and even sought to ease the tension. "Enro, do not take it to heart. We are likely just not acclimated to the local environment. It may not necessarily be an issue with the masks." Enro attempted to muster a smile. Yet her heart felt as if a massive stone weighed heavily upon it. She had initially intended to promote her facial mask formula effectively, aiming for mass production, but unexpectedly, it had led to such a significant allergic response from many individuals. Furthermore, this incident had even attracted the attention of several dermatology experts. The experts cautioned netizens on Weibo, advising that masks not subjected to biological testing are unsafe and should not be applied indiscriminately. The online community expressed their relief, grateful that they had not purchased Enro's masks, otherwise, they would be the ones currently suffering from red rashes. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, the chief director breathed a sigh of relief. The chief director, surnamed Sun, was a renowned variety show director, famed for his ability to inject life into the program, affectionately dubbed the mischievous director by the audience. Director Sun took the microphone and greeted everyone. "Hello everyone. Welcome to the simulated marriage reality show The Heirs Love. I am your chief director, Sun Chi. For the sake of the program's appeal, each of you will need to submit your wallets and bank cards, and online payments will not be permitted. Your living expenses in Huaxi Village over the next few days must be earned through labor." The crowd gasped, "Isn't this a noble family variety show? How has it turned into Transformers?" Director Sun chuckled. "As you can see, our current accommodation conditions are limited, and we cannot provide a top-tier lodging environment. However, As the saying goes, a house is not a home. Love makes it so. The production team will provide each couple with 500 yuan for decoration and a list of items. You may proceed to the town to purchase everything on the list to decorate your rooms and create a love nest. However, you won't be decorating your own room, but rather someone else's. Qin Yiyang understood. It was akin to trading spaces. Director's son clapped his hands. All right. Now, please send a representative from each group to draw lots. The two couples who draw the ends of the red string will exchange and decorate each other's rooms. As the only participant, Qin Yiyang stepped forward. On the table lay a wooden box, from which 4 segments of red string protruded. She casually picked one up. When Director's son removed the wooden box, she discovered that the other end of the string was connected to Bomingza. She was not surprised, as if she had anticipated it. The director was pleased with this arrangement and pointed towards the window. Outside in the courtyard stood 4 electric vehicles, each piled high with 10 empty buckets. Director's son indicated that everyone needed to transport the barrels before them to a designated location in the town. Upon successfully delivering all 10 barrels, a reward of 500 yuan for renovation would be granted. It's simple, Shunyan remarked with a smile. Just make a few trips. Yet, Director's son's expression hinted at something deeper. The electric vehicle's battery could only last for 2 hours, and recharging it required a fee of 20 yuan to the production team.
What?
Exclaimed Qin Yiyang in astonishment. Are you extorting money? Director's son simply smiled, remaining silent. The barrels varied in size, but uniformly had small openings, making it impossible for one to fit inside another. Even if each group could carry 4 at a time, they would still need to make at least 2 or 3 trips. Not only would this waste time, but it would also incur charging fees for the production team, potentially leading to conflicts among the participants. Truly, Director's son is quite cunning. Am I the only one who finds this sweet? Just think about it. If the electric vehicle has such limited space and needs to carry so many barrels, how close would 2 people have to be? When viewed this way, it suddenly becomes rather ambiguous. But what about Jiang Yi and Qin Yiyang? Their partners aren't here. Who'll they team up with? With Director's son's command to commence, Bomingza and Shun Yan took the lead. Bomingza sat at the front of the electric vehicle, a small barrel in the basket and a large one nestled between his legs, while Shun Yan sat behind, cradling 2 barrels and holding onto the openings of 2 others. This trip conveniently allowed them to transport 6 barrels. Bomingza, concerned, asked Yan Yan, "Are you tired?" Shun Yan cheerfully replied, "Not at all. I'm quite strong." Their sweet interaction flooded the comments section with pink hearts. The second group to set off was the idol team. As Wan Yunlan and Bai Su utilized the same method to transport 6 empty barrels. The pressure now fell upon Qin Yiyang. Raising her hand, she said, "Director, I'm all alone. Can my brother assist me?" Director's son shook his head, stating that family members were not permitted to help. "All right then," Qin Yiyang replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of watermelon, appearing unfazed by the competition. Initially worried, her family soon heard her inner thoughts. "I'm merely the control group to Shen Yan. No matter how hard I try, it's futile. I might as well relax and do nothing." Her family pondered this and found it reasonable, deciding not to rush. They resumed enjoying their snacks, focusing on participation rather than competition. This left Director's son bewildered. He had introduced this segment to emphasize the solitude of Qin Yiyang completing the task alone, contrasting with Shun Yan and Bomingza. Yet not only was she slacking off, but her entire family was too. At that moment, Jiang Yi suggested, "Let us form an alliance." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, another tall figure approached. "I can help you." A clear, youthful voice spoke with a hint of arrogance. Qin Yiyang looked up to meet Qin Yiyang's gaze, his golden hair remarkably striking. Compared to Jiang Yi, whom she viewed as a scoundrel, she opted for the latter. She could somewhat guess why Qin Yiyang wanted to assist her. In the original narrative, Qin Yiyang and Bomingza did not share the amicable brotherly bond they appear to have. In fact, they had fallen out, primarily because Qin Yiyang harbored feelings for Shun Yan. Just now, Qin Yiyang witnessed Shun Yan and Bomingza displaying affection, which stirred feelings of jealousy within him. Consequently, he chose to engage in a shadowy endeavor to assist her, aiming to create obstacles for them. This was the persona that Qin Yiyang had crafted for Qin Yiyang. Very well. Qin Yiyang patted the back seat of her electric scooter, urging him to take a seat. "Are you going to ride? What else?" Qin Yiyang refrained from further conversation, swinging one long leg over to sit behind her. "That's not acceptable," Qin Yiyang interrupted. "You need to sit the other way." With that, she grasped his arm, guiding him to turn around. Bo Chanyang complied as though he were a doll for her manipulation, with an empty bucket nestled in his arms. 2 more clutched under each arm, and yet another firmly held in his hands. This was already the limit. Previously, the 2 groups had only taken 6 empty buckets each. However, Qin Yiyang flashed a toothy grin and lifted yet another bucket. Onlookers were curious as to where she could possibly fit another bucket, only to witness her placing a plastic bucket atop Bo Chanyang's head.
Bochanak.
Before he could protest, another bucket was placed over his head, summing up to 10 buckets altogether. Qin Yiyang, satisfied, hummed a cheerful tune as she rode away on her electric scooter, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Incredible. Every time Qin Yiyang picked up a bucket, I thought it was the last one. This may be an electric scooter, but Bo Chanyang is truly remarkable. As Shun Yan and Bo Mingze made their way back, they were taken aback by the sight of Qin Yiyang approaching with a collection of buckets in tow. A flicker of confusion crossed Bo Mingze's eyes. He was so astonished by the peculiar arrangement of the buckets that he hadn't closely examined the man beneath them. Upon reflection, however, he couldn't shake the feeling that the figure bore a striking resemblance to his younger brother. He quickly shook his head. Impossible. Xiao Chan and Qin Yiyang were like oil and water. There was no way he would assist her in completing her task. He must have been mistaken. After riding for over half an hour, Qin Yiyang arrived at the designated location, successfully securing 500 yuan. Not one to be stingy. She noticed a small shop by the roadside and casually purchased a few pieces of fruit-flavored candy wrapped in colorful cellophane, offering them to Bo Chanyang. Here, your favorite apple-flavored. Bo Chanyang's eyes flickered with interest. Chapter 37. Zero-cost purchase. Gazing at the fruit candy in his hand, time seemed to stand still. In that moment, Bo Chanyang felt as if he had been transported back to his childhood, growing up in the shadow of his older brother. He could never comprehend why his parents regarded his brother as a genius while he languished at the bottom of his class. Embarrassed, he seldom attended parent-teacher meetings. Eventually, he no longer held the last position. When Qin Yiyang transferred to his school, he found himself second to last. Both of them struggled academically, relegated by their teachers to the corners of the classroom as desk mates. Local delinquents, aware of his family's wealth, would periodically demand money from him, resorting to violence if he refused. In truth, he was capable of standing up for himself. Since he was old enough to understand, he had taken up horseback riding, archery, and boxing and could easily handle several underage thugs, let alone a few adults. However, he felt it unnecessary. After all, no one would care about him. Moreover, these individuals would soon be turning 16. As a gesture of goodwill, a 3-year prison sentence and a silver bracelet were presented to them as birthday gifts. Surely, they would be deeply touched upon discovering this. One day, on the way home from school, Bo Chanyang, as was his custom, feigned forgetfulness of his wallet, inevitably provoking a group of assailants who beat him mercilessly, with one even picking up a stick from the ground, poised to teach him a harsh lesson. Unexpectedly, this scene caught the attention of a young girl. Qin Yiyang, though appearing somewhat foolish, possessed an astonishing strength. She seized one of the attackers and retaliated fiercely. Had she not been pulled away, it could have resulted in grave consequences. From that moment on, they forged a friendship. Despite Qin Yiyang's lack of academic prowess, stumbling over even the simplest of classical poetry, she knew all of his preferences. Each morning, she would bring him apple-flavored candies. His mother forbade him from indulging, claiming they would ruin his teeth, and often remarked that his elder brother had never cared for sweets, labeling him a good child. His brother. The person he despised most was Bo Mingze. Everyone adored Bo Mingze, except for Qin Yiyang, which led him to unilaterally declare her his best friend. After the high school entrance examinations concluded, he invited Qin Yiyang to his home for a visit. It was his first occasion bringing a friend home, and he felt inexplicably anxious, even taking the initiative to slice fruit in the kitchen. To his surprise, upon his return, he found Qin Yiyang staring blankly out the window, her gaze fixed on his brother, who was playing basketball. Bo Chanyang felt as though he had been struck with a heavy blow. From that moment forth, he unilaterally severed ties with her. "What are you thinking?" Qin Yiyang's voice interrupted Bo Chanyang's reverie. "If you don't want to eat, then don't." She closed her palm. "Who said I wouldn't eat?" Bo Chanyang retorted, irked, as he confiscated all the candies from her hand. "You knocked a bucket on my head. I have yet to settle the score with you." Qin Yiyang was disinterested in engaging in a petty argument with him. "Stay put. I will ride my bike to procure the items on the list. You're not taking me with you?" Bo Chanyang's expression darkened, the taste of the apple candy turning sour in his mouth. "Is it because of my brother?" Qin Yiyang looked perplexed. What does this have to do with Bomingza? She rolled her eyes. Your brother is heavy and consumes more electricity. Consumes electricity? Qin Yiyang realized that Qin Yiyang was referring to the concern that carrying two people would deplete the electric bike's battery. He suddenly smiled, revealing two prominent canine teeth, dispelling the earlier gloom. All right, then you go ahead. I shall wait for you here. Qin Yiyang. He changes moods faster than I can turn a page. However, she had grown accustomed to his idiosyncrasies. Years ago, one moment he had invited her to his home and personally cut fruit for her. The next, he had expelled her from the Bo household simply because she had glanced too long at the fish in the aquarium. Regret filled Qin Yiyang. She wished she had allied with Jiang Yi instead. As these thoughts occupied her mind, her phone vibrated with a message from the production team. Heirs Romance. Dear guests, please thoughtfully arrange your rooms and ensure that all items on the list are purchased. Otherwise, there will be penalties. Before dinner, we will invite 10 villagers to select their favorite love nest. The winner will receive a living stipend of 1,000 yuan. So, let us all give it our best. Qin Yiyang's expression remained impassive. It was no guess. The winners of such competitions were invariably Shun Yan and Bomingza. She discreetly powered off her phone and hopped onto her beloved electric scooter, racing towards the bustling marketplace. Upon her return, the handlebars on both sides were laden with spoils wrapped in black plastic bags. Qin Yiyang widened his eyes, astonished at the abundance.
Did you really buy all that?
The audience watching on screen shared his curiosity, as the accompanying photographer had become lost in the market and failed to capture her purchases. I got everything on the list. Qin Yiyang mused, thinking that practicality was the only requirement. At that moment, Qin Yiyang was oblivious to the true meaning of her words. Suddenly, Qin Yiyang seemed to have an idea and lowered her voice. Do you want to see something fun? Qin Yiyang nodded eagerly, as he was always keen on entertainment. Let us go.
Get in.
Qin Yiyang sped off to a high-end shopping mall, heading straight for a vintage-themed home goods store on the second floor. The shopkeeper, a young woman, initially wore a warm smile, but it quickly turned cold upon seeing Qin Yiyang's face. Unfazed by the shopkeeper's reaction, Qin Yiyang inquired, "How much is this glass bedside lamp?" The shopkeeper replied curtly, "That's out of stock." "What about this creative phone stand?" "Also out of stock." "And this dream catcher mosquito net?" "Sold out." Just then, two individuals entered the store, Bo Mingze and Shun Yan. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh my goodness! I can't believe it's you. I'm such a fan. May I take a picture with you?" Shun Yan, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, smiled brightly, of course. As she linked arms with Bo Mingze and posed for the camera, she shyly added, "Hello. We're currently filming a variety show and need to purchase everything on this list, but our budget is only 500 yuan. Is there any chance you could offer us a discount?" "Not a problem at all. I can give it to you as a gift." "That is really too much," Shun Yan replied, slightly taken aback. "It's nothing," the shopkeeper insisted, summoning a staff member to pack the glass bedside lamp, the creative phone stand, and the dream catcher mosquito net. "But you just said they were out of stock?" Qin Yiyang realized the shopkeeper was being deliberately misleading. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Yiyang interjected, "It's all right. Let us explore other items in the store." Her demeanor was gentle, like a harmless little lamb, causing the shopkeeper to pause, surprised by her amiable nature. Meanwhile, Shun Yan's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Yiyang, what a coincidence. You're here too? Little Ken, you're here as well?" Hearing this, Bo Mingze turned his head. Upon seeing his younger brother standing beside Qin Yiyang, he frowned slightly. Chapter 38. Do you want a little duck? In response to his brother's puzzled gaze, Qin Yiyang smiled broadly. "I was bored, so I came to take a look." Noticing that Qin Yiyang had moved towards the furniture section, he refrained from further pleasantries and confidently followed her. This time, Qin Yiyang was captivated by a genuine leather massage chair resembling a space capsule. To say that 500 yuan would suffice was an understatement. Even adding an extra zero wouldn't cover the cost. She examined this and that, muttering to herself, "I think Mingze would like this." Her words were uttered so softly that even the microphone failed to capture them. Yet, they were overheard by two individuals nearby, her boss and Qin Yiyang. The latter's expression darkened, prompting him to turn and head to the restroom. Meanwhile, the boss's polite facade began to crack, revealing a palpable disdain in her eyes. She pushed past Qin Yiyang, stating, "There is only one left, and I intend to give it to Shun Yan and Bomingza." She added pointedly, "Some things do not belong to you, and no amount of effort can seize them." At that moment, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. It seems the boss has no intention of selling anything to Qin Yiyang.
Did you all not know?
This boss is a die-hard fan of the ill-fated beauty. Having even organized support during Shun Yan's birthday, she hails from a wealthy family.
Wow.
Our Xiao Baiyan is truly formidable. No wonder she made that last remark. It was a jab at Qin Yiyang. Meanwhile, Shun Yan and Bo Ming's fans rejoiced at Qin Yiyang's discomfort, passionately discussing it in their chat group. The boss, being the group's admin, noticed the responses from her friends, a smile curling at the corners of her lips as she moved to a spot away from the camera. Sending a voice message, Qin Yiyang, who covets someone else's boyfriend, does not deserve to use my products. Even if I were to give everything to Shun Yan and Bo Ming's today, I would never sell to Qin Yiyang. Upon returning from washing his hands, Bo Kenyang caught wind of these two statements. He paused, contemplating that, when it came down to it, Shun Yan was indeed the one interested in someone else's boyfriend. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang, seemingly oblivious to the boss's animosity, continued to browse the store. Whenever she inquired about a price, the boss would claim it was out of stock, subsequently arranging for the items to be packaged for Shun Yan and Bo Mingza. Unable to bear it any longer, Bo Kenyang tugged at her to leave. Don't move, Qin Yiyang whispered, signaling for silence. Did you not see that I'm engaged in a $0 purchase? $0 purchase? He echoed. Indeed, this boss is my hater. So anything I fancy, regardless of its price, she will give away for free to Shun Yan and your brother just to spite me. He looked at Qin Yiyang in shock. So you are aware? Of course. I mentioned I came to enjoy myself. I spent not a single penny. Yet everything I choose will appear in my room. Would you not consider that enjoyable? Bo Kenyang hesitated, pointing to the still unwrapped space capsule massage chair. Then you said that was something my brother likes? How would I know what your brother likes? It was merely a tactic to provoke the boss. This is something I adore. Qin Yiyang continued to acquire more items under the $0 scheme. As she prepared to leave, she noticed Bo Kenyang staring at the massage chair with a goofy smile. Do you like that chair too? She asked, puzzled. The word like seemed to trigger Bo Kenyang's sensitivity. His golden hair fluffed up as he retorted, I do not like it. Your taste is horrendous. Well, she thought. No need to inquire further. Nevertheless, her spirits were high today, and she chose not to engage with the fool. The whims of youth changed swiftly. Bo Kenyang spoke ill of Qin Yiyang, yet the corners of his lips subtly curled upwards as he took the heavy bag from her hands. Qin Yiyang paused for a moment before realizing his intention. Bo Kenyang sought to display his boyfriend prowess in front of Shun Yan.
Well,
it seemed that even though the elder brother was not dead, he still harbored intentions of impressing his sister-in-law. Qin Yiyang, who delighted in such antics, decided not to be polite with Bo Kenyang. If he wished to carry it, so be it. Meanwhile, this scene was observed by the distant Bo Mingza, whose narrow eyes glimmered with intrigue. When did they become so familiar with each other? After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, the shopkeeper had organized all the items on the list. Concerned that Bo Mingza and Shun Yan might not manage the return journey, she thoughtfully arranged for a truck to take them back to Huaxi village, along with the electric bike. Shun Yan was deeply touched, repeatedly expressing her gratitude and insisting on handing 500 yuan to the shopkeeper. Qin Yiyang cheerfully approached, suggesting that whether it was two people or a group, they might as well include her and Bo Kenyang. The shopkeeper, with a frown, was about to refuse when Qin Yiyang added that Shun Yan, being both beautiful and kind-hearted, would surely not decline, right? Shun Yan smiled, affirming that it was no trouble at all. The shopkeeper replied, all right, wait for me a few minutes. Qin Yiyang then announced, I'll make a quick trip to the market. Bo Kenyang, perplexed, followed her. They arrived at a red canopied pork stall, where Qin Yiyang waved her hand, calling out, Boss. 10 jin of tenderloin, 10 jin of front ribs, and 10 jin of pork belly. Then, she proceeded to the adjacent stall to purchase a variety of vegetables. At the checkout, she was informed that the total came to over 400 yuan. Bo Kenyang could not help but grasp Qin Yiyang's arm. What are you buying all this for? Also, didn't the production team say we shouldn't use our own money? Qin Yiyang replied, it's not my money. It's the renovation funds provided by the production team. Do you still have 400 left? Qin Yiyang corrected him. To be precise, I have 432 yuan and 50 cents. You didn't buy the items on the list? Of course I did. This left Bo Kenyang bewildered. And it perplexed the viewers as well. The items on the list, while small, would be impossible to procure for 70 yuan, even online. As they exited the market, a group of young men intercepted them. Bro, how about buying a bouquet for your girlfriend? Bo Kenyang chose not to explain and continued walking forward. The flower sellers pursued them relentlessly. Bro, we are university students conducting a startup initiative. Please support us. A flower is quite inexpensive. Surely you can afford it? Qin Yiyang interjected, yes, not my boyfriend. The boys pressed on, so, you're still in the ambiguous stage. Come on, if a girl is out with you, it means she has some interest. ISN, it just a bouquet of roses that seals the deal? Today, we're offering flowers along with teddy bears. Qin Yiyang responded with a perplexed expression. So, a girl going out with a boy automatically means she is interested? At that moment, the system activated. Host. Do not believe them. They are not university students starting a business. They are a criminal gang that places pinhole cameras in the eyes of teddy bears to illegally record videos of women. Qin Yiyang smiled knowingly and said, you have misunderstood. I am his mother. The boys responded with confusion. Qin Yiyang sighed. My husband passed away yesterday due to heart disease at the age of over 70. I have inherited his vast fortune, and I am purchasing these groceries for a banquet. I have opened a duck restaurant and am currently hiring. I believe you all are quite suitable, young, energetic, and university students. Would you like to join me? I assure you, you will not be treated poorly. The boys were taken aback. Under ordinary circumstances, they would not believe her. Yet the demeanor and actions of the young lady before them did not seem to be an act. Qin Yiyang continued, the basic salary during the probation period is 20,000, with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, a 13th month salary, bonuses, and tips from clients, bringing the annual income to around 500,000. If you do not mind the salary, you can start working at the company right now. This is even more profitable than secretly filming. The boys were intrigued. But where is the moral line? And what is the company's address? Qin Yiyang took out her phone and provided a string of addresses. Hearing this, the boys immediately hailed a taxi to the location. The audience was perplexed. Pfft. Nonsense, this is really exhilarating. Is this for real? Isn't a duck restaurant illegal? I just checked. The address she mentioned is the local police station. Chapter 39. Slap in the face. Arrest them all. Qin Yiyang hummed a tune as she returned to the truck. She then heard Shen Yan's gentle voice, Yang, they are university students starting a business. It may not be right to deceive them like this. Moreover, I just checked the fare to the police station you mentioned. And it would cost at least 50 to 60 yuan. She sighed, perhaps you were born with a silver spoon and think 50 or 60 yuan is nothing. But for university students, it is quite a considerable expense. Beside her, Bomingza listened to Shen Yan's words and felt a pang of sympathy considering her background. He added, Yan is right. They merely wanted to sell you flowers and misunderstood your relationship with my brother. Even if you are upset, you shouldn't deceive them into going to the police station. We can still catch up and apologize. As Shen Yan spoke, she turned to the owner of the decoration store. Miss, could you please ask the driver to catch up with that taxi ahead? Of course. The owner exclaimed, Yan, you are truly kind. My name is Wan Qingqing. Just call me Qingqing. Qin Yiyang closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, pondering, why should we apologize? They have committed a crime. Turning themselves in is a good deed. Wan Qingqing was quite agitated. Did they deceive you for money or for something else? Just because they upset you, you want to send them to prison? Do you think you are part of the underworld? Qin Yiyang replied with her eyes still closed. Miss Wan, shall we wager on something? Wan Qingqing raised her chin. All right, if they truly get caught by the police, I will live stream myself doing a handstand while washing my hair. And since you are short on funds for your variety show, I can also give you 500 yuan. At the mention of money, Qin Yiyang opened her eyes. Wan Qingqing continued, but if you lose, you must stop pursuing Bomingza. He and Shen Yan are meant to be a pair, and you cannot keep stealing Shen Yan's things. Do you dare to accept? As soon as those words were uttered, the expressions of everyone in the car took on an unusual quality. This was the first time Bomingza had encountered such sentiments, and he parted his lips as if to explain. However, Shen Yan interjected, Sister Wan, you are mistaken. Yang is not that kind of person. While this statement appeared to be a defense, to the ears of an uninformed listener, it resembled Shen Yan's benevolent nature, as she sought to vindicate Qin Yiyang. Bo Kenyang felt a twinge of irritation as he ran his hand through his tousled golden locks. His gaze darted to the silent Qin Yiyang, feeling an urgent sense of anxiety. Was she mute? How could she remain so composed? He recalled her mentioning that she had been switched at birth, and upon later inquiry, he discovered that the infant who had been misplaced was indeed Shen Yan. This implied that the one who had committed the theft was unmistakably Shen Yan. At that moment, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, causing the car to jolt violently. Due to inertia, Bo Kenyang lost his balance and inadvertently collided with the adjacent Qin Yiyang. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Whether it's about money or not is irrelevant. What truly matters is that I have never seen anyone wash their hair while standing on their head. But is 500 yuan not a tad insufficient? According to the unfolding narrative, Director Sun, with his unscrupulous nature, charges 10 yuan even for a potato. 500 yuan hardly buys anything. Bo Kenyang was momentarily taken aback. Turning his gaze toward the source of the voice, Qin Yiyang. Had she spoken? He was uncertain whether that voice had truly existed. But noticing that Qin Yiyang did not seem inclined to refute the shopkeeper, he spoke up. A wager of 500 yuan seems rather lackluster. He then directed his attention to Bo Mingzi. Brother, your fan here does not appear to be affluent. She likely became overly enthusiastic about her admiration, hence gifting this entire load of items. Otherwise, perhaps you should return them to her. As soon as he finished speaking, an unusual expression flickered across Shen Yan's face, quickly masked by her smile. Xiao Ken is right. Otherwise, we should return these items to the store. Wan Qingqing, upon hearing this, exclaimed, that one tea do. This is a support gift for the newlyweds, Bo Yen and his wife. How can we return it? With a wave of her hand, she proposed. How about this? If Qin Yiyang wins, she can choose any item from my store. Qin Yiyang's eyes sparkled. She had noticed several valuable items in the shop, and if she were to resell them, she could easily earn 10 to 18,000 yuan.
Deal.
Qin Yiyang agreed enthusiastically, casting an appreciative glance at Bo Kenyang. You, my dear boy, are like a worm in my belly. Truly, you are my wonderful son. As the car resumed its steady course, Bo Kenyang settled back into his seat, realizing he no longer heard Qin Yiyang's inner voice. He mused. Indeed, that must have been a figment of his imagination. The truck, being cumbersome, could not rival the agility of a taxi, and it was only as they neared their destination that they finally caught up with one. After being signaled to stop, the taxi came to a halt, and both parties disembarked. The young men appeared bewildered but still respectfully bowed to Qin Yiyang, asking, Sister, do you require anything else? Bo Mingzi, with a cold demeanor, instructed Qin Yiyang, You should apologize. Qin Yiyang retorted, I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? The atmosphere grew tense. It's all right. I can apologize on Yiyang's behalf, Shan Yan interjected. She approached a group of young men, deeply bowing in apology. I must confess. The so-called job was a ruse. My friend merely intended to play a prank on you, and I extend my sincerest apologies on her behalf. The expressions of the young men shifted instantly, with one furiously pointing at Qin Yiyang, shouting, You dare to toy with us. One among them even took it upon himself to flatter Shen Yan, presenting her with a plush teddy bear. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang shrugged, stating, The police station is just ahead. Should you believe I have deceived you, feel free to report me at any time. The mere mention of the police station left the young men momentarily stunned, and disregarding the cost of a taxi, they hailed one to return them along the same route. At that moment, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Don't move. Two officers emerged from the vehicle, poised to apprehend the young men, who, in sheer panic, fled the scene. The live broadcast continued, rendering the audience in disbelief at the unfolding drama. Shan Yan couldn't help but interject. Officer, are you certain you have the right individuals? We have not erred, replied one officer. Qin Yiyang seized the most agile of the group, a tall, blonde youth, and inquired, What have you done? The young man stammered, adamantly insisting that Qin Yiyang was wrongfully accusing them. So you choose to remain defiant until the end? Qin Yiyang forcefully yanked the teddy bear from their grasp, violently removing its decorative eyes, revealing a small component hidden within. Bending down, the officer retrieved the object, confirming, Indeed, this is a pinhole camera. We received reports from the public indicating that a criminal gang is exploiting the distribution of free teddy bears to surreptitiously record women's private moments and upload them to illicit websites. Shen Yan's face drained of color, as the once adorable teddy bear felt like a scalding hot potato, slipping from her hands. This unexpected turn left others astonished as well. The two brothers from the Bo family, being male, could not fully empathize, yet Wan Qingqing felt the terror keenly, adjusting her glasses that had slipped down her nose due to her nervous perspiration. At that moment, Qin Yiyang suddenly snatched Wan Qingqing's glasses, crushing them beneath her foot. Shan Yan gasped, Yiyang, even in anger, you cannot destroy someone else's property. Yet, Wan Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. Within the shattered frame of her glasses lay an identical miniature camera. Chapter 40. The mistress, she had become the mistress. Mere moments prior, The system had inquired whether Qin Yiyang wished to indulge in gossip. The camera concealed within Wan Qingqing's glasses had been a gift from her online boyfriend. It was revealed that the young men were linked to goods supplied by her boyfriend, creating a full circle of betrayal. Qin Yiyang addressed the bewildered Wan Qingqing, saying, "Anyone who wears glasses typically places them on the bedside while sleeping, which means there has been a pair of eyes watching you while you slumber. Furthermore, bathrooms often contain mirrors, allowing the camera to capture reflections of your bathing moments. But that is not the crux of the matter." Qin Yiyang paused, emphasizing, "The critical point is that he could also acquire all your software and bank card passwords through the camera." Her voice was devoid of emotion. Yet the chilling implications sent shivers down the spine of all who heard. It was inconceivable. Wan Qingqing's complexion was pale, strikingly different from her earlier demeanor in the car. "This was a gift from my boyfriend. How could there possibly be a hidden camera?" Qin Yiyang suggested, "Why not confront your boyfriend directly to ascertain the truth?" Wan Qingqing bit her lip. "We are in an online relationship. He does not reside here. We had initially planned to meet this weekend, and now I am utterly unaware of his whereabouts." "I see." Qin Yiyang smiled. After consulting her system, she revealed an address, causing Wan Qingqing to pause. "Isn't that the internet CAF I pass by every day?" "Indeed," Qin Yiyang confirmed. "That man likely observed you arriving in luxury cars, perceiving you as a wealthy heiress, which prompted him to pursue you. Does he often seem to share an unspoken bond with you? This is not fate. Rather, it is premeditated on his part." Wan Qingqing felt a lump in her throat. In reality, she was not lacking in suitors, but felt that the men around her were either idle rich second-generation heirs or ambitious men drawn to her family background. Only he was different, resonating with her on a deeper level. Even if his intentions were ulterior, he truly loved her. Qin Yiyang shook her head. Although she was a writer of romantic tales, often whimsically declaring her devotion, she held no belief in the existence of true love. "Since you are so certain, let us investigate." They arrived at the internet CAF, and Wan Qingqing hesitated, glancing towards a corner. There sat a handsome young man, wearing noise-canceling headphones, the cold light of the screen reflecting off his face, indeed possessing a countenance that could captivate a wealthy heiress. What is he doing here? Ignoring Wan Qingqing's bewilderment, Qin Yiyang approached a group of young men sporting silver bracelets, instructing, "Contact the individual who sold you the cameras previously. Inform them you wish to procure another batch." They complied, and true to expectations, the young man's phone lit up a moment later. Wan Qingqing remained unconvinced, arguing, "Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. We cannot discern the text on the screen." "I have a solution," Qin Yiyang declared, producing her phone and focusing her camera with a 50 times magnification on the man's screen. The content was unmistakably related to procurement. Wan Qingqing's heart plummeted. Her supposed soulmate was, in fact, a sordid man engaged in the illegal sale of pinhole cameras? Qin Yiyang muttered, "Well, at least he is not unattractive. It's not a catfish scenario." The others chimed in. Is this really the time to ponder his looks? Through the magnified lens, they could clearly see a pop-up notification on the man's phone. Wan Qingqing furrowed her brow. "This is the dating app we used. He told me he uninstalled it." Qin Yiyang interjected, "Not only has he not uninstalled it, but he has also been conversing with several women. Moreover, upon closer inspection, do you not find his dialogue with the girl opposite him to be rather intimate?" The CAF owner scrutinized their conversation history, his pupils narrowing. "He once told me that a girl wears makeup for her own pleasure, asserting that every girl deserves the right to appear barefaced, even suggesting I wear glasses when I preferred not to apply makeup." As she spoke, a chill ran down her spine. "Shortly thereafter, he gifted me these non-prescription glasses, and I later realized our connection was deepening." Thus, it seemed that all of Qin Yiyang's assertions had proven to be accurate. What she believed to be a soulful connection was merely a premeditated scheme on his part. At that moment, the man received a phone call, and his handsome features took on a hint of lewdness. "Rest assured, my brother, I've recently hooked a big catch. I'll arrange to meet her this weekend. She's a wealthy beauty, and I'm confident you'll be pleased. By the way, I also have a secretly recorded video of her. I guarantee she won't dare to raise a fuss, and will obediently comply to pay. Just in time to repay the money I owe you." The audience was taken aback. "My goodness, this is utterly malicious. Is he planning to invite the young lady out, drug her, and then offer her to the boss, and then use the secretly filmed video to control her?" Wan Qingqing could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward and, with a sweeping motion, struck her boyfriend across the face. The man, upon seeing her, displayed an expression of shock akin to encountering a ghost. Qingqing, what are you doing here? What are you up to? A woman rushed forward, blocking Wan Qingqing. What are you doing, you crazy woman, hitting my husband? Wan Qingqing paused. He is your husband? Yes, we have been married for 2 years. If he is not my husband, then who else could he be? The woman looked at her husband with concern. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? He doesn't need to go to the hospital. The police intervened, restraining the emotionally unstable Wan Qingqing and displaying their badges to the woman. Your husband is suspected of secretly filming and profiting from obscene videos. We must take him in for further investigation. The woman stood there, stunned, unable to believe what she was hearing, insisting on following them to the police station for clarification. The police led the man away, while the internet CAF buzzed with excitement, everyone engrossed in the unfolding drama. Wan Qingqing remained frozen in place. Having always despised mistresses, she never imagined she would become one herself. Although I'm not particularly fond of Wan Qingqing, it's still quite tragic. Girls truly need to protect themselves. She should really thank Qin Yiyang. She targeted Qin Yiyang from the start, yet Qin Yiyang still helped her. Qin Daxian is amazing. Qin Yiyang, how can you still claim you're not Daxian? Half an hour later, Qin Yiyang hitched a ride back to the village. As they neared the village entrance, the driver nearly collided with 2 children. The older sister held her younger brother's hand with one hand, and in the other, she carried a small bamboo basket containing tools like a sickle and a stick. The children were dressed plainly, their shoes showing signs of wear. The driver startled, shouting out the window, "Be careful, you two." Shen Yan, slightly displeased, replied, "Uncle, please don't scare them." She got out of the car and pulled some candy from her pocket. "Here, take this and enjoy." In contrast to her warmth, Qin Yiyang appeared somewhat aloof, prompting a fan of Shen Yan to capture a comparison image. Leaning against the window, Qin Yiyang watched the little girl and was reminded of her own childhood. The system failed to notice the fluctuation in Qin Yiyang's mood as an excited voice rang out. "Host, a wealth location has been detected, 3 to 4 kilometers southeast. There is a tree bearing red fruit, and beneath it lies a wild ginseng. Though it's not very old, and may not be worth much, it could still fetch 10 to 18,000, enough for you to indulge in the show." Qin Yiyang pondered for a moment, extending a hand towards the window to beckon the little girl over. She whispered, "If you go that way, beneath a tree bearing red fruits, there is ginseng. You can dig it up and sell it for money." The girl's eyes sparkled, her rosy cheeks brightening as she exclaimed, "Thank you, sister." The others exchanged glances, perplexed by her words. Meanwhile, the system expressed astonishment. "Host, why would you divulge a business opportunity to others? Are you truly Qin Yiyang? Surely you haven't suddenly changed your essence." Not only was the system taken aback, but far away, Lu Yenji also raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of confusion. From what he understood, Miss Qin was notoriously avaricious, even skimming off the 500 yuan renovation budget allotted by the production team. How could she so readily dismiss a lucrative opportunity within reach? Qin Yiyang replied, "Because I am indolent. Ginseng must be unearthed, and I am neither diligent nor discerning, incapable of bearing burdens or lifting weights. I simply wish to lie in bed and become wealthy." The system fell silent. Lu Yenji smirked, clearly unconvinced by her rationale. Meanwhile, Shen Yan suddenly recalled a dream. In her dream, she had seen a ginseng hidden beneath a tree laden with red fruits. A glimmer of wild excitement flickered in her eyes. Ever since the variety show commenced, although Qin Yiyang was a mere amateur, her popularity had overshadowed Shen Yan's. Particularly lately, Shen Yan had encountered a streak of misfortune whenever she crossed paths with Qin Yiyang. She had heard whispers among the higher-ups at Shen's, questioning whether she and her mother were harbingers of disaster, seeking to prevent her father from marrying her mother. If she could unearth that ginseng, solidifying her image as a fortuitous figure rather than a calamity, what relevance would Qin Yiyang have? Shen Yan clenched her fists in excitement, eagerly awaiting their return to the villa to rally everyone for the ginseng hunt. Chapter 41. Yiyang rose to fame through the guide to digging. Upon returning to the villa, everyone busied themselves arranging their rooms and completing tasks except for Qin Yiyang, who lounged on the sofa engrossed in a television drama. Lu Duo sat beside her on a small stool, equally captivated. The show depicted 2 individuals trapped in a loop aboard an exploding bus, attempting to prevent the catastrophe. As they neared the explosion, Lu Duo, frightened, covered her eyes, her chubby little hand discreetly grasping Qin Yiyang's sleeve. Unperturbed, Qin Yiyang remarked, that uncle is not the culprit. His suitcase contains watermelons. Lu duo, skeptical, challenged. Then who is the real culprit? It's the pressure cooker lady. A bomb is hidden inside the pressure cooker. But the finale hasn't aired yet. How do you know? Qin Yiyang thought to herself, because I have watched the entire series. The world within the book mirrored that of her original reality as entertainment industry, albeit with a slightly altered timeline. I knew it. Qin Yiyang, disinterested in further explanation, glanced at the time before rising to tidy her room. The audience, curious about her purchases, erupted in confusion upon seeing the items she extracted from a black plastic bag. Their comments flooded with question marks. Why is it a pile of junk? It couldn't precisely be termed junk. At least it consisted of seemingly insignificant trinkets. Predominantly hangers, slender metal circles prone to bending. Everyone was bewildered. Was this on the soft furnishing list? How could she have bought so many? Separated by a mere wall. Shun Yan and Bo Mingzi busily adorned their room, enveloped in an atmosphere tinged with rosy hues. He ascended to new heights while she steadied the chair. He assembled while she handed him tools, and the live stream erupted with exuberant cheers. In stark contrast, Qin Yiyang ambled past their doorway, clutching an assortment of discarded items, creating a palpable sense of dissonance. At that moment, Director Sun approached, his eyes gleaming as he beheld the pile of refuse in her hands. As if he had uncovered the crux of the show. Miss Qin, he declared, we have notified everyone via text message that all items must align with the provided list. Any omissions will incur penalties. Qin Yiyang nodded, affirming, yes, I received the message and have procured everything. Director Sun paused, glancing down at the list. Computer stand, bedside lamp, curtains, decorations, and then back at the haphazard collection in her grasp. While they were not identical, they bore no semblance to the required items. Pointing at the list, Director Sun insisted, if that is the case, can you show me where the computer stand is? Right here, Qin Yiyang proclaimed, raising a clothes hanger. Director Sun retorted, what do you call this? A computer stand, she replied, deftly bending the triangular hanger and rotating the hook to create an incline. She laid the makeshift stand flat on the table and casually placed her laptop atop it, the hook perfectly cradling the base of the computer. With open palms, she declared, is this not a computer stand? Director Sun responded, taken aback. I must admit, it indeed functions as a computer stand. Following this, Qin Yiyang showcased the ingenious versatility of 108 types of hangers, leaving Director Sun utterly astonished. Could she truly be a genius? Soon, it was time for the room exchange. Each guest was blindfolded and escorted by staff to their designated quarters. As the masks were lifted, Shun Yan's smile froze upon encountering the dilapidated space before her. What on earth is this? She exclaimed, surveying the room cluttered with hangers. Twisted hangers transformed into computer stands, colorful lights wrapped around hangers became bedside lamps, and hangers affixed to the walls morphed into a wardrobe, while a black bag nestled within a hanger served as a trash bin. Even during her days in the countryside, and Ro would ensure her room was beautifully decorated, she had never endured such a shabby and makeshift environment. Were she and Bo Mingzi truly destined to reside here for the next few days? Bo Mingzi found the situation equally absurd.
Director Sun.
Can this truly be considered an accomplishment? Why not? Qin Yiyang interjected, displeased. While they may appear unsightly, they are undeniably practical. One cannot dismiss the ugly duckling as devoid of swan-like potential. Director Sun was momentarily stunned by her reasoning. After a decade-long career in the entertainment industry, he found himself at a crossroads, gritting his teeth fine. Fortunately, the room decoration process was not solely reliant on the items from the list. It also involved votes from the villagers. Director Sun promptly announced, ladies and gentlemen, your rooms have been arranged, and now we invite the villagers to cast their votes. The guest with the highest number of votes will receive a prize of 1,000 yuan. Shun Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, there was still the voting segment. Even if Qin Yiyang had turned their room into a disheveled mess, it mattered not. Once they secured the first-place prize, they could redecorate the room anew. Under the director's arrangement, the villagers lined up to enter, most of whom were middle-aged women. Shun Yan felt a surge of confidence. Regardless of age, they were all women, each possessing a youthful spirit. Together with Bo Mingzi, she transformed Qin Yiyang's room into a showcase, adorned with splendid glass lamps and enchanting curtains, leaving no one indifferent. As she rose to serve water to the villagers, astonishment and murmurs erupted behind her. This room is simply marvelous. Indeed, it has become my favorite. Hearing their admiration, A subtle smile graced Shun Yan's lips. Just as she was about to approach with the water, she halted in her tracks upon witnessing a surprising scene before her. The entrance to the room they had decorated stood empty, while the villagers gathered around Qin Yiyang. This child is quite handsome and skillful. I never knew a clothes hanger could have so many uses. How did you come up with this idea? So, the praise the villagers had given moments ago was directed towards Qin Yiyang's room? The barrage of comments unveiled the truth. Qin Yiyang has struck a chord with the aunties, affordable and practical. This isn't a lavish variety show, it's clearly a lesson in youthful creativity. I adore it. To be honest, I'm casting my vote for Qin Yiyang. Her budget-friendly decorating guide is a boon for us struggling students. Indeed, our entire dorm just watched Qin Yiyang's creative ideas on repeat. I just calculated, excluding the massage chair, Shanyan and Bomingza's room cost nearly 10,000, while Qin Yiyang spent only 70. As a working student in the city, I am quite tempted. Qin Yiyang's thrifty decorating tutorial trended online. Even those initially uninterested in the luxury-themed variety show found themselves drawn in. I thought it was a show about flaunting wealth, but the guests are even better at saving money than I am. I never imagined wealthy individuals also lead such frugal lives. I instantly resonated with them. Ultimately, Qin Yiyang was unanimously elected, securing first place and a prize of 1,000 yuan. Others marveled in astonishment, while the typically reticent idol group members Wang Yilman and Bai Su expressed keen interest, incessantly photographing the charming creations Qin Yiyang made from clothes hangers. In a corner, Shun Yan clenched her fists tightly. This was not how it was supposed to be. In her dreams, Qin Yiyang was merely an inconspicuous character, while she was the unequivocal center of attention. Wherever she was, there could be no place for Qin Yiyang. Why did reality diverge from her premonitions? Remembering the ginseng on the back mountain, a glimmer of determination sparked in Xinyan's eyes as she proposed. Congratulations to Yiyang for winning first place. Since we have time, shall we explore the nearby area?
Sure.
And Ro, Xinqingshan, Bo Mu, and Bomingza all joined in. Qin Yiyang chose not to join the excitement. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind. System, speaking of ginseng, isn't it similar to the poisonous herb known as shangle? I hope those two children don't get confused. Shangle, resembling ginseng, is known as earth ginseng but is highly toxic. Legend has it that the divine farmer who sampled 100 herbs met his fate after encountering it. The system responded, "No, I detected that the ginseng in that land grows along the trade route. There's no mistaking it." Qin Yiyang understood and felt reassured. Chapter 42. Delicious. Add a pinch of salt. Wait a moment, Director Sun called out to everyone. I need to clarify something. Tonight's dinner will be your own responsibility. If you lack ingredients, you may purchase them from the production team. With a smirk, Director Sun revealed the price list for the ingredients, stating that everyone could pay as needed. Upon seeing the prices, the guests were taken aback. A potato costs 10 yuan, a cabbage 15, and beef skyrockets to 100 yuan per jean. Why not just steal it? At this moment, Shun Yan turned her gaze toward Qin Yiyang. With a gentle smile, she said, "Yang, you're clever. You bought so many vegetables at the market, and now we can enjoy dinner together." Absolutely. Qin Yiyang signaled an 8 with her fingers. "I'll give everyone a discount of 20%. Act swiftly if you wish to purchase." "You want money?" Bomingza frowned. "Otherwise, do you expect to get it for free?" Bomingza fell silent for a moment, recalling how Shun Yan had offered you a ride home without charging you. Qin Yiyang chuckled lazily. That's just Shun Yan's kindness. Bomingza conceded, realizing that arguing with Qin Yiyang was futile, as she was utterly devoid of logic. Director Sun was secretly astonished. After so many years in the variety show industry, despite the underlying currents among guests, none had ever openly quarreled on the show. Qin Yiyang was the first. This was a sensational moment for the program. Director Sun eagerly glanced at the comments, surprised to find the atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. Qin Yiyang isn't wrong. Eating and hitching a ride are two different matters. I feel oddly satisfied. I read a post-apocalyptic novel yesterday, where the protagonist, a saintly figure, gave away all her stored food, resulting in her own family starving. It nearly gave me a glandular cyst. How amusing! Qin Yiyang's unabashed demeanor, as if to say she's not a good person, is simply hilarious. A few familiar fans of Shun Yan jumped up and down, accusing Qin Yiyang of selfishness and ingratitude, yet most viewers felt indifferent. Bo's mother looked at Qin's mother, sarcastically stating, "Qin Fingy, look at the fine child you've raised." Qin's mother felt a swell of pride. "Yiyang offers you a discount. If it were me, I wouldn't lower the price at all, which shows that my Yang is indeed a kind and considerate child. Bo's mother exclaimed, insanity. The Qin family has gone mad. At this moment, and Rose spoke up, it's all right. We can go up the mountain to dig for wild vegetables. They're quite delicious too. That was their only option left, or they would surely go hungry. The Qin family retreated to their rooms to rest, while the Bo and Shun families headed to the mountain to forage for wild vegetables. Wan Yunlan and Bai Su chose not to have dinner and did not engage in the previous discussion. Jiang Yi, however, anxiously awaited the appearance of Lu Jiqiu at the door. Everyone occupied themselves with their own tasks until only Qin Yiyang remained in the living room. Just a few moments earlier, upon seeing the ingredient prices, his eyes had widened. He wasn't astonished by the outrageous prices, but rather recalled the strange voice he had heard on the truck. A voice that bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yiyang's. According to the subsequent plot, Director Sun, with his unscrupulous nature, sells even a single potato for 10 yuan, rendering 500 yuan utterly insufficient for anything substantial. His gaze, filled with complexity, lingered upon Qin Yiyang's silhouette. Was it merely an illusion? On the rear mountain, Enro had unearthed a basket of wild vegetables and cheerfully told Mama Bo, this morning, due to the face mask, you had an allergic reaction. Tonight, I shall cook as an apology for everyone. Such words are unnecessary. Yet, all they had were wild vegetables. Enro sighed, my specialty is sautéed beef, and I shall prepare it for you all when the opportunity arises. As she spoke, a sudden exclamation broke the air. It was Shun Yan's voice. I found ginseng. The crowd gathered, and indeed, they beheld a root resembling ginseng. Oh my, our precious daughter is truly remarkable. Yan is indeed a little lucky star. I declare, from now on, I shall no longer worship Koi or any lucky stars, but Shun Yan. The group returned in high spirits, and along the way, a knowledgeable passerby offered to trade half a ginseng root for meat and vegetables. Shun Yan readily agreed. All right. Beside her, Shun Qingshan inquired, Yan, don't you feel you're at a disadvantage trading half a ginseng for these vegetables? Not at all, Shun Yan replied with a gentle smile. Although our variety show is a bit grueling, we are not truly in need of this money. If it can assist those who require help, that is indeed a good deed. What a good child, Shun Qingshan remarked, his expression shifting. He then turned to Enro. Thank you for raising Yan, so well. Enro blushed and leaned against her husband's shoulder. Despite being middle-aged, they maintained a youthful appearance, and this moment evoked admiration for their love among many who witnessed it. Upon returning to the villa, Enro donned an apron and busied herself in the kitchen. Ginseng is highly nourishing, and she planned to prepare ginseng honey slices. Yan, please fetch a sealed jar. Ginseng honey slices nourish the internal organs and invigorate the spirit. Once we have prepared it, we shall send a jar to your grandfather. All right. Shun Yan nodded, confident that her grandfather would appreciate their filial piety. At that moment, the Qin family was gathered in their rooms. Even though they were participating in a variety show, Qin Mama had to attend a remote meeting, and Qin Papa had to present experimental data to his students. Only Qin Mu found himself with ample leisure. Upon opening his phone, he noticed a trending topic, Shun Yan, the earthly koi. And Ro's culinary skills were exceptional. Having participated in a boy band audition, he possessed some knowledge of the entertainment industry and could surmise from the comments that Shun Yan's team was attempting to replicate the recent popularity of Qin Yiyang, aiming to establish Shun Yan as the earthly koi. He sighed, having watched Shun Yan grow up. Even after the incident involving Enro switching the infants was uncovered, they did not blame Shun Yan for Enro's actions. Yet, Shun Yan perceived herself as a victim and even regarded Yiyang as a rival, which was utterly absurd. Qin Mu entered his sister's room and recounted the incident of Shun Yan discovering ginseng, mentioning how netizens used Enro's virtuous nature to undermine Qin Mama. Qin Yiyang dismissed it with indifference, silently scoffing. As the protagonist, such occurrences are entirely normal. It's not surprising to find ginseng. One could even stumble upon a gold mine. However, why must Enro undermine my mother while diligently preparing her dishes? If Shun Yan were to discover a new world through her protagonist aura and ascend as the queen of this newfound realm, it would not concern me. Yet, disparaging the Qin family is a different matter that displeases Qin Yiyang. She called upon the system, I wish to alter the narrative. The system replied, certainly. In the kitchen, Enro was sought ing, the aroma enveloping the air, and just before serving, she sprinkled an appropriate amount of salt. Madame Bo praised Enro. You are truly virtuous. It is a blessing for CEO Shen to have married you. Without a second thought, Qin Yiyang commanded, change appropriate amount to excessive amount, as in the excess of time past. Qin Mu, who had been eavesdropping, choked. An excessive amount of salt?
How salty would that be?
As chapter 43 unfolds, the faux heiress's entire family lay prone. Passing by Qin Yiyang's room, Qin father and Qin mother overheard their daughter's thoughts. An appropriate amount turned into excessive amount. Qin mother discreetly nudged her husband's arm and whispered, excessive amount? How much salt would that entail? Qin father replied with utmost seriousness, 150. Qin mother asked, where did that figure come from? At that moment, Ro invited everyone to dine. Fengyi, I just prepared some home-cooked dishes. Would you care to join us? No. Thank you, Qin Fengyi replied without a moment's hesitation. Coincidentally, the Bo family arrived at the dining room, with Madame Bo sneering, Ro, you are far too kind. Just moments ago, certain individuals wished to indulge in solitude, unwilling to share our ingredients, and now you invite them to dine? Hearing the veiled mockery, Qin Fengyi remained unfazed, a smile gracing her lips. If Madame Bo enjoys the food, she should indulge. The air was thick with tension, and Ro attempted to ease the atmosphere, saying, we are all here to enjoy ourselves. There is no need to bicker. With that, she ascended the stairs to summon others for dinner. Before long, Jiang Yi, looking disheveled, descended. He hadn't eaten for several days and was genuinely hungry.
Meanwhile,
Wang Yunlan and Bai Su, mindful of their figures, declined Ro's invitation and headed out for a run in the village. Ro prepared 3 dishes and a soup, stir-fried beef, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sautéed seasonal vegetables, and a wild vegetable soup. Madame Bo took a piece of beef and exclaimed, this is exquisite. Perfectly cooked, the beef is tender. If one did not know better, they might think it was crafted by a Michelin chef. Shen Shan also sampled a piece and nodded approvingly, Ro's culinary skills are commendable. Indeed, Madame Bo smiled. It is said that one should marry a virtuous wife. A woman ought to excel in both the parlor and the kitchen. If a woman cannot even cook, it would be quite shameful. Madame Bo intentionally directed her comments towards Qin Fengyi, subtly ridiculing her inability to cook, insinuating she was not a virtuous wife or mother. Yet, Qin Fengyi sat confidently on the living room sofa, ignoring the barking, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. At the dining table, Ro cheerfully remarked, it is not solely my effort. I am grateful for Yan Yan's assistance. Madame Bo replied, indeed, Yan Yan is a fine girl. We are fortunate to have her in our Mingzhe. You flatter me, auntie. I merely enjoy experimenting with cooking, but my skills cannot compare to my mother's. Shunyan replied with a smile. By the way, mother made some ginseng honey slices, perfect for brewing tea. I just sealed a jar to send to grandfather. Shall I brew a cup for everyone? Mother Bo smiled in response, thoroughly pleased with her daughter-in-law, Xinyan. While everyone was praising Xinyan and her mother, Jiang Yi appeared listless, barely touching the dishes, fixating instead on the white rice in his bowl. After a while, he felt a lump in his throat and managed to scoop a bowl of wild vegetable soup, only to regurgitate it moments later. The barrage of comments surged instantly. What is happening? Is Jiang Yi unwell? It feels like he must have eaten something made by Ro to be sick. Don't be ridiculous. Aunt Ro's cooking is exquisite. How could it possibly make anyone vomit? The others at the table gazed at Jiang Yi in astonishment, wondering what was wrong with him. He retched incessantly, his eyes reddening. He wanted to express something, but found his throat weighed down as if filled with lead, and could only gesture helplessly at the bowl of wild vegetables. Confused, the others began to sample the wild vegetable soup. The next moment, they too clutched their throats and began to retch. It was excessively salty. The wild vegetable soup must have contained an alarming amount of salt, causing discomfort in their oral mucosa. Feelings of nausea and headaches were minor inconveniences compared to the searing pain that radiated from their mouths down their esophagus. At that moment, Shun Yan arrived with water infused with ginseng honey slices, and the crowd seemed to have found their savior, eagerly rushing to drink. However, they forgot that the water was scalding hot, and as soon as it entered their mouths, they spat it out. Their fragile oral tissues could not withstand such torment, leading to immediate ulcers. Nearby, Qin Yiyang struggled to contain his laughter. This is what you get for disparaging my mother, turning you all into bats. It reminds me, Yang Bailao met a tragic end after drinking brine. The production team, concerned about the unfolding chaos, quickly brought in ice cubes to place in the teacups. Upon seeing the ice, the guests reacted as if they had been wandering in a desert for days and had finally spotted a spring, eagerly gulping down the water. Jiang Yi and Bo Mingzi drank hastily, even consuming the ginseng honey slices floating within the water. After drinking, they felt somewhat better. Director's son rushed over, concerned. What happened to you all? It's too salty. The wild vegetable soup is unbearably salty. Mother Bo complained, enduring the burning sensation in her throat. Director's son responded in disbelief. The audience, too, was bewildered. While they had experienced salty dishes before, none had reacted as dramatically as this. Unbeknownst to them, it felt as though they had been struck by a zombie virus. What was initially thought to be a minor incident escalated quickly. As Jiang Yi and Bo Mingzi collapsed onto the floor. Son, Mother Bo cried out, rushing forward. Yet no matter how she shook Bo Mingzi's shoulders, he lay there as if in a deep slumber. The scene erupted into chaos. They were truly salted to death. Director's son promptly summoned a medical team. Soon, the doctors arrived. After assessing the guests' conditions and hearing the director's account, they focused their attention on the wild vegetable soup at the dining table, making a preliminary judgment. It could potentially be sodium chloride poisoning. The primary component of table salt is sodium chloride, and for an adult weighing 50 kilograms, consuming 150 grams of sodium chloride could lead to electrolyte imbalances, posing risks of shock and death. And Rose's complexion drained of color upon hearing this. This cannot be true. She had added so much salt. How could she be unaware? However, before she could utter a word, Mother Bo seized her, demanding, "What on earth have you made us eat? If something happens to my Mingzi, I will not let this go." Anru's hair was pulled into a disheveled mess, but fortunately, staff members intervened just in time to separate the two. The audience watched in stunned silence. This morning, Anru applied a facial mask that left everyone allergic, and now, while cooking, she has poisoned them. She must be a harbinger of misfortune. No wonder the Qin family abstained from Anru's dishes. It seems they had foreseen this ominous fate. I always suspected she was a sorceress. Indeed, she is a sorceress. Beside them, Qin Yiyang was equally astounded. She had thought the term death was merely hyperbolic, never expecting it to signify actual demise. A thunderous realization struck her heart. Oh no, have I caused a death? Hearing his daughter's inner turmoil, Father Qin addressed the doctor, stating, at room temperature, 359 grams of sodium chloride can dissolve in every 100 milliliters of water. Assuming the wild vegetable soup was at 100 degrees, it could dissolve at most 30 grams of sodium chloride, insufficient to be lethal. Qin Yiyang regained her composure. Her father was correct. Jiang Yi and Bo Mingzi had only sipped a small amount of the soup, which would not reach a lethal dose. In a flash of insight, she snatched the ginseng honey slices from Shun Yan's hands. Suddenly she understood. The mystery was solved. They were not poisoned by sodium chloride, but rather had mistakenly ingested the poisonous plant, euphorbia. Chapter 44. Dogs Bite Dogs. The Qin family enjoys the drama. Euphorbia? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. What was euphorbia? They had never heard of it, and the name bore an unsettling resemblance to departing. The doctor was the first to react, inquiring, aside from the food, what else did the patients consume? They had drunk water infused with ginseng honey slices. As Qin Yiyang spoke, she handed the jar to the doctor. Upon inspecting it, the doctor's expression turned grave. Call an ambulance. We need to perform gastric lavage. The patients are in critical danger.
What?
Mother Bo's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how her son could be in mortal peril. The doctor turned to Qin Yiyang, affirming, this young lady is correct. This is not ginseng but euphorbia. Ingesting more than 3 parts can lead to fainting and vomiting, and in severe cases, cardiac paralysis resulting in death. The words resulting in death struck like a bolt of lightning, sending chills down Mother Bo's spine. Rage surged within her as she lunged towards Anru. You, Anru, dare to poison my Mingzi. He is the hope of the Bo family. We cannot afford any misfortune. If he suffers, I will ensure you pay with your blood. Mother Bo had lost all rationality, causing Anru to cower in fear, seeking refuge in her husband's embrace.
Mom.
Bo Kenyang stepped forward to restrain his agitated mother. Rest assured, my brother will be fine. Unexpectedly, Mother Bo brushed him aside. How can I be at ease? It seems you wish for your brother's misfortune. Bo Kenyang froze, slipping from his mother's grasp, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. Qin Yiyang observed this unfolding drama with keen eyes. During her school days, she was well aware that Bo Kenyang had a rather strained relationship with his family. Unlike her own parents, who would always attend parent-teacher meetings regardless of her performance, Bo Kanyang's parents had never graced such events with their presence, opting instead to send the butler. Initially, she assumed his family was simply busy, only to later discover that his parents were attending a meeting for his older brother. Reflecting on the subsequent narrative where Bo Kanyang succumbs to darkness and turns against his family, Qin Yiyang felt that his descent into turmoil came far too late. This wasn't due to an overflow of compassion on her part. Rather, she harbored a certain resentment. After the high school entrance examination, Bo Kanyang abruptly ceased all communication with her. He ignored her calls and left her messages unanswered. Confused by her perceived transgressions, she felt compelled to write an apology letter, enumerating the possible reasons for his anger, such as her trespassing his family's aquarium without permission. Arriving at the entrance of the Bo residence, she intended to deliver the letter directly to Bo Kanyang. Unfortunately, he refused to see her. After several attempts, on her 10th visit, she was once again turned away. Frustration bubbled within her, and she resolved that if he continued to disregard her, she would sever ties with this friendship. "Give it to me," a voice called from above. It was her first encounter with Bo Mingza. The brothers bore a slight resemblance, and she quickly recognized him as Bo Kanyang's older brother. She handed him the letter, hoping he might relay it to Bo Kanyang. However, the letter vanished into obscurity, its fate unknown. Whether torn or discarded, Qin Yiyang never sought out Bo Kanyang again. The live broadcast was interrupted, leading the group to the town's hospital. Fortunately, Bo Mingza and Jiang Yi had consumed only a small amount of the toxic plant, and they had not chewed it thoroughly, merely experiencing fainting spells. Bo's mother sighed in relief, clasping her hands in gratitude to an unknown deity. Outside the emergency room, Shen Yan sensed someone observing her. At first, she assumed they were fans, but upon glancing at them, she was met with expressions of fear. What's wrong? She wondered, instinctively touching her face to check for any foreign substance. Finding nothing tangible, she was startled by the uneven texture beneath her fingertips. Her arm trembled as she hurriedly glanced in a mirror. To her horror, her reflection revealed a face marred by clusters of welts, red and hard, an alarming sight.
Ah!
She gasped, stumbling backward. The others noticed her distress, exclaiming, "Xinyan, what happened to your face?" She had consumed water infused with the toxic plant, exacerbating her allergic reaction. As Qin Yiyang explained, earlier that morning, although she had experienced a mild allergic reaction after using a facial mask, the redness had been manageable with makeup. However, the severity of her current condition rendered any cosmetic disguise futile. The doctor reassured her, advising against makeup for the next few days, assuring her that she would heal. Moreover, being young, their recovery would be swift. It would be a different story for elderly individuals with weakened constitutions. In the midst of this chaos, Anro felt an inkling that she had forgotten something of great importance, but the sight of her daughter's nearly disfigured face consumed her thoughts, leaving little room for anything else. Fearing that her daughter might be scarred, and thus unable to marry into a prestigious family, the old man received a package from Anro the following morning. Frowning, he instructed the butler to dispose of it. At that moment, Shun Beichun interjected, "Grandfather, this is Aunt Anro's heartfelt gesture." After the accident at the construction site, Shun Beichun had sustained a fracture, and his arm was still secured with steel pins. Although he harbored some resentment towards Xin Yan for avoiding him at a critical moment, he could understand her fear. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old child. Humph. If you are concerned about wasting her kindness, then you should consume it. The old man donned his reading glasses and perused the day's news, muttering, "I am not yet ready to depart from this world, nor am I afraid of being poisoned." He was acutely aware that he was the only obstacle preventing Anro from legitimately marrying into the Shin family. Should he pass away, no one would stand in their way. "Grandfather," Shun Beichun urged, "your misunderstanding of Anne Anro is far too great. She and Sister Yen are good people who treat father well, and they are kind to both me and Xiao Nan. Why must you remain fixated on status and identity? Behaving like a feudal patriarch who separates lovers? Separating lovers?" The old man chuckled, acknowledging the aptness of describing them as such heartless creatures. "Grandfather, how can you speak of father and Anton in that manner? You. The old man shook his head, sighing, "How could I have such a grandson as dull-witted as you?" He refrained from disclosing the sordid details of Shun Yan and Anro's past to Shin Beichun and Shin Zhao Nan, not wanting them to become estranged from their father. Listening to Shin Beichun praise Anro and her daughter, he found it utterly absurd. "You are simply too obstinate, grandfather." Shun Beichun, irritated, took 2 pieces of ginseng honey from a sealed jar and dropped them into his cup, drinking them down. At that moment, the old man turned a page of the newspaper, his gaze landing on a headline that read, "Outrageous. Woman mistakes euphorbia for ginseng, nearly endangering lives." How amusing. How could anyone be so foolish? Next to the article was a photograph, and upon adjusting his glasses, the old man froze. "Isn't that in row?" Hearing the commotion, Shun Beichen approached with his cup. "Aunt N is in the newspaper?" He assumed Enro had done something commendable to warrant the coverage, smiling as he said, "I told you, grandfather. You are biased against Aunt and what? Mistaking euphorbia for ginseng?" He halted, his gaze stiffening as it descended to the empty bottom of his cup. In the next instant, the cup shattered. Did he ingest poison? Fortunately, the old man retained his composure and promptly dialed for emergency assistance. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but reflect. He had been right. The wicked Enro truly intended to harm him. Chapter 45. Do you really like me that much? Due to Jiang Yi and Bo Mingze undergoing gastric lavage and being hospitalized, everyone spent a restless night in the hospital. Qin Yiyang chose not to remain at the hospital, instead taking her family to find a hotel in town, where they enjoyed a restful night. The next morning, feeling invigorated, Qin Yiyang arrived at the hospital and, from a distance, spotted Enro in a fluster, seemingly uttering something dire. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiyang perked up, eager to eavesdrop. Enro pulled Shin Qingshan into the stairwell, her complexion pale as she murmured, "Yesterday, I mailed a jar of ginseng and some honey from the merciless plant to the old man. Calculating the time, it should have arrived by now. Yet I cannot reach him."
What?
Shin Qingshan staggered slightly, recalling the doctor's words from the previous day, "Young people recover swiftly. But for an elderly individual with a weakened spleen and stomach, it could spell disaster. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Shin Qingshan reproached, hastily dialing his father's number. The call was quickly connected, yet instead of his father's voice, the blaring sirens of an ambulance filled the air. "Oh no. Surely, my father hasn't met with an accident." Enro felt an urgent pang of anxiety. However, the sound of the ambulance stirred a subtle shift in her emotions, bringing forth a hint of twisted satisfaction. Despite her misstep today, it had been unintentional. The old man had only himself to blame for consuming the merciless plant. Given his age and frail constitution, this time, it seemed he might not survive. If he truly were to pass away, no one would stand in the way of her union with Qingshan. He would not blame her either. She understood her husband all too well. The old man had held dominion over the Shin family for far too long. If he were to die, Qingshan might grieve momentarily. But once he tasted the sweetness of power, he would only express gratitude towards her. The more Enro contemplated, the more her spirit soared, and she struggled to suppress the upward curve of her lips. Yet, in the next moment, the old man's robust voice rang out, "I am not dead. You must be quite distressed, huh?" Enro's gaze flickered, tinged with disappointment. Shin Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. "Dad, what are you saying? I heard the ambulance. Are you all right?" "I am fine, but your son is in a bit of trouble," the old man replied, his voice steady. "Beichen just consumed the poison that Enro sent over. He is being rushed to the hospital for gastric lavage." His voice boomed like a bell, resonating clearly even in the tranquil corridors of the hospital at dawn.
What?
Shin Qingshan's voice trembled, and Enro's composure faltered as well. The old man's potential demise was trivial compared to the gravity of Shin Beichen's predicament. However, before they could further inquire about Beichen's condition, the old man scoffed. "A calamity has befallen us," and abruptly ended the call. The Qin family members lurking at the door gasped in shock. What a remarkable grandson, shielding his grandfather from disaster. Truly a display of filial piety. Qin Yiyang propped his chin on his hand, silently lamenting, "The only clear-headed person in the Shin family is the old man." It's unfortunate that in the original narrative, he does not survive long, leading to Shin Qingshan's grand marriage to Enro, which is quite ostentatious. Alas, good men do not live long. Qin Fengyi sighed, reflecting on the revelation. Having had some dealings with the old man in the business realm, she appreciated his integrity. He had risen from nothing, wielding a sharp intellect, yet never resorting to underhanded tactics, earning respect even from competitors. After the passing of his wife, he had remained single, leading a solitary life devoid of romantic entanglements. Qin Fengyi held the old man in high regard, yet she could not fathom how someone so vigorous and healthy could suddenly succumb to death. The hour was still early, and the recording of the program had yet to commence. The Qin family was preoccupied with various matters, receiving phone calls incessantly, leaving only the idle Qin Yiyang with nothing to occupy her time. Displeased with the uncomfortable outdoor chair, she contemplated reclining on the sofa in Jiang Ye's single-patient room. But through the glass of the door, she spied Wan Yunlan and Bai Su resting upon it. Thus, she reluctantly made her way to Bo Mingze's hospital room. The Bo family had gone to settle the bills, while the Shin family was in a state of turmoil over Shin Beichen's precarious condition. The room was notably tranquil, containing only the solitary figure of Bo Mingze lying on the bed. Qin Yiyang collapsed onto the sofa and opened the game Rescue the Pitiful Castaway. To her surprise, a red light flashed across her retina.
Warning.
The current character is on the brink of death. Startled by the red light, Qin Yiyang felt a surge of anxiety. How could the protagonist, who had appeared so vigorous just days ago, be facing death? She hastily entered the game. The graphics had downgraded to a coarse mosaic quality. The cave was filled with supplies, and at the entrance lay a partially constructed vessel. The protagonist, a diminutive figure, lay pale on the bed, an unusual flush gracing their cheeks. Had they succumbed to a fever? Immediately, she navigated to the shop and splurged on an array of cold and fever remedies. Yet, the life progress bar continued to display ominous red. Realization dawned upon Qin Yiyang. The protagonist was too weak to administer the medication. This simply could not be. Having invested over $1 million in efforts to save this character, it was unacceptable for them to perish without a fight. Surely, there must be some hidden level. Her fingers danced across the screen, and upon touching the protagonist's face, a muffled groan emanated from her ear. Startled, she instinctively glanced at the sleeping Bo Mingze, who remained oblivious, resembling a dead pig. Her gaze returned to the screen as she cautiously tapped the diminutive figure's face once more, prompting another muffled sound. The mystery was unraveled. It was indeed the protagonist who had made the sound. This game possessed intriguing elements, the sound evoking a strange allure. The small figure stirred, groggily consumed the medicine, and their vital signs stabilized once more. The mosaic style of the graphics transformed back into refined detail. There lay the man upon the bed, his lips pressed tightly together, long black lashes fanning out like crow feathers, the small red mole at the corner of his eye contrasting with his sharp, cold features, adding a touch of softness. The black shirt he wore rolled up slightly, revealing a lean waist, the shadows accentuating the clear contours of his abs, cloaked in a mysterious, muted hue. Qin Yiyang gasped. Had her recent indulgence in watching suggestive male streamers led her to find even the two-dimensional character in the game enticing? Enough of this. Such distractions could lead one astray. At that moment, the man on the screen abruptly opened his eyes, his dark gaze fierce and predatory, akin to that of a ravenous wolf. The small red mole above the outer corner of his eye shone even more vibrantly, creating a striking visual contrast that was nothing short of compelling. The world around her seemed to vibrate, as if a train were hurtling toward her from the distance. Qin Yiyang hastily turned off her phone, her face flushed. She then realized that she had been bewitched by a two-dimensional character, and couldn't he help but chuckle at her own folly. "Do you fancy me that much?" A voice erupted above her. She lifted her gaze to find Bo Mingze, the speaker, staring back at her. BMNGZ reclined against the hospital bed, his face still bearing the unmistakable marks of weakness, gazing at her with a complex expression. What? BMNGZ replied gently. "Thank you for accompanying me last night, but it is unnecessary. The one I am fond of is YNYN. Q and Ying scratched her head, perplexed. Are you out of your mind? Have you been poisoned by the plant? He pressed his lips together, stating, I know you joined the variety show for my sake. Although I am unaware of how you got entangled with the L family, LYNZH is not a good person, and his family would never accept you. QNYYing concluded that BMNGZ had not lost his senses, but rather that his intellect had devolved. Chapter 46. A Twist of Fate. The countdown to CNYing's darkness. BMNGZ observed QNYYing before him, reminiscing about their first meeting. At that time, he was preparing for the Olympiad mathematics competition, having moved from the B residence to an apartment near the school. A classmate informed him that a younger girl in the middle school harbored a secret admiration for him and would often wait at their door, appearing rather pitiable. Initially skeptical, he only believed it when, on the eve of the competition, he returned home to fetch something and spotted a frail figure squatting by the roadside, clutching an envelope marked prominently with the character for B. He approached her and said, "Hand me the letter." The girl looked up, seemingly surprised, and after gazing at his face for a moment, she handed him the letter, softly murmuring, "Thank you." She seemed to have uttered something further, but with noise-canceling headphones on. BMNGZ failed to catch her subsequent words. The declarations of affection from girls were usually limited to a few phrases. Throughout his life, he had received no fewer than 80 love letters. Upon returning home, he encountered his younger brother, Qin Yiyang, who appeared to be in a hurry, rushing out only to return shortly with a dejected demeanor, as though he had suffered a heartbreak. BMNGZ couldn't help but tease little CN. Have you fallen in love? No, brother, Qin Yiyang replied. Did you see a girl outside just now? He was about to ask something further when their mother, descending the stairs, interrupted sternly. Early romance? The harmonious atmosphere between the brothers dissipated. BMNGZ hastily clarified. No, I was just joking with little CN Xiaozi. You need not cover for your brother, their mother, in a less than cheerful mood, chided. Qin Yiyang, look at your grades. If you possessed even half of your brother's intelligence, I would not be ridiculed by other mothers. Could you possibly play fewer video games? I do not expect you to be as remarkable as your brother, but you should at least refrain from bringing shame upon me. Qin Yiyang seemed accustomed to their mother's reprimands, nonchalantly retreating to his room, not emerging even for dinner. BMNGZ wished to console their mother. Yet she approached him with a bright smile, saying, Xiaozi, you've grown thinner. I've instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. Wash your hands and let us eat. BMNGZ complied, unaware of where he had placed the letter, perhaps tucked within a book or inadvertently discarded. In any case, he had not opened it. Although he had not unsealed it, he could surmise, to some extent, that it was a love letter. The recollection abruptly ceased as Qin Yiyang approached, brandishing a thermometer to press against his forehead. She frowned, murmuring, temperature is normal. Why are you speaking nonsense?
Creak.
The sound of the door creaking open signaled the entrance of Qin Yiyang, his golden hair shimmering like the dazzling sun, breakfast in hand. With a smile, he remarked, Qin Yiyang, my brother mentioned you were here. Haven't you had breakfast yet? His voice faltered as he noted the closeness of the two individuals in the room, and he quickly masked his smile. Brother, you're awake. Qin Yiyang caught only the first half of his words. She patted her stomach, realizing she was indeed a bit hungry. Having suffered from malnutrition in her youth, she dealt with mild anemia and hypoglycemia, even though she later returned to the Qin family and consumed numerous nutritional supplements. The issues persisted, making her discomfort increase when she was hungry. Upon seeing the steaming meat buns, a smile spread across her lips. You even bought me buns, thank you. Despite his eccentric nature, this young man had remembered her weaknesses over the years, which was commendable. She raised her hand to take them. But Qin Yiyang suddenly shifted his position, pulling them back. Qin Yiyang was momentarily taken aback. Not for you, he replied, tilting his chin. His striking features beneath his radiant golden hair exuding a hint of aloofness and mischief. Realization dawned on Qin Yiyang. These were meant for Xinyan. She playfully patted Qin Yiyang's shoulder and began to sing, My son's rebellion wounds my heart. Mother is truly hurt. Qin Yiyang could only stare in confusion. Qin Yiyang had no desire to engage further with the Bo brothers, one a self-absorbed charmer, the other a rebellious golden-haired youth, both lacking in empathy. Perhaps in her haste to turn away, her vision darkened, and she stumbled slightly. Ming's breath hitched. The next moment, he was off the hospital bed, though it was too late. He caught Qin Yiyang's arm, worry evident in his voice. You're experiencing low blood sugar again. Why didn't you tell me? His tone was overly familiar, exuding an exclusive sense that left no room for a third party. Ming's silently retracted his hand, his gaze deepening. How could he not know of Qin Yiyang's condition? Not only Ming's, but even Qin Yiyang was momentarily stunned by his words. Once, when they sat together in class, he had been aware of her hypoglycemia, and they had agreed that she would inform him immediately if she felt unwell. Thus, he always kept a piece of candy in his pocket. But now, he found himself without any. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang pushed Qin Yiyang away, unwilling to let him insist on shoving breakfast into her hands. No need, she frowned. To escape the tragic fate of the original story, one crucial rule was to maintain distance from the female protagonist's admirers. Yet, Qin Yiyang was her first friend, and she often forgot he was also enamored with Xinyan. Just then, Wang Yunlan happened to pass by. Clad in a white hoodie, with a light blue earmuff headphone adorning his slender neck, he appeared before Qin Yiyang like a refreshing breeze. Are you experiencing low blood sugar? Qin Yiyang felt as though she had spotted a savior and seized his arm.
Yes.
I am. I have chocolate. Wang Yunlan's eyelashes fluttered as he retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket, his long, delicate fingers peeling away the silver foil before presenting it to Qin Yiyang's lips. She eagerly took a bite, the sweetness melting on her tongue, making the golden stars in her vision fade away. As Wang Yunlan's hand remained resting on Qin Yiyang's shoulder, Bomingza furrowed his brow, stating, "Mr. Wan, this is a hospital, bustling with people. You are a male idol. It would be prudent to maintain some distance when interacting with females. If someone were to capture this moment and share it online, the backlash from your fans could be quite severe." Wang Yunlan's gaze was calm. "I am merely assisting Miss Qin. Besides, my fans are rational individuals. I trust they would not lash out at an innocent girl over mere speculation." Bomingza felt a lump in his throat, sensing a veiled implication in Ruan's words. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang perceived the closeness between Qin Yiyang and Wang Yunlan as inappropriate and reached out to pull Qin Yiyang closer to him. However, upon touching her arm, he was startled by a familiar shriek. "Wang Yunlan confronting that pig is so cool. I absolutely adore him." It was unmistakably Qin Yiyang's voice, identical to what he had heard the previous day in the truck. Oddly, it seemed as if her thoughts were being voiced without her speaking. Furthermore, did Qin Yiyang harbor feelings for Wang Yunlan? The voice echoed again. "Wang Yunlan smells delightful, a true heartthrob, a beauty magnet." Qin Yiyang was taken aback. "Wang Yunlan is a girl?" Chapter 47. Fortunately, it was a dog that consumed the ginseng, not a person. Unbeknownst to Qin Yiyang, her inner thoughts had been overheard as she gently leaned against Wang Yunlan's shoulder. She fainted. A comforting embrace is essential for her recovery. Wang Yunlan remained unfazed, deliberately ignoring Qin Yiyang, who stood frozen like a bewildered golden retriever as he supported Qin Yiyang, intending to head to the dining hall. Just as they reached the stairwell, Qin Mu returned, holding breakfast for the family. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted his sister nestled in Wang Yunlan's embrace. Understanding both his sister and the entertainment industry, he feared for her reputation, worried that paparazzi might capture an image that could lead to unfounded rumors, and that the fervor of idol fans could be merciless. He promptly approached and pulled Qin Yiyang from Wang Yunlan's hold. Grasping Wang Yunlan's hand, he exclaimed, "Thanks, brother, for looking after my sister." Wang Yunlan paused, awkwardly retracting his hand, muttering, "It's nothing. Miss Qin has low blood sugar," before turning to leave. Qin Mu's hand lingered in the air, as if still holding on to the softness of that brief touch. His handsome features were clouded with confusion as he watched Wang Yunlan's retreating figure. How peculiar it was for a grown man's hand to feel so small, reminiscent of a girl's. After dining, Qin Yiyang regained her vitality. The recording for the show was imminent. However, Shun Yan had yet to make an appearance. Bomingza, just recovering from illness, was in a fragile state, and given Shun Yan's character, she would likely come personally to care for him. Yet, even after an hour of Qin Yiyang's arrival, there was no sign of Shun Yan. Curious, she inquired, "System, where is Shun Yan?" The system, after a brief search, chuckled softly, revealing that Shun Yan had suffered a severe allergic reaction the day prior and, after applying ointment, had accidentally scratched her face during sleep, leaving a bloody mark. Now, her face was unpresentable, likely causing her to avoid others. Regrettably, Shun Yan's agent had torn away a lucrative endorsement deal for her, leaving her disfigured and presumably too fearful to face the camera. Otherwise, this collaboration would surely be rendered void. Qin Yiyang merely uttered a sound of acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further, instead immersing herself in her noble pursuit of studying the literature of devoted wives. She was lost in a sea of knowledge, oblivious to the gaze of Qin Yiyang fixed upon her, and even more so to the scrutinizing glances exchanged between Bomingza as he assessed both her and Qin Yiyang. Meanwhile, a topic erupted on the internet. What had become of the villagers who sought to purchase the ginseng from Shun Yan? A netizen had clipped a segment from the previous day's live broadcast of the heir's romance, where it was shown that upon discovering the ginseng, a villager had approached to buy half of it, offering his own vegetables and eggs in exchange. Initially, viewers had thought Shun Yan had incurred a loss. However, the audience was now restless. The villagers are so pitiable. Many impoverished individuals dare not go to the hospital when ill, fearing even greater expenses, believing they can endure. What if this truly leads to a fatal incident? The production team must intervene. That villager from yesterday likely had someone ill at home. If they consume the poisonous plant, it could be fatal. Director Sun felt a chill run down his spine upon encountering this discussion. If someone were to perish on his show, it would spell the end of his directing career. Immediately, he summoned everyone to regroup and return to the village to locate the villager who had purchased the ginseng. Given the gravity of the situation, Shun Yan had no choice but to don a thick mask for the camera. She had transformed her once charming bangs into a straight fringe, and with black-framed glasses perched upon her nose, she appeared rather ordinary. However, this was not the time to dwell on matters of beauty. Lives were at stake. Fortunately, after extensive communication, they finally arrived at the villager's home. The gate stood wide open, revealing a large courtyard where a big yellow dog was chained, barking incessantly at the sight of strangers. The production team, disregarding formalities, charged through the open door of the house. The room was modest, a bare concrete space, and upon entering, a strong medicinal odor filled the air. To the left, a room contained a bed where an elderly woman with white hair was taking her medicine. In her bowl lay a segment of a pale yellow plant root. Indeed, it was the poisonous plant. No, you cannot drink that. Shen Yan, quick on her feet, rushed forward and knocked over the elderly woman's bowl. The sudden action startled the frail old lady. Who are you? Why have you barged into my home? Grandmother, your son purchased half a ginseng for me yesterday. Shen Yan patiently explained, but this is not ginseng. It is poison. You must not consume it. This is from my son. He would never harm me. The elderly woman, incensed, pointed toward the door. You must leave. Otherwise, I will call the police. With great effort, she bent down to retrieve the plant from the floor. Witnessing this scene, a wave of helplessness washed over Qin Yiyang. This was not ginseng, it was a toxic substance. Why could she not understand? Fearing the elderly woman might put the poisonous plant in her mouth, Qin Yiyang swiftly picked it up and tossed it out the window into the yard.
Outside.
The yellow dog, intrigued, snatched the morsel in one swift bite. What a delectable treat. The elderly man gasped heavily, visibly agitated, grasping Qin Yiyang's collar with hands resembling gnarled tree branches. You owe me ginseng. You owe me ginseng. Following the events of the previous day, Qin Yiyang's reputation had significantly declined. In an attempt to improve the live stream's comments, her agent had resorted to hiring numerous online trolls. Qin Yiyang is amazing. If she hadn't knocked over the bowl, that old man would have been in danger. Such comments flooded the screen. Witnessing this, Qin Yiyang's fans joined the fray, attempting to cleanse her image. That old lady is ridiculous. Everyone knows that's raw ginseng. Why is she still trying to eat it? Old hag, let go of our yen. Others from the production team attempted to intervene, but the old man refused to listen, gripping Qin Yiyang's collar with such force that it nearly choked her. Qin Yiyang struggled to breathe, desperately raising her hands to remove her mask. To her surprise, the old woman finally released her grip, pointing at Qin Yiyang's face and shrieking. Startled, Qin Yiyang quickly donned her mask once more. This commotion finally attracted the attention of the old woman's son. Mom, what is going on? A middle-aged man with a square face hurried over, not particularly tall and wearing a pink cat apron, a comical sight tinged with the sadness only the impoverished could understand. He had been cooking, and upon seeing a room full of strangers, he paused for a moment before raising his knife. Who are you? What do you want to do to my mother? Qin Yiyang explained the situation. Raw ginseng? The man pondered for a moment. Are you referring to the wild ginseng? Yes. Qin Yiyang breathed a sigh of relief, finally finding someone who understood. The raw ginseng is toxic and cannot be eaten, so I threw it in the yard. The man slapped his thigh, panicking as he rushed outside. However, after searching around, he found nothing. The dog must have eaten it. The old lady lamented. You fed it to the dog. The man exclaimed in shock, prying open the dog's mouth. You silly dog. Why do you eat everything? Spit it out. Qin Yiyang realized that if the dog had consumed the raw ginseng, it might not survive, which explained the man's urgency. However, she quickly reassured herself that it was merely a dog's life at stake, not a human's, and felt a sense of relief. Sir, luckily the old lady didn't eat it, the dog did. Would it be acceptable if I compensated you with 1,000 yuan? The man, however, grew even angrier, his eyes flaring crimson as he stormed over. Say that again. Qin Yiyang, startled, hid behind Bomingza. He calmly addressed the man. Sir, if you find 1,000 yuan insufficient, could you please suggest a figure? You purchased raw ginseng, not ginseng from us, and we are willing to cover any losses incurred. Nonsense. The man fumed, cursing vehemently. That was ginseng my daughter dug from the back mountain. It wasn't bought from you. The crowd stood in disbelief. Chapter 48. Do not attempt to bully the innocent. Qin Qingshan could no longer tolerate the scene. Was this man attempting to extort money for ginseng using the raw ginseng incident? As a businessman, he had never engaged in a losing deal, and having encountered many such greedy individuals, he knew he must counter this rogue with equally cunning tactics. He whispered something to the staff. Upon receiving the items brought back by the staff, Qin Yiyang smiled with an air of refinement and approached the man. Since you are adamant that what you purchased yesterday was ginseng, let us settle this. Yesterday you exchanged half a ginseng for a bag of vegetables and some pork. So, I shall refund you the equivalent in vegetables and meat for that half ginseng. Does that seem fair? As he spoke, a hint of disdain flickered in Qin Yiyang's gaze. After tossing the vegetables onto the table, he intended to take his daughter away. The man with the square face rushed forward, desperately grabbing hold of Shun Yan to prevent her from leaving, exclaiming, "You owe us for our ginseng." "Enough." Qin Yiyang coldly brushed the man aside. "If you continue to harass my daughter, I will immediately instruct my lawyer to file a lawsuit against you for extortion, ensuring you languish in prison." The man's hand faltered at this threat. Meanwhile, his elderly mother, lying in bed, let out a sorrowful wail, anxiously beating her thigh. Qin Yiyang snorted dismissively, shielding his daughter as they exited the room, only to find Qin Yiyang squatting in the yard, staring intently at the dog on the verge of death. "How promising," Qin Yiyang remarked arrogantly, letting out a derisive scoff directed at Qin's father. After all, she was merely the daughter of a son-in-law, only adept at coaxing cats and dogs.
Wait.
Qin Yiyang suddenly spoke, raising the corners of her lips. "Uncle Qin, is it really appropriate to bully honest people and then leave?" Her eyes arched playfully, though her smile did not reach her eyes. She continued softly. "I once watched a film where the villain accused the protagonist of having eaten 2 bowls of noodles while only paying for one. The onlookers, claiming to be righteous, attacked the protagonist. To prove his innocence, he cut open his own stomach, pouring out the undigested noodles to demonstrate he had only eaten 1 bowl, ultimately leading to his demise. The villain, upon witnessing the protagonist's death, laughed and said, 'Whether you ate 2 bowls or not, does it really matter?' The spectators dispersed, none willing to acknowledge their role in the protagonist's fate. She paused, gently tracing her fingers over the dog's belly. Perhaps revealing what lies within will unveil the truth? Qin Yiyang's striking black and white eyes sparkled with mirth as she gazed at Qin Yiyang. He felt an unsettling stiffness creep over him, as if she intended to dissect not just the dog but himself. Beside them, Shun Yan gasped, "Yang, are you suggesting we should cut open that dog's belly?" Not only Shun Yan, but others present shared her incredulity, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Online, the reactions erupted. "Qin Yiyang is so cruel. How ruthless. How could she utter such words? Those who raise dogs can hardly tolerate people like her. She should be swiftly removed from the show." Such negative sentiments spread rapidly, inciting fervor among the bystanders, especially the vitriol directed at Qin Yiyang, as if they could manifest their judgment through their fervent likes and shares, finding satisfaction in a perceived sense of justice. Meanwhile, Mama Bo's eyes darted with intrigue. Yesterday, she lost her sanity due to Ming's poisoning and pushed in row, thereby offending the Qin family. Now, she was contemplating how to make amends when she noticed Qin Yiyang's conduct, which she perceived as an opportunity. She approached and exclaimed, "Ba, Qin Yiyang, have you lost your mind? Dogs are humanity's best friends. How can you be so cruel?" Qin Yiyang chuckled. "You all insist that this dog has ingested poison. Yet it is destined to perish regardless. How can you attribute cruelty to me? Is it not different? In what way is it different?" Qin Yiyang shrugged. "Yesterday, Mingza accidentally consumed a toxic plant, and you hurriedly took him for gastric lavage. Yet now, why is no one taking this dog for the same?" She turned to Mrs. Bo. "By the way, Mrs. Bo, why aren't you crying? You wept inconsolably when Mingza fainted yesterday." Mrs. Bo, flustered, retorted, "How can a dog be compared to a human?" "Oh." Qin Yiyang tilted her head, resting her chin on her finger, feigning confusion. "But did you not say that dogs are humanity's best friends? If your dear friend meets its end, why do you not weep?" Mrs. Bo opened her mouth, speechless, completely ensnared in the conversation. The Qin family erupted in laughter. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, Ro interjected, "How about we wait until this dog dies before we take action?" Qin Yiyang glanced at Ro, her smile radiant. "Anton, how gentle and kind you are. I never thought you could be so ruthless." Meanwhile, Lu Duo, having caught on, brightened up. "Isn't that a line from when they scolded and Lingrong during the blood recognition ceremony?" He pointed at Ro, suddenly enlightened. "So Anton's is the same as in Lingrong." The crowd gasped in surprise. Ro, upon hearing this, bit her lip in frustration. How dare this little brat compare her to the timid, malicious and Lingrong? Qin Yiyang, protective of his wife, glared at Qin Yiyang. "What do you intend to do?" You are the one who suggested cutting open the dog's belly, and now you accuse others of cruelty? Are you all fools? Before Qin Yiyang could respond, Lu Duo puffed up his cheeks and, addressing the adults, earnestly asked, "When did my sister-in-law say she wanted to cut open the dog's belly?" She clearly meant to make the dog vomit. It is your twisted minds that suggest such gruesome actions. He added, besides, if the dog truly dies, there would be no need to distinguish between ginseng and poison. You all are so silly. He crossed his short arms over his chest, sighing, if adults are this foolish, I would rather not grow up. Qin Yiyang giggled. Truly, the little brother of the arch-villain possesses a remarkable talent for delivering biting retorts. Hearing that they would not be opening the dog's belly, the others in attendance breathed a sigh of relief, though the Bo and Shin families appeared quite distressed. Qin Yiyang borrowed a bar of soap from the man with a square jaw and poured the soapy water into the dog's mouth. Just as Shun Yan stepped forward to prevent Qin Yiyang from tormenting the dog, it vomited. Out came a slender, white root, ginseng. An invisible slap landed on everyone's face. Shun Yan had not overturned the toxic plant, but rather genuine ginseng. What a twist! It is no wonder that Shun Yan was in such a flurry after the ginseng was knocked over. This household, though humble in appearance, held the ginseng in high esteem, and it was rather distressing for it to be carelessly given to a dog by an unexpected intruder. Had I been in her shoes, I would have felt equally frantic. Fortunately, Yang managed to resolve the situation. Otherwise, it would have been a case of bullying the innocent. Indeed, what wisdom you possess, Master Qin. Meanwhile, the man with the square face finally exhaled in relief, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Qin Yiyang. In his earlier anger, he had become so flustered that he had overlooked the simplest solution. Shun Yan, incredulous, turned to the man, only to realize that what she had sold him the previous day was clearly not ginseng, but rather the poisonous plant known as shanglu. Yes, it was indeed shanglu that I purchased, he replied, producing a medicinal ointment. This was what I used to treat my mother's leg sores. The children in the village all know it is toxic, and only a fool would consume it. The crowd was taken aback. It appears the fool was none other than myself. Chapter 49 shall be dubbed as such. The comments were filled with laughter.
Ha!
Are there not a plethora of fools among us? At this very moment, just as in the past, had it not been for Qin Yiyang's validation of the village elder's innocence, it would have truly been an act of bullying the honest. Master Qin, your virtues are immeasurable. Realizing the misunderstanding, Shin Qingshan felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. The old man, who valued his dignity above all, was mortified at the thought of his earlier actions. His voice grew stern as he chastised Shun Yan. You should have been more careful before tossing the ginseng aside. Shun Yan's face paled, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice. Since reuniting with her father, he had always treated her with kindness, never raising his voice.
Now,
being publicly reprimanded by him made her feel an acute sting, far more painful than the rash that had erupted on her face. How could she have known that such a destitute individual could genuinely afford ginseng? The atmosphere grew tense, palpable enough to hear a pin drop, and Ro attempted to mediate, acknowledging that Shun Yan had indeed acted thoughtlessly. Yan, you must apologize to this fellow villager. With tears welling in her eyes, Shun Yan bowed deeply. Her voice choked with emotion. I am sorry. I acted rashly, and I am willing to compensate for all losses. The square-faced man was also of honest nature. He had no intention of extorting money. He simply stated that his mother was ill and that the doctor had advised the use of ginseng for her recovery, requesting only a ginseng of the same size in compensation. Shin Qingshan immediately contacted his assistant to arrange for the delivery of a top-quality ginseng as a gesture of apology. Though the matter appeared to be resolved, the atmosphere remained strained. Mrs. Bo, with a smile, draped her arm around Shun Yan's shoulder. Ignorance is no fault. Yan mistakenly believed she had found ginseng and shared it with everyone, demonstrating her generous spirit. This is far preferable to the selfishness of those who hoard for themselves. In saying this, she cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yiyang. Aunt Bo, are you implying that I was stingy for not sharing ingredients with you yesterday? Qin Yiyang interjected, moving closer and apologetically stating, I am sorry, Aunt. You often look down upon me, yet now that I possess ingredients, you seek to partake. Had I known you were so shameless, I would have gladly shared with you. Must I truly cling to your leg and plead pitifully to avoid your insinuations? Mrs. Bo was momentarily at a loss for words. What was she even to say to that? She tightly grasped the arm of Bo Chanyang, fully aware of her son's sharp tongue. She was certain that Chanyang would teach Qin Yiyang a lesson. Yet, to her astonishment, Bo Chanyang did not react. Instead, he burst into laughter. Mrs. Bo was nearly beside herself with rage. How could he laugh when someone insulted his mother? Though she remained silent, I could tell her mind was filled with expletives. In a fit of indignation, I couldn't help but think how amusing Yiyang was. I almost wished to have her as my own. Speaking of which, might I ship Qin Yiyang and Bo Chanyang? If she cannot have the elder brother, perhaps she could view the younger brother as a substitute. The younger brother, aware of the grim truth, would spiral into madness. Who has to say who is the real substitute? After observing their interactions over the past few days, it seems that Qin Yiyang is far more familiar with the younger brother than with the elder. A gentle summer breeze rustled the treetops as a little girl with a ponytail hummed her tune while entering. Upon seeing so many people in the house, she was startled and quickly hid behind the man with a square face. It's you. Bo Chanyang recognized the girl. She was the one they had nearly collided with while shopping in town yesterday. Upon hearing this, the girl peeked out from behind her father, her round eyes sparkling as she scanned the crowd. When her gaze landed on Qin Yiyang's face, her face lit up with joy. Sister, it's you? Qin Yiyang also recognized her and waved in greeting. Observing this, the man with the square face was taken aback.
Wan, do you know her? Yes.
The little girl replied, her cheeks flushed from the wind. Daddy, this is the kind sister who told me and my brother that there's ginseng behind the mountain.
What?
The comments were flooded with question marks. I watched the live stream yesterday, and didn't he see Qin Yiyang speaking to this little girl? Could she be a hired extra to enhance Qin Yiyang's storyline? Little one, are you mistaken? Bo Mingza asked, pointing at Shenyan. Wasn't it this sister who helped you? No. The girl shook her head, her soft little hand grasping Qin Yiyang's. Sister is very pretty. I wouldn't mistake her. Bo Mingza. Shenyan. The production team reviewed the footage, and indeed found the moment. The camera had focused on Shenyan, but it also captured Qin Yiyang speaking to the little girl through the car window. So, it was really Qin Yiyang who informed the girl about the ginseng's location? How peculiar. How did she know there was ginseng there? If she knew, why didn't she go dig it up herself? It has been said that Qin Yiyang is extraordinary. One so gifted would hardly concern themselves with a mere ginseng. They likely pointed the way out of compassion for the young friend. In the distance, villagers, hearing the commotion from the neighbor's house, flocked over. Upon learning the details of the incident, they harbored no jealousy towards the neighbor for acquiring ginseng so fortuitously. Instead, they praised Qin Yiyang. What a wonderful child.
Indeed.
We were invited by the production team to serve as judges, and this child's idea was the most ingenious. She even taught us how to save money. This girl is truly beautiful. I wish she were my daughter. I've given birth to 3 sons, yet I long for a daughter. Upon hearing this, the staff regarded Qin Yiyang with profound respect. She was simply remarkable. There would be no need for the crew to sacrifice a pig's head upon commencing production. A mere bow to the esteemed Qin would suffice. Qin Yiyang responded, Who taught you to flatter in such a manner? Mrs. Bo was caught off guard, her words returning to her like a boomerang, piercing her heart and leaving her seething with indignation. Meanwhile, praises for Qin Yiyang resounded endlessly, harmonizing with the rural symphony of chirping insects and singing birds. The frugal director's son even presented a red envelope, claiming it was a reward for Qin Yiyang's assistance to the local villagers. Not far away, Shenyan gazed with sorrowful eyes at the throng surrounding Qin Yiyang, before running away in tears. And Ro watched with a heavy heart, unable to devise a solution. She could only reach out to Shenyan's agent. The agent faced a greater challenge. She had been engrossed in data analysis for days, but no matter how many trending topics they purchased, the fervor remained firmly overshadowed by Qin Yiyang. Just yesterday, Shenyan had pointed at Lu, leading everyone into the hospital. Today, she pointed at Shen, discarding their life-saving medicine, further inciting the ire of many viewers. Criticism of the Shun family flooded the internet. Fortunately, the truth has come to light. Otherwise, the villagers would have truly suffered.
Indeed.
Yang is nothing short of a benevolent figure, a truly savory benefactor. That benefactor sounds quite appetizing. However, this was merely the beginning as netizens' grievances continued to unfold. In a small editing studio, a user compiled a video featuring a segment from the film Let the Bullets Fly, replacing the character Huan, who forces a surgical procedure, with Shun Qingshan's visage and the character Liuzi with the faces of villagers. Viewers watched with clenched jaws, wishing to storm in and tear Shin Qingshan apart. Fortunately, the editor altered the conclusion, Instead of undergoing the procedure, the villagers seized Qin Yingshan's eyes and swallowed them, demanding to see how many bowls of noodles they had consumed. This video quickly became a sensation across various short video platforms, captivating audiences of all ages and sparking a new dialogue to bridge generational gaps. Whenever netizens laid eyes on Qin Yingshan, they associated him with a nefarious villain from the film, causing Shun's stock to plummet and even leading him to tumble from the pinnacle of Haiqing's wealth rankings. As the catalyst of this entire debacle, Shun Yan faced a chorus of mockery. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of public backlash, her fans and hired supporters could hardly contain the situation. Even prospective brand partners sent messages requesting to postpone their contracts. Shun Yan's management team was in disarray, forced to pivot her image from that of a fortuitous figure to a diligent overachiever. In Huaxi Village, the guests returned to the villa for a brief respite, awaiting the director to announce the next task. Qin Yiyang reclined in a luxurious leather massage chair, engrossed in her phone. In stark contrast, Shun Yan was diligently practicing her lines, performing oral exercises and reciting tongue twisters with a voice as thunderous as a bell, forging ahead with relentless determination. Qin Yiyang could not help but think, doesn't she feel any embarrassment? Previously, a painful sore erupted at the corner of my lips, causing me to refrain from speaking all day. I could only imagine the discomfort on Qin Yan's face, adorned with red, hard lumps, and the agony she must endure while moving her facial muscles. Truly, she embodies an inspiring female protagonist, starkly contrasting with the delicate narratives of my romantic tales. When Qin's mother happened to overhear her daughter's thoughts, she paused in surprise. What exactly is romantic literature? She wished to delve deeper into the conversation, but her phone rang. It was a call from headquarters, compelling her to attend to business matters first. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang logged into her Zaya Hongshu account, ready to update her latest romantic piece. Just as a spark of inspiration began to form, her mind was ensnared by a tongue twister filled with images of trumpets and mutes, benches and carrying poles, red carp and green carp alongside donkeys. Mr. Lu's little rose had withered. She closed her door, focusing intently on her writing, and soon enough, inspiration struck. Mr. Lu's little rose. As winter arrives and the trees stand bare, I become somewhat directionally challenged. One day, my phone died, and Mr. Lu couldn't reach me, frantic with worry. He immediately interrupted an international video conference and drove out to find me. Upon seeing me crouched by the roadside like a lost little creature, he swiftly pulled me into the car. I was startled, feeling a wave of grievance wash over me. He remained silent, his expression cold as he drove. But when we paused at a red light, he suddenly kissed me fiercely, the mingling sense of mint and tobacco enveloping me. No, this is in the car. I quickly pushed him away. Yet, as the green light flickered on, he released my lips. His demeanor so indifferent it felt as though the kiss had been merely a figment of my imagination. Before I could exhale in relief, we encountered another red light at the next intersection, and Mr. Lu leaned in once more, his gaze heavy with an intense heat. This cycle continued. By the time we arrived home, he appeared utterly composed, his hair untouched, embodying the image of a disciplined, suited figure, while I was utterly exhausted, drained of energy. I glared at him in frustration. Are you out of your mind? Mr. Lu smiled, kissing me again, gently coaxing, silly girl, remember, it takes 21 kisses to get home. My face flushed with heat. How could he be so adept? Why didn't you say so earlier? I complained, having been preoccupied with watching the road. With a click, Mr. Lu's long fingers deftly unfastened the seatbelt around my waist. The dim lighting cast half his face in shadow, and his husky voice whispered close to my ear. It's all right, we have plenty of time ahead of us. The words flowed effortlessly, spilling onto the page in a smooth cascade. Perhaps due to my extensive writing, this piece felt particularly seamless. Although I still couldn't suppress the urge to fidget with my toes, I had overcome the psychological barrier of embarrassment, poised to surpass my predecessors. I had genuinely embraced literary creation as a legitimate vocation. After all, only with this account gaining popularity could I attract the attention of the arch-nemesis's rivals, concealing the villain's disappearance and averting a tragic fate for their family. I mused to myself, what a delightfully invigorating writing experience. The arch-nemesis shall certainly owe me a debt of gratitude upon their return. On the island, Lu Yenji contemplated how he would express his thanks to her.
Moments latte.
Director Sun announced the task before lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, our next assignment is to assist in the birthing of piglets. As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Jiang Yi exclaimed, what on earth? This a high society simulated romance observational show? How has it turned into a transformation program? Meanwhile, the Qin family held their breath, anxiously glancing at Qin Yiyang, who had a deep-seated fear of pigs. Qin Fengyi, with a contemplative gaze, sought to negotiate with director Sun, only to notice a smile curving at the corner of Enro's lips. In an instant, Qin Fengyi grasped the situation. This was Enro's doing. Enro was acutely aware of Yiyang's phobia of pigs, stemming from an incident in their childhood when she had confined her in a pig pen. Yet, devoid of any remorse, she aimed to exploit this vulnerability to embarrass Yiyang. Was this even human? Enro, sensing Qin Fengyi's scrutiny, raised an eyebrow in response. This scheme had been concocted after discussions with her manager to persuade director Sun for a last-minute role switch. Her Yan had previously acted in a period drama and had experience assisting in pig deliveries. Such a stark contrast would undoubtedly captivate the audience. Moreover, it would conveniently generate a trending topic, redeeming the reputation of Shan Lu and leaving viewers with a favorable impression of Shen Yan as a hardworking individual. More significantly, Shen Qingshan felt compelled to publicly criticize Shen Yan, aiming to mend their father-daughter relationship. He had discreetly discovered that the old gentleman was currently accompanying Shin Beichen at the hospital for a gastric lavage and had arranged for the hospital staff to broadcast this show in the Elders' Lounge. Shen Yan's forthcoming stellar performance would surely make a lasting impression on the old gentleman. Anticipation began to bloom within Enro, while Shen Yan prepared herself for the unexpected. Unbeknownst to them, as the director's announcement resonated, another individual swiftly turned his gaze towards Qin Yiyang, Qin Yiyang. He was well aware of Yiyang's profound fear of pigs. During their school days, a girl had publicly confessed her affections for Qin Yiyang on her birthday. Disinterested in such displays, and the girl herself, he had repeatedly rejected her advances. However, she relentlessly pursued him, particularly relishing in public proclamations of love. Frustrated, he had used Qin Yiyang as a human shield. The girl, humiliated in front of her peers, held a grudge and seized the opportunity during a school field trip to a farm to lock Qin Yiyang in a pig pen. Yiyang had been terrified. The girl, realizing the gravity of her actions upon witnessing Yiyang's fear, hastily searched for the key, only to find it rusted and broken within the lock. Ultimately, Qin Yiyang had kicked open the door, rescuing Yiyang. Trembling uncontrollably, she clung to his arm as if it were a lifeline. Ironically, that very lifeline had indirectly led to her confinement in the pigpen. Reflecting on this incident, a wave of bittersweet guilt surged within Qin Yiyang. He stepped forward and grasped Qin Yiyang's arm, offering, "I can team up with you." However, before he could finish, he heard Yiyang's cheerful inner voice.
"Oh,
assisting in pig deliveries? That right in my alley." Before he could process her words further, Yiyang seemed to sense his presence and shrugged off his hand. Engaging in conversation with the system, she mused, "System," and Rose's smile seems peculiar. She must have orchestrated this pig scenario, right? Indeed, the system eagerly affirmed. Does the host wish to alter the plot? You may change 3 words this time. Nodding, Qin Yiyang awaited the system's prompt for the original text. Shen Yan held a fondness for the little pig, bestowing one with the name Camel Xiangzi. The intimate interaction between the girl and the pig stood in stark contrast to the indifference displayed by Qin Yiyang, who observed them from the side. Qin Yiyang remarked, "Xiangzi has spent his entire life striving to purchase a rickshaw. It is truly pitiful that he is now being used as a name for a pig. Is this not absurd?" She insisted, "This must be changed. Let us give it a Japanese name, Rua Tua Xiangzi." Chapter 51. Postpartum Care for Sows. Yang's thoughts resonated, yet Qin's parents remained oblivious. Qin Mu quietly explained to them, on the internet, the character Xiang not only signifies flying but also refers to the cycle of grains. Qin's mother stifled a laugh, while Qin's father bit his lip, struggling to contain his amusement. How had Yang conjured such peculiar homophonic puns? Despite the laughter, they breathed a sigh of relief. At least Yang no longer feared pigs, and Enro's schemes had faltered. While the Qin family felt reassured, Qin Yiyang was unaware of this. He turned to Qin Yiyang, awkwardly suggesting, "If you are afraid, you should withdraw quickly. I don't want to see you in tears." Qin Yiyang curled her lips into a professional smile, retorting, "I advise you to refrain from speaking if you have nothing worthwhile to say." Qin Yiyang remained silent. Nearby, Mingzu observed the scene, his brows furrowing in concern. He had not overheard their exchange, but noted Yang smiling at her younger brother. A nagging suspicion formed in his mind. Could it be that Qin Yiyang, unable to attain him, was substituting her feelings with her little brother? It made sense previously. There had been no interaction between her and her sibling. With a sigh, Bo Mingze regarded Qin Yiyang with a complex gaze. Was her affection for him truly so profound? It seemed necessary for them to have a serious conversation after this event concluded. Moments later, Director Sun led the guests to the pig pen. One was a pig, and the other was also a pig. And Ro raised an eyebrow, eager to witness Qin Yiyang's potential embarrassment. In their childhood, whenever Qin Yiyang misbehaved, she would be cast into the pig pen, and on several occasions, she had cried in fear of the pigs. Once, after a sow experienced postpartum depression and underwent a drastic change in temperament, it had nearly charged at Qin Yiyang. Fortunately, Ro had rescued her. By this reckoning, she was, in fact, a benefactor to Qin Yiyang. Yet this wretched girl repaid kindness with malice, not only seizing Yanyan's status as a wealthy heiress, but now attempting to usurp Yanyan's spotlight as well. And Ro waited and waited. But she saw no trace of fear from Qin Yiyang. How could this be possible? In the pig pen, as the sow prepared to give birth, Qin Yiyang's gaze fell upon the sow's round belly, plunging her into memories. Before awakening to her past life's recollections, she had indeed feared pigs. However, upon recalling her fond experiences with these creatures, her fear dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of familiarity. She had studied postpartum care for sows during her undergraduate years, and even interned at a specialized pig breeding farm. As graduation approached, when she decided to pursue a career in stand-up comedy, the old farm manager had held her hand with tears in his eyes. Comrade Xiao Qin, do make it a point to return often. Should the stand-up comedy prove too challenging, the gates of the breeding farm shall always be open to you. A farewell gathering was organized in her honor, with De Hua, Er Hua, and Xiao He in attendance. The food was truly delightful. Esteemed guests, Director Sun interrupted Qin Yiyang's nostalgic musings on the glorious past to introduce the rules. Today, we shall be divided into 2 teams to assist in the birthing of piglets. The team that performs the task swiftly and efficiently shall receive a mysterious prize. After a brief selection, Qin Yiyang and Jiang Yi found themselves in one group, while Shen Yan, Bo Mingze, Wan Yunlan, and Bai Su formed another. Shen Yan displayed remarkable skill, unperturbed by the mess, as she stepped directly into the pig pen. Gently patting the sow's belly. "Relax, dear pig, we shall help you bring your little ones into the world," she whispered, leaning in closer to the sow. Before adding with a smile, "What is that? You sailed your best? How adorable." In the live stream, Shen Yan's fans flooded the comments with enthusiasm. "Yan Yan is simply adorable. Her voice is so sweet. Our Yan Yan is quite the chatterbox. What is so cute about her? She resembles a dimwit." Meanwhile, the camera shifted to the duo of Qin Yiyang and Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, still looking rather gaunt, was determined to impress Qin Yiyang in hopes of earning a chance to meet Lu Zhiqiu. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "Sister-in-law, you just stand aside. I'll handle it."
What?
Qin Yiyang paused. "What did you just call me?" Jiang Yi replied, "You are Zhiqiu's sister-in-law, hence you are my sister-in-law as well." Qin Yiyang chose not to shatter his naive fantasy and waved her hand. "First, clean up the pigsty. You should be quite familiar with that task." Sensing her veiled reference to Yao Yeye, Jiang Yi, feeling guilty, redoubled his efforts in cleaning the pig pen. Hoping for a word of praise from his sister-in-law to prove he had turned over a new leaf. However, to his surprise, Qin Yiyang turned and left the yard. Jiang Yi was left bewildered. Director Sun was equally stunned, wondering if there had been an incident causing the guest to withdraw. And Ro assumed Qin Yiyang was afraid of the pigs and attempted to console. Yiyang has grown up in the city. She probably isn't accustomed to rural life. Unlike our Yan Yan, who is like a little monkey born from the earth, already accustomed to these chores. Mrs. Bo chimed in with her own critique. "In my opinion, one should marry someone like Yan Yan. The pampered one simply cannot cope." At that moment, Qin Fengyi furrowed her brow. She turned and bumped into the incessantly chattering Mrs. Bo. Dressed in high heels for the camera, Mrs. Bo suddenly lost her balance and tumbled into the pig pen, landing face first in pig manure, letting out a shriek. Qin Fengyi feigned concern as she approached. "Oh dear, are you all right, Mrs. Bo?" Lu Duo also came over, sweetly stating, "Grandma, if you're hungry, you should eat. You can't be nibbling on pigs." "Grandma?" Mrs. Bo, undeterred by the manure, was utterly taken aback by this term. At only 45 years of age, how could she be called a grandmother? Regrettably, Qin Yiyang missed this spectacle. After about 10 minutes, she returned, each hand carrying a bucket of water. Director Sun hurriedly inquired about her whereabouts. Qin Yiyang lifted the left bucket, containing brown sugar and bran water. which aids sows in regaining strength and facilitates the expulsion of lochia. He then raised the right bucket, filled with motherwort, known for its properties to invigorate blood circulation and assist in postnatal care for sows. Given the significance of a sow giving birth, farmers would undoubtedly prepare these two essentials in advance. Was the production team intentionally withholding them for dramatic effect? What if the sow lacked strength? Would they extract the piglets themselves? Director Sun was left speechless. What did it mean to extract from within? Outside the courtyard, numerous villagers gathered to watch. The two sows had been purchased by the production team, but the villagers were concerned that a group of city dwellers, lacking knowledge, might lead to a tragic outcome. Assisting a sow in labor is no simple task. Upon seeing Qin Yiyang arrive with the brown sugar and motherwort, a sense of relief washed over the onlookers. Qin Yiyang entered the tidy delivery room to assess the sow's condition. With a rosy complexion and bright eyes, she appeared to be in good health.
Bianchi.
Please fetch some grass to lay beneath her. After consuming the brown sugar, the sow settled onto a dry, clean mound of grass, regaining her vitality and eventually delivering 12 piglets in one go. It's happening, Jiang Yi exclaimed with excitement. This was his first experience, witnessing the miracle of life. Stirring within him an overwhelming urge to weep, Qin Yiyang hushed him, cautioning that the sow might become frightened, lower your voice, or she may become anxious. Jiang Yi immediately quieted down, and the others held their breath in anticipation. Qin Yiyang skillfully severed the umbilical cords, using a towel to clear the piglet's nostrils and bodies of mucus before applying drying powder and placing them under the heat lamp.
Bianchi'ye busili assisted.
While Qin Yiyang reminded him not to set the temperature too high, joking that they would end up with roasted piglets fit for a feast. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Puzzled, Qin Yiyang wondered, am I truly making a joke? As she observed her Group S piglets peacefully resting under the heat lamp, Shun Yan grew anxious. Why hadn't either pigs given birth yet? Approaching to offer guidance, Qin Yiyang noted that one of the sows was in distress, and they needed to assist in extracting the piglets. Shun Yan was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled. Yiyang, you must be joking. Yet, Qin Yiyang was serious. If they did not assist, an entire litter of piglets could suffocate, which would be a grave injustice. One villager, unable to stand by any longer, pointed out that the sow had been purchased from him. Do we really need to extract them? Shun Yan felt a chill run down her spine, but recalling the elder Shin watching the show, she steeled herself and looked pleadingly at Bomingza. Chapter 52. The Big Mess. Bomingza, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, was a child of privilege, utterly unacquainted with such matters. However, upon seeing Shun Yan's desperate gaze, he stiffly nodded, a vein throbbing on his aristocratic forehead. Just as he was about to take action, the villager rushed in, interrupting him. You're built like a bull. Do you intend to injure the sow? He pointed at Shun Yan. You are the slenderest here. It must be you who helps. Shun Yan was taken aback, and the other villagers, too, could no longer bear to watch. If they delayed any longer, the sow might not survive. Reluctantly, Shun Yan, under the guidance of the villagers, reached into the body of the sow. It was utterly revolting. Her face contorted in disgust as she finally pulled out the first piglet. The newly born creature was not as adorable as one might see on television. It was covered in a thin, sticky membrane. Yet, knowing that the camera was rolling and her grandfather was watching, she suppressed her revulsion and extracted the rest. Once the membrane was torn away, the piglet appeared somewhat more pleasant, nestled beneath the warming lamp, its soft, pink skin adorned with a fine layer of fluff. Suddenly, Qin Yiyang interjected. The sow isn't producing milk. There's no way to feed the piglets. Without milk, they will starve. Jiang Yi was thrown into a panic. What could be done? This was the first time in his 20-plus years of life that he had witnessed the entire process of new life emerging, and he was determined to ensure the piglets received nourishment by any means necessary. It's quite simple, Qin Yiyang pointed to the sow and said to Jiang Yi. You can express it. 3 question marks seemed to materialize above Jiang Yi's head, his eyes wide with disbelief. He awkwardly pointed to his own mouth and then to the sow. Express? Qin Yiyang remained unfazed. Yes, for instance, if the sow isn't in heat during mating, artificial assistance is required. She spoke with the earnestness of a seasoned instructor in animal husbandry, her words persuasive. The audience gasped collectively at the revelation. Is the pig farmer really going this far? Yang seemed sincere. Jiang Yi, you can do it. How surreal. I'm learning pig farming techniques on a dating show. Jiang Yi's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, but ultimately, he seemed to muster resolve, inhaling deeply before lunging toward the sow. However, Qin Yiyang quickly interjected, but that was a method from a time before modern technology. With today's advanced husbandry techniques, a simple injection of a lactation stimulant will suffice. Standing merely a meter from the sow, Jiang Yi thought, she must be deliberately playing with me. After the piglets had their fill of milk, they began to perk up. Xin Yan, holding one that bore two black patches resembling a small camel, smiled brightly and named it Camel Xiangzi. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiyang sensed the drama unfolding and quickly distanced herself. The Qin family, who had overheard the name change, also retreated, trying to suppress their laughter as they braced themselves for the spectacle. Unbeknownst to Xin Yan, misfortune was about to strike. Her father had once mentioned that her grandparents had bonded over pigs, which was why her mother requested the director to add a segment for the sow's delivery. Xin Yan, affectionately cradling the piglet, worried that her facial allergy might worsen due to the unclean animal, yet in a bid to show her affection, she placed the piglet atop her head. As the soft focus camera captured this moment, Xin Yan suddenly felt a chilling sensation atop her head, as if something viscous had dripped down, accompanied by a foul odor. Everyone present froze in astonishment. Someone shouted, "The pig pooped," and the crowd snapped out of their stupor, erupting into chaos. The audience was left in shock. Incredible. Camel Xiangzi? More like dropping Xiangzi. Ha ha ha, I am truly on the verge of laughter. What a bizarre pun. Just now, Master Qin took a step back. Did he not foresee that the little piglet would make a significant mess? Master, please relinquish your powers. Several thousand kilometers away, within a prestigious private hospital in Haiqing, old Master Shin sat in the family waiting room, awaiting Shin Beichen's gastric lavage. Coincidentally, the television was broadcasting the variety show The Heiress Romance. The old man lifted his eyelids. There was nothing left to misunderstand. Surely, Shin Qingshan was aware of his presence in the hospital and had deliberately arranged for the show to be broadcast, hoping to alter his opinion of Enro and her daughter. Impossible. As long as he drew breath, he would never change his view of the mistress and her offspring. He summoned a nurse, requesting the television be turned off. Certainly, sir. However, I am unsure where the remote is. Please hold on a moment. Old Master Shin closed his eyes, wishing to shield himself from the sight of Enro and her daughter tainting his vision. While his eyes could close, his ears could not. He could hear Xin Yan's voice emanating from the television. Piggy, relax. We will help you bring your baby into the world. What? You say you will do your best? How adorable. The voice deliberately mimicked that of a child, as if speaking through pinched vocal cords. Old Master Shin scoffed, wondering where such foolishness originated. His irritation mounted. Why had the remote not yet been found? He was on the verge of nausea, until another voice broke through. This is brown sugar water. It can help the sow regain her strength. In an instant, the old man opened his eyes. That voice was strikingly reminiscent of Yiyang's from her youth. On the screen, a girl donned in a pale yellow round-necked short-sleeved shirt held two water buckets. With an oval face and a pair of lustrous, large eyes, she bore a slight baby fat in her chin, her complexion rosy and delicate, a truly lovely girl. Old Master Shin sighed, disappointment welling in his eyes. This girl bore little resemblance to Yiyang. He had met Yiyang during his youth in the countryside. At that time, he was a college student sent to the countryside, while Yiyang was a local village girl. They were not in the same production team, rarely crossing paths, and remained strangers. In the evenings, the dorm was filled with spirited young men discussing which female intellectual had fair skin and which village girl had a sweet smile. Yet no one ever mentioned Yiyang. She was slight and unassuming, not a flower of the field but rather a blade of grass sprouting between the bricks. Once, they were assigned to the same group. Suffering from heatstroke, he was burning with fever while she, a petite girl, completed the work of two, and even worried he might be seen slacking off. Urging him to hide at her home, he noticed her scrap paper, filled with math problems, alongside a math book. He inquired, "Do you wish to attend university?" "No, I am just playing around." To the villagers, a girl aspiring to attend university was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Accustomed to ridicule, she felt both embarrassed to share her ambitions and somewhat irritated that the young intellectual before her dared to look at her belongings without her consent. "No, you have talent," he quickly clarified. "If you wish to learn, I can teach you, starting from basic mathematics. I have seen your drafts. You could certainly pass." She was momentarily taken aback, as if it were the first time someone had acknowledged her, and she excitedly grasped his hand. Really? Her pair of black, radiant eyes sparkled astonishingly, akin to a small bear in the forest. The boy from her memories scratched his head, a blend of shyness and determination evident as he nodded. Really.
Subsequently,
He would tutor her, and her rapid progress was unmistakable. One evening, after a day of labor, the boys in the dormitory began discussing the beautiful girls again. A fellow townsman asked him, "Her Nian, you are quite handsome, and many girls wish to be in your group. Do you have a girl you fancy?" A girl he fancied? He feigned sleep, offering no response. Yet, his mind involuntarily drifted back to those bright, dark eyes. Suddenly, the nurse arrived, her entrance interrupting his reverie. "Sir, the remote control is here. Would you like me to assist you in turning it off?" The vibrant yet fading memories of youth were supplanted by the luxurious decor of the hospital. The old gentleman sighed, slightly nodding in reply. "Wait." He suddenly called the nurse to a halt. On the television, a girl with an oval face was assisting a pig in giving birth. Despite her seemingly pampered upbringing, to his surprise, she moved with remarkable efficiency. It was as if he were witnessing the young Yiyang. Trembling, the old man inquired of the nurse, "Who is she?" Chapter 53. Engagement, a slip from bow tie. The nurse was taken aback, unsure why old Mr. Shin would show interest in a young girl, yet she replied, "This is the daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yiyang." The Qin family. Old Mr. Shin understood, realizing she was the daughter of Qin Fengyi. Qin Fengyi was a woman of decisive character, with whom he had previously collaborated in business. He had heard that her husband was a researcher and an honorary professor at Haicheng University. Although he had never met the man, they seemed well matched. However, when Qin Shan mentioned him, it was always with a tone of disdain, remarking that Qin family's son-in-law, he merely possesses a handsome face. The old gentleman fell into deep contemplation while the nurse, holding the remote, was uncertain whether to turn it off or leave it on. She decided to indulge herself by watching a bit of the variety show. "The pig is giving birth," someone exclaimed on the television, and they watched as a deep green liquid flowed down Shen Yan's head. The nurse felt an urge to laugh, but recalling that Shen Yan was the granddaughter of old Mr. Shin, she quickly turned her head, stifling her laughter, her back teeth nearly grinding together.
ha ha ha.
To her surprise, the old man burst into hearty laughter, tears streaming down his face. The nurse sighed in relief, allowing herself to laugh as well, finally releasing her precariously clenched teeth. At that moment, a doctor entered to remind the old gentleman, "Sir, the young master has finished his stomach wash and is resting in the ward." The old man gazed at the television, a sense of reluctance washing over him. "Can't we wash it again?" The doctor replied, "What? Nothing." The old man waved his hand dismissively, rising from the lounge to check on his wayward grandson. Meanwhile, on the television, a brief glimpse of Qin's father appeared. But the old man failed to notice. At this time, within Huaxi village, a warm solid mixed with liquid slowly trickled down Shen Yan's head. Upon realizing that it was the pig that had caused the commotion, Shen Yan screamed and fled from the pig pen back to the villa, hastily diving into the bathroom to wash her hair. The others followed suit. A kind-hearted villager shouted out, "My dear girl, you mustn't use hot water." Yet it was too late. Following the deluge of hot water, an indescribable odor pervaded the villa. The atmosphere was eerily silent, so much so that even the sound of breathing seemed forbidden. Lu Duo, with his chubby little hands, quickly covered his nose and remarked in a muffled voice, "It resembles the smell from when I last microwaved durian. My mother asked if I was cooking feces." The barrage of comments erupted. "Enough already, no more descriptions. I bought cheese-baked durian specifically to chase after the variety show. Does that make me a rather foolish person? You're not the one who ate the red velvet black chocolate cake last time, are you?"
Indeed, that would be me.
"Ha ha ha, you poor thing. Next time you eat something, please give us a heads up, so we can avoid it." Qin Yiyang, with a seasoned demeanor, donned a mask and silently mused. Those who frequently experience such unfortunate situations surely know that one must not wash directly with hot water in circumstances like this. Otherwise, never mind, it's too disgusting to contemplate further. Suddenly, second brother Qin Mushu could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Qin father and Qin mother also struggled to suppress their amusement. Friends who frequently experience unfortunate situations? How clever of Yiyang to come up with that. While the Qin family managed to hold their composure, Lu Duo could not. He was still just a child. Upon hearing the phrase regarding those who frequently experience unfortunate situations, he doubled over in laughter, clutching his stomach. The production crew, initially attempting to feign concern for Shen Yan, found themselves unable to resist the infectious laughter of Duo. Director Sun, being the head director, was mindful of the fact that the Qin family was the wealthiest in Haiqing and thus could not laugh at their daughter openly. However, Duo's laughter was simply too contagious. In a moment of suppressed laughter, a sharp oink escaped from Director Sun's nostrils. He quickly covered his mouth, but could not fully contain himself, releasing a resounding bray akin to a donkey's cry. The staff erupted into laughter, an event even more humorous than the pig's antics had transpired. In the capital, there are those skilled in vocal mimicry. The pig's antics were amusing at a level of 100, but the director braying like a donkey escalated the hilarity to 1,000. Director Sun, taken aback, hurriedly covered his mouth. This time, he managed to cover it completely, yet only his mouth. Thus, the next moment, a resounding noise echoed throughout the room. Uffed! Director Sun had let out a fart. Everyone collapsed in laughter. Even Bo Mingze was unable to keep upright, doubled over in mirth. What kind of absurd variety show is this? I love it. It's perfect for a daily laugh. I shall deem it a paradise for dieters. Hearing the laughter from outside the shower, Qin Yiyang truly felt her defenses crumble. In her 18 years, she had never felt as humiliated as she did today. She silently vowed, 30 years of East River and 30 years of West River, do not underestimate the youth's wrath. The stench of hot pig excrement was simply unbearable. At this moment, Qin Yiyang remained oblivious to the fact that the situation was far from resolved. The netizens of the small video platform had ingeniously crafted a humorous montage of Luo Tuo Xiangzi's ghostly scene, resulting in a plethora of creative variations. General Douglas MacArthur once remarked, "Do not place a pig atop your head, for you can never predict what may transpire in the next moment." The mushroom-headed girl quipped, "You've come to relieve yourself, haven to you?" This amusing video skyrocketed in views, propelling Qin Yiyang to the pinnacle of popularity on the platform. Meanwhile, the catchphrase associated with Luo Tuo Xiangzi became the latest trend among the youth, and whenever the school discussed the text camel Xiangzi, students would instinctively mimic the act of placing a pig on their heads, invariably followed by a mischievous student exclaiming, "The pig has defecated," which would send the entire class into fits of laughter. This phenomenon left the teachers quite exasperated. Many educators expressed their discontent, asserting that Qin Yiyang's decision to name the pig camel Xiangzi was inappropriate and that internet trends should not tarnish classic literature. In summary, this incident had a profound impact. Though that is a tale for another time. At noon, the commotion surrounding Luo Tuo Xiangzi rendered everyone unable to eat. However, this did not affect Qin Yiyang's appetite. Aware of her propensity for low blood sugar, she made sure to nourish herself, unperturbed by the chaos, and with a few coins in hand. She ventured to the local shop to purchase instant noodles and starch sausages, indulging in her meal with great delight. Director Sun, feeling somewhat humiliated, spent the entire afternoon hiding in the monitoring room, avoiding further antics with the guests. Seizing a brief moment of leisure amidst the busyness, Qin Yiyang reclined in a massage chair, blissfully engrossed in videos. This fair-skinned one looks delightful, and this dark-skinned one is quite large. They all appear so appetizing. How spicy and delightful. I'm salivating. The viewers raised their eyebrows in suspicion, questioning whether she was engaging in flirtation, yet they had no evidence to substantiate their claims. The surveillance camera subtly shifted, focusing on Qin Yiyang's phone screen, where short videos were playing on repeat. The footage showcased two rabbits, one a small white rabbit, the other a large black rabbit. In the next moment, they transformed into delectable spicy rabbit dishes on the dining table. The comments section erupted. "Qin Yiyang, how dare you toy with us?" As Qin Yiyang reveled in the eating show, a sharp voice echoed from downstairs. "Qin Fingy, what do you mean by that? Did you just intentionally push me?" A scuffle appeared imminent. Qin Yiyang seized some sunflower seeds and made her way to the second-floor railing to witness the commotion. "Madam Bo." Qin Mama smiled. "What do you mean by such accusations? I have no grievances with you. Why would I push you? It's not unrelated to the engagement, is it?" Madame Bo nearly divulged the engagement details before hastily covering her mouth. The more culpable one felt, the louder their voice grew. Listening to the incessant chatter, Qin Yiyang felt a wave of boredom wash over her. System. Alter the plot and have her say something interesting. System. Qin Yiyang then realized a critical issue. However, the current plot has taken a rather fantastical turn. Can you still locate the original text? Yes, the system replied. The world of novels possesses a margin for error, and the protagonist's halo will automatically correct subsequent plot developments, generating new storylines. Yet, should the narrative veer irreparably into chaos, resulting in a plot collapse, the protagonist would lose their halo, and our task would be complete. Qin Yiyang, oh dear. After speaking, the system dutifully retrieved the original text. The original text, Mrs. Bo, after being pushed into the pigpen, concluded that it was the doing of Qin Fingyi, and thus began to incessantly complain. An amusing thought crossed Qin Yiyang's mind, causing her to break into a smile. Chapter 54. The Literature of a Pampered Wife, Countdown to Yan Ji's Return. On the first floor, in the living room, upon hearing that Yang was about to alter the storyline again, Qin father, Qin mother, and Qin Mu immediately held their breath in anticipation. Just as Mrs. Bo was about to say something more, the usually good-natured Qin father furrowed his brow and shushed her. Mrs. Bo was taken aback and fell silent. However, the Qin family did not hear Yang change the plot. They only heard the voice of the system. Host. Do you wish to know why Bo Ming's mother dislikes you? The tone was reminiscent of a colleague gossiping in the office. Qin Yiyang lazily yawned. I know. She thinks I am unworthy of her son. Indeed, but it's not entirely that, the system gossiped excitedly. Bo Ming's mother had a crush on your father when she was young, and even confessed her feelings to him. Qin Yiyang was stunned. I just stumbled upon a juicy secret. Qin Fingyi immediately turned to her husband, wondering how she was unaware of this matter. Not only did Qin Fingyi not know, but Qin father also appeared bewildered. The system continued. Back in the day, Mrs. Bo fell head over heels for your father upon learning that he spoke Russian. And she even wrote him a love letter in Russian. However, your father thought she was seeking help and corrected her grammatical mistakes in the letter. Qin Yiyang burst into laughter. Is this what they mean by throwing flirtatious glances at the blind? Qin mother couldn't help but chuckle as well. Fortunately, when she was pursuing her boyfriend, she played it straight. Otherwise, with this man's thought process, he might have misconstrued her intentions as wanting to be friends. Qin father reminisced about that love letter, filled with errors that gave him a headache. He couldn't comprehend how someone could confess their feelings through a paper that deserved a score of 0. Meanwhile, the system grew increasingly animated. Eventually, your father was successfully captured by your mother, and in a fit of anger, Mrs. Bo married someone else. After giving birth to Bo Ming's, she pinned all her hopes on him, aiming to prove that her son was superior to your mother's son. However, the Bo family's business suffered setbacks, and in the end, not only did she need Qin Fingyi's assistance, but her pride and joy, her son, ended up engaged to you. In short, how could she not be emotionally compromised? Qin Yiyang ignored the system's slip of the tongue and cheerfully remarked, considering Mrs. Bo's unfortunate circumstances, let us make a slight alteration to the plot this time. So, it's less explosive. Let us change her incessant chatter to father's never-ending talk, the father who unexpectedly became a father. The Qin family remained puzzled. Faced with the eerie silence in the living room, Mrs. Bo could no longer endure it. Were the Qin family possessed? Each one remained silent, their brows occasionally furrowing and then relaxing, glancing at her with a hint of sympathy in their eyes, which made her heart ache. Enough. You all. Mrs. Bo placed her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at Qin Fingyi. You are the one who pushed me into the pigpen, father. Qin mother smiled. What did you call me? Mrs. Bo narrowly avoided biting her tongue, her face a mask of astonishment. What had she just uttered? Surely, she had misspoken. At that precise moment, Bo Ming's emerged, and Mrs. Bo, mustering her composure, turned to her son for validation. Father, did you see the video? Wasn't it she who pushed me? Bo Ming's, puzzled, replied, Mom, what did you just call me? Realizing her slip, Mrs. Bo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She no longer cared who had pushed her. She stormed back into her room, slamming the door behind her, unable to bear the humiliation. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Did Mrs. Bo hit her head when she fell into the pigpen, calling everyone father? What sort of affliction is this? I've never seen anything like it. I secretly wish my roommate could catch this ailment too. The living room fell silent. Qin Yiyang, a master of discretion, retreated to her room. Avoiding the cameras, she commenced her afternoon literary endeavor, determined to produce 2 updates daily. Her diligence was commendable. After immersing herself in the works of her predecessors over the past few days, she realized her creations lacked a crucial element, the absence of female competition. Reflecting on the viral short essays of her forebears, she noted, this girl is different. She doesn't incessantly gawk at my husband. Wan, I am your beloved. As a girl, I adore Iron Man. My husband says he loves me for being unlike other girls. She had learned the craft. Let the games begin. Mr. Lu's little Rose. When Mr. Lu and I began our relationship, I was still under 18. He knew I was a good girl and feared my parents would disapprove of early romance, so we kept our relationship under wraps. One day, he came to find me, and a rather attractive girl tried to flirt with him, feigning a sprained ankle and tossing her hair as she said to Mr. Liu, "Hey there, can you take me home?" Then, glancing at me, she added, "I am sure my sister wouldn't mind." With that, she attempted to slide into Mr. Liu's passenger seat. I merely watched coldly. Mr. Liu, however, pulled me close and said, "Are you just going to stand by while someone flirts with your husband?" Finished. Another exhilarating writing session. Qin Yiyang looked down and gasped, "Goodness. Where did this Disney castle come from?" "Oh, I see. It was excavated from my foot. If I encountered such a man in real life, I would eliminate him. For surely, spewing oil like that would be a contribution to the nation." Ding ding ding. The phone rang. It was Jiang Yulan, the mother of the antagonist, her mother-in-law. Just moments after crafting a narrative about her son, Qin Yiyang hesitantly answered the call, anxiety creeping in. "Mother, is there something you need?" After a brief pause, the voice on the other end chuckled. "Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to check if you're settling in well in the countryside. I hope Duo hasn't been a bother?" Qin Yiyang quickly realized her faux pas. Her embarrassment extended beyond the castle to an entire section of the Forbidden City. "Aunt Jiang, I'm doing well, and Duo is quite obedient." "That's good to hear. However, as the end of the month approaches, I notice your card shows a decrease of 1 million. This won't do. Didn't we agree you would spend 5 million monthly?" Our Yenzi is not stingy with his girlfriend. As she spoke, Jiang Yulan further explained that he had never had a girlfriend before and that she was the first. Qin Yiyang interjected, "Auntie, you know I'm not real, and I'm aware that you know I'm not real. There's truly no need for an explanation. All right, Auntie, I shall spend all the money now." "Good, that's the spirit." In a congenial atmosphere, both parties ended the call. Qin Yiyang was troubled, pondering how to spend the 4 million. She was anxiously scrolling through her phone when she inadvertently re-entered the game Rescue, the Poor Island. Qin Yiyang lowered her gaze and inhaled sharply. How peculiar. Why was there a castle on the beach? In the upper left corner, the current character needs were flashing with urgency. Current need. A boat, a vessel that could take her home immediately. Qin Yiyang clicked into the game store. A boat costs 40,000 gold coins, equivalent to 4 million renminbi. A dialogue box popped up. Reward for purchasing a boat. Gain intimate interaction opportunities with the protagonist, who will be at your beck and call. Just as Qin Yiyang was fretting over how to spend her money, she waved her hand and made the purchase. Chapter 55, Mr. Liu's Little Rose becomes an internet sensation. On the internet, driving literature was trending. A small site's commentary blogger discovered the account of Mr. Liu's Little Rose and immediately posted a video. Incredible. It's hard to believe this is a piece of work I can see in 2024. Shall we say? Is it absolutely necessary to write this kind of devoted wife literature? Especially the recent 2 pieces set in a car, featuring the blogger Mr. Liu's Little Rose as a directionally challenged individual. Her husband kisses her at every red light to teach her navigation. So, does the traffic light also become part of your routine? And how does your husband manage to have a red light at every intersection? Is he trying to prove his extraordinary computational skills? Or is he claiming to have monopolized the traffic lights in the area? It's utterly absurd. And don't get me started on the latest update. A girl has taken a liking to the blogger as husband, feigning an ankle sprain to hitch a ride. A rational person would simply decline, but guess what? Her husband scoops her into his arms for a kiss, saying, "Woman, how can you remain indifferent while others flirt with me in your presence? I must punish you." While the original author may not have stated it so bluntly, the implication is unmistakable. My goodness. We have no idea how someone standing outside the car gets pulled in for a kiss. Is your mouth a magnet? So irresistibly alluring? Now, I must ask Mr. Liu, what is it like to be featured in your wife's little compositions every day? Do the fans of Little Rose know about your delightful escapades? But today, I'm recording this video not to critique devoted wife literature, but to roast myself. I can't believe I am eagerly following the updates daily. Can you comprehend this? I am utterly enthralled. I feel it is necessary to check my sanity. This video, filled with humor, both critiquing and reveling in the absurdity, has become a hit. Many viewers clicked in, initially expecting a lighthearted commentary, only to discover a cringeworthy experience. Yet by the end, they too found themselves captivated. Such genuine devoted wife literature is rare. One can't help but suspect Little Rose is playing with tropes. I am now utterly captivated, indulging in it daily. Everyone criticizes the beloved wife, yet everyone embodies that role. Who can comprehend the essence of youth before turning 18? The 5 words of Little Rose resonate as if spoken aloud. The references to Little Rose are abundant, perhaps even too avant-garde. I find myself genuinely curious about Mr. Lu's appearance. Could he be akin to the husbands of those love-showing bloggers, perhaps resembling a kappa? This is neither Versailles literature nor kitchenware literature. It is, indeed, driving literature. Instantly, driving literature ascended to the top of trending searches. Some express disdain, some chuckle, while others gaze into mirrors. In any case, the fervor is incessant, more vibrant than a festive celebration. Certain programs are even willing to extend lavish invitations to interview Mr. Lu's Little Rose, seeking an exclusive conversation. Of course, Qin Yiyang remains oblivious to this. She is fast asleep. Awakening at 5:30, she stretches languidly, feeling refreshed. Friends who often nap until evening can surely relate. In such a state, one craves something invigorating, such as a fizzy drink. Meanwhile, thrifty friends know that 35 yuan buys only 500 milliliters, while 4 yuan affords 900 milliliters. Thus, the frugal Qin produced 4 coins and clattered her way to the village shop, the cameraman mistakenly believing she was headed to the restroom and not following her. At 5:30 in Huaxi village, the smoke from cooking wafted through the air. A few children chased each other nearby, and occasionally, flocks of birds soared across the golden sunset, the air infused with a delicate fragrance of grass and flowers. After sipping the fizzy drink, Qin Yiyang felt blissful, almost ethereal. The journey from the villa to the shop was quite lengthy and winding, prompting her to reminisce about a literary piece she once penned. If the villain were to appear here, the red light would be unnecessary. A kiss at every turn would suffice. Wait a moment.
What is she contemplating?
Oh no, it seems I've been brainwashed by the beloved wife literature. A shiver ran down Qin Yiyang's spine, prompting her to decide against updating that evening and instead delve into several murder mysteries for a change of pace. Just as she turned a corner, she spotted 2 figures standing beneath a large locust tree. They were the Bo brothers. Instinctively activating her gossip radar, she quickly ducked behind the wall, revealing only her head. Bo Kenyang appeared perplexed, asking, "Brother, what do you want to discuss here?" "I still have training today." Bo Mingze inhaled deeply, seemingly at a loss for words, before pursing his lips and saying, "Xiao Qian, have you been getting a bit too close to her lately? If others see this, it could be problematic." Bo Kenyang paused, retorting, "What business is it of yours?" "Xiao Qian, there are matters I cannot directly address with you. Previously, I accommodated your preferences, but this time is different." "Accommodate me?" Bo Kenyang scoffed as if he had heard a jest, beneath his radiant golden hair. Shadows flickered in his eyes. "Should I then express my gratitude?" Instantly, the atmosphere crackled with tension. In the corner, Qin Yiyang, secretly eavesdropping, thought, "Oh dear, this is riveting." A brother who has always yielded to his sibling, now grappling with the matter of his beloved woman. How could he possibly relent? The younger brother, however, perceives the past as nothing more than a benevolent gift from his elder sibling. Having lived perpetually in his brother's shadow, he finds himself heartbroken as the girl he fancies has taken a liking to his brother instead. The rift between them is palpable, signaling an impending discord. Qin Yiyang pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds, munching away, but the noise she made attracted the attention of the 2 brothers. What to do if caught eavesdropping? The answer was simple: run. Qin Yiyang took off, believing that if she ran fast enough, the embarrassment would fall upon them instead. Just as she was about to cross the finish line, Bo Kenyang caught up, gripping her arm. Startled, Qin Yiyang turned around. She couldn't tell if it was his swift approach or something else, but his face had turned a bright shade of red, resembling a cooked shrimp. His fair skin was now tinged with crimson, extending to the tips of his ears and neck. Qin Yiyang mused silently. No wonder he looks so worn out at such a young age, staying up late playing video games. Bo Kenyang, who had heard her unspoken thoughts through their connection, was bewildered. "Where am I worn out?" Just as he was about to clarify, Qin Yiyang brushed his hand away, asserting that they could speak without the unnecessary physical contact. Given her strength, Bo Kenyang quickly withdrew his hand, feeling as if it had been crushed beneath a heavy gate. This hand was meant to bring glory to the nation, and he could not afford any mishaps. He promptly tucked his hand behind his back, awkwardly inquiring, "Did you hear my conversation with my brother?" "Not at all." Qin Yiyang shook her head. "I didn't hear you arguing." "How did you know we were arguing?" "I could tell," she replied, pointing to her eyes. "Just look at Bo Ming's expression. I've seen it in a drama before." "What drama?" "A palace intrigue series, where the third prince covets the concubines." believing the emperor has grown too old to provide them happiness. He seeks to replace the emperor in granting them joy. What utter nonsense! Qin Yiyang's face flushed deeper as he retorted, in any case, don't overthink it. This has nothing to do with you. Chapter 56. The younger brother as the elder brother's substitute. Of course it doesn't. Qin Yiyang silently thought, after all. I have already publicly announced my broken engagement with your brother. If you three wish to play out your drama, then so be it. Don't worry, I understand. Qin Yiyang smiled. Qin Yiyang's face reddened further, his tousled golden hair appearing almost electrified. What do you understand? Don't get carried away with your thoughts. Qin Yiyang shook her head, finding the situation utterly awkward. The simplest way to pursue someone one likes is always to be direct. Who wouldn't he want to be loved? From a young age, Qin Yiyang had been duplicitous, which was hardly endearing. No wonder Shen Yan and Mingze were so affectionate while he could only languish in jealousy. Suddenly, a rumbling sound interrupted the moment. Whose stomach growled? Qin Yiyang looked down, realizing it was her own. She waved her hand, pausing her snacking. I'm off to eat. Outside the courtyard, Mingze arrived late. He only caught sight of Qin Yiyang and Qin Yiyang entering the villa in succession. With a sigh, his narrow eyes reflected a hint of helplessness as he rubbed his forehead in frustration. How could he possibly remind Qin Yiyang that Qin Yiyang merely viewed him as a substitute? Upon returning to the villa, Qin Yiyang was surprised to find an additional person in the living room. She was a young girl with straight bangs, fair-skinned and adorned with a thick black frame of glasses, seemingly not much older than myself. Director Sun took the initiative to introduce her. This is our program's fan,
Xiao Bai.
She has prepared a lottery segment for us.
Hello, Yang.
Xiao Bai greeted with a sweet smile. I really like you on the show. And I can't believe I'm actually seeing you. I am so thrilled. Gazing at this overly enthusiastic face, Qin Yiyang felt an ominous premonition. As expected, the system was activated. She was a fan of Shen Yan, and the so-called lottery was merely a ruse devised by Shen Yan's fans to send her some food, hoping to spare her further embarrassment on the show. How underhanded. Qin Yiyang understood. Let me take a look at the original plot. Okay. Every time the host altered the storyline, the system rejoiced. In the original narrative, Shen Yan won the grand prize, a luxurious assortment of meat, eggs, dairy, and vegetables, with everyone praising her luck. Soon, it was Qin Yiyang's turn to draw, and she ended up with the lowest prize. Xiao Bai smiled and said, Yang, your luck is quite good too. These 300 paper cranes were meticulously folded by our fans, representing our blessings for you. Why aren't you happy? Do you find our gift too cheap? I truly apologize. Qin Yiyang realized the truth. It turned out Xiao Bai's white was akin to that of a white lotus. Meanwhile, the Qin family, having heard the original plot, exchanged glances and promptly opened WeChat. We are eavesdropping for Qin Mother. This original plot is rather lengthy. How should we alter it? Qin Mu. I don't know, asked Dad. Qin Yuan. Qin Mother. How did the eldest come in? Kick him out. Qin Dad. The next moment, Qin Yuan received a message. You have been removed from the group chat. Qin Yuan. Why do I feel isolated by my entire family?
Fortunately,
his sister was also absent from the chat, providing him with a slight sense of balance. At that moment, Qin Yiyang, who was not in the group chat, was resting her chin on her hand, addressing the system, changed the 300 paper cranes into 300 money cranes, crafted from 100 yuan notes. Although the term 100 yuan note did not include the word money, it did not hinder the comprehension of the three members of the Qin family who envisioned paper cranes fashioned from currency. Assuming each crane was made from a red bill, then 300 would amount to 30,000 yuan. The presence of money was secondary. They were not in need of it. They merely sought to witness the amusing plight of this Shen Yan fan. The trio of the Qin family clasped their hands tightly together, eagerly awaiting the impending spectacle. Director Sun called all the guests together, and the lottery officially commenced. Shen Yan also emerged from her room. Since returning at noon, she had isolated herself.
Now,
she donned a white lace dress with a forest green netted overlay, her long black hair cascading gracefully down her chest, embodying a sweet, forest-like essence, a stark contrast to her earlier disheveled state. It appeared as though she had emerged from the shadows of a pigsty. Yet, the heavy scent of perfume surrounding her betrayed her fragile heart. Wherever she passed, the staff instinctively held their breath. What a sight! During the 3 years of high school, I had never encountered the pungent scent of chemicals in class, but at last, it wafted into my senses after entering the workforce. Shen Yan took the initiative and said, Yang, why don't you draw first? Qin Yiyang flashed a smile, revealing her 8 small white teeth. My luck is usually quite good. You all go ahead. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai, standing by the lottery box, could not suppress a hint of disdain. The 4 groups of guests took turns drawing lots. Amidst the tension, Director Sun announced, the moment of excitement has arrived. Guests, please reveal your cards in order. Wan Yunlan was the first to display her card. Second prize, a takeout from Hai Lao Hot Pot. The comments erupted. Not bad. At least a hot pot meal is better than a bowl of excruciatingly salty wild vegetable soup. The next to draw was Jiang Yi. Since assisting in delivering a piglet that morning, he seemed to have gained a new perspective on life and was no longer so despondent. I got the third prize, a luxurious family bucket. Not too shabby. The comments chimed in. All right then, Jiang Yi came alone, and one person can fill their stomach without making the whole family hungry. His parents are embarrassed by him and refuse to attend the program. As the tension escalated, the anticipation for who would claim the grand prize mounted. Would it be the luckiest Qin Yiyang or the human lucky charm Shenyan? Come on, Shenyan, tell everyone what your card says. Sorry, Yiyang, Shenyan replied, biting her lip as she revealed her card. It boldly proclaimed the grand prize. Gourmet ingredients for a week. The comments exploded. So, Qin Yiyang must have drawn the last prize? I have always had good luck. Qin Yiyang's persona has collapsed. Who has ever heard of a lucky charm drawing the last prize? Not at all. I believe in Qin Yiyang, after all. A dragon cannot be confined to a mere pond, and who says the last prize cannot turn the mundane into the extraordinary? At that moment, the camera panned to the card in Qin Yiyang's hand. Last prize, 300 paper cranes. Yiyang's luck is still quite good. Xiaobai smirked, producing a gift box. These 300 paper cranes were handcrafted by our fans, symbolizing our blessings for you. Yang, why aren't you happy? Do you think our gift is too cheap? We truly apologize. Hearing this, Mrs. Bo immediately grabbed Qin Yiyang and said, if you must blame someone, blame your bad luck. Whatever you draw is fate. It's already generous of the fans to gift you something. Must you be so picky? Father? Qin Yiyang thought the teasing from Mrs. Bo was unending. She withdrew her hand, chuckling silently. Aunt Bo, you are too kind. Just call me Yiyang. Mrs. Bo was taken aback, realizing her slip of the tongue. Was it true what they said online, that Qin Yiyang had a bit of an uncanny aura? She paled with fright, deciding to refrain from further comments. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang turned to Xiaobai, offering a warm smile. Thank you. I truly cherish this gift, especially since it is so thoughtfully made. Xiaobai scoffed inwardly. Was Qin Yiyang implying that the value of the gift lay in its handmade nature? What a joke. It had all been purchased from a bargain site, and even the box had cost merely 33 yuan. Prior to this, she had conspired with her fellow fans, agreeing that should Qin Yiyang show any sign of dissatisfaction, they would immediately capture the moment and send it to the marketing accounts. Title: Qin Yiyang disdains cheap gifts from fans, instantly turned sour. Qin Yiyang remained unfazed by the theatrics of the little white actress who, feigning innocence, remarked, Yiyang, if you dislike this token of affection, I can certainly exchange it for something else. Please, don't be so sarcastic, it frightens me. With that, Qin Yiyang dismissed her antics and proceeded to unveil the packaging. Her delicate fingers raised a glass bottle filled with an abundance of paper cranes, and a radiant smile graced her lips. This is far from cheap. It's worth 30,000 yuan, exclaimed the little white actress, her gaze abruptly snapping upward. Under the brilliant illumination, the glass bottle sparkled, revealing a myriad of pink paper cranes within. Qin Yiyang casually unwrapped one, and when illuminated by ultraviolet light, it revealed itself to be real currency. This is genuine. You've been exceedingly generous, surprising me with a token from the lowest tier. Thank you so much. The little white actress was left dumbfounded. How could these seemingly worthless paper cranes transform into stacks of red bills? More importantly, where did this money originate? Her phone vibrated in her pocket. Upon checking, she found a payment notification from the bank. Wagwa Bank, your account ending in 1111 has completed a transaction of 30,000 yuan. It became clear that the funds had come from her. Recalling the various rumors surrounding Qin Yiyang, she collapsed onto the ground, her face ashen. Could it be that Qin Yiyang was truly some sort of sorceress? Chapter 57. Shenyan's embarrassing exposure. The little white actress was paralyzed with fear. Too terrified to contemplate how her 30,000 yuan had vanished, she scrambled to leave, her panic evident. During this chaos, Qin Yiyang, ever the benevolent soul, offered to assist her. In response, the little actress turned pale, stammering, "I shouldn't have tampered with the lottery box, intentionally humiliating you with a low-tier prize. I'm so sorry." Fearing retribution from the sorceress, she quivered, adding, "But this idea wasn't mine. It was proposed by others in the fan group. We are all fans of Qin Yiyang, and someone suggested I masquerade as a fan of the show to deliver food to her, all while attempting to annoy you. If you showed any discontent with the paper cranes, they would buy trending searches, claiming you looked down upon the fan sentiments." The little actress divulged the entire backstory in one breath. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the ticking of the clock. It dawned on everyone that there was indeed a hidden agenda behind the lottery. Instantly, they turned their scrutinizing gazes towards Qin Yiyang. Lu Duo, stroking her chin with a contemplative expression, mused, "In domestic dramas, concubines often manipulate their maids to harm the primary wife in a bid for favor. If exposed, the concubine shifts all blame onto the maid, who often faces a dreadful fate." The crowd collectively absorbed this revelation. Qin Yiyang stifled a chuckle, thinking, as expected of the villain's brother, "You certainly know how to stir the pot." The tension in the air thickened. The audience's gazes toward Qin Yiyang were fraught with judgment. Bomingza furrowed his brow and addressed Qin Yiyang. "Yan, were you aware of this matter?" Qin Yiyang abruptly lifted her head, her lips trembling. "You don't believe me?" The pent-up grievances erupted at that moment, tears cascading down her cheeks. "No, I didn't," she protested weakly. "Then why do you all look at me like that?" Qin Yiyang's eyes were red-rimmed as she pointed at Xiao Bai, exclaiming, "Do you believe I colluded with her?" Anru silently cursed her luck and hurried forward to calm her daughter. Yet, Qin Yiyang could not quell her agitation. Tears streamed down her face, soaking her mask. Sniffling, she declared, "I could report this to the police right now and have them investigate whether I even know her." Others rushed to comfort Qin Yiyang, but only Xiao Bai felt a pang of anxiety, her expression shifting. Yan, what did you just say?" Qin Yiyang's gaze brimmed with resentment. She despised this fan's foolishness for entangling her in this mess. Wiping her tears, she spoke softly, "Who knows if you are truly my fan? In the entertainment industry, it's common for people to slander one another." Xiao Bai's eyelashes trembled, her eyes inexplicably stinging. Gritting her teeth, she opened her phone's photo album and presented an image to Qin Yiyang. "Do you recognize this photo?" The picture depicted Qin Yiyang seated on a beach, a glass of orange juice in hand, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon her. Qin Yiyang nodded. She was well aware of it, for it was her breakout image. The essence of such a photograph lay in its ambience, not a forced pose or an affected pout, but a genuine beauty that astonished all. It had been taken while she filmed a group variety show by the seaside, the sunlight delicately illuminating her hair, with the beach and ocean as her backdrop. Resembling a divine maiden, flawless in every aspect. Even Qin Yiyang herself had adored the image upon first seeing it, setting it as her phone wallpaper. Confused, she wondered why Xiao Bai mentioned this photograph. Sensing her bewilderment, Xiao Bai sneered. This photo even trended on social media. Under the topic Qin Yiyang, a rare beauty in the entertainment industry. You gained 100,000 followers overnight, and the following day, a film company approached you, wanting you to play the second female lead. This was your debut project, supporting a popular star, allowing you to successfully transition from an idol to an actress. Understanding dawned on Qin Yiyang. "So you came to like me because of this picture?" Xiao Bai laughed lightly, as if hearing a joke. Then, enunciating each word, she revealed, "I took and edited that photo. By the way, you should know my Weibo name, Heartfelt Lemon Yen." Upon hearing those 4 words, Qin Yiyang's expression shifted dramatically. The comments section erupted in shock. Xiao Bai is actually Qin Yiyang's fan club leader? For clarification, a fan club leader is a devoted fan who follows stars with a camera, capturing their public appearances and helping to enhance their popularity. Heartfelt Station is Qin Yiyang's largest fan club. It boasts many breakout images. Is Qin Yiyang now expelling her fan club leader? Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang, who had been quietly observing, learned the backstory from the system's explanation.
Wow.
How thrilling! Qin Yiyang publicly denies Xiao Bai as her fan, yet she is, in fact, her fan club leader. What is the difference between this and a boss firing their top sales champion? The system replied, there is a difference. The sales champion receives a salary, while the fan club leader works for free. Qin Yiyang remarked, what a dark joke. Forgive me, Buddha. Qin Yiyang has certainly offended the fanbase, akin to kicking a steel plate. Mr. and Mrs. Qin are not well versed in the entertainment industry and do not fully comprehend what a fan is. Yet they can tell from Yang's excited tone that there is bound to be some amusement to witness. In unison, the couple grabs a handful of sunflower seeds and begins to munch. Indeed, Xiaobai has already spiraled into a frenzied state. She raises her phone and addresses Xinyan. Xinyan, you can't possibly believe you look as stunning as you do in those photos, can you? Would you like to see the original image of this divine picture? Xinyan's right eyelid twitches violently, an ominous premonition creeping in. However, before she can respond, Xiaobai swipes left. Another image appears before everyone's eyes. While the composition remains unchanged, the atmosphere starkly contrasts. In this image, Xinyan stands against the sunlight, her flaws laid bare. Her nose appears flat, with hollows in her cheeks. Small bumps mar her skin, and the back of her head is flat, entirely devoid of the languid beauty captured in the previous photo. The onlookers are momentarily stunned. The disparity between the two images is utterly staggering. If the first was that of a celestial maiden, this one renders her as an ordinary person. Sister, is this really Xinyan? Haha, this is indeed Xinyan. How dare she market herself as a rare beauty in the entertainment industry with such an ordinary appearance? This is no fan. She is clearly a master of photo editing. Excellent, you've cured my beauty anxiety. Xinyan, really, why provoke her? A fan can easily withdraw their support and strip away your facade. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang silently consumes the seeds. It seems wise to anger anyone but a fan. Celebrities may not fear paparazzi, but certainly dread fans. Not only do they possess a plethora of unedited photos, but they also have concrete evidence of romantic entanglements and snapshots of unrefined behaviors, such as smoking and spitting. On the other hand, Xinyan is growing frantic. She cannot accept that this is her unfiltered image. She purses her lips and, with a feeble voice, questions, "But how can you prove that this is the original photo and not something you maliciously sharpened?" Xiaobai, incensed, retorts that rather than prove herself, she would rather exhaust Xinyan. Without warning, she delivers a sharp slap to Xinyan. The sound echoes as Xinyan's mask is knocked off. It was not easily dislodged, but she had opted for a larger mask to enhance her facial appearance. Under the gaze of the crowd, her swollen face is revealed. Her cheeks, inflamed and dotted with raised red rashes, appear uneven and pockmarked, with several areas oozing pus, sending a chill through onlookers. Even more alarming is the scab from a scratch inflicted by her extended nails the previous night, a reddish-brown line stretching from the corner of her eye to her lip, resembling a gash across half her face. The crowd is instantly rendered speechless. Even Xiaobai points incredulously at Xinyan, exclaiming, "Your face, ah!" Xinyan, belatedly aware, screams and covers her face. Chapter 58. A certain celebrity defecates publicly. Witnessing this visage, the audience recoils in horror. Oh my, what is wrong with Xinyan's face? It looks like it's rotting.
This is terrifying.
I recall she is about to announce a new endorsement. Who would dare to purchase from a spokesperson that looks like this? Across the internet, several keywords swiftly ascend to trending status. Xinyan, rotten face. Xinyan, endorsement. Could someone please blur Xinyan's face? At that moment, Xinyan was oblivious to the chaos around her. She screamed incessantly, seeking refuge in her mother's embrace. Xin Qingshan could no longer remain seated. How dare they bully his daughter in his presence? Showing such blatant disregard for the wealth and status he held as the richest man in Haiqing. Xin Qingshan spoke in a low voice, addressing Xiaobai, "My dear young lady, you must cease your actions immediately. Should you continue, I will be compelled to engage a lawyer and take legal action against you." Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Who is she trying to intimidate? Have the issues surrounding the complete suspension of the Shun family's overseas projects been resolved? Has the matter of the 7 coffins hidden within the Shun family's foundation provided the common people with a satisfactory explanation? Do you still have the audacity to seek legal counsel? You ought to be apprehended. Xin Qingshan's face darkened. Did your parents not teach you manners? How dare you speak to an elder in such a manner? It's laughable. Who do you think you are to consider yourself an elder? Xiaobai sneered with scorn, saying, "Were it not for the influence of your wealthy father, you would be nothing more than a worthless individual." Xiaobai vented his frustrations, exclaiming that if your parents were to discover the nonsense you have been up to, they would surely rise from their graves in disbelief. Upon taking over the Shun family business, it would be a miracle if it did not face bankruptcy. The ancestors must be smiling from beyond. Xin Qingshan felt a lump in his throat. This young girl, though still in her youth, spoke with piercing words that struck at the heart. His eyes blazed with fury. Yet he could utter not a single word, his entire visage flushed with anger. Xiao Bai clicked his tongue, remarking, "You're all riled up, and yet your face is turning red? Less than half a year after the passing of your first wife, you, old Deng, have already set your sights on the young widow? Who knows whether you are truly the heroes rescuing the damsel in distress, or if you have long been surreptitiously plotting, fabricating a tale to provide a clear path for your former lover?" With a steady stream of invective, she unleashed a torrent of curses, leaving those around her utterly dumbfounded. Qin Yiyang, savoring her sunflower seeds with delight, relished this captivating spectacle. I must say, one cannot deny that Xiao Bai possesses quite the talent. Her predictions about this melodramatic plot are astonishingly accurate, she mused, nibbling away. She ought to pursue a career as a detective rather than a fan club leader. The Qin family, equally amused, joined in the merriment, finding joy in the antics of others, thoroughly entertained day after day. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not mutually comprehensible. As a source of amusement, Shun Qingshan was consumed by rage, nearly succumbing to it. And Ro, witnessing her husband rendered speechless, immediately stepped forward. Frowning as she glared at Xiao Bai. "You impudent girl, what nonsense are you spouting?"
Pa.
"Aunt En, cease your pretense of innocence. You are but a 1,000-year-old fox, playing tricks on me as if we were characters in a tale from strange stories from a Chinese studio." Xiao Bai rolled her eyes. "I had already asked a friend to look into it. The residence you are currently occupying was rented only last month, and old Master Shen has clearly barred your entry. A concubine dared to appear on a variety show. In ancient times, you would have been condemned to the fate of being submerged in a pig cage." Anrua's mind erupted in chaos, a sinister expression emerging on her serene face. The unbearable secret had been unveiled, rendering her recent life as a high society lady nothing more than a farcical jest. Her arched in anger, pointing at Xiao Bai, "What utter nonsense! I shall sue you for defamation." With a swift motion, Xiao Bai brushed her fingers away. "Did your parents never teach you that it isn't polite to point? Indeed, you bore a child out of wedlock. And I cannot fathom which rogue man fathered Shenyan. Were I your parents, I would feel utterly ashamed to acknowledge you as my daughter. And I would unceremoniously cast you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish." And ran, infuriated, clutched her heart. Mrs. Bo attempted to mediate, yet her incessant prattling resembled a broken record, much to the annoyance of those present. In a fit of anger, Xiao Bai delivered a sharp slap to her. Mrs. Bo, enraged, exclaimed, "You dare strike me?" To which Xiao Bai retorted, "Do you still refer to me as father? What a despicable individual you are. I ought not to reward you, for you have sullied my hands." Mrs. Bo, who had always maintained her dignity, had never endured such humiliation and immediately lunged at her, intent on tearing her apart. A fierce confrontation was imminent. Xiao Bai stood alone against the multitude, and chaos ensued once more. Madness reigned. The fans were in a frenzy.
Director-san.
Witnessing the situation spiraling beyond control, promptly summoned the staff to intervene. Qin Yiyang, initially reveling in the spectacle, suddenly spotted Lu Duo being squished amidst the crowd. Lu Duo, already diminutive, resembled a little potato, and one wrong step could turn him into mashed potatoes. Quick as a flash, Qin Yiyang dashed over. In the midst of her commotion, she inadvertently collided with someone, causing her microphone to loosen at her waist. Thus, with one hand grasping Lu Duo and the other clutching the microphone, she attempted to extract him as one would uproot a radish. Meanwhile, the system also tuned in to enjoy the chaos. In an excited youthful voice, it exclaimed, "What's this? A fan dissing their idol by sharing unflattering pictures. I even know of a fan who, unable to accept their idol's romance, sought to release images of the idol defecating on set. Oh my!" The Qin family perked up their ears, entering a state of eager anticipation. Which artist had such audacity? Unbeknownst to them, due to the connection formed by Lu Duo, Qin Yiyang, and the microphone, the system's revelations not only amplified but were also heard by the audience watching the live broadcast. The comments erupted in excitement. Youthful voice. "You're back. Please, tell me who it is that defecated in public. I want to sleep a wink tonight otherwise. I'm dying of curiosity. Let me judge which artist has such poor ethics. Where is the moral line, and where are the pictures? Well, let us not bother with the pictures. I'm currently enjoying some chocolate. Red velvet chocolate, sister, is that you?" Qin Yiyang was preoccupied with pulling Lu Duo and had not heard the system's ramblings, let alone respond. Yet, inexplicably, she sensed a palpable hush descend upon the living room. Qin Yiyang. She thought little of it, scooping up Lu Duo and reattaching the microphone. Meanwhile, Lu Duo's eyes widened, brimming with curiosity. Who was the individual who had defecated in public? Could someone enlighten him? Half an hour earlier, 1,000 miles away at the Qin family's ancestral home, the elder Mr. Qin returned home and eagerly turned on the television to enjoy the love of heirs. At that moment, Qin Beichen descended the spiral staircase. Clad in a royal blue silk robe, having undergone a stomach wash earlier, he felt somewhat weak, his complexion particularly pale. However, he bore no ill will towards Anton Ran for sending him the poison, recognizing it as a misunderstanding, and felt a surge of joy upon seeing his grandfather actively engaged in watching the variety show. It seems that grandfather is ready to accept Aunt Anru and sister Shun Yan. Qin Beichen is comfortably seated on the sofa, accompanying his grandfather, eager to witness his grandfather's delightful transformation. However, as the show progresses, something feels increasingly amiss. In Chapter 59, the mode of indulgence is unleashed. Qin Beichen initially hoped to showcase Shun Yan's admirable qualities of intelligence, kindness, diligence, and capability to his grandfather. Yet, contrary to his wishes, the situation took a turn for the worse, especially when Qin Yan's mask was removed, revealing a swollen face. The old man gasped, exclaiming a ghost. Grandfather. This is Shun Yan. She had an allergic reaction after drinking Shanglu yesterday, Qin Beichen explained. The old man scoffed, such a foolish creature is worse than a ghost. Meanwhile, on the show, the guests began to bicker, causing Qin Beichen a headache. He contemplated turning off the television, but his grandfather stopped him. How could he miss such delightful entertainment? He raised his teacup and sipped with satisfaction. Indeed, this young fan named Xiaobai possessed some insight. Her criticisms were well-founded, and she even deduced the inappropriate relationship between Qin Qingshan and Anru. Given time, she would undoubtedly become a remarkable talent. On the other hand, Qin Beichen was restless. This young girl displayed a shocking lack of decorum, speaking ill of his father and Aunt Anru. You claim to be cultured, yet your eyes appear blind. The old man mocked, recounting how the foolish attempt to bribe workers from the Qin real estate led to unforeseen calamity, resulting in a self-inflicted injury. Qin Beichen fell silent, his face burning with embarrassment. The old man's temper was as fleeting as it was fierce, and upon hearing the peculiar revelations from the child's voice, his enthusiasm surged. Beichen, ask Qin Zhaonan, that scoundrel who defecates indiscriminately, which one he is. He should know, being part of the entertainment industry. Qin Beichen looked up in astonishment. How had he not realized that his grandfather had an interest in the gossip of the entertainment world? In Huaxi village, the uproar surrounding the incident with the fan was only resolved after Sister Ma from the village committee intervened. The committee had been overwhelmed with work, striving to apply for the title of a civilized village during this critical period, competing fiercely with neighboring villages, and could not afford any distractions. Director Sun received a stern lecture from Sister Ma. She earnestly patted him on the shoulder, saying, I understand you need to create buzz for your program, but the elderly in the village retire early in the evening, and the children are preparing for their upcoming exams. Your noise has led to numerous complaints from the villagers, making things quite difficult for us. Director Sun's face turned crimson, not from guilt, but from the sheer forcefulness of Sister Ma's demeanor. As a fragile middle-aged man, he could hardly withstand such a reprimand. His mind whirled, and he promptly devised a plan. He retrieved a stack of red paper shaped like flowers from his small suitcase. Sister Ma, how about this? We recognize that our activities have caused disturbances for the villagers, and we sincerely apologize. We wish to engage in friendly interactions with the villagers. Could you kindly distribute these 50 little red flowers among them? If our guests perform well and assist the villagers, they can earn one of these flowers from the hands of the villagers. Upon hearing this, Sister Ma's eyes sparkled with excitement. This approach was not only effective in assisting the villagers with tangible matters, but also served to swiftly bridge the gaps between them. She was thoroughly pleased and, in her exhilaration, gave Director Sun a hearty pat on the back, nearly causing him to choke. Once the village committee departed, Little Bai was taken away by her friends. Despite her formidable strength, she was no match for overwhelming numbers, bearing numerous scrapes and bruises across her face and body. The others fared little better, all nursing their own injuries. Qin Qingshan bore several scratch marks on his face, while in Rose's silk qipao was snagged, rendering it nearly ruined at the cost of several thousand yuan. Mrs. Bo suffered the worst fate, her hair partially torn away. leaving her scalp exposed and smooth as a boiled egg. Little Bai's friends offered repeated apologies, hoping to mitigate the situation and provide a way out for both the Shun and Bo families. After all, if this matter escalated to the police station, it would merely be classified as mutual assault. Moreover, with Qin Yiyang being a celebrity, sending a fan to jail would spell disaster for her career. In summary, the incident was left unresolved. Seeing that there was no more gossip to indulge in, Qin Yiyang brushed away the remnants of sunflower seeds from her hands and entered a contemplative state. Director Sun, meanwhile, sought to soothe the guests and, incidentally, announced a new task. A minor misunderstanding had just occurred, and everyone was undoubtedly feeling fatigued, so the production team would cover dinner, treating everyone to a lavish meal. Tomorrow's task was straightforward. Whichever group managed to collect the most little red flowers from the villagers would receive a punishment exchange card. This card would allow them to designate another member to endure a punishment in their stead during future challenges. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiyang's interest was piqued. Director Sun was notorious for his imaginative punishments, akin to a minister of penalties. For instance, guests might be required to lie in a box filled with snakes for 3 minutes or spend the night in a cemetery. The mere thought sent a shiver down Qin Yiyang's spine. Securing an exchange card was tantamount to obtaining a license to evade punishment. What a boon. The Qin family, upon learning of the significance of the task for the following day, was filled with determination. We're eavesdropping. 3. Qin mother. Everyone must submit a plan on how to obtain the little red flowers from the villagers by 8 o'clock tonight. Qin father. Understood. Qin mu. Received. The family was brimming with enthusiasm until midway through, Qin father received a phone call that summoned him away. A problem had arisen in the laboratory, necessitating his return to Haicheng, which could take anywhere from 1 to 4 days. Thus, he left without even having a meal, catching the production team's vehicle to the airport. Meanwhile, after dinner, Qin Yiyang received a phone call from Lu Yanji's assistant. Assistant, Madam, I will arrive in Huaxi village tomorrow evening. The weather forecast indicates a drop in temperature in the area over the next couple of days. So Madam has arranged for me to deliver clothing for you and your family. Thank you for your trouble. Of course. There was a brief pause before the assistant continued. If Madam requires any assistance with literary endeavors on Zaya Hongshu, please do not hesitate to ask. As the president's assistant, I am well acquainted with him. Instantly, Qin Yiyang felt her toes digging into the ground. Was it possible that Jiang Yulan was concerned about the absurdity of her story, prompting her to send a capable aide? Thank you for your trouble. Qin Yiyang reluctantly expressed her gratitude before hanging up the phone. That evening, Director Sun had not arranged any activities. It was said that Shunyan's family had gone to the hospital for a special ointment that could alleviate her facial allergies. Bai Su had suffered a recurrence of a leg injury during a confrontation with fans and was taken to the hospital by his manager for inform. He would likely not return until before tomorrow's recording. Jiang Yi, looking gaunt and fragile, remained steadfastly at the door, holding a firm belief that Lu Ziqiu would definitely come. What a show full of fragile souls. Qin Yiyang lay in bed, idly opening the game Rescue the Lonely Island's Little Darling. Under the moonlight, a ship was anchored far off on the beach. Cyber figures were transporting supplies from a cave to the vessel. A line of text appeared at the bottom of the screen. The protagonist, Xiao Wu, was awaiting the dawn of the next day. With the morning tide, he would be able to board the ship and leave the deserted island. Currently, he was preparing for the journey ahead. The graphics had reached their highest level, resembling a visually stunning romance game. Moonlight filtered through the palm leaves, casting dappled shadows upon Lu Yanji, his dark lashes glistening with silver, revealing a subtle hue beneath his eyes. His arms, straining with muscles, glistened with sweat as he crossed them over his shirt's hem before removing it. The moonlight bestowed a sanctified sheen upon his exquisite physique, his straight collarbones extending into sculpted shoulders, forming a graceful shoulder peak. His lean muscles appeared neither exaggerated nor frail, standing tall under the interplay of light and shadow. His waist was slender, his abs defined, the lines of his physique taut without an ounce of excess flesh, while his athletic shorts clung to his waist, enveloping a pair of strong, well-toned legs. The air was thick with palpable tension. Qin Yiyang munched on her potato chips. This game is indeed something special, she mused. With such a stunning face and physique, it would be a shame not to become a risk streamer. Perhaps it was her imagination, but just as she thought this, the laboring figure paused, then donned another white shirt that had been hung on a rope. Oh, how presumptuous. Immediately, a pop-up appeared on the screen. Player, do you wish to exercise your right to indulge? Yes, no. Without hesitation, Qin Yiyang clicked yes. She mused. With such a body, of course, I should indulge. Chapter 60. Lu Yenji. We have plenty of time ahead. On the island, the moonlight flowed like water. And that feminine voice reappeared. This game is indeed something special, she said, with such a stunning face and physique. It would be a shame not to become a risk streamer. Lu Yenji silently put on his clothes. From Qin Yiyang's inner thoughts, he realized she remained unaware that he was not only her nominal boyfriend but also the muse who would kiss her at every red light in her literary creations. His authentic existence on the island unfolded before her as if it were a mobile game. Items like cola and hamburgers were procured from the game store, landing beside him, including the very ship before them. Suddenly, a sharp, explosive sound reverberated through the air. With such a splendid physique, one must indulge freely. Indulge freely? Lu Yenji's right eyelid twitched violently. Almost immediately, he felt his limbs slipping from his control, his attire shifting erratically. One moment, he donned a sailor uniform, the next a tailored suit. Witnessing this spectacle, his worldview, carefully constructed over 24 years, nearly shattered. He could hear Qin Yiyang's inner thoughts echoing, this butler outfit looks exquisite. With such impressive pectorals, it surely pairs best with white lace. This Ming-style flying fish attire is incredibly handsome. He looks splendid in red. In reality, if I were to catch him, I would surely swoon. Wow, this Byzantine knight's garb is also quite appealing, though the trousers are a tad restrictive. The modeler has paid remarkable attention to detail. Cough, cough.
Huh.
What is this husband costume set? Shall we try it on? Only a black apron? Excuse me, but it accentuates his long legs. If he were to become a borderline male streamer, what would others matter? Goodness, there's even a black shirt. The modeling is so realistic, it carves out a delightful form on his thighs. Who wouldn't he be captivated? The garments upon Lu Yenji transformed incessantly. He inhaled deeply, recalling a remark his sister once made. Whether it be battle royale or farm games, any game could become a dress-up adventure in my hands. He had not comprehended it at the time, yet now it resonated. But what could a cybernetic figure resist? He surrendered, allowing her to manipulate him at will. It was of no consequence. He would return home. Their days together were far from over. The following morning, the recording of the show commenced. Shunyan had applied special effects makeup, and her face had improved significantly. With the dual aid of concealer and filters, she appeared far less terrifying than the day before. She resolved silently to outshine Qin Yiyang in today's tasks. Qin Yiyang was aware of her inherent charm. As they set off, Qin Yiyang was still engrossed in his phone, seemingly glued to the massage chair, utterly motionless. Shan Yan frowned, suspecting he was concocting some new idea, and glanced at the screen. To her relief, he was watching a plot commentary, akin to those featuring Xiaomei, Xiaoshui, and Sang Biao. Upon exiting the villa, Bo Mingze approached Sister Ma to request a list. The list included both men and women, adults and children, with small red flowers dispersed throughout. Their initial thought was to assist the villagers with their tasks. Sister Ma was delighted to hear this and took them to the home of an elderly resident whose children worked away from home to help tidy the kitchen. An hour later, Shun Yan and Bo Mingze were exhausted. The elderly person seemed to have a hoarding tendency, particularly fond of collecting plastic bags. They exerted considerable effort to extract each bag one by one, packing them for disposal at the garbage station. As I gazed upon the immaculate room, pondering how to request a small red flower, the elderly man, relying on his cane, approached. Upon discovering that the kitchen had been entirely cleared out, he was nearly overcome with fury, exclaiming, "Where is my plastic bag?" The old man, in a state of distress and speaking in a dialect unfamiliar to Bo Mingze and Shen Yan, was met with the urgency of Sister Ma from the village committee. It turned out that the plastic bag was of utmost importance to him. However, Shun Yan and Bo Mingze had discarded the old man's collection of plastic bags, amassed over 30 years. The elderly man shouted for them to leave his presence. Shun Yan, perplexed, attempted to soothe him, saying, "Sir, we can compensate you." Compensate? They are all one of a kind. Sister Ma sighed, revealing that the elderly man had been a frontline worker in plastic bag production during his youth, cherishing each batch he produced. He had even envisioned a plastic bag museum for his descendants a century hence. This notion, while seemingly absurd, resonates deeply. Imagine if someone disposed of your rare stamp collection as mere refuse or gifted your prized figurines to relatives' children. The feeling is akin to that of a painful lump in the breast. The old man, unwilling to face them, brandished his cane threateningly, forcing the two to flee in disarray. Shun Yan felt a sense of injustice. This was not the outcome she had foreseen in her dreams. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes. She recalled that in her dream, Qin Yiyang had employed a duck king as a fiancé to avoid exorbitant penalty fees. Unexpectedly, after the show aired, the Duck King's former patrons flocked to Huaxi village, seeking to rekindle their past connections, while Qin Yiyang was exposed for hiring someone to appear on the variety show, thus becoming a source of amusement. Considering the timeline, the duck was due to arrive soon. Assistant. Mouse, am I about to be treated like a duck? In Chapter 61, The Literary Wife's Shrimp Peeling, as Shun Yan reminisced, the comments section erupted with fervor. The netizens' lumps are also lumps. Hurry to the dump and retrieve the elderly man's plastic bags. Though this group did not garner a small red flower, they certainly earned a sound thrashing, a pun on the underworld. Sister Ma from the village committee looked at Shun Yan and Bo Mingze with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. While she had seen helpful individuals before, never had she encountered those who made matters worse. The two returned to the site where they had discarded the trash, only to find that the garbage truck had just passed, whisking away the plastic bags. With no other option, they pursued the truck to the dump. The location of Huaxi village had yet to implement strict waste separation, and the kitchen waste was festering in the air, producing an unmistakable odor under the sun's relentless rays. Bo Mingze and Shun Yan gagged as they searched for the old man's precious plastic bags amidst the refuse. The production team, lacking in decency, had paired their efforts with a cheerful tune, digging in the little garden dig, dig, dig. Meanwhile, other groups, though they had not amassed many small red flowers, had collected 5 or 6. Jiang Yi, having grown up in the countryside, understood some agricultural tasks and assisted the villagers with physical labor to earn small red flowers. Conversely, Wan Yunlan and Bai Su exhibited cleverness in their endeavors, opting to provide educational support at the local school, where the children adored them. Only Qin Yiyang remained idle, languishing in a massage chair and watching television commentary, procrastinating until after lunch to finally leave the villa. At the village entrance, a cluster of elderly women sat, seeking respite from the heat. It is well known that they are not merely a group of ordinary villagers, but rather the intelligence center for the entire village and its surroundings spanning 10 miles. There is a saying circulating online, when the aunties gather together, whispering to one another, it is certain that someone in the village will soon face disgrace. Qin Yiyang strode over confidently, crossed her legs, and shared the sunflower seed she had in her pocket with her old friends, saying mysteriously, have you heard? The cousin of old Wang's wife from the neighboring village is now involved with her brother-in-law. A scandalous romance between an uncle and a sister-in-law. How tantalizing. The old friends quickly congregated around Qin Yiyang. How amusing. If you can't beat them, join them, right? But isn't it wrong to spread rumors about others? The Great One has her own methods. Mere mortals should refrain from excessive chatter. As Qin Yiyang cracked the seeds, her mouth was busy too. This girl is named Xiaomei, married to a man who has been married before. He is quite influential, and the couple seemed blissfully in love, living a sweet life together. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. On Xiaomei's birthday, she discovered she was pregnant, and in her joy, while tidying her wardrobe, she found a white dress. Thinking it was a birthday gift from her husband, she put it on. To her shock, her husband slapped her and shouted, "Who told you to wear that dress?" Only then did Xiaomei realize that this dress belonged to her husband's previous wife. He never truly loved her and had always treated her as a substitute. The village aunties had never heard such riveting gossip. They eagerly inquired, and then, poor Xiaomei, that wealthy and powerful man sent her to the rural northeast, leaving her to fend for herself in -30-degree weather. After all that turmoil, she lost the child, and she was bullied by the village's meddlesome matron, Jing Jia, who made her wash clothes in the dead of winter. The aunties felt a pang of sympathy. Xiaomei was indeed too unfortunate. Who could argue with that? Qin Yiyang continued. Fortunately, her brother-in-law, Xiao Shui, had secretly harbored feelings for Xiaomei. On a snowy day, he rescued her. And eventually, they found mutual affection and became husband and wife. Upon hearing this, the aunties could finally breathe easy. This sounds somewhat familiar, one aunt remarked. All right, next. Xiao Shui will fake his death, Xiaomei will become pregnant, and then the beloved consort, she will return to the palace, right?
Ha.
No wonder Yang spent the entire morning watching drama recaps. She was turning the show into gossip for the aunties. Literature, like mountains, does not favor flatness. And Qin Yiyang sighed. However, the pleasantness was short-lived, as Jing Jia discovered their affair and extorted 5 million from them, threatening to inform the powerful husband. Xiao Shui couldn't produce 5 million, but fearing her malicious words, he cut out this gossiping woman's tongue. Upon hearing this, the aunties instinctively covered their mouths.
Subsequently,
Xiao Shui eloped with Xiao Mei to Southeast Asia. Unexpectedly, just 3 days after their arrival in Southeast Asia, Xiao Mei disappeared. A collective gasp filled the air. Though it was a summer afternoon, the aunties felt a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, the online comments were filled with laughter. Disappeared Xiao Mei? I might actually die laughing. What kind of logic does Yiyang possess? Once upon a time, the tantalizing tale of a cinematic narrative found its way into the ears of eager aunties, who were utterly captivated. Their curiosity reached a fever pitch as they inquired, who has abducted Xiao Mei? Is she still alive? Qin Yiyang, having just finished her sunflower seeds, brushed off the remnants and glanced at the clock. Oh dear, it was 3 o'clock. I'm terribly sorry, but the director has tasked us with collecting little red flowers,
and I must attend to that.
The aunties, upon hearing about the little red flowers, exclaimed, I have some. Not only do I have them, but my husband and daughter-in-law do as well. Indeed, even my neighbor possesses them. Dear girl, you needn't worry. We shall assist you in your quest for the little red flowers right away. Qin Yiyang blinked, hesitant. Is that not too much trouble for you? The term sister elicited a sweet response from the aunties, who assured her, not at all. One of the aunties, clad in a red dress and radiating an air of authority, declared, Ladies, let us set forth to find those little red flowers without causing our dear girl any distress. With fervor akin to a blazing fire, the aunties scattered like stars across the sky, energetically aiding Qin Yiyang in her search. Meanwhile, she retrieved another handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket, joyfully munching away, evidently in complete control of the situation. As the audience pondered, what is this delightful mix of good and bad that somehow feels so exhilarating? Qin Yiyang seized the moment to open her sweet potato and commenced her daily update as a content creator. Mr. Liu S. Lil Rose remarked, I adore shrimp, yet I am averse to the hassle of peeling them. Fortunately, my husband, Mr. Liu, is a maestro at this task. Each time I watch his capable hands, which are accustomed to signing multi-billion-dollar contracts, delicately peeling shrimp for me, my heart swells with warmth. I sit there, mouth agape, like a little creature awaiting nourishment. Yet he leans in suddenly and whispers in a deep, bubbly voice, Little one kiss for one shrimp. How many would you like? With a silent reading, she confidently pressed send. This update bore no burden. The elements of billion-dollar projects, little creatures, and bubbly whispers were all present. Qin Yiyang then closed her phone, choosing to ignore the 99 comments that had amassed. With the presence of Liu Yenji's assistant, a reader from the real world, today's update had been notably restrained. Otherwise, according to my original plan, Mr. Liu's reply would have been, I excel at peeling more than just shrimp. On the surface of the sea, hearing the unspoken words, Liu Yenji pondered. Chapter 62. The vanished Zhen Huan in a frenzy. At the highway rest stop, the assistant, having seen Qin Yiyang's update, felt his toes grip the ground. As a professional assistant, he remained unflappable in the face of any situation. However, when confronted with her literary creations, he found himself at a loss. He dialed Jiang Yulan's number. Madam, are you certain you do not wish for me to compile a dossier on the CEO to send to Miss Qin? The portrayal of the male lead in Miss Zhang's literary work diverges significantly from the CEO's true nature. I fear the shareholders may find it hard to believe. He would sooner believe in the apocalypse than accept that the CEO would peel shrimp for anyone. That won't be necessary, Jiang Yulan remarked meaningfully, when pretense masquerades as reality. Let those old men ponder over it. Indeed, her prediction proved accurate. In an office of the Liu Group, with windows tightly shut and the door locked, only the projection screen emitted a faint glow. A group of middle-aged men, aged in their 40s and 50s, were in a meeting. Liu Pengfei furrowed his brow as he gazed at the screen. Are you certain this is the account of Liu Yan's girlfriend? Absolutely, replied a man sporting a receding hairline. Liu Pengfei narrowed his eyes, clearly skeptical. That boy, Liu Yan, seems as though he sprang from the cracks of a stone. I am his uncle. When his cousin faced misfortune, I implored him for assistance, but he didn't even bat an eye, claiming that my son was guilty of forcing a girl and deserved his fate. Utter nonsense. He wouldn't even peel shrimp for anyone. He paused, gesturing towards a red light, a kiss, and a screenshot of a navigation app, seemingly finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. In any case, I refuse to believe it. Another hefty man chimed in. Ever since he took over Liu Group, that kid has been glued to the company on weekends. He has never been absent for 10 consecutive days. If he were truly enamored, it would be comprehensible for him to engage in such frivolities. The man with the receding hairline nodded in agreement. If he hadn't vanished and truly was in a relationship, wouldn't this be the opportune moment for you to seize power? Lu Pengfei remained silent for a while. Let us observe a little longer. Meeting adjourned. The sun-bathed Huaxi village in a warm glow as rosy-cheeked aunties returned, bringing with them a hefty stack of small red flowers. Qin Yiyang didn't need to count. She already knew she had triumphed. The aunties, eager to gossip, quickly asked, what became of Xiaomei? Qin Yiyang smiled broadly and slowly recounted, Xiao Shui is a gambler. Burdened with 30 million in debts, pleading with his elder brother for assistance, but to no avail. Consumed by hatred. He bribed the household help to administer a slow-acting poison in the meals. He deliberately seduced Xiaomei, intending her demise, for upon his brother's death, he would become the sole heir to the fortune. The aunties were indignant, exclaiming, a gambler deserves no mercy. Qin Yiyang nodded. Fortunately, Xiaomei discovered his plot early on. Heartbroken by the betrayal of those she loved, she wondered why all the men in her life turned against her. Thus, when Xiao Shui invited her to go diving and witness the starry ocean floor, she turned the tables and killed him. The one truly missing was not Xiaomei but Xiao Shui. Xiaomei underwent gender reassignment and cosmetic surgeries, transforming into his likeness, and now lives under his identity in Southeast Asia, selling fish at the market. The aunties were utterly enthralled. So many elements, it's quite chaotic. We must untangle this tale. But that is not the end, Qin Yiyang sighed. Regrettably, upon seeing Xiaomei, a frail foreigner, the local thugs at the market demanded exorbitant protection fees. Xiaomei, burdened by a life-threatening predicament, wished to avoid trouble, only to find the harassment intensifying. Those ruffians, seeing her delicate beauty, even sought to coerce her into becoming a ladyboy. At this, the aunties' hearts tightened with concern. Xiaomei resolved to no longer endure. During her breaks from selling fish, she diligently studied the art of war. After eliminating the local tyrant with a frozen fish, he took on a foster father, married his foster father's daughter, and transformed from a fishmonger into a minor leader in Southeast Asia. The audience was in stitches. Is this where the wild ride begins? This tale is not just captivating for the elderly, it would cause quite a stir across the ocean. Liqui buring flowers tayu proting tres. Tang Xin borrowing arrows with straw boats, Zhuge Liang causing chaos in the heavenly palace. It's all about the eclectic mix. The expressions of the elderly truly reflect their belief in the story. Once Yang departed, the elderly women scoured the entire village, but could find no more sensational gossip like this. As dusk approached, the elderly women remained reluctant to part from Qin Yiyang's gossip. Among the crowd were toothless old men and burly farmers, all gazing at Qin Yiyang with expressions of utter astonishment. The one with the widest open mouth was Lu Duoduo. Indeed, Lu Duoduo had settled on a small stool at the village entrance, his chubby face shifting with the dramatic turns of the story. At this moment, the gossip had reached the part about Xiaomei and her child, Azhen. Qin Yiyang was eloquently narrating how Azhen and her husband had been married for 10 months and had given birth to a chubby boy, who, like the neighbor Xiao Jun, was colorblind. Just then, two familiar figures strolled into view at the village entrance, Bo Mingze and Xin Yan. Accompanying them was a foul odor reminiscent of watermelon rinds left out in the summer sun for a day, coupled with rotting tomatoes, decaying vegetable leaves, smelly socks, and leftover food, creating a distinctly sour aroma. The elderly women immediately covered their noses. Was the slop bucket possessed? One might mistake it for a dung truck arriving. Which unfortunate child had such a stench without a proper bath? Haha, it's not the slop bucket. It's Shen Yan and Bo Mingze who have spent the day rummaging through garbage bins at the dump, finally retrieving the plastic bags treasured by the elderly. Pfft. They worked all day and ended up with nothing but a stench. Shen Yan, exhausted and with trembling calves, spotted Qin Yiyang and a group of elderly men and women looking in her direction beneath the large locust tree at the village entrance, her brows furrowing in concern. Was Qin Yiyang speaking ill of her? She was about to approach when Lu Duoduo stood up, covering his little nose, and exclaimed, "It's too smelly. Don't come over. Retreat. Retreat." Shen Yan clenched her fists. The situation was dire. Shen Yan was angry. She thought Qin Yiyang had spoken poorly of her to the elderly and was intent on getting back at her. Qin Yiyang remarked, I see. Adjust the original text. Let me see what the matter is." At that moment, a discreet business vehicle pulled up at the village entrance. A sharply dressed man stepped out, his muscles straining against his suit. Qin Yiyang recognized him. He was Lu Yenji's assistant, whom she had first encountered at the milk tea shop. Mistaking him for a thug brought by Jiang Yuan. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Duo grinned widely and scampered towards the assistant, exclaiming, "Brother." Noticing this, Qin Yiyang's eyes lit up. On her way back, she had dreamt of some prophetic images. The visions in her dream were not clear enough to reveal the duck's face. But she knew without a doubt that Qin Yiyang had no ties to the Lu family. Due to the demise of the Lu family, only the mysteriously missing Lu Yenji, who had been absent for nearly half a year, survived. Qin Yiyang, bold as she was, even hired an actor to impersonate Lu Yenji. Chapter 63. The Disguised Duck. Brother. Lu Duo climbed up the assistant's body and perched on his shoulders. His elder brother was always busy, seldom having time to play with him. Only the assistant would let him ride like a horse. If only the assistant could be his father. After all, they shared the same surname, Lu, which phonetically aligned with his own name. From a distance, Qin Yiyang observed the scene with a sigh. Lu Duo appears quite plump, yet rather agile. Being an assistant these days is no easy feat. Not only must they assist me in creating romantic narratives, but they also have to endure a chubby child on their shoulders. Lu Duo pouted. He was not chubby. He was slender. To express his dissent, his pudgy little hand reached out to Qin Yiyang, hoping she would perceive how light he truly was. Thus, Qin Yiyang, Lu Duo, and the assistant formed a circuit of connection. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. "Host, I have located the original text." Original text. When Qin Yiyang spoke on the phone with her second brother, Shun Zhaonan, she revealed that Qin Yiyang had hired a duck to pose as her fiancé to avoid paying exorbitant penalties to the production team.
Consequently,
Shun Zhaonan employed a group of ants to masquerade as wealthy women and confront the duck on the show, deliberately placing Qin Yiyang in a difficult position, promising to reimburse the ants upon success. Qin Yiyang tilted her head, slightly perplexed. How did Shun Yiyang know she had recruited the Duck King to feign a boyfriend for the variety show? Clearly, these events were part of the original narrative and had not transpired in this new timeline. Qin Yiyang pondered. It seemed Shun Yiyang possessed a golden finger of her own. Adding to the intrigue. Thrilled, she exclaimed, "Let us change the reimbursement to an explosive compensation, an extravagant reward." System. Excellent. Shun Zhaonan, as promise of compensation to the ants, likely meant he would end up getting beaten, right? How delightful. I could watch this every day. Listening in on this dialogue, Assistant Lu, though unsure how he had perceived the lady's musings, was certain the voice belonged to her. As expected, Qin Yiyang quietly inquired, "Assistant Lu, would you like to witness some amusement? Although it might require you to play the role of a duck." Assistant Lu, he was eager to see the spectacle, but not to become the spectacle himself. He shook his head in refusal. Qin Yiyang raised a finger. "I'll add an additional 100,000. Poverty cannot sway one's integrity, nor can power coerce one's dignity." Assistant Lu shook his head, unwilling. Qin Yiyang, 200,000.
Deal.
Assistant Lu immediately opened his phone and searched how to convincingly portray a duck. Qin Yiyang, you need not look it up in my presence. Meanwhile, Shun Yiyang approached. "Yiyang, who is this?" Qin Yiyang vaguely introduced. "You can call him Xiao Lu." "Little Lu? Lu Yenji?" Upon hearing this, Bomingza furrowed his brows, his inquisitive gaze instantly fixating on Assistant Lu's face. Shun Yiyang smirked. She had encountered Lu Yenji before and was well aware that he was an imposter. However, anticipating the spectacle that was to unfold, she smiled sweetly. "Oh, it is you, Mr. Lu." The barrage of comments immediately flooded the screen. Is he really the rumored mogul of the capital, Lu Yenji? The capital moguls in novels do not resemble this. He looks more like a bodyguard besides such a mogul. The young man is not bad-looking, albeit a bit stocky. It's a pity he appears rather silly. How am I to view high-ranking literature from the capital in the future? Assistant Lu extended his hand. "Miss Shin." Mr. Bo Lu Duo emitted a sharp, piercing sound and whispered, "They smell a bit. Let's avoid shaking hands." Shun Yiyang and Bomingza both heard this. Shun Yiyang smirked inwardly. If Lu Yenji was a fraud, this chubby little boy must be one as well. She raised her smile and pinched Lu Duo's cheek playfully, her expression sweet as she said, "Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt." Lu Duo winced, tears brimming in his eyes. Assistant Lu, displeased, waved Shun Yiyang away. "What are you doing?" Shun Yiyang blinked innocently. "I only pinched him because I found him adorable. I didn't realize children could be so delicate. It's my fault." Bo Mingze also interjected, Yan Yan means no harm, mister. Lu wouldn't he blame a young girl, would he? Lu duo, covering his cheek, pouted, pink and delicate. How old is she now? A chuckle escaped Qin Yiyang. While Shen Yan's face turned pale. Was this little chubby boy implying she was old? A nearby aunt, unable to tolerate the scene, intervened. Lu duo was charming and delightful. Having entertained them with gossip all afternoon, he was a splendid child. Seeing him bullied, the aunt pinched Shen Yan's cheek.
Ah!
Shen Yan yelped in pain. The village ants, accustomed to labor, had hands like iron clamps, and the sting was fiery. She frowned, looking at the ant with a sense of injustice. What are you doing? The ant smiled kindly, so delicate. I only pinched you because I found you adorable. You wouldn't hold it against a rural ant, would you? Shen Yan. Beep beep. The sound of a car horn interrupted this farce. A bus rolled in, kicking up yellow dust as a group of flamboyantly dressed ants disembarked. Unlike the simple sisters gossiping at the village entrance, these ants were particularly fashionable. One ant with an elevated bun had styled her hair high, adorned with feathers and sparkling spray, emanating a vibrant aura.
Xiaobao.
Is that really you, Xiaobao? The ant rushed towards Assistant Lu, tears welling in her eyes. After you left, I inquired about your whereabouts and was astonished to see you on television. Assistant Lu stiffened, aware that the plot was about to thicken. Qin Yiyang chuckled, pulling out sunflower seeds from his pocket to share with the nearby sisters, settling down to watch the unfolding drama. The ant, puzzled, but enticed by the snacks, also sat down.
Xiaobao.
The bun-haired and embraced Assistant Lu. I came this time to rekindle our romance. I divorced my husband, and now we can be together openly.
No.
Xiaobao belongs with me. Another ant pushed the one with the bun hairstyle. Then, with a glance full of emotions, she looked towards Assistant Lu. Xiaobao, I once told you not to fall in love with me, claiming it was a twisted affection, but after parting from you, I feel as though I have lost my womanhood. Assistant Lu replied, even more absurd is that amidst the jealous crowd, there was an elderly gentleman, incessantly calling out Xiaobao. Goodness. He is quite the character, capable of charming both genders. Assistant Lu hurriedly took a step back, exclaiming, You have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know you.
How could you not recognize me?
The ant with the bun looked utterly heartbroken. I have been your loyal patron. Don't you remember? On your 22nd birthday, I gifted you a special present, which made everyone at your establishment envious. The terms loyal patron, establishment, and special present suddenly sparked realization among the audience. A duck. I knew something was off about this man, dressed so oddly. Who is he trying to entice? Turns out he is a duck? I'm baffled. How did Qin Yiyang's fiancé become a duck? Isn't he supposed to be the prominent figure Lu Yenji from the capital circle? Just as the audience was bewildered, a male voice resonated. Qin Yiyang, this is where you have erred. How could you hire an unscrupulous man as your fiancé merely to avoid paying a penalty for breach of contract? Qin Yiyang turned towards the voice and saw Shen Yenji's older brother, Shen Zhaonan. Ever since the last group night when Shen Zhaonan had offended the crown prince and the crown princess, he had not made an appearance. Now, with the skies cleared, did he think he could act freely again? Qin Yiyang smiled. The fun has arrived. Chapter 64. Lu family's future daughter-in-law, Qin Yiyang. Shen Zhaonan clenched his jaw, appearing far from the calm demeanor he projected. Since he had ruined the Shen family's overseas project, he had faced his father's wrath with a beating and confinement. All of this was the fault of the Qin family. Shen Zhaonan smirked. Miss Qin, I know you have always harbored feelings for Bo Mingze, even going so far as to lie to participate in this variety show for him. However, you should never have hired a duck. What if he carries some infectious disease and spreads it to others? Infectious disease? Qin Yiyang tilted her head.
What do you mean by that?
I don't quite understand. Could you elaborate? I know. Before Shen Zhaonan could respond, Lu Duo raised her hand, pointing at Bo Mingze and Shen Yan, who had just returned from the trash station. Looking filthy. They must have some infectious disease. The ants erupted in laughter, while Bo Mingze and Shen Yan found nothing amusing about the situation. What had transpired? In the control room, Director Sun also noticed the unfolding events and hurried over, followed by other guests. Shen Zhaonan was left speechless by the accusations. He couldn't help but complain, Director Sun, how did you select the program's guests? We are all living and eating together. What if my sister contracts an infectious disease? Director Sun responded, what? Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang realized, oh, you meant that kind of disease. She shifted her tone, however, that type of disease is typically transmitted through blood. Even if what you say is true, as long as your sister corrects her habit of pursuing other people's partners, she should be safe from infection. What did you say? Shen Jiaonan was infuriated. Shan Yan trembled slightly, as if she bore an immense grievance, burying her head in the embrace of the arriving Enro. Observing this, Bo Mingze could no longer stand idly by. He stepped forward, shielding Shan Yan behind him. Qin Yiyang, I am aware of your affections for me. Yet I have made it clear that I do not reciprocate your feelings. I hope you will refrain from targeting Yan Yan in the future. Qin Yiyang, perplexed, inquired. Did you not receive the package I sent you? What package? Another love letter? Bo Mingze frowned. Ah, this? Qin Yiyang displayed a bemused expression, as if she were an elderly person on the subway engrossed in her phone. When did I ever write you a love letter? Seeing her adamant denial, as if she had completely forgotten, an inexplicable agitation stirred within Bo Mingze. It was a letter you personally handed to me, inscribed with our names. During daylight hours. Are you speaking nonsense? Qin Yiyang shook her head, helplessly gazing at Bo Mingze. The first time I saw you at the Bo family gate, you appeared so refined. How have you become so ordinary and confident now? Bo Mingze assumed that Qin Yiyang was merely embarrassed and reluctant to acknowledge the love letter publicly. Thus, he did not press the matter further. However, the words were spoken without intent, yet resonated deeply. Shen Yan's eyes flickered with intrigue. If only she could locate that letter and reveal it on the show. Wouldn't that turn Qin Yiyang into a laughingstock? The thought exhilarated her, causing her fingers to tremble as she promptly contacted the Bo family's housekeeper via WeChat, requesting her to search Bo Mingze's room for a letter addressed to him. With Qin Yiyang's name on the envelope, human sorrow and joy seldom intersect. Nearby, Bo Qingyang paused in his tracks. Qin Yiyang claimed she first saw her brother at the Bo family gate. Yet, he distinctly remembered her spotting him from the second-floor balcony while he played basketball in the yard. In an instant, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, but it was ephemeral, like a hydrogen balloon slipping from his grasp just as he was about to seize the tether. As dusk descended, the horizon of the village blended hues of orange and blue, with wisps of white smoke rising peacefully. In stark contrast online, the topic of Qin Yiyang's love letter to Bo Mingze surged to the top of trending searches across platforms, its momentum fierce and evidently orchestrated.
Qin Yiyang, Godi.
Vile creature. Stay away from Shan Yan and Bo Mingze. Qin Yiyang has the audacity to meddle in their relationship, knowing full well Bo Mingze's affections for Shen Yan. To participate in a variety show, she even hired a gigolo to masquerade as her fiancé, falsely claiming he was the esteemed Lu Yanji. A master of deceit indeed. How dare she let a gigolo impersonate a prominent figure from the capital? Is she not afraid that the Lu family might simply lift a finger and bring the Qin family to ruin? Previously, Mrs. Bo, much like Shen Yan, had been wary of Lu Duo. Now, upon witnessing Qin Yiyang employing a gigolo to pose as her fiancé, she concluded that this young man must also be a fraud. Grabbing Lu Duo by the ear, she exclaimed, "So you are just a counterfeit as well." Lu Duo winced at the painful tug, letting out a yelp. In truth, it wasn't he excruciating. Rather, he felt a sense of injustice. Why was it Qin Yiyang who found amusement in this, while he bore the brunt of the consequences? Assistance note. The text provided contains a narrative that includes character interactions and plot points. Below is the refined and improved translation of the content, removing unnecessary elements and enhancing the language. How could Assistant Lu fathom the subtle thoughts of Lu Duo? With a frown, he delivered a sharp kick to Madame Beau's abdomen. She fell to the ground, sprawled like an old tortoise, exclaiming, "You audacious duck, dare to kick me." With an expression of righteous indignation, Assistant Lu retorted, "Your violent actions against a minor will be reported to the legal department of the Lu Corporation."
Madame Beau scoffed.
What are you pretending for? Do you truly believe yourself to be Lu Yanji? Of course, I am not President Lu, Assistant Lu replied, producing his identification badge. Lu Tianling, Executive Assistant to the President. At President Lu's behest, I am here to visit the young madam. In that instant, the atmosphere froze. Yet, Shen Qingshan broke the tension with a hearty laugh. So, you masquerade as President Lu and, when unmasked, resort to pretending to be his assistant? Young man, erring is not the issue. It is essential to possess the courage to bear the consequences of your actions. Moreover, at such a tender age, with hands and feet, why engage in such base activities? Others chimed in agreement. Suddenly, Qin Yiyang inhaled sharply. What is that smell? The crowd was perplexed. What smell? Aside from the unpleasant odor emanating from Shun and Bo, they detected nothing. It's the scent of paternal affection, Qin Yiyang declared. Wan Yunlan and Bai Su could not suppress their laughter, while Shen Qingshan's expression darkened. At that moment, a staff member from the program interjected, "Look, the Lu Corporation has posted on Weibo." The crowd gathered around. The official Blue account of the Lu Corporation had issued legal letters to both the Bo and Shen families, accusing them of slandering and defaming Lu Corporation employees. Furthermore, Jiang Yulan had also retweeted the post, personally suing Madame Bo, Shen Zhaonan, Bo Mingze, Shen Yan and Ro Shen Qingshan, and netizens who spread the rumors. The former's accusation was based on the violence inflicted upon her underage son, while the latter was charged with defaming her prospective daughter-in-law, Qin Yiyang. The Blue account of the Lu Corporation even liked the tweet. The crowd's expressions shifted. Prospective daughter-in-law? Qin Yiyang has truly allied herself with the distinguished Lu family, with Lu Yenji. At that moment, a deliver man approached the village. Seeing a crowd gathered, he inquired, "Who is Bo Mingze? You have a package." Chapter 65. The Announcement of Annulment. Who is Bo Mingze? You have a package. The deliver man held up a thin blue and white folder. "I am," Bo Mingze replied, puzzled as he accepted it. Upon seeing the sender's name was that of the housekeeper, he understood. It was likely that someone had sent important documents to their home, prompting the housekeeper to forward them to Huaxi village. However, as he opened the package, he discovered it contained not financial statements or essential contracts, but rather a newspaper. The village's information center ladies gathered around. People rarely read newspapers these days. The smell of ink is quite unfamiliar. Bo Mingze unfolded the newspaper and noticed a section highlighted in red marker among the dense advertisements at the bottom of the page. Upon reading the headline, his brow furrowed. Announcement of annulment? Before he could delve deeper, the cheerful laughter of the ladies rang in his ears. These city folk are truly amusing. I only knew of marriage announcements. I never expected there to be announcements of annulment. Let me see who has called off their engagement. An elderly woman pointed at the newspaper, reading aloud, the announcement of the engagement dissolution. Qin family's daughter, Qin Yiyang, hereby terminates her engagement with Bo Mingze, effective immediately. This serves as a notice to friends and family, and also as a memento. I glanced at the time and realized this was from last week. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards Qin Yiyang and Bo Mingze, their eyes scanning the faces of the two. Mrs. Bo snatched the newspaper, and upon reading the announcement, her mind erupted in confusion. She quietly asked, "Xiaozi, what is the meaning of this?" Bo Mingze furrowed his brow tightly and shook his head. He was equally perplexed. Nearby, the elderly women had no idea who the protagonists of this newspaper article were. One in a red dress remarked sharply, "This girl has called off her engagement and is even asking friends and family to remember it. Quite the cheerful affair. Surely that scoundrel from the Bo family has bullied her, prompting her parents to intervene." Another aunt, with her hair in a bun, joined the gossip circle, stating, "If you ask me, that surname Bo doesn't bode well. It sounds cold-hearted and unfeeling. Bo Qin Yiyang, is this really necessary?" In the live stream, the comment section had already exploded. "This is shocking. I just saw the engagement dissolution announcement between Qin Yiyang and Bo Mingze. They were engaged? Didn't someone say Qin Yiyang was the mistress? Is there going to be a twist?" At that moment, Shen Yan was taken aback by the newspaper's content. The reason she had felt so secure in slandering Qin Yiyang was that their engagement was merely a verbal agreement, lacking any formal proof. Now, with the public announcement of the engagement dissolution, had they not just been publicly humiliated? A chaos ensued. Everything was in disarray. She never anticipated that Qin Yiyang could be so cunning. This left Shen Qingshan bewildered. He scratched his head and asked, "Yan Yan, what is going on?" Shen Yan opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The seasoned Jiang remained composed, gently stating, "I have a friend who works at a newspaper. Given the current downturn in print media, announcements like engagements or other notices can be published for a small fee." The implication was clear. This announcement from the Qin family held no weight and could not substantiate that Qin Yiyang and Bo Mingze had ever truly been engaged. Indeed, Shen Yan felt a surge of joy. With a look of pity, she gazed at Qin Yiyang. "Yiyang, I never imagined you were so enamored with Mingze that you would fabricate a non-existent marriage and publish it in the newspaper." Shen Qingshan understood. He cast a sidelong glance at Qin's mother, speaking harshly, "Miss Qin, I must say, if you devoted your energy to properly guiding your daughter, she wouldn't have resorted to fantasizing about an engagement with a man, nor would she have orchestrated such a public announcement about a dissolution." Qin's mother remained unfazed. Responding coolly, recently, I heard a story about a wealthy businessman who, at his wife's bedside, became entangled with a beautiful nurse and fathered a daughter. That daughter grew up to emulate her mother, specializing in stealing other women's men. Xin Qingshan's complexion changed dramatically. Even Zhang's face turned pale. How could they have kept this matter concealed so well? How did Qin Fengyi come to know? Xin Qingshan touched his nose, acknowledging, Miss Qin, your words are sharp. I have never been one to bully women. What purpose does it serve to sully our ears with such hearsay? Once, it was merely a tale, and Mr. Shun had little interest in hearing it, so I chose to remain silent. Qin Fengyi smiled, yet she turned and remarked, however, that beautiful nurse, having once ensnared a man, might easily ensnare another. Who truly is the father of the child remains uncertain. In an instant, a crack appeared on Enro's facade of piety. What nonsense was this wretched Qin Fengyi spouting? As for Xin Qingshan, he felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, instinctively glancing at Xin Yan. It dawned on him that his daughter bore no resemblance to him. It was often said that sons favored their mothers while daughters resembled their fathers. Yet, Xin Qingshan pondered. He did not share likeness with his own mother. Moreover, his two sons bore no resemblance to him either. He himself did not resemble his father. A sigh of relief washed over him. Perhaps this was simply the nature of their family's genetics. As the party to the annulment, Qin Yiyang sat among her old friends, chuckling as she indulged in the gossip. System, I've just realized that Xin Zhaonan bears no resemblance to Xin Qingshan.
Could there be a scandal?
The system's gossipy voice chimed in. You guessed correctly. Xin Zhaonan is not Xin Qingshan's child, but rather the offspring of Mrs. Shun's first love, Qin Yiyang. System. Mrs. Shun's marriage to Xin Qingshan was, in essence, a commercial alliance. She was compelled to part ways with her beloved, and in the third year of marriage, she learned of her first love's demise. From that day forth, Mrs. Xin fell into a deep despondency, often dreaming of an alternate reality where she was not merely a pawn in a family alliance, but could marry her true love and live an ordinary, blissful life. One day, she recalled that her ex-boyfriend had participated in a sperm donation charity. Thus, she bribed the sperm bank staff and became artificially inseminated with her first love's child. Qin Yiyang exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, she believed Mrs. Shun to be the most pitiful and innocent, only to find that she had orchestrated the most dramatic turn of events. Qin Fengyi and Qin Mu, upon hearing this, also widened their eyes in disbelief. It was likely that Xin Qingshan could never have fathomed that his wife would bear the child of a deceased man. The Qin family remained engulfed in shock at this revelation. Confronted with the annulment notice and the inability to prove the authenticity of the engagement, they offered no direct response. Online, whispers began circulating, suggesting that Qin Yiyang had developed a delusional disorder. It was then that Qin Yiyang, unable to endure the situation any longer, nudged Qin Yiyang's shoulder. Did you not hear Shen Yan slandering you? Awakening from her stupor, Qin Yiyang's gaze grew complex as she looked towards Xin Qingshan and Shen Zhaonan, accompanied by a shaking of her head and a sigh. The Shun father and son were taken aback. Qin Yiyang withdrew her gaze and pointed to the newspaper, declaring, "The published notice holds legal validity. Should any of you doubt its authenticity, you're welcome to seek legal counsel against me. Whoever questions it must provide evidence. And as long as you can prove that no engagement ever existed between myself and Bomingza, then I shall concede." Qin Yiyang flashed a smile, her baby fat softening the sharpness of her exquisite features. All present were astute individuals, quickly realizing the true intent behind the Qin family's public declaration of annulment. Once, they sought the Qin family to affirm the existence of this engagement. Now, the roles had reversed, with the Qin family demanding proof of its non-existence. They had instantaneously transformed into the passive party, and Ro and Shen Yan's expressions shifted dramatically. When did the Qin family become so treacherous and cunning? The sudden buzzing of a mobile phone shattered the silence of the moment. Shun Zhaonan pressed the answer button, his face paling. Chapter 66. The Shun siblings turn against each other. You little rascal. The voice of the old Master Shin blared from the receiver, even without the speakerphone. His words reverberated throughout the village, leaving Shun Zhaonan's head spinning. Grandfather. Do not call me grandfather. Look at the trouble you've caused. You slandered Lu's assistant, calling him a duck. Do you have a pig's head growing on your neck? Shen Zhaonan never anticipated that his grandfather would be aware of the situation so swiftly. His heart tightened. Grandfather, it's not like that, I kneel. The authoritative voice rang out, causing Shen Zhaonan to freeze. You have distorted the truth and incited rumors. Fortunately, they could prove their innocence today, but what if it had been someone else? Would you have condemned them to a living death? Kneel and apologize. Do not make me repeat myself. The old man was genuinely furious this time. The atmosphere grew tense, and the onlookers, mostly older women, gasped in astonishment. Only Qin Yiyang remained seated on the steps, cracking seeds with a loud crunch. Grandfather, there must be a misunderstanding, and Rose stepped forward to mediate.
Who spoke?
Old Master Shin inquired, seemingly unaware of Enro's voice. It is I, grandfather, Enro, she replied gently. I have never heard of you. The old man dismissed her with those 4 words. The expressions of those present shifted. How could old Master Shin possibly not know Enro's name? Was there a mistake? Shin Qingshan quickly interjected, Father, she is Xiao Ro, your daughter-in-law. Your daughter-in-law? The only daughter-in-law of the Shin family is Song Yuan. No other illegitimate offspring shall enter my home. His words struck Enro and Shunyan like a slap. Bo Mingze, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, gently reminded Grandfather Shin, we are currently live-streaming. The old man scoffed. You are the eldest son of the Bo family? Indeed, I am the younger generation, he replied. An old man cannot afford the title you bestow upon yourself. The old man retorted coldly. Years ago, when the Bo family faced ruin, the Qin family provided the necessary funds to help you through. Our families became in-laws. Yet recently, when the Qin family faced bankruptcy, I heard you offer no assistance. Instead, you exacerbated the situation, abandoning your fiancé to participate in some absurd marriage simulation reality show. Is this the conduct of a decent person? Your grandfather from the Bo family was once a romantic, yet how is it that your generation has become so despicable? Old Master Shin had once been a refined and gentle man, but since the passing of his wife, his temper had grown increasingly volatile. Equally determined to denounce every ungrateful individual, Bo Mingze found himself at a loss for words. Shin Qingshan could not help but interrupt. Father, how can you speak to the younger generation in such a manner? I did not address you, did I? Just a bunch of unworthy beings. The elder Shin scolded. Let my words be clear. Unless I am dead, Enro shall never set foot in the Shin family store. She should just accept her place as an unnamed mistress. After delivering this stern admonition, he abruptly hung up the phone. The people present exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Naturally, Shen Zhaonan would never kneel to apologize. The hired ants, sensing the situation was amiss and fearing trouble, became anxious. The most fashionably attired among them, with her hair elegantly styled, spoke into her phone. We know nothing. Someone created a group and asked us to act. I apologize, dear Assistant Lu. As she spoke, she messaged the group organizer to reimburse their travel expenses. Ding dong. After sending the message, Shun Zhaonan's phone chimed. Initially, no one paid it any heed. But when several other ants also messaged in the group seeking reimbursement, Shun Zhaonan's phone rang again. Qin Yiyang glanced over and thought, oh dear. Could you be the group leader? Instantly, Shun Zhaonan's expression soured. What nonsense are you spouting? The stylish ant boldly initiated a group video call. Simultaneously, Shun Zhaonan's phone rang. It was confirmed. Qin Yiyang did not question Shun Zhaonan about why he would slander Assistant Lu. Instead, she covered her mouth in astonishment and remarked, Young Master Shin, you wouldn't be attempting to evade reimbursement, would you? At her words, the ant's pupils dilated, fixating on Shun Zhaonan. He would never admit to being the group leader. That would mean publicly acknowledging he was the mastermind behind the plot against Assistant Lu. Qin Yiyang murmured, I'm not stirring trouble, young Master Shin. Your actions are quite unscrupulous. These ants traveled a great distance with the promise of reimbursement, and now you deny them? If Assistant Lu truly pursues a defamation lawsuit against you, do you intend to shift the blame onto these ants? Enough. Shin Zhaonan felt a surge of fury towards Qin Yiyang. Was this not stirring trouble? She was the most adept at it. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the ants grew even angrier. This insolent boy was causing harm and wished to make them scapegoats? The fashionably dressed ant, with her neck protruding defiantly, pointed at Shin Zhaonan and declared, we want to take this money. We must speak our minds. Let us teach him a lesson. Despite their age, the ants were sprightly. One seized Shin Zhaonan by his collar, while another grabbed his hair, and together they brought him crashing to the ground. Lu Duo also yearned to join the fray. This was the scoundrel who had slandered her esteemed assistant brother, leading to her own misfortune of being pinched. Revenge was a matter of honor. In a childish voice, she cried, everyone, step aside. The ants paused, turning to see a chubby little child sprinting towards them like a small explosive. They all retreated. The little one leaped and landed squarely atop Shen Zhaonan. Shen Zhaonan, pfft. Witnessing the scene, Shen Qingshan felt a pang of embarrassment and was so enraged he nearly succumbed to a heart attack. Shen Yan approached, urging her father not to lose his temper. Shen Zhaonan, bruised and battered, lifted his head only to behold a scene of familial affection. A strange sensation stirred within him. Whether it was the night of the group's formation, when Qin Mu expressed disdain for his biological mother, or the current suspicion surrounding Assistant Lu being a decoy, all of it was relayed to him by Shen Yan. Yet, why was it that he bore the brunt of the hurt each time, while Shen Yan seemed to vanish into thin air? Reflecting on his grandfather's attitude towards the Shen mother and daughter, could it be that his grandfather's disdain was merely rooted in their humble origins? Shen Zhaonan pondered, but a wave of headache swept over him. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if his soul had detached from his body. It was as if a voice echoed in his mind, urging him to cherish Shen Yan, to believe unreservedly in everything she claimed. He found himself unable to control his own body, moving like a puppet on strings, acting according to the will of an unseen puppeteer. It felt akin to being ensnared by a nightmare. Cold sweat beaded on Shen Zhaonan's forehead, and amid the intense pain, he addressed Shen Yan. Didn't you tell me that Qin Yiyang had taken a duck as a substitute? Why are you silent now? Chapter 67. That letter was not meant for my brother. Shen Yan panicked. She had never anticipated that her second brother would publicly disclose this matter. Shen Zhaonan continued, and during the last group concert, it was also you who informed me of Qin Mu's biological mother, claiming she was a gold digger who rejected her true mother. Shen Yan opened her mouth, intending to defend herself. But a sharp sound interrupted her. It was Shen Qingshan delivering a resounding slap to Shen Zhaonan's face. You reckless fool. You clearly erred yet blame your sister for it. Is this how you behave as an elder brother? Shen Zhaonan froze in place. Father, you would strike me for the sake of an outsider? If it were merely his grandfather chastising him publicly, Shen Zhaonan would have been accustomed to it. Throughout his life, whenever he and his brother faltered, their grandfather would reprimand them in front of others. Their father had always treated them kindly. It was only after the failure of the overseas project that his father had laid hands on him, and he knew he deserved the punishment. But this time, it was Shen Yan who had misled him, yet his father refused to hear his explanation and struck him before the eyes of many. He was his own flesh and blood. And Ro gently caressed Shen Qingshan's back. Do not be angry. Let us discuss this calmly. Shen Zhaonan felt a knot form in his heart. He gazed blankly at the harmonious family of three before him, feeling utterly like an outsider. Even if he had erred, Shen Yan was not innocent either. Shen Yan turned to him. Second brother, I understand you are upset. So, I do not hold it against you. What do you mean you don't hold it against me? Enough. Have you not caused enough trouble? Do you wish to stay here and embarrass me further? Hurry up and leave. Shen Qingshan felt as if he were losing face. He could not bear to remain in front of the cameras any longer. Grabbing Shen Zhaonan by the collar, he led him back to the villa. And Ro and Shen Yan followed suit. As the farce came to an end, Qin Yiyang sipped on his sparkling water. What a thoroughly entertaining spectacle. As night descended and the crowd dispersed, the once lively village square fell into an eerie silence. Qin Yiyang seized his brother's arm. Eldest brother, you mentioned that Qin Yiyang had given you a letter? When was that? Bai Mingze was perplexed by his younger brother's persistent inquiries regarding the matter. Could it be that, after merely a few days of interaction, he had genuinely developed feelings for Qin Yiyang? Bai Mingze felt the lump in his throat. As it was the eve of his competition, Bai Kanyang's eyes darkened, lost in reminiscence. During the period when he had unilaterally severed ties with Qin Yiyang, he had once glimpsed her through the window. For 7 consecutive days, she had come to his doorstep, lingering until the late hours. The housekeeper had urged him, suggesting that in the midst of a rift between good friends, it was not one party that should always concede, but rather both should understand the need for compromise. Bai Kenyang had taken this to heart. He thought that if Qin Yiyang could endure for 7 days, he would forgive her for harboring feelings for his brother. And they could still remain friends. As the 7th day arrived, with the sun setting in the west, Bai Kenyang had spent an eternity before the mirror, ensuring his countenance bore no trace of undue concern for their friendship. He resolved to forgive Qin Yiyang. However, the next moment, when he turned to look at the doorway, she had vanished. He hastily descended the stairs and encountered his brother returning, a letter in hand. Yet, he paid little heed, rushing out of the courtyard. but he failed to catch even a glimpse of Qin Yiyang's figure. The memory abruptly ceased. Bai Kenyang couldn't help but ponder if that day had marked a first meeting between Qin Yiyang and his brother. The content of that letter surely could not have been a love confession. What could it have been? His throat tightened as he asked, "Brother, where is that letter? Do you recall? Are you certain it bore your name? The character Bai?" Bai Mingzi did not comprehend his brother's agitation and added, "Perhaps it was discarded." "How could you throw it away?" Bai Kenyang raised his voice. "Could that letter have been intended for me? Rather than a love letter to you? It might have been an apology directed at me." Bai Kenyang rummaged through his pockets, intending to reach out to the housekeeper, only to realize in his haste that he had left his phone in his room. Without delay, he sprinted back. "Aunt May, I need a favor." The youth's voice trembled, breathless from exertion. "Please help me find a letter in my brother's room or in every corner of the house." On the other end of the line, Aunt May, who had watched the brothers grow up, felt a pang of sympathy for Bai Kenyang. He had once sought the lady's affection, yet she had placed all her hopes on the eldest son. She recalled a few years back on Mother's Day when the young master had crafted a wooden sculpture for her, his hands marred by splinters and cuts from the knife. Yet, he was reprimanded. "You have time for such pursuits. You should focus on your studies. Look at your brother, always the top of his class. While you cannot even secure a position in the top 3. Even an adult would find such words distressing, let alone a child." That night, she had woken to use the restroom and passed by the young master's room, hearing the sounds of weeping within. From that point onward, his grades plummeted, securing the last place in his class, approaching everything with a nonchalant attitude, avoiding friendships, often bearing bruises and bloodstains on his clothing. She had once confided in the lady, yet it seemed the lady was genuinely disappointed in the child, neglecting him as if he had never been born. It was Aunt May who inadvertently discovered the young master's talent for gaming when, during a grocery run, she received a flyer for a gaming team. She discreetly placed it on the young master's desk. Later, Bai Kenyang joined the illustrious team and, upon his first competition, secured the global championship. Only then did the lady begin to take an interest in the young master once more. Listening to the distressed voice of the boy on the phone, Aunt May was reminded of the silent tears of a small child many years ago. She reassured him, "Do not worry, Qin. Aunt May will surely help you find it." The guests gradually returned to the villa. Given the multitude of events that had transpired today, they were all somewhat out of sorts, prompting Director Sun to halt the live broadcast of the variety show. And Ro maintained a positive demeanor, as usual, and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In the dining room, or rather, throughout the entire first floor of the villa, only Ro and Shin Qingshan remained. After finishing his meal, Shin Qingshan found Ro increasingly gentle and virtuous. "Xiao Ro." Today Xiao Nan was a bit too agitated, which led him to speak thoughtlessly. "Do not take it to heart." And Ro smiled. "It's nothing. As long as I can be with you, I find joy even in the simplest of meals." Shin Qingshan felt a warm reassurance in his heart. His father had indeed erred, and Ro was not with him for his family's wealth or status, but simply for him as a person. He drew Ro into his embrace, inhaling the sweet fragrance that emanated from her, stirring his emotions. "Tonight, let us stay in town. It is time we had our own son." Reflecting on the behavior of their second son, he could not help but remark, "Zhao Nan has been quite unruly, and Bai Chen has stirred up trouble with the coffin incident, causing no end of worry. Still, he is your son. I feel reassured." In the corner, Qin Yiyang recorded this exchange before heading to Shen Zhao Nan's door. Shen Zhao Nan opened the door, visibly displeased. "What do you want?" Qin Yiyang flashed a bright smile and played the recording. "Listen, your father no longer wants you." Chapter 68. Sleep with me tonight. Shen Zhao Nan was deeply wounded, first by the aunt's teasing, and then by Lu Duo's overwhelming presence. He felt utterly crushed. Fortunately, he had just applied some ointment. Upon seeing Qin Yiyang at the door, he coldly frowned and attempted to close it without a word. Just then, Shin Qingshan's voice emanated from Qin Yiyang's phone. "Xiao Ro, it is time we had our own son. Zhao Nan has been quite troublesome, causing no end of worry. He is still your son. I feel reassured." This was his father's voice. Shen Zhao Nan froze, perplexed by his father's implication. Sensing his confusion, Qin Yiyang kindly explained, "Your main account is exhausted. Your dad is just going to start a new one." Shen Zhao Nan felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the recording's progress bar, as if he could bore a hole through the screen with his gaze. "It's all right. You needn't be too upset," Qin Yiyang consoled him. Once your dad and Ro have established the new account, your father will be retiring. When the new account inherits the Shun group, considering your brotherly bond, you will receive a monthly salary and 1T end up on the streets. Shun Zhao Nan remained silent. He was acutely aware that Qin Yiyang had come to stir trouble. Yet she spoke the truth. If Enro were to bear a son, would there still be a place for him and his elder brother in the Shin family? It is often said that with a stepmother comes a stepfather. Both he and his brother hoped for their father to establish a new family, but only on the condition that their own interests remained unscathed. How he wished Enro were unable to conceive. Her existence posed no threat to him and his brother. Yes. Shin Zhaonan narrowed his eyes, having made a resolute decision. He believed his father was not a fool, as long as Enro could not bear children, and he performed commendably in front of his father. He would surely regain his father's esteem. Suddenly, Shin Zhaonan recalled that tomorrow marked his father's lunar birthday. The Shin family had always celebrated the solar birthday. If his father learned he could remember the lunar date, he would undoubtedly be pleased. Shin Zhaonan transformed from his previous despondency, regaining his vitality. He looked down haughtily at Qin Yiyang, asserting that she could not meddle in his relationship with his father. Their matters did not require the intervention of an outsider. Tomorrow, he would demonstrate to his father that he was indeed his most exceptional son. Qin Yiyang silently lamented, "Oh, foolish boy, what are you saying? What father-son bond? You are not even Shun Qingshan's blood." The door slammed shut. Qin Yiyang, left outside, felt no anger, instead cheerfully addressed the system. "Please, look up the plot concerning that foolish boy." If her intuition was correct, she would have some entertainment to witness tomorrow. The system dutifully retrieved the original plot. Shan Zhaonan, in an attempt to please his father, Shin Qingshan, specially prepared longevity noodles on the day of his lunar birthday and even performed music himself. Host, how would you like to alter this? The system, brimming with excitement, could hardly contain itself as the data surged in anticipation. Qin Yiyang beamed brightly. Since Shin Zhaonan is so filial, we must certainly facilitate him. Let us change the music he performs to music, the music of the underworld. It would indeed be a splendid affair for a son to perform music on his father's birthday. This time, the system emitted a sharp, enthusiastic burst. Ah! Such filial piety. If Shin Qingshan were to know, tears of gratitude would surely stream down his face. At that moment, Qin Fingyi, Qin Mu, and Lu Duo happened to pass by. Upon hearing the modified plot, they simultaneously burst into laughter. Just then, they encountered Shin Qingshan, who was escorting Enro to a hotel in town, along with Shunyan, who was following her parents to the hospital for an allergy treatment. The trio instantly cast sympathetic glances at Shin Qingshan. Shin Qingshan, perplexed, wondered about the source of their looks, which impacted him deeply. An hour later in the hotel room, the pristine sheets were adorned with vibrant roses, the air thick with an intimate ambience. Enro had shed her outer garments, revealing the figure-hugging attire she had donned to win Shin Qingshan's favor. Shin Qingshan's breath grew heavy as he embraced his wife, inquiring when she had purchased the outfit, expressing his fondness for it. Guess Enro teased, her finger playfully poking Shin Qingshan, her eyes sparkling with allure. Today, she meticulously calculated the day, confident that she would soon bear a son. When the child is born, would the venerable Lord Shin truly allow the male descendants of the Shin family to be cast adrift? Within the confines of the room, both individuals were lost in their own thoughts. As Shin Qingshan embraced his wife, yearning to unleash the bloom of life, his mind inexplicably wandered back to the three gazes that were filled with pity and barely concealed laughter. What, after all, were they laughing at? As these thoughts lingered, the blossom of life withered away, failing to unfurl once more throughout the night. In the village of Huaxi, evening entertainment was scarce, and the guests were preparing for slumber. However, Director Sun sensed an issue. Wan Yunlan, Bai Su, you two are merely a simulated couple. It would be inappropriate for you to share a room at night. The night before, Shunyan had dug up some wild yam, and they had all been at the hospital. The previous day, Bai Su had sustained a foot injury and also spent the night away from the villa. Now that both were present, the natural distinction between genders made it untenable for them to coexist in a single space. Wan Yunlan interjected, "It's fine. You are a male, so it shouldn't be a problem for you." Director Sun's voice escalated an octave. The other guests, hearing the commotion, began to emerge from their rooms. "Director, what is happening?" Sun replied, "We need to rearrange the accommodations. Wan Yunlan and Bai Su are a simulated couple, and it's inappropriate for them to share a room at night. We currently have no vacant rooms. Which of you gentlemen has an unoccupied room? Let Wan Yunlan move into yours. Qin Yiyang, do you live alone? Qin Yiyang quickly shook his head. I share a room with Lu, duo. Moreover, he had heard Qin Yiyang's thoughts, knowing well that Wan Yunlan was female and it was impossible for them to spend the night together. What about Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi also shook his head. Shen Zhaonan is staying in my room. I have a spare bed in my room. Qin Mu spoke up, moving to Wan Yunlan's side and naturally draping his arm around her shoulder. You can sleep with me tonight. Qin Yiyang, rubbing her eyes as she exited the room, overheard this startling declaration. I object. Just as chapter 69 began with a burst of laughter, Qin Yiyang was about to speak when a familiar yet foreign voice echoed from downstairs.
Perfect.
By Sue, and I can share a room. Lu Duoduo's ears perked up like a rabbit's, her head peeking over the balcony railing from the second floor, astonished as she gazed towards the entrance. Second sister. It's really you. What brings you here? The newcomer was Lu Zhiqiu, the sister of the great antagonist, and the very person Jiang Yi had been waiting for like a faithful dog at the door these past few days. Lu Zhiqiu clutched a pale, yellow suitcase, her face aglow with excitement. Over the past few days, she had watched the variety show live, laughing so hard she nearly gasped for breath. Particularly relishing the segment with the pig, she replayed it frame by frame. She lamented not being present to witness the events firsthand, thus she had hurried over without delay. As she scanned the crowd for her sister-in-law's figure, a dark shadow swiftly approached her. The already gaunt features of the figure appeared even more terrifying in the dim light, resembling a walking skeleton. A ghost. Lu Zhiqiu gasped in fright. Zhiqiu, it's me, Jiang Yi. Lu Zhiqiu fell silent, feeling it would be better to encounter a ghost than to endure such misfortune. Jiang Yi. Lu Zhiqiu disregarded Jiang Yi, for she had overheard the others discussing room assignments. She eagerly volunteered, raising her hand. I can share a room with Bai Su. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lu Zhiqiu, and Yang is my sister-in-law. Previously, during her time in the live stream, she had found Bai Su to be exceptionally beautiful. Now, seeing her in person, she was even more captivated. Bai Su's gray-pink hair cascaded down her chest, enhancing her fair complexion. She spoke little, exuding an air of frosty elegance. However, Bai Su politely declined, saying, Miss Lu, you are acquainted with Miss Qin. It would be better for you both to share a room. I have an injury on my leg, which might cause you inconvenience. No worries, Lu Zhiqiu replied with a smile. I am a medical student. I can take care of you. As she approached to examine Bai Su's leg injury, Bai Su slightly recoiled, their hands briefly brushing against each other. Lu Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback. Bai Su, with her cool demeanor, wondered why her palm felt so warm. You aren't running a fever, are you? Before waiting for Bai Su's response, she leaned in, placing her palm against Bai Su's forehead. You're not feverish. It might just be that you have a naturally high body temperature, Lu Zhiqiu complimented. That is quite good. It means you have strong vitality and won't suffer from coldness in the palace. Bai Shu. Director Sun made the final decision. Alright, this is settled. Wan Yunlan will share a room with Yang, while Bai Su will room with Duo. This arrangement is splendid, as it is convenient for same-sex roommates. Lu Zhiqiu beamed and waved at Qin Yiyang amidst the crowd before heading to her room to unpack. Jiang Yi, witnessing this, sighed in relief. Although Zhiqiu was still upset, the absence of any males on the show gave him confidence that he could win her over. He even took Bai Su aside, advising Xiao Bai, please help look after Zhiqiu.
Bai Su, mama.
Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang scratched her head, feeling utterly confused. Everything is in disarray. There is something I'm unsure whether to mention. Perhaps I should refrain. After all, it is their secret. As for Jiang Yi, TSK, sigh. Her internal monologue was filled with frustration. Qin Mu and Lu Zhiqiu, piqued by curiosity, perked up their ears. Yet, Qin Yiyang remained silent. Qin Mu and Lu Zhiqiu exclaimed, what secret? We are dying to know. The following day, Qin Yiyang awoke early, only to find the villa adorned with balloons. There was even a banner with red background and yellow lettering hanging in the living room, proclaiming, Happy birthday to father. May you live as long as the southern mountains. Leaning over the second-floor railing, Qin Yiyang called out, Shen is today your dada's birthday? Shen Zhaonan ignored her, preoccupied with inflating colorful balloons. But this hardly feels festive, Qin Yiyang mused to herself. If Shen Yan finds out, she will surely devise a way to liven things up. No wonder Uncle Shen favors her over you. Shen Zhaonan, stung by her words, looked up with a forlorn expression. Then what do you suggest I do? Invite the villagers to join the celebration. Let everyone witness your filial piety, she proposed. Upon hearing this, Shun Jiaonan found it to be a splendid idea. But then, his brows furrowed. Would you genuinely be so kind as to help me? An enemy of my enemy is my friend. Qin Yiyang wore a sincere expression, and upon hearing her, Shun Jiaonan found her reasoning compelling. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall summon the others right away. However, Shun Jiaonan paused, glancing at the half-inflated balloon in his hand. I will assist you in gathering people. After all, we are the enemies of our enemies. Qin Yiyang, embodying a sense of loyalty, added, though the villagers are busy with farming at present, they may be reluctant to come unless you offer some compensation. Agreed. Shun Jiaonan was taken aback by her thoroughness. It appeared he had misjudged Qin Yiyang. She was genuinely kind-hearted. Moments later, as time slipped by, the room was adorned, and he calculated that his father would soon return. As Shun Qingshan stepped inside, he was greeted by the meticulously decorated room, where the words "Happy Birthday, Father" were prominently displayed. A wave of realization washed over him. Today marked his lunar birthday. A warm current flowed through his heart. He had almost forgotten. Yet Shun Jiaonan had remembered. After all, he was his biological son. How could a father and son harbor grudges for long? Just yesterday, he had publicly slapped him. And now, reflecting on it, regret enveloped him. Father, Shun Jiaonan addressed his parent. Today is your birthday, and I wish to perform a piece in your honor. Hoping it resonates with the title of the song, he refrained from uttering the song's name, confident that the melody would reveal it. Indeed, it was the well-known Blessings as Vast as the Eastern Sea. The production team adjusted their cameras, ready to commence the live broadcast as the guests stood in the living room. Qin Fengyi and Qin Mu struggled to suppress their laughter, while Lu Duo nervously nibbled on her chubby little hand, fearful of laughing out loud prematurely. Shun Jiaonan took up the eru, the only instrument available to the production team, and fortuitously, he was skilled in playing it. The somber and sorrowful sound of the eru filled the room, as if it were a farewell to Shun Qingshan. Sensing something amiss, Shun Jiaonan attempted to cease his performance, yet his hands felt inexplicably glued to the instrument. Villagers arriving at the entrance halted in their tracks. Whose funeral is this? They wondered among themselves. Being neighbors, one villager pulled out a suona and began to play in response. Is it truly starting off this dramatically? Who has passed away? This is of great importance to me. Ha ha ha, Shun Jiaonan is sending his father off. Qin Yiyang had assured the villagers that they would be compensated for their attendance. However, upon deliberation, they reasoned that it was unusual to offer payment for joyous occasions. More likely, it was indeed a funeral. In some households with few children, they would hire professionals to shatter pots and smash bowls. The villagers, adhering to their customs, believed that if money was offered, services ought to be rendered. Thus, they all began to weep in unison. Qin Yiyang discreetly distributed white cloth, and the villagers, familiar with the ritual, swiftly tied it around their heads, lamenting, "How could you leave us so soon?" Their voices echoed loudly, reaching beyond the doors. Coupled with Shun Jiaonan's mournful melody, the atmosphere grew profoundly sorrowful. Shun Qingshan, exasperated, abruptly interrupted Shun Jiaonan's performance. "Are you cursing me?" Shun Jiaonan protested his innocence. Onrong gently interjected, "Qingshan, do not be angry. The arrow can sound unpleasant if not played well, but Jiaonan would never do so intentionally." Shun Jiaonan nodded earnestly, like a chick pecking at grains. And Ro remarked that a funeral procession had just passed by outside, and it is said that witnessing a white affair in the morning bodes well. Shun Qingshan, having regained his composure, observed the funeral procession approaching the courtyard, and he felt an unsettling pulse throb at his temple. Why did it seem as though these individuals were heading towards him? Simultaneously, Qin Yiyang made a gesture to gather attention, pointing at Shun Jiaonan and declaring, "All right, everyone may line up to demand money from him." The villagers swarmed to Shun Jiaonan, requesting funds through the floor-to-ceiling window. Shun Qingshan exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Duo looked up, her large, dark eyes fixed on Shun Qingshan. "Uncle Shun, you are indeed fortunate. Your son is so concerned that you might not witness your own funeral after your passing. He has hired mourners to weep for you on your birthday." Shun Qingshan was nearly driven to the brink of unconsciousness with indignation. While it is indeed a good omen to see a funeral in the morning, the fact that it was being arranged for him transformed it into a grave matter. Chapter 70. Shun Qingshan's Cyber Funeral. Shun Qingshan was infuriated. Meanwhile, Shun Jiaonan remained in a state of bewilderment, gazing out the window in shock. Upon fixing his gaze on Qin Yiyang, the realization struck him. He had been duped. Qin Yiyang had no intention of organizing a birthday celebration for him. Rather, she was orchestrating a memorial service for his father.
Outside.
The villagers were perplexed as to why the funds had yet to be dispensed. Qin Yiyang stroked her chin, speculating that perhaps the emotional display was insufficient, leading to dissatisfaction. The villagers, upon hearing this, agreed. Their brief bout of weeping had been too short, and it was no wonder the employer was displeased. They resumed their lamentations, this time pouring their hearts into the act. The pig farmers envisioned the tragic demise of their livestock, while the farmers imagined waking to find their sun-dried grains drenched by an unexpected rain. The pain. Oh, the pain. Their cries were genuine and heartfelt. The villagers playing the swona intensified their performance, the white cloth around their heads tightening as they played passionately, the red tassels on their horns vibrant against the backdrop. As the swona sounded, crows and sparrows in the trees took flight in alarm. Lu Jiqiu could no longer contain her mirth, tears of laughter streaming down her face. She was truly fortunate to witness her son host a memorial service on his father's birthday. It was an exhilarating experience. Sister Ma from the village committee happened to pass by. Upon witnessing the scene, she paused in astonishment. Wait, who in our village has passed away? She pointed at Shen Zhaonan inside the window. His father has died. We are here to mourn. Sister Ma gasped. The thought that someone who had been alive just yesterday could be gone overnight was staggering. She sighed and borrowed a loudspeaker from the office to play funeral music. Within Huaxi village, the sound of mourning echoed. Someone suggested that since burning paper money was no longer encouraged, they might send a bouquet online instead. With that, she opened a mini-program and sent a bouquet of chrysanthemums to Shen Qingshan. The other villagers followed suit. The flowers were free, but the sentiment was priceless. The live stream erupted with laughter. Cyber funeral.
De vos têtes sont Shen Zhaonan.
I just scanned the QR code too. It really allows you to send flowers.
Wait.
I'm sending flowers too. The atmosphere was perfectly set. Shen Qingshan was on the verge of apoplexy. The villagers once again gathered at the window, beseeching Shen Zhaonan for money. Separated by a mere pane of glass, Shen Zhaonan's pupils constricted in alarm as he hastily denied their claims, exclaiming,
It was not I who summoned you.
Qin Yiyang, unfazed, produced a recording. However, given that the villagers are occupied with farm work at this time, they may be reluctant to come unless you offer some compensation. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Indeed, it seemed Shen Zhaonan had hired mourners. If it were a celebration of a birthday, a joyful occasion, why would the villagers refuse to attend? Shen Qingshan trembled with rage. Unfilial son.
A filial son. No.
It's not like that. Father, this is all Qin Yiyang's doing. Shen Zhaonan panicked. Qin Yiyang suggested we celebrate your birthday, which is why she called the villagers. Lu Duo wrinkled her nose. So, the error was also forced upon you by my sister-in-law? Shen Zhaonan was rendered speechless. In utter disarray, he glanced at Enro and Shen Yan, hoping they would intervene on his behalf. Enro did indeed speak up. Qingshan, Zhaonan has always been a good child. Although you slapped him yesterday, I believe he holds no grudge and would never contrive such a scheme for revenge. This comment proved more detrimental than beneficial. Shen Qingshan's face drained of color and fury, and he struck Shen Zhaonan again. Even if you were once dull-witted, you were still sensible. I never imagined you would develop the audacity to engage in such despicable acts. Shen Zhaonan felt half his face numb, staring in disbelief at Enro. Had this been a previous moment, he might have thought Enro was defending him. However, after experiencing Qin Yiyang's manipulations, he had evolved. He could now discern that Enro was intentionally sowing discord between father and son. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang observed like a cunning fox, her gaze flitting between Shen Er and Enro. What a spectacle! Enro was wielding the script of a wicked stepmother. Previously, Shen Er had treated the mother and daughter kindly, yet Enro had not revealed her true nature. Now, perceiving Shen Er as less malleable, she chose to whisper insidious suggestions, fostering discord between them. The system chimed in, Host, I have gained insight. Yesterday, you intentionally altered the music to a dismal tune, anticipating that Enro would poison Shen Zhaonan's perception, exacerbating their conflict and fracturing the enemy's unity. Qin Yiyang replied, No, I merely wish to witness the spectacle. The system continued. The morning's farce concluded swiftly, and ultimately, Shen Zhaonan did part with some money for the villagers. Without it, they would have continued their lamentations. Bearing the imprint of a slap on his face, he dialed his elder brother's number. Brother, I believe grandfather was right. And Ro and Shen Yan must not be allowed to cross the threshold of our Shin family. Previously, Shen Yan had manipulated me against the Qin family. I was foolish to fall for their ruse, becoming a mere pawn in their game. Moreover, father wishes to have another son with Ro to inherit the Shun family legacy. Shun Beichen chuckled, as if he had heard something ludicrous. He interrupted his younger brother. Second brother, are you feeling overly fatigued? Anton and Yan Yan are not as you perceive them. I am not. Shun Zhaonan was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, how could you also side with them? Enough. I am currently en route and must attend a meeting shortly. Shin Beichan hastily replied, do not behave childishly. Learn to coexist amicably with Aunt and Yan Yan. Shin Zhaonan found himself at a loss for breath. Despite being his biological father and elder brother, everything had changed since the arrival of Enro and Shun Yan. Clenching his teeth, he contacted a purchasing agent specializing in pharmaceuticals on WeChat, sending a message. Do you have any medication that can render a man infertile? On the internet, Shun Qingshan unexpectedly trended on social media. His memorial service garnered significant attention online, landing on the homepage. An increasing number of people flocked to pay their respects. User Jia Fei Mao sent a heartfelt tribute, while user Ren Xingru Cha wished him a safe journey. Some media outlets mistakenly believed Shin Qingshan had indeed passed away, promptly publishing articles on local headlines in Haicheng. Most middle-aged and elderly individuals were unaware of the reality show The Heir's romance, but they recognized Shin Qingshan as the wealthiest man in Haicheng. Upon hearing the news of his demise, there was widespread commotion. I never expected Shin Qingshan to die. Indeed, there's footage of the scene. Everyone was in tears. I heard Shin Qingshan has 2 sons. I wonder which one will inherit the family fortune? There might be more than 2 sons. Which wealthy man doesn't have illegitimate children? As this news spread, it reached the Shun Corporation. The initial reaction among the employees was to blame Enro and Shen Yan, believing they had brought misfortune upon Shinzong. The moment Shin Beichen entered the office building, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The expressions on everyone's faces were laden with complexity. This feeling intensified as he entered the elevator, where people offered their condolences. Young Master Shin, please take care of yourself. Our deepest sympathies. Upon arriving at the conference room, he found everyone already seated. Today's meeting was virtual, but the projector was malfunctioning, flickering and displaying a green hue reminiscent of a horror film. His father was also expected to attend this meeting. When Shin Qingshan's face appeared in the top left corner of the projector screen, panic swept through the conference room. Oh no! Shunzong has resurrected. Chapter 71. The invitation to the banquet with Mr. Liu and the Little Rose. How can a living person prove their existence? This posed a severe dilemma for Shin Qingshan. He suppressed his anger to complete the meeting, but WeChat was inundated with messages from friends.
Dead? Delete that.
Dude, no way, are you really dead? May there be no pain in heaven. Praying for the chrysanthemums. Shin Qingshan slammed his phone in frustration. And Ro advised, Qingshan, don't be angry. We can simply issue a statement to clarify. Shin Qingshan responded in a low voice. Clarify what? That I'm not dead? That would only make me a laughingstock. Shun Yan pondered for a moment and said, Dad, the Starlight Night is next week. As sponsors, the Shun family must attend the banquet. You and Mom could go together to publicly refute the rumors. Moreover, Shun Yan hesitated. I have a feeling that Qin Yiyang's presence conflicts with our family's fortune. Luckily, she doesn't qualify to attend Starlight Night, so everything should go smoothly. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingshan nodded. Business people often regard feng shui with great importance, and he too felt a discordance between himself and the Qin family's fate. His fingers drummed upon the table as he let out a deep sigh. It was baffling how that unfortunate girl had garnered the attention of Liu Yanji. Previously, he had been able to manipulate the Qin family due to the influence of the Shin family in Haicheng. However, now that the Liu family was extending its reach from the capital to Haicheng, Shin Qingshan had no choice but to restrain his actions. Moreover, ever since the Shin family's overseas project had floundered, they had been greatly weakened and could not confront the Liu family directly. Unbeknownst to the speaker, Shun Yan listened intently. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Indeed, what kind of luck had Qin Yiyang stumbled upon? Despite Liu Yanji's disappearance, how had she managed to become his girlfriend? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Shun Yan's eyes. She had previously assumed that Jiang Yulan, Liu Duoduo, and Liu Ziqiu were merely actors hired by Qin Yiyang. However, after the official Liu family account had intervened yesterday, it was nearly confirmed that they were indeed members of the Liu family. But could it be possible that Qin Yiyang was aware of Lu Yenji's disappearance and had deliberately fabricated the illusion of a past relationship with him to gain Jiang Yulan's trust? In reality, Qin Yiyang was not Lu Yenji's girlfriend at all. Shun Yan's heart raced, and she felt increasingly convinced that her speculation was correct. Her mood lifted, and a smile danced at the corners of her eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang reclined blissfully in her massage chair, launching the game Rescue the Lonely Island Cutie. The opening screen had been updated, revealing not a lush green island, but a vast expanse of azure sea. A line of small white text appeared in the center of the screen. Danger lurks on the high seas. Are you prepared? Alert! Hundreds of killer whales are attacking the vessels. As top predators, avoid them. And so, the game begins. Accompanied by a tense soundtrack, the game's visuals zoomed out, revealing shadowy, massive forms moving beneath the surface. To the hundreds of adult killer whales, the ships on the ocean resembled scattered autumn leaves, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Qin Yiyang rubbed her hands together, excitement coursing through her. The scene abruptly shifted as the killer whales plummeted from the top of the screen, and the ship needed to evade their crushing descent. With the rhythm of the music quickening, the falling whales increased in speed and number. Qin Yiyang deftly maneuvered her vessel, skillfully dodging the attacking whales. That was close. Almost collided. Thrilling. For Qin Yiyang, this was merely a game. Yet for Lu Yenji, who was sailing on the ship, every moment was a stark reality. The killer whales were not the primary concern. What truly mattered was that he was on the verge of losing his lunch. The ship moved erratically as if possessed, swerving rapidly without any discernible pattern. At that moment, a loud thud resonated from the corner. He turned to see a shelf had collapsed, sending cardboard boxes tumbling to the floor. Among the scattered supplies, 3 wolves emerged, dazed and disoriented. Upon noticing Lu Yenji, they awkwardly let out a yelp. These 3 wolves, which had stealthily boarded the ship at some point, now boasted sleek fur, a stark contrast to their earlier emaciated appearance. Especially that little wolf cub. At first glance, one might mistake it for a gas canister, perhaps feeling a bit awkward after being discovered. The little wolf cub let out a soft whimper and approached, wagging its tail by his side. Lu Yenji remarked, "This fantastical world is indeed becoming increasingly surreal. It is no wonder that I find myself in such a situation." Qin Yiyang set her phone down, the screen displaying the words level cleared. She mused, "If it weren't for me, this cyber little fellow would have perished countless times. In ancient times, a life-saving grace would warrant a vow of devotion." Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Qin Yiyang's reverie. The voice of her assistant Lu called out, "Madam, it is I. I have come to assist you with your writing." Just as he uttered the word writing, he was swiftly pulled into the room by Qin Yiyang. Lu, understanding, realized that others were still unaware that she was Mr. Lu's beloved Rose. "Could we refrain from mentioning that name?" Qin Yiyang requested. "Very well, madam." Lu retrieved a thick stack of documents from his briefcase. "These are the materials I gathered online. They may inspire you when your creativity wanes." Qin Yiyang accepted the documents and, upon seeing the title Aesthetic Appreciation of Wife Literature emblazoned on the cover, felt a twinge of unease. "I have reviewed all of your current notes, and there is one area that could use refinement," Lu mentioned. Qin Yiyang, eager to learn, inquired, "What area?" "The adept use of a third-person perspective. You might find the case studies on page 88 particularly enlightening." "Oh," Qin Yiyang exclaimed as she turned to page 88. After perusing the examples, it was as if a floodgate of inspiration had opened within her. She promptly opened her writing app and began to create. Once she finished, she presented her work to her assistant, asking, "What do you think?" Lu appeared somewhat at a loss for words, attempting to shift the topic. Just then, he noticed a notification from Qin Yiyang's account, prompting him to ask, "Do you never read the comments?" Qin Yiyang replied, "They are probably all criticisms directed at me. There is no need to look, I am quite sensitive." "That is not the case. Your fans eagerly anticipate each update." "My fans?" Qin Yiyang chuckled, amused. The wife literature she had penned had mostly drawn the ire of various critique bloggers, so how could anyone possibly pay her any mind? As she spoke, she clicked into her notifications, intending to correct Lu's misunderstanding. However, she was taken aback by the figure, 53,000 fans? Qin Yiyang paused, glancing at Lu. "Did you buy them?" Lu shook his head. "Currently, the topic Mr. Lu's Little Rose is trending, and fans have even coined a new term for your literary endeavors. Driving literature." Qin Yiyang responded. "Why does that sound so inappropriate?" "Buzz." Her phone vibrated, and she looked down to see a new private message. Dear Lady Lu, we cordially invite you and your esteemed husband to attend the Starlight Night Gala, to be held next Friday at 7 o'clock at the Romancenovel Hotel in Haicheng. We eagerly await your presence. The Starlight Night is renowned as a battleground for male and female celebrities, where the red carpet is a site of fierce competition and trending topics ignite fervent debates. Who borrowed the haute couture, who wore the same outfit, and whose wig fell off only to be picked up by another? These are the topics of conversation. She shook her head, declaring her unwillingness to participate. Having already lost her online persona, she was loath to lose her true identity as well. Moreover, the principal antagonist was currently missing. She could hardly hire a substitute to attend in her stead. Unexpectedly, Assistant Lu's voice broke the silence, insisting, "You must attend. Not only must you attend, but you must do so alongside the president." Chapter 72. Happiness Again, Sister Rose. Assistant Lu seemed to perceive Qin Yiyang's confusion and explained. The organizer of the Starry Night event is a friend of Mr. Jiang. Realization dawned upon Qin Yiyang. So, my receipt of this invitation wasn't mere coincidence, but rather a scheme orchestrated by Mr. Jiang himself? Precisely, came the reply. At that moment, Qin Yiyang struggled to comprehend Zhang Yulan's intentions. With Lu Yenji out of the country, could she truly find a substitute? She had only heard of actors using stand-ins for performances, but never of someone employing a double for a banquet. Indeed, Assistant Lu adjusted his glasses. Mr. Jiang has already selected a stand-in to represent the president at the gala. Qin Yiyang was taken aback. The world is becoming increasingly surreal. A mother-in-law actively seeking a partner for her daughter-in-law? Such a narrative belongs solely to certain unconventional web novels. Before she could inquire further, Assistant Lu's phone rang. He nodded apologetically and said to Qin Yiyang, "I must depart from Huaxi village today. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to reach out." As he answered the call, he walked outside. Qin Yiyang began to piece together this bizarre scenario. It was likely that the old guards of the Lu family were stirring, and Zhang Yulan was attempting to use a stand-in to intimidate them into inaction. Well, as a professional daughter-in-law earning a monthly salary of 5 million, she was more than willing to cooperate with Zhang Yulan's plans. She responded with a simple okay to the organizers and then uploaded her recently penned romance narrative to Zaya Hongshu. Mr. Lu's Little Rose, I just received an invitation from the organizers of Starry Night, inviting me to attend the event with Mr. Lu, which reminded me of a near miss when I was almost mistaken for a celebrity by the paparazzi. One night, as Mr. Lu was escorting me home, I casually asked, "Would you like to come up for a bit? How should I proceed?" The flickering headlights illuminated his chiseled profile, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. My cheeks flushed as I realized he was being playful again. I need to get out of the car. To my surprise, Mr. Lu locked the doors, his tone languid. "It's fine in the car." I haven't tried it yet. I felt a tightening in my chest, thinking I must have misheard him. He leaned in and kissed me, and in that daze, our eyes met, as if he were about to consume me whole.
Click.
At that moment, a flash from a camera pierced the night. I turned in shock to see 2 paparazzi outside the window. I recalled that numerous A-list celebrities lived nearby, and paparazzi often staked out the area. Without hesitation, Mr. Lu pulled me into his embrace and coldly rolled down the window. He curtly addressed the paparazzi with 2 words. "Delete it." The paparazzi quickly responded, "My apologies. I thought you were celebrities." "Delete it." The paparazzi may have been intimidated by his imposing presence, their voices trembling as they stammered, "Delete it, delete it." Mr. Lu, having ascertained that there were no photographs, forcefully discarded the camera onto the ground, shattering the lens. Without waiting for the paparazzi to utter another word, he extracted a bundle of cash from his wallet and similarly tossed it aside, commanding them to get lost before rolling up the car window. Mr. Lu turned back, resuming the kiss he had been sharing. Outside, I overheard the 2 paparazzi murmuring to each other. How could such handsome individuals not be celebrities? Could they be obscure actors we simply don't recognize? One of the paparazzi tapped his forehead.
Fool.
Have you ever seen an obscure actor driving a luxury car with matching license plates? And that man's watch on his wrist. It's worth more than what you and I could earn combined. I silently thought, not quite. The watch on Mr. Lu's wrist is the one I gifted him, and it is the least expensive among his collection. Just then, my chin was suddenly pinched. I looked up to meet Mr. Lu's dangerous gaze. Kissing me while thinking of another man? Little one, how do you think I should punish you? Qin Yiyang recited this in her mind, feeling awkward and curling her fingers. The adept use of a third-person perspective. The assistant truly is a distinctive presence in the realm of domineering CEO narratives, after his guidance. The story has taken on a richer essence. Meanwhile, on the boundless expanse of the sea, a ship with white sails navigated the waters. On the deck, 3 wolves, having indulged in egg yolk pie, curled up in a corner, exposing their furry, round bellies. Meanwhile, Lu Yenji's expression remained calm as he held a pen, jotting down the words he had spoken. It works in the car too. I've never tried that. Kissing me while thinking of another man? Little one. How do you think I should punish you? His writing was vigorous, the ink penetrating the paper. The concluding strokes nearly pierced through the page. The characters reflecting the writer's vulnerability. Excellent, he had memorized it all. It was evident that Qin Yiyang felt a sense of shame as she penned those words. The finest form of revenge is, after all, to return the favor in kind. They have ample time ahead. Just then, 5 or 6 black dots suddenly appeared on the calm sea, as if danger was encroaching. Lu Yenji sensed something amiss. He picked up the binoculars and, upon seeing the flags, his brows furrowed.
Pirates.
Meanwhile, in Huashi village, Director Sun had assigned the task of cooking today, inviting villagers to taste the dishes, with the winner receiving a funding prize of 1,000 yuan. For Qin Yiyang, who already possessed 50,000 yuan, this was inconsequential. Thus, she chose to abstain. While others were bustling chaotically in the kitchen, smoke billowing around, Qin Yiyang leisurely sipped a drink, enjoyed a gentle breeze from a fan, and played on her phone in a complimentary massage chair. She posted another update. Mr. Lu's little Rose spent 5 million on a pirated minigame, thinking Mr. Lu would chastise me for being extravagant, but to my surprise, he transferred 10 million to me, coldly instructing me not to mention anything below 10 million. I am utterly speechless. She then uploaded the in-game purchase record for saving the pitiful island. She showcased the keys to a luxury car on the very first day she registered her account, but since then, she refrained from flaunting her wealth. This time, Qin Yiyang summoned her courage to peruse the comments. You're so happy, Sister Rose. Is she starting to sell products now? This is outrageous. Next time, make your story more believable. This time, I'll let slide. I bought it. Even those with sensitive skin can use it. Supporting Sister Rose. Hold on, ladies. This doesn't seem like a product endorsement. I checked the App Store, and there's no such game. Even the game is fabricated, right? Just as it gains popularity. They want to exploit the fans. Are they that desperate for money? Qin Yiyang pondered. She understood that those vying for control of the Lu family, whom Jiang Yulan had always guarded against, were undoubtedly watching her account. Being doubted for fabricating stories was one thing, but she could not allow the miscreants of the Lu family to think she was deceiving them. She could not just take Jiang Yulan's possessions without merit, could she?
Consequently,
She launched the game and shared her screen. Log in. Live stream while playing. Chapter 73. At last, the male and female protagonists meet. As the game loaded, a line of text appeared. Congratulations, you successfully evaded the orca's attack, but even more perilous pirates are approaching. Friendly reminder. In this level, players can utilize devices to experience genuine tactile and olfactory sensations. Could that mean she could touch and, see the cyber characters? Qin Yiyang felt a surge of excitement. However, she lacked the necessary equipment. Thus, she found herself at Bo Kanyang's doorstep. The door was ajar, and she could see Bo Kanyang on the phone, looking somewhat distressed. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Yiyang tapped softly and said, Bo Kanyang, could you lend me your glasses? Bo Kanyang raised an eyebrow, and upon seeing Qin Yiyang, it was as if he had found a savior. He covered the mouthpiece and exclaimed, Qin Yiyang, I need your help urgently. There's a girl suffering from depression who became my fan after watching me compete. I added her on WeChat to encourage her, but unexpectedly, she confessed her feelings. I fear if I reject her outright, she might take it too hard, so I told her I have a girlfriend. She doesn't believe me. Could you pretend to be my girlfriend and turn her down? Qin Yiyang replied, if I help you reject this girl, will you lend me your glasses? Absolutely. Understanding the situation, Qin Yiyang took the phone and cleared her throat gently. Upon hearing her voice, the girl on the other end paused, clearly taken aback. Why, you're Kanyang's girlfriend? I am not, Qin Yiyang stated, and he doesn't have a girlfriend. The girl sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Bo Kanyang's heart sank. He knew Qin Yiyang would not handle it delicately. Qin Yiyang then spoke to the girl again. However, I do not recommend you pursue a relationship with him. Firstly, Bo Kanyang can be quite dramatic. He often keeps his thoughts to himself, requiring you to guess his feelings. If you fail to decipher them, he resorts to emotional withdrawal. The girl chuckled, I know. Qin Yiyang's reputation in the team is that of a dramatic young master. He's quite charming. Qin Yiyang sighed. Well then, let us discuss the dynamics between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. If you end up with Qin Yiyang, his mother will undoubtedly be a formidable mother-in-law. Moreover, your future sister-in-law is the daughter of the wealthiest man in Haicheng, someone even Madame Bo seeks to curry favor with. Just contemplate this. You would constantly be measured against the standards of a wealthy heiress. I must ask, wouldn't that be difficult for you? The girl on the other end fell silent. After a moment she spoke, Sister, you are right. In light of this, it appears that Qin is indeed not a suitable match for me. I apologize for my impulsiveness. Qin Yiyang nodded in relief. The girl did not hang up the phone. Instead, she hesitantly asked, Sister, may we exchange contact information? The tone of her voice made Qin Yiyang uneasy. She quickly replied, My husband does not allow me to add anyone on WeChat. He is quite possessive, fearing that someone might take me away, even girls. Otherwise, he might break my legs and confine me. It's unavoidable. He loves me dearly, I suppose? Is this what they refer to as love being a balm for pain? The girl stammered, Sorry to disturb you. Then, she hung up. Beside her, Bo Chanyang stared with wide, bell-like eyes. Where did you learn such repugnant lines? Qin Yiyang shrugged. From indulgent love. The indifferent tycoon keeps me captive every night. Bo Chanyang asked, Surely she made that up? He pulled out his phone to search for the seemingly unpublishable title, while Qin Yiyang swiftly made her exit. However, she had barely taken a few steps when Bo Chanyang's voice rang out behind her. There really is such a book? He then opened the door to a new world. At that moment, on the sea, the pirates wielded remarkably advanced weaponry, making it effortless to deal with an ordinary vessel like Lu Yenji's. The enemy was formidable while they were few. A direct confrontation was not a wise choice. Lu Yenji drew a dagger, firmly grasping it as he approached the warehouse, a place abundant with goods and excellent for concealment. Unexpectedly, 3 wolves followed him, fluffy, with glistening eyes. He sidestepped to let the 3 wolves hide behind him. In that instant, a sharp pain began to throb in his head. The sound of footsteps grew nearer. The moment the pirate's gazes locked with his, Lu Yenji raised the dagger. A streak of blood sliced through the air, and the pirate fell to the ground, convulsing before finally staring blankly into the calmness of death. The metallic scent of blood pervaded the air, seemingly alleviating his headache. With a frigid expression and taut features, Lu Yenji delivered another stab and retrieved the pirate's gun from the ground. He loaded it, aimed, and prepared to fire. The 3 wolves, terrified, tucked their tails and remained silent. The pirates soon noticed the absence of one of their comrades and quickly pinpointed the warehouse. The cold gleam of steel reflected the scene at the entrance. An oddly dressed pirate approached, weapon in hand. Disorderly light filtered through the gaps in the deck, illuminating the interior of the warehouse. Rather than await their doom, it was wiser to strike first. At this critical juncture, 2 gray figures darted through the air. It was the 2 adult wolves. One of the male wolves limped slightly, having been injured by Lu Yenji on their first encounter. They clung fiercely to the pirate's leg, seemingly buying time for Lu Yenji. Lu Yenji did not linger, picking up the gray wolf cub from the ground, enduring the throbbing headache that once again washed over him, and leaping up the steel pipe to the deck. On the deck, more pirates surrounded him, speaking in an unintelligible tongue, celebrating and brandishing their weapons. The cub trembled all over, emitting whimpering sounds. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, What are you babbling about? Stop the racket and speak in Chinese. Lu Yenji paused, realizing that this voice did not originate from his mind. He turned sharply, only to see a young girl standing behind him, clad in a pink pajamas adorned with a large-eared rabbit. Goodness, this scam game has some flair, he thought. Wow, this cyber character's battle-worn look is quite fitting. It's on the verge of breaking. I should hug him. The modeling in this game is truly exceptional. It's rare to see from this perspective, and the appearance is still intact. Lu Yenji could only respond with silence. The pirates, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a beautiful woman, began to whistle. However, Qin Yiyang paid them no mind, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yenji. Why is he just a cyber character? He should be tied up and taken back as my husband. Don't be afraid. I am here to protect you. Qin Yiyang blinked and approached the pirates. Initially, they laughed, but when they realized she showed no fear, one fired a shot. Miraculously, when the bullet was merely a meter away from her, it ricocheted. The pirates thought they were mistaken and fired several more shots, only to have them bounce away yet again. They were left dumbfounded. This defies science. At that moment, Qin Yiyang had already reached their front, beaming with a smile. Apologies, but I am a pay-to-win player. Indeed, spending money allows for unrestrained power. Before entering the game, she had purchased full-body defensive gear along with a power-up pill. In the next instant, she lifted a pirate as if he were a mere chick, hoisting him over the edge of the ship. Dreadlocks, feed the sharks. Eye patch, feed the sharks. Dark circles, feed the sharks. All of you, to the sharks. Is this still my delicate little rose? The Iron Rose. The special effects in this game are absolutely stunning. Why can't I find it online? I want to play so badly. In the office of the Lu Corporation, 3 elderly gentlemen were watching the live stream of Mr. Lu's Little Rose frame by frame. Lu Pengfei squinted at the cyber character on the screen. What game is this? Why does the character resemble that little brat Lu Yenji so much? The Mediterranean man remarked. Could it be that Lu Yenji designed this game intentionally to please his girlfriend? The plump man slapped his thigh. I remember now. I overheard Lu Yenji talking on the phone about some game. I was puzzled since I've never heard of him playing games. This kid really has a knack for courting women.
Lu Pengfei chuckled.
He should consider whose nephew he is. Chapter 74. I truly want to give you a good lesson. After saying this, Lu Pengfei felt something was amiss. Why was he praising that little brat for no reason? On the other side, the Mediterranean pointed at her phone, revealing that the little Rose had received an invitation to the starlit night. All that remained was to see whether Lu Yenji would attend. If he did, it would signify that he had not truly vanished. If he failed to appear, it would confirm his disappearance, rendering the so-called Miss Qin and the Little Rose mere illusions orchestrated by Jiang Yuan. Should the former be true, they would halt their actions, maintaining their standing within the Lu Corporation. Conversely, if the latter held true, they would seize power, ousting Jiang Yuan from the management, thus claiming the entirety of the Lu Corporation for themselves. The 3 elderly men exchanged glances, their faces alight with determination. Meanwhile, on the screen, Qin Yiyang's live stream continued. After vanquishing the pirates, she felt a lingering thrill. Suddenly, something tugged at her pant leg. Looking down, she spotted a small wolf. What a striking resemblance it bore to a husky. The little wolf gently nipped at her pants, seemingly urging her to follow. Was this a hidden task activated? She trailed the little wolf to the basement, and as she approached, a metallic scent filled her nostrils. Qin Yiyang froze. 2 large wolves lay bloodied on the floor, blood visibly oozing from gunshot wounds, their fur matted and clumped. The wolf cub emitted a soft whimper, nudging its parents with its forehead, desperate for them to rise. A chill breeze swept past Qin Yiyang. Lu Yenji stepped forward to assess the wolves' injuries. Bullet wounds marred their heads and necks, their fur slightly singed, the bullets having penetrated from the crown to the neck. He reached for the wolves' necks, sensing the rapid loss of warmth, his fingers hesitating. Bowing his head, his dark hair fell over his forehead, obscuring the light in his eyes. The wolf cub seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, digging its claws into the ground and pushing its head against its parents, urging them to stand. Lu Yenji's heart sank as memories of a cat that had perished before him in childhood surfaced, a tinge of sorrow casting a shadow in his elongated gaze. Unexpectedly, Qin Yiyang's light-hearted voice chimed in. They won't die. A 15-second ad can revive them. She appeared to click something in midair, then declared, all set. As her words fell, the 2 wolves opened their eyes. Lu Yenji. Little wolf cub. It wagged its tail, circling its parents before coming to Qin Yiyang's feet, affectionately rubbing against her. So soft. Feeling the little wolf's touch, Qin Yiyang's heart melted completely. This game was astonishingly realistic. If the little wolf's touch feels this genuine. Qin Yiyang's gaze shifted to the cyber figure, her eyes lowering to rest upon him. A recent wave had splashed seawater onto him, soaking his clothes. The white fabric became nearly translucent, faintly revealing the contours of his muscles, brimming with vitality. Can that be touched as well? Lu Yenji tactically retreated. Originally, Qin Yiyang was not a pervert. She merely appreciated beauty. However, with a single step backward, an overwhelming sensation washed over her. Akin to bearing the weight of billions in debt, a sense of being lost to the world and fed liquor by a wealthy matron. In that moment, her perverse inclinations surged forth. She silently cursed herself for being twisted. Yet, upon reflection, this was merely a game. This was the cyber being she had saved for 5 million, Without her intervention, he would have perished on that solitary island. It was not an exaggeration to say she was akin to a reborn parent. Moreover, the game had stated that she could do as she pleased with him. Had it not? Convincing herself, Qin Yiyang cast aside her moral qualms, extending her hand to poke the cyber figure. To her surprise, his pectorals were soft. Lu Yenji could have evaded her touch, but the three wolves were like weights, firmly planted on his feet. Lu Yenji pondered. Do these wolves even remember who nurtured them? As Qin Yiyang poked and prodded him, just as her finger approached a perilous zone, Lu Yenji's temples throbbed, and he swiftly pinned her against the porthole. His voice was icy and resolute. Move again, and I'll confine you. Qin Yiyang blinked, realizing he harbored a twisted charm. This character was utterly captivating. She could provide her own chains. What style did he prefer? Rose gold, opulent yellow, or perhaps the minimalist black? Lu Yenji was momentarily taken aback. What on earth filled her mind? His gaze sharpened, as if an idea struck him. Tentatively, he remarked, "Little one, I genuinely wish to have my way with you." In an instant, Qin Yiyang felt as if she had been struck by a paralyzing force, her scalp tingling. If this were a comic, one might envision her charred to the bone. Mr. Lu's little rose wilted. Cyber being, have you consumed several pounds of oil? Retreat, retreat, retreat. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Sister Rose, you're experiencing happiness again. This line sounds so familiar. Could he be the legendary Mr. Lu? I recall a tech genius from my company who, while studying abroad, created a game for his girlfriend, where the characters were based on himself.
Wow.
That's impressive. Oh, little Rose, I truly believe you're happy. But could you please send me the game link? No ulterior motives. I just want to experience your husband myself. Haha. Today's netizens really lack a sense of propriety. Lu Yenji, relieved to preserve his innocence, felt quite pleased. Just as he reminisced about more quotes from his notes, his hand felt empty. Qin Yiyang had vanished into thin air. He was not surprised. He knew she had exited the game. Indeed, this was her Achilles heel. Qin Yiyang hastily concluded the game and live stream, her heart racing. What a beautiful face. What a slick tongue. How could a cyber being filled with brokenness utter such smooth words? Was he going to visit the neighboring little sweet potato? No. She needed to pause her updates on romantic literature for 3 days to alleviate the turmoil in her soul. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Are you there? Is it done? The little one needs to use it. Ah! Qin Yiyang was startled by these 3 words, screaming as she flung open the door. Please, do not utter those words again. Bo Kenyang was taken aback, his golden locks nearly bristling in alarm. He then innocently pointed at Lu Duo and asked, what should I call him then? Qin Yiyang remained silent. Bo Kenyang, ever perceptive, leaned in with a teasing grin. You can't possibly be unable to bear the sound of little one. Can you? In an instant, she felt her toes dig into the ground. The little one, Bo Kenyang, deliberately elongated his words. Help! Qin Yiyang covered her ears and dashed down the stairs. Bo Kenyang, like a playful puppy, chased after her, repeating little one in a sing-song manner. On the first floor, in the kitchen, Bo Mingza, who was diligently preparing ingredients, glanced up and caught sight of the two engaged in playful antics. He furrowed his brow, stepped away from the island, and walked directly toward Qin Yiyang. Qin Yiyang, we need to talk. Chapter 75, truly deserving of the title of first place, for it is indeed a fitting appellation. Qin Yiyang lifted her head and asked about what? A game of head flicks? A chuckle escaped Bo Kenyang, unable to contain himself. Meanwhile, Bo Mingza took a deep breath and grasped Qin Yiyang's wrist, insisting, let us discuss this outside. Qin Yiyang wrinkled her nose and evaded him. Did you just peel garlic without washing your hands? A strong odor of garlic lingers. Bo Mingza paused, awkwardly retracting his hand. There's nothing for us to discuss. Oh, by the way, Qin Yiyang interjected, if you wish to repay me, we can have a conversation. Repay what? The money from when the Bo family sold their son for glory. Wasn't it your parents who, in their quest for funds, sold you to me as a child groom? Now that you've run away, you owe me, don't you? The camera captured the scene in glaring detail. Qin Yiyang spoke with conviction. If you cannot repay, I want to press the issue. You know, my boyfriend is Lu Yenji, and the Lu family surpasses the Bo family by 100 Qin families. It's not about the money. It's about the sentiment. So, here's the deal. Step on the scale, and based on the market price for live pigs, just give me 1,000 or 800, and we'll consider it as the years I've raised a pig. The camera continued to focus intently on them, yet Qin Yiyang remained unfazed.
Today,
She had succeeded in showcasing her affection. She reflected on herself. Although she thrived on social media, her presence on variety shows felt akin to a divorcee. This simply would not do. To receive money and avert calamity. She was not like Bomingza. She would not be an ungrateful wolf. In the future, she would strive to weave a romance with the antagonist into the show. Please, everyone, show your support.
Ah.
She truly loves pigs. Laughing to death. Qin Yiyang's tongue is indeed sharp. Support her in taking down the scumbag and the mistress. Mind your language. Who is the mistress? Exactly. Who knows if Qin Yiyang's announcement of breaking off the engagement is genuine? Fake, please. Are you unable to understand Chinese, or are you intellectually challenged? If that announcement were fake, the Bo and Shen families would have sued long ago. Shanyan fans, why not indulge in something better? Shipping the love between Mr. Lu and Little Rose is far more worthwhile. Sister O's. So awkward, yet intoxicating, who understands? Not far away, Shen Yan, upon overhearing the conversation between Bo Mingza and Qin Yiyang, felt as though the mortar she was using to crush garlic might shatter. Sooner or later, she would expose Qin Yiyang's deceit and prove to everyone that there was nothing between Lu Yenji and Qin Yiyang. Concealing her true feelings, she smiled warmly and said, Yang, our meal is almost ready. Please join us. Qin Yiyang shook her head, declining the invitation. It's all right. You needn't be so polite, Shen Yan insisted with unwavering enthusiasm. However, Mrs. Bo interjected, Yan, do not concern yourself with her. She is merely putting on a brave face. None of her family can cook, and soon enough, she will find herself hungry. Just as those words left her lips, the doorbell rang. Qin Yiyang walked over to open the door and was greeted by a gathering of her old friends, each bearing a signature dish: braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, a treasure pork knuckle, steamed pork, and sauced eggplant. Dear girl, we know your production team is neglecting you and not providing meals. So we have prepared our specialties for you and your family. They exclaimed. Oh, and once you've eaten, do share what's going on with Zhan and Xiaojun. How is it that her child shares the same red-green color blindness as Xiaojun? The culinary skills of her old friends were beyond reproach, and the room was soon filled with an enticing aroma that left everyone craving more. Bo Kenyang glanced at the dark dishes in the kitchen, then at the delectable food before him, swallowing hard. Sisters, may I have a taste? The lady in the red dress laughed heartily. Sure. This child resembles a little golden retriever, almost dog-like. Bo Kenyang responded, if I look like a dog, then I must be the most handsome dog in the village. Meanwhile, Wan Yunlan and Bai Su, who had been busy all morning, caught a whiff of the delightful scents and swallowed in anticipation. Could we have some as well? Come, everyone. The old friends welcomed them. Can you drink a bit?
we have homemade white wine.
Bai Su's eyes sparkled. I'll have a little.
No.
Lu Jiqiu suddenly appeared, blocking Bai Su. You have an injury on your leg. You cannot drink. Seeing this, Zhang Yi chimed in. Though I have a gash on my back from a bull's horn that required many stitches, I would like a drink. He awaited Lu Jiqiu's reprimand, yet she said nothing, instead proudly displaying the pork knuckle. Zhang Yi felt aggrieved. Jiqiu, don't you have anything to say? Lu Jiqiu replied. You might as well perish. Who could outlive you? As everyone settled in the dining area, Shan Yan and Bo Mingzi approached, only to be halted by the lady in the red dress. You two cannot join. I remember you. Aren't you the ones who turned the food waste bucket into a spectacle yesterday? Quite unsanitary. She then cast a disdainful glance at Enro, Shen Qingshan, Shen Zhaonan and Mrs. Bo, addressing Qin Yiyang. These few even plotted against you yesterday. They cannot eat. Qin Yiyang nodded emphatically. I shall heed my sisters. On the other side, the villagers who had come to vote arrived, drawn in by the enticing aroma. They murmured, this first place is quite difficult to assess. Director Sun remarked, Dear villagers, the dishes for evaluation are in the kitchen. The villagers looked around in silence, contemplating the challenge before them. Ultimately, amidst their difficult choices, the turtle soup made by Shun Yan and Bo Mingzi was awarded first place. Meanwhile, she also received a monetary reward of 1,000 yuan. Qin Yiyang gave a thumbs up. Indeed, she deserved the title of first place, as it was truly well earned.
Pfft.
Pun-based jokes are worthy of a deduction. What on earth are these terrible puns? But they are genuinely hilarious. In the following days, Qin Yiyang successfully joined the village's intelligence organization, and not a single villager harbored any dislike towards her. Particularly, the The gossip she shared about the original partner and the mistress teaming up to bring down a scoundrel was especially captivating to the villagers. On ordinary days, Sister Ma from the village committee would seek Qin Yiyang's help in mediating disputes among the villagers. She had truly become a beloved figure. Observing Qin Yiyang thriving, Director Sun gasped in disbelief. Director Sun, the cynical director, a master of the entertainment industry, was notorious for putting guests in challenging situations. No guest had ever experienced comfort under his guidance. This was undoubtedly a Waterloo in his career. Consequently, he dispatched a new task to initiate a campus romance, determined to ensure that all guests felt the harsh realities of the world. One morning, Director Sun brought the guests to a university in town. Everyone, today we will change our format. Each group will open a live streaming channel, and the group with the highest viewer count will receive a reward, while the group with the least viewers will face a punishment. Please write down your most romantic wishes for what you would like to do in school on the whiteboard. The production team will assign today's tasks based on each group's wishes. You may now move freely. The live stream will commence in 10 minutes. So please keep your phones available. After jotting down her romantic wish related to campus life, Director Sun gasped again. Can we really broadcast this? On either side of the campus, French parasol trees were planted. Qin Yiyang wandered aimlessly through the school. Just as she passed the basketball court, a boy suddenly called out to her. Qin Yiyang? The boy was tall and slender, with a cropped hairstyle reminiscent of aluminum foil, sporting a pair of luxury brand sunglasses. Dressed in a black bomber jacket and wearing a limited edition pair of sneakers. His height and fair complexion made him a striking figure on campus. However, Qin Yiyang quickly took a step back. This boy looks like a pig. He resembles Bo Mingze even more, and he's a pig wearing sunglasses. Although Qin Yiyang had overcome her fear of pigs, seeing someone who resembled one still made her uneasy. She muttered to herself, what do they call this again?
Right.
The happy bean effect. As Qin Yiyang turned to leave, the boy attempted to grasp her hand, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Just then, a sweet voice rang out. Baby, I'm over here. Qin Yiyang glanced over, spotting a petite beauty wearing matching sunglasses. Clad in a halter neck top in a soft yellow hue, paired with light-colored wide-leg jeans. Both individuals exuded a fashionable aura. Qin Yiyang, however, had rheumatism and could not wear such trendy attire. Perhaps sensing the arrival of his girlfriend, the boy ceased his pursuit. Qin Yiyang then heard a voice from behind. Baby, who is that person? It is nothing, perhaps I mistook someone. After walking approximately 200 meters, Qin Yiyang spotted the festooned walkway in front of the school library. It turned out that today marked the Campus Art Festival and Club Activities Day. At that moment, the program crew reminded each group to commence their live broadcasts, sending out the tasks assigned for the day. Shun Yan and Bo Mingze were to perform a duet of love songs at the festival. Jiang Yi was engaged in a basketball match, while Wan Yunlan and Bai Su participated in the baking club. Qin Yiyang, on the other hand, was designated as the male dormitory supervisor. Indeed, Qin Yiyang believed that the most romantic endeavor on campus was to serve as the matron of the male dormitory. The audience erupted in laughter. After receiving her employee badge for the day, Qin Yiyang reported to the dormitory building and swapped shifts with the night duty matron. The matron, astonished by Qin Yiyang's youth, exclaimed, "Little girl, are you joking? How can a young person be a dorm supervisor? This job is quite splendid," Qin Yiyang thought, counting the advantages on her fingers. There are handsome boys, a salary, a structured position, and no need to cook for oneself, as meals are provided in the cafeteria. It was, in truth, akin to living a retirement life 30 years in advance. Once familiar with the duties, Qin Yiyang swiftly embraced a role.
A boy,
Possibly just awakened from slumber, descended the stairs with tousled hair, clad solely in a pair of shorts adorned with Southeast Asian motifs. He sleepily knocked on the window of the duty room. "Annie, I was just washing up in the water room, but my roommate went out to buy breakfast and locked the door. Could you help me find the key?" "Sure, which dormitory?" "For 10,
the boy,
Sensing the youthful tone of the dorm supervisor, looked up in confusion. The girl before him appeared younger, perhaps a few years his junior, with chestnut bangs kissed by the morning sun framing her large, round apricot eyes, a striking contrast against her porcelain skin. His face flushed, and he scratched his head, mumbling, "Are you the dorm supervisor's daughter?" Qin Yiyang replied, "I am indeed the dorm supervisor herself." Seeing her earnest demeanor, the boy's expression shifted. "Oh no, this is absurd. I must be dreaming. I just went to the restroom. I can't have wet the bed, can I?" "Good, that aligns perfectly with my stereotype of naive college students," Qin Yiyang responded, handing him the key to dormitory 410. And rest assured, you haven tea at the bed. I'm merely the new supervisor.
Ah?
He pinched himself, the pain jolting him awake. He glanced at Qin Yiyang, then down at his own attire, merely clad in oversized shorts. A flush crept up his fair face, and in a panic, he hurriedly covered his chest, neglecting to take the key, and dashed back upstairs. The live broadcast ensured the privacy of the students. Thus the camera remained focused solely on Qin Yiyang. However, this did not hinder the audience from witnessing the entire process through the mirror at the back. Haha, poor child. Boy, I'd rather wet the bed. Is this live stream truly that explosive? I might just stay here. Inside the duty room, Qin Yiyang was enjoying the cool air from the air conditioner while indulging in watermelon. Occasionally propping her chin on her hand, she admired the boys who came and went. This dormitory housed male students from the art academy, most of whom were elegantly dressed and exuded an artistic flair. As they passed by, most paid little attention to the duty room, but upon catching a glimpse of Qin Yiyang, they displayed evident surprise, looking around in confusion, trying to ascertain if this was indeed a boys' dormitory. At that moment, a boy with a flaxen green hairstyle strolled in, his arm draped around a classmate wearing a baseball cap. Qin Yiyang opened the window, remarking, "You cannot bring your girlfriend inside." The boy, seemingly oblivious, continued into the dorm with his girlfriend in tow. Stepping out of the duty room, Qin Yiyang seized his hoodie. "You old woman, just pretend you didn't see." The boy retorted impatiently, turning to face Qin Yiyang, his voice faltering. "Qin Yiyang?
Who are you?"
How interesting." A smile crept onto his lips as he leaned closer. "I didn't expect you to be in such a predicament, abandoning school at such a young age to become a dormitory matron? Or perhaps you're here deliberately to bump into Huiga, knowing he is at the school? After all, you once claimed to be his girlfriend. You must have a fondness for him." Qin Yiyang. The system quietly reminded her, "Host, he is your classmate from Nanchang No. 2 Middle School." Qin Yiyang thought carefully and recalled the memory. 6 years ago, after the Qin family recognized her, they did not immediately bring her back to Haicheng. At that time, the Qin family was expanding their market in Nanchang, and since they were residing there, they enrolled her in a school in Nanchang. The people at school were unaware of her family background, and coupled with her poor grades and rural accent, she was inevitably isolated and labeled as a country bumpkin. Qin Yiyang spent her days eating alone and attending classes in solitude, entirely ignorant of the school as gossip. One afternoon, while others flocked to the cafeteria, she quietly consumed the nutritious meal prepared by the chef in her classroom. Suddenly, a senior boy entered. "Classmate, could you do me a favor?" Without waiting for her response, he continued, "There's a girl who keeps bothering me. Could you tell her that you and I are friends?" Qin Yiyang, not fully grasping the situation, nodded nonetheless, as he was the first person in the school to offer her friendship. Chapter 77. The Beloved Yang. It is easy to imagine that Qin Yiyang was deceived. This was a well-known campus couple, full of dramatic breakups and reconciliations. After Qin Yiyang relayed the boy's message to the girl, her expression changed, and the air was filled with mocking sounds. Qin Yiyang sensed the malice behind the ridicule but remained puzzled about what transpired, having been sheltered by Enro since childhood, forbidden from learning or communicating with the outside world. The students of Nanchang No. 2 Middle School appeared resplendent, while she resembled an unwitting puppy that had ventured into the human realm, silently observing and absorbing the nuances of human behavior. Subsequently, Qin Yiyang's situation at school deteriorated further. The girls derided her as a hopeless dreamer, a toad yearning for a swan, and the boys lewdly whistled in her direction. One day, while on duty, Qin Yiyang found herself alone after her classmates had left, diligently sweeping the outdoor cleaning area behind the teaching building. This secluded spot, perpetually cloaked in shadows, was adorned with moss at the corners and cluttered with discarded furniture. As she crouched to gather fallen leaves, she heard footsteps approaching from behind.
Vigier.
You can't seriously have taken a liking to that country bumpkin, can you? Nonsense, how could Huigo possibly fancy Qin Yiyang? Upon hearing her name, she froze instinctively, shrinking back in fear of being discovered. Peering through the gap in the desk, she caught sight of the boy who had expressed a desire to befriend her. Beneath his tousled black bangs, his eyes twinkled mischievously. "That plain girl, I'm just using her to irritate Anna. She has been practicing the piano lately and has been cozying up to the president of the music club, which I find rather irksome." The boys nearby burst into laughter. "I told you, Huiga wouldn't he have such poor taste." With a laugh, one of them suggested, "Come on, let us play a ranked match." Qin Yiyang concealed herself behind the desk, It wasn't until they departed that she stood up, her legs numb as if devoid of sensation. Gradually, it dawned on her that he had never intended to befriend her. Coincidentally, during that period, the Qin family's project in Nanchang was progressing smoothly, and the following day, she ceased attending school, relocating back to Haicheng with her family and transferring to a school there, where she became desk mates with Qin Yiyang. Reflecting on these memories, Qin Yiyang lowered her gaze, the shadows of her lashes casting a delicate pattern upon her eyelids, revealing a hint of sorrow. For the first time, the system observed this expression on her face. It offered consolation, patting her head. Do not be disheartened, host. I shall assist you in locating the original text, enabling you to transform it splendidly. How does that sound? Qin Yiyang replied. Huh? She was not sad. Rather, she pondered how wonderful it would be to traverse back in time.
She had been so naive then.
If she were the person she was now, she would undoubtedly have pressed that boy's face into the toilet, allowing him to experience the cultural heritage of the Western 8 nations. What are you thinking? A boy with flaxen green hair chuckled. He was the same boy who had once trailed behind Sheng Hui, branding Qin Yiyang as a country bumpkin. He playfully scrutinized her, his tone flippant. I didn't expect you to have blossomed into such beauty. Raising an eyebrow, he continued, how about you come with me? You'd earn more in a year than you would as a dormitory supervisor. As the crowd thickened, drawn by the art festival and club activities with no classes in session, Qin Yiyang raised an eyebrow. What was your name again? Mistakenly believing she had acquiesced, the boy's smile grew more brazen. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, Bai Zikai from the Bai family of Nanchang. Qin Yiyang understood Bai Zikai indeed. The elders often said that what one lacks the most is what one loves to flaunt. You prattle on endlessly. Is it because you possess nothing of substance?
No.
This is utterly ridiculous. The onlooking boys immediately grasped the situation and burst into laughter. Bai Zikai's expression stiffened, his pride wounded, and he raised his hand as if to strike. At that moment, a hand grasped Bai Zikai's arm. Qin Yiyang glanced over and recognized the newcomer as the man in sunglasses by the entrance of the basketball court. Huigo, you arrived just in time, Bai Zikai exclaimed, feeling as though he had found his ally, pointing at Qin Yiyang. Huigo, do you remember that country girl who transferred to our middle school? It's her, Qin Yiyang. She even pretended to be your girlfriend back then. Na Jia almost caused a breakup over this girl. And now I'm here to help you teach her a lesson. Qin Yiyang suddenly realized, so it's you. Sheng Hui looked apologetic. I'm sorry. I was too immature back then, and caused you trouble. I've wanted to apologize ever since that incident. How have you been since transferring? He glanced at Qin Yiyang's attire, which bore no conspicuous brand, leading him to deduce that she hadn't been living comfortably over the years. Let us add each other on WeChat, he suggested. But Bai Zikai quickly interjected, Huigo, you can't be fooled by this country bumpkin. The crowd around them continued to swell.
Bukenank, Lu Jiyu.
And Lu Duo were nearby. Upon noticing the commotion, they gathered, only to realize the source of amusement was Qin Yiyang. Lu Jiqiu rushed forward. In the next moment, she heard Qin Yiyang's thoughts. System, this Bai Zikai is insufferable. Check if there's any plot related to him. System, yes. There's a mention of his introduction in the original text. Original text, Bai Zikai, son of the Bai family in Nanchang, a rich second-generation heir. The system quietly remarked, there isn't a good person in the Bai family, they're all scoundrels. Qin Yiyang raised an eyebrow. The weather is getting chilly. The Bai family should be facing bankruptcy soon. System, change the rich of the rich second generation to deeply in debt. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiqiu and Lu Duo exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. A second-generation debtor?
Hee.
This promises to be entertaining. Qin Yiyang, unable to hear their thoughts, was still eager to jump in but was stopped by Lu Jiqiu, who whispered, just wait and enjoy the show. Qin Yiyang looked puzzled. Meanwhile, Lu Duo squeezed into the crowd and looked up at Bai Zikai, saying, how dare you provoke my sister-in-law? He sighed and silently made a praying gesture. Bai Zikai frowned. Simultaneously, Lu Jiqiu cast him a sympathetic glance. You're finished. Bai Zikai? In the next moment, Bai Zikai's phone rang, and his mother's voice came through. Xiao Kai, it's bad. The factory has been shut down and the new equipment cost 70 million. Didn't you buy a financial product before? See if you can withdraw it. Bai Zikai's expression changed as he quickly checked his stocks. Qin Yiyang leaned over to take a look, chuckling, wow. Everything's in the red. You've lost everything. Even your underwear. On the line, Bai Zikai's parents were frantic. Xiao Kai. Reach out to Xinghui and see if you can smooth things over. I heard the leader of this investigation team is from Haicheng. The Sheng family has business dealings with the Qin and Bo families from Haicheng. Perhaps we can leverage those connections. Moreover, there's also the Lu family. The leader of the investigation team's wife hails from Jingcheng, and our family shares a distant kinship with the Lu clan. Before they could finish their discussion, Qin Yiyang flashed a toothy grin. There's no need to approach the Qin family. My parents would never consent to it. Bai Zikai raised an eyebrow. Bo Qinyang wore a smile that didn't reach his eyes. There's no need to involve the Bo family either. I would never agree to it. And certainly, no need to approach the Lu family. Lu Ziqiu and Lu Duo chimed in unison, grinning. If my elder brother learns that you're bullying my sister-in-law, your fate will be far worse. Chapter 78. The Reality of Humiliation. What kind of joke is this? Bai Zikai clearly scoffed at the situation. He fixed his gaze on Qin Yiyang, asserting, You are merely a country bumpkin. How dare you pretend to be a wealthy heiress? Isn't it embarrassing? If you truly were the daughter of the Qin family, would you be here acting as a dormitory manager? What a farce. And what about you lot? He turned his disdainful gaze toward Bo Qinyang. You're friends with Qin Yiyang? Have you even looked in the mirror? The threshold for the scions of wealthy families is quite low. Everyone wishes to partake in the spoils. Who would believe you are a scion of the Bo family? Bo Qinyang remained silent, recalling the last time he felt so dumbfounded. Bai Zikai assumed Bo Qinyang was too ashamed to respond, and then turned his attention to the Lu siblings. It's laughable. Before you pretend to be part of the Lu family, did you even consider who my brother-in-law is? You know Lu Yenji, the president of the Lu group? He is his eldest cousin. Lu Ziqiu expressed her astonishment. Her eldest cousin is currently in prison for the molestation of a minor, serving time as part of a labor reform program. Initially, my uncle hoped my elder brother would bail him out, but my brother not only declared he deserved his fate, but also assisted the victim's family in hiring a lawyer, resulting in the harshest sentence being imposed. My uncle was furious, daily arriving at the old residence with a white satin cord, threatening them. If you don't get my son out, I will perish in this house. My brother pointed to the sturdy beams of the old residence, saying, You are free to do as you wish. Reflecting on her uncle's expression, which resembled someone who had just consumed something vile, Lu Ziqiu found herself in fits of laughter. Tilting her head, she looked at Bai Zikai and remarked, What a coincidence. My cousin went to prison 2 years ago, and your sister is also an inmate? What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Zikai retorted angrily. Are you all addicted to pretending? Indeed, with your impoverished imaginations, you cannot fathom the life of the affluent. Even if a scion of the Lu family committed a crime, Lu Yenji's status and connections would ensure that such matters would be smoothed over. It is unthinkable for one of his own to end up in prison. Upon hearing Bai Zikai's outrageous claims, those present were momentarily taken aback. Since the fall of the Qing dynasty, it had been quite a while since such absurd statements were uttered. Qin Yiyang lamented, with a wastrel like you. How could the Bai family not face extinction? Bai Zikai's eyes widened, his temper flaring again. Sheng Hui intervened. Zikai, don't be hasty. My friend is associated with the second young master of the Bo family through the same esports company. I can inquire whether I can obtain the contact information for the Bo's second young master. As he spoke, Sheng Hui dialed a number. The phone call connected, and the other party sounded somewhat troubled. Brother Sheng, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but rather that master has forbidden us from disclosing his phone number. If he finds out, my fate would be sealed. Xiaowei, please help me. My good friend is facing some issues at home and needs to navigate the connections in Haicheng, Sheng Hui implored. Bai Zikai leaned closer to the microphone. Brother Xiaowei, I truly need your help. When you come to Nanjing to visit me in the future, I will ensure you are well treated. That's unnecessary, Xiaowei sighed. Brother Sheng, I've sent you the number via WeChat. Just don't let Master Can know that you obtained it from me. The call ended abruptly. Bai Zikai hurriedly dialed Bo Ershau's number, his palms slick with perspiration, seemingly quite anxious. The prolonged ringing echoed in the air. Simultaneously, a ringtone resonated from the vicinity. Everyone turned to see Bo Chanyang's phone screen illuminate, accompanied by a buzzing vibration. Upon noticing this, Bai Zikai's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Bo Chanyang raised his eyelids. Glancing at Bai Zikai, swiped left, and answered the call lazily with a casual hello. For a moment, Bai Zikai's head buzzed, unable to discern whether the voice emanated from the receiver or from the surrounding air. He stammered, "Bb Bo Ershao." Bo Chanyang stood at the entrance of the male dormitory, his right hand holding the phone to his ear, yet his gaze remained fixed on Bai Zikai. I told you not to seek out the Bo family. I will not agree. Instantly, Bai Zikai's legs weakened, and he slumped against the wall. Sheng Hui narrowed his eyes, reevaluating the golden-haired youth before him. Could he truly be the second young master of the Bo family? But what was his connection to Qin Yiyang? Meanwhile, the live stream audience surged. What a mortifying scene. Reality has struck with a vengeance. I'm just a commoner, but I love watching this. Sai, as a Nanxing resident, I can attest that the Bai family is thoroughly corrupt, secretly discharging waste into the sea, causing havoc for local fishermen. Now that they are bankrupt, it seems justice prevails. How dare you provoke Master Qin? I always thought Yang was too good for this world. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the live stream, the mood at the entrance of the male dormitory was almost stifling. Bai Zikai remained pale, frozen in place, unsure of how to proceed. Lu Ziqiu silently applauded in satisfaction. This trip was far from wasted. It was pure entertainment. She chuckled, adding fuel to the fire. No worries, if the second young master of the Bo family disagrees. You can always seek help from your brother-in-law. Ever since my cousin went to prison, I haven't visited him. I do miss him a bit. The show must go on. There was still more entertainment to be had. Bai Zikai clenched his teeth tightly. Just you wait. My brother-in-law is on his way. Even if this golden-haired youth was indeed Bo Chanyang, he did not believe that Qin Yiyang could possibly be the daughter of the Qin family. Nor did he trust that she could establish ties with the illustrious Lu family of the capital. Darling, what are you doing here? A sweet voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. The girl seemed oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere around her as she embraced Sheng Hui, playfully saying, A junior from my school is coming today. She's a big star. Would you like to join me to see her? Qin Yiyang cast a glance at the girl, recognizing her as the trendy one she had seen earlier at the entrance of the basketball court. At that moment, the girl removed her sunglasses, revealing a youthful and beautiful face. Overlapping with the youthful visage from her memories, Qin Yiyang recalled that this was Sheng Hui's girlfriend from back then. She was lost in reminiscence. Sheng Hui and Anna were the quintessential campus couple, their relationship a dramatic series of breakups and reconciliations. Sheng Hui, feeling neglected by Anna due to her piano practice, deliberately sought the company of the awkward transfer student. As Sheng Hui had anticipated, when Qin Yiyang mentioned their friendship, Anna's face flushed with anger, and she even raised her hand in indignation. Though Qin Yiyang was somewhat naive, her experiences had honed her quick reflexes. As Anna's hand came crashing down towards her, she swiftly turned and evaded, causing Anna to lose her balance and stumble to the ground with a thud. Anna, increasingly humiliated, grabbed a soda bottle from the floor and hurled it at Qin Yiyang. Yet again, Qin Yiyang dodged and the bottle smashed against the ceiling, ricocheting back to strike Anna on the forehead, ultimately bursting open, creating a chaotic scene. The memories of those past events made Qin Yiyang unable to contain her laughter. It was then that Anna turned to look at her. With just a glance, Anna recognized Qin Yiyang. Years had passed, and Qin Yiyang had grown taller, her skin fairer. And beneath her bangs, her bright, dark eyes sparkled with lingering mirth, evoking memories of the moment she had been doused with soda. That had been one of the most embarrassing moments of her life. Anna narrowed her eyes. What are you doing here, you country bumpkin? Are you trying to entice Asham? Chapter 79, Duo. My older brother is a virgin. Hearing this, Sheng Hui instinctively grasped his girlfriend's arm.
No.
He couldn't even call her his girlfriend. He and Anna had broken up just days ago, though he had lost count of how many times that had happened. Earlier by the basketball court, upon seeing Qin Yiyang, he had thought he was mistaken, and as he moved forward to confirm, Anna had called out to him. She appeared completely unfazed by their previous argument, linking her arm through his and excitedly exclaiming, Guess who just sent me a private message? Sheng Hui, disinterested, let his gaze drift to the distance, watching as that figure vanished into the crowd. Are you even listening to me? Anna paused, pouting slightly. He shook himself from his reverie. Yes, I am. Anna continued, The organizers of the Starlight Night have contacted me, inviting me to participate. In previous years, only artists could attend, but this year they've opened up slots for influencers. I feel so fortunate. However, there's a certain Mr. Liu, a little rose, who has also been invited, despite having only 50,000 fans. They've even arranged for us to walk the red carpet together. Isn't that unbelievable? Ah, Sheng. You must come too. I've selected a stunning outfit for you to try on later. You'll definitely outshine that Mr. Liu. I have encountered numerous works of literature that indulge in the fantasies of devoted wives. They are mere figments of imagination, filled with grandiose descriptions, yet often rooted in the absurdity of unattractive characters. As the incessant chatter filled the air, Sheng Hui felt a fleeting sense of irritation. He opened his mouth to speak, but haven't we broken up? Aren't you still upset? Anna beamed at him, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. Is this sufficient? You should return to the dormitory. I need to go back and touch up my makeup. Shang Hui's thoughts drifted back to the present. Upon hearing both Bai Zikai and Anna mention that Qin Yiyang had come here in search of him, an inexplicable joy surged within him. In truth, when Bai Zikai had asked him if he truly had feelings for that unsophisticated girl, he instinctively denied it. Yet, he had spoken untruthfully. He vividly recalled the moment he had quarreled with Anna and, in a fit of pique, refrained from dining, instead wandering the empty corridors of the school. While everyone else flocked to the cafeteria for lunch, the teaching building lay deserted. Only a small, slender figure sat by the window, nibbling delicately at her meal. As she savored her favorite dish, her eyes curved into crescent moons with delight. Conversely, when faced with something less appealing, her face scrunched up, yet she dutifully continued eating. This reminded him of a rabbit. He was aware that she was a new transfer student, often derisively referred to as a bumpkin by others, both boys and girls alike. However, Sheng Hui found her quite endearing. Adolescents are often concerned with the opinions of their peers. He wished to avoid being mocked for his poor taste. So he seized the pretext of his quarrel with Anna to approach this girl. Upon hearing that he wished to befriend her, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She handed him an orange, clearly a fruit from her parents' lunch. Bathed in the midday sun, her smile radiated purity and brightness, momentarily dissolving the morning's discontent within Sheng Hui. Although he typically disliked oranges, finding them too tart, he discovered, upon tasting this one, that it was remarkably sweet.
What are you talking about?
A childish voice interrupted his reverie. Sheng Hui shook off his memories and saw a chubby little boy standing with his hands on his hips in front of Anna. Your boyfriend's hair is permed like a hedgehog. Why do you think my sister-in-law would fancy him? My elder brother is taller, fairer, wealthier, and, most importantly, he is a virgin. My brother is a virgin. A virgin. A male. The entire hall echoed with Lu Duoduo's declaration. Qin Yiyang stiffened and turned to look at the camera connected to the live stream in the corner, feeling utterly mortified. Is this something one can say?
Meanwhile,
Lu Duoduo stood proudly, oblivious to the gravity of his words. Seeking assistance, Qin Yiyang turned to Lu Zhiqiu. Given her limited understanding of men, she believed number 24-year-old man would appreciate being publicly labeled a virgin. However, Lu Zhiqiu misinterpreted her expression. With her chin held high, she asserted, Indeed, my brother exemplifies male virtue. He hadn't even had a girlfriend before meeting my sister-in-law. Had it not been for her, he might have ended up as a monk for life. At that moment, Qin Yiyang's heart sank completely. She sighed quietly. Having you two younger siblings is truly a blessing for the villain. Lu Zhiqiu and Lu Duoduo chuckled, scratching their heads. Too kind. It's merely our duty. Who is this little chubby one? Anna remarked, her delicate brows knitting together as she turned to Qin Yiyang. Are you married now? Before Qin Yiyang could respond, Anna laughed. Oh, I see. They say people from the countryside marry young. But how did you manage to get into our school? Are you here to steal something? Anna, that's enough. Sheng Hui interjected coldly. Qin Yiyang is the dormitory manager of this building. Anna's eyes widened in shock. You actually yelled at me for a country bumpkin? Anna, stop talking. A girl with round glasses approached, presumably Anna's roommate. She grasped Anna's arm, likely having noticed the camera, and kindly reminded her, we have to submit our group project tomorrow. Let's head to the library. You can just do the group project yourself. Anna rolled her eyes. I'll handle the presentation. In her frustration, she waved her hand, nearly causing her roommate to tumble down the stairs. Qin Yiyang reached out to steady the girl, and upon seeing her face, couldn't help but exclaim how small the world is. You must be Junjun, right? The girl looked astonished. How do you know? I'm a friend of your mother. Qin Yiyang smiled. Junjun's mother was the well-known lady in the village, always bringing delicious food to Qin Yiyang, who felt pride radiating from her whenever she mentioned her daughter. Glancing at the printed paper in Junjun's hands, Qin Yiyang understood the situation. Anyone who has attended university knows how tedious group projects can be. Some sacrifice sleep to research, while others merely coast along for credits. Anna was evidently the latter. Seeing her old friend's daughter being bullied stirred something within Qin Yiyang. She snatched the materials from Junjun's hands and slapped them onto Anna, exclaiming, What gives you the right not to contribute to the group project? Is it your pretty face or your thick skin?
Ah!
Anna shrieked, You little bumpkin. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Qin Yiyang truly did not know. The system informed her that Anna was a dating blogger with over 10 million followers, soon to attend a gala night, and scheduled to walk the runway with a partner. She felt disgruntled about sharing the stage with a smaller influencer like Qin Yiyang, who had only 500,000 followers, and had just invited Sheng Hui to be her date to outshine her. Qin Yiyang thought to herself, oh my. System, do you have the original text? I wish to see it. Sure thing. However, the host must wait for the plot to unfold for any changes to take effect. Qin Yiyang nodded, and the system quickly provided the original text. Original text. Anna, linking arms with Sheng Hui, donned a lovely canary yellow princess dress, while Sheng Hui, in a tailored suit, stood a striking 1.78 meters tall, reaching approximately 1.83 meters with his shoes, looking exceptionally dapper. Qin Yiyang grinned, her gaze resting on Sheng Hui. She instructed the system, change his height from 1.78 meters to 1.70 meters. The system chuckled, got it. Chapter 80. The future matriarch of the Liu family. Qin Yiyang smiled at Sheng Hui. It's alright, even if it's 8 centimeters shorter, it doesn't matter. It's petite and quite adorable. Sheng Hui, oblivious to her thoughts, felt a flutter in his heart. It seemed that Qin Yiyang still had feelings for him. Nearby, the Liu siblings, who had eavesdropped on Yiyang's altered narrative, bit their lips, nearly bursting with laughter. Standing at 1.78 meters, he was now reduced to 1.70, and with shoes on, he would still measure 1.83. This was not merely a stroll down the red carpet, it was akin to walking on stilts. Given Anna's personality, allowing her partner to embarrass himself would be far more devastating than her own disgrace, especially since she was a dating blogger, teaching young women how to find quality suitors and extolling her boyfriend's virtues to the heavens. Her fans had always been curious about the appearance of her partner. It was easy to imagine the uproar when they discovered that her boyfriend was a mere 170 centimeters tall. Many would likely unfollow her in outrage. Of course, Sheng Hui was not entirely innocent. They had just overheard Qin Yiyang's inner thoughts and were aware that he was a scoundrel. Reducing his height by 8 centimeters was already a mercy from the elder sister. Buzzing echoed in the distance as the roar of an engine approached. A flamboyant red supercar sped down the sycamore-lined path, halting at the entrance of the male dormitory. The car door swung open, and a man nearing 30 emerged. Bai Zikai exclaimed with excitement, "Brother-in-law, you've arrived. You won't believe it, someone just pretended to be from the Liu family, claiming to be Liu Yanji's girlfriend." The man smiled. "Oh, who is it?" "It's her." Bai Zikai pointed at Qin Yiyang. The man removed his sunglasses, laughed heartily. "You were a beauty, yet you choose to be a thief. At such a young age, why engage in such pretense as to claim to be my cousin's girlfriend?" The onlookers, captivated by the brother-in-law's impressive demeanor and eloquence, began to murmur among themselves. This man truly resembled a member of the Liu family. Who would have thought that this dormitory supervisor would impersonate someone else's girlfriend? Today's women are indeed too vain, even pretending to be the girlfriend of a wealthy heir. How embarrassing. Unfazed by the gossip, Qin Yiyang pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds, happily munching away as if the situation did not concern her. She knew that she need not intervene. She could simply enjoy the spectacle. Sure enough, Liu Ziqiu stepped forward with a smile. "Xiao Wang, long time no see." Hearing this, the brother-in-law froze, rigidly turning around. Upon seeing Liu Ziqiu's face, he instinctively bowed and uttered, "Miss Ziqiu." "Xiao Wang? Miss Ziqiu?" The crowd was dumbfounded. Bai Zikai grabbed the man, whispering, "Brother-in-law, what did you call her?" The man stammered, unable to articulate a response. Sheng Hui furrowed his brow, puzzled by the unfolding events. Liu Ziqiu raised an eyebrow. "This is my eldest cousin's driver. After my cousin went to prison, I hadn't seen him until today. What a surprise to encounter him here." She then introduced Xiao Wang. "The thief you mentioned earlier is the third miss of the Qin family, Qin Yiyang, and she is also my elder brother's girlfriend, destined to be the future matriarch of our Liu family."
What?
Xiao Wang exclaimed, astonished. Liu Ziqiu admired his expression, casting a silent glance at the car behind him. "Is that not my cousin's sports car? How did it come to be with you?" Cold sweat dripped from Xiao Wang's forehead.
Oh.
Liu Ziqiu raised an eyebrow. "Could it be that you have stolen it?" Xiao Wang trembled, his face turning pale. "No, it's not." The others could easily discern who was the true imposter. As a devoted enthusiast of palace dramas, Liu Duo bounced over to Bai Zikai, exclaiming, "Your repeated address of brother-in-law has ultimately been misplaced." Bai Zikai almost spat out blood. He fixed his gaze on Qin Yiyang, unable to fathom that the once clumsy girl was indeed a wealthy heiress. She had even managed to ally herself with the illustrious Liu family. Liu Duo shook her head vigorously as she trotted over to Sheng Hui. "How did you know my brother is 188 centimeters tall?" Shenghui. The little one then tilted her head and looked at Anna. Rest assured. My sister-in-law is well fed and will not compete with you for scraps. Anna's face darkened, ready to retort, when Qin Yiyang pulled Lu Duo aside and said, The Lu matriarch is good friends with the organizers of the Starlight Night. Should you utter any inappropriate remarks about her precious son, it is your own future that will be jeopardized. Anna. Infuriated, she gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Come back. Qin Yiyang called out to her. Her voice a devilish whisper. Pick up the group assignment from the floor. Do not forget to submit it, otherwise you can forget about attending the Starlight Night. Anna retrieved the assignment, her demeanor quite disheveled. In that moment, Qin Yiyang resembled the malicious female antagonist from a television drama. Yet, to Jun watching from the side, Qin Yiyang radiated brilliance. The admiration and longing reflected in her youthful eyes were on the verge of spilling over. The comments section erupted in laughter. Goodness. So, this by Zikai's brother-in-law is a chauffeur for the Lu family? Lu Duo has gone wild. What a farcical plot that mirrors face-slapping literature. I'm thoroughly enjoying this perspective, though I can't quite see the face. Is that girl named Anna a social media influencer? Meanwhile, Shen Yan and Bo Mingze were rehearsing their program, preparing for a duet at the evening's art festival. The atmosphere between them was exceptionally sweet. Shen Yan had debuted in a girl group and shone brightly, while Bo Mingze was among the top 10 singers at their school. Together, their stage presence surpassed the standards of the school's art festival. Shen Yan excused herself to the restroom, glancing at the live stream data. A relaxed smile graced her lips, but in the next moment, the smile froze on her face. Not only had Qin Yiyang's live stream audience surpassed hers, but even Jiang Yi, Ruan Yunlan, and Bai Su had more viewers. Jiang Yi was live streaming a basketball game, his athletic prowess captivating the audience. This attracted viewers with an appreciation for male charm. Ruan Yunlan and Bai Su, both novices in baking, had nearly caused a disaster in the baking club's kitchen, subsequently producing a series of grotesque cakes. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, the two engaged in a painful eating broadcast, which drew in viewers who enjoyed a good laugh. Meanwhile, Qin Yiyang's live stream soared to remarkable heights. Not only did it captivate an audience fond of male beauty, but it also attracted those who revel in merriment, as well as those who delight in narratives where the seemingly weak emerge victorious. Yet, this was not what truly unsettled Shen Yan. For in the next moment, Director Sun posted a notification in the group regarding today's punishment. Dear guests, greetings. The group with the lowest popularity in today's live stream will face a consequence, lying flat for 3 minutes in the box below. To avoid this fate, please present your best selves to the audience. Shen Yan opened the image and was startled to her core. Toads, countless toads. A bonus chapter of 1000 love tokens is hereby presented, regarding the beloved literature surrounding Yang Yang's delicate wife. We are grateful for your affection but must decline any unauthorized reproduction. Thank you. Chapter 81. The Teeth Have Fallen. The revelation of Bai Zikai's brother-in-law's true identity was so bizarre, entangled with the wealthy elite, that it rapidly captured public attention and trended on social media. The supposed heir to a noble family turned out to be merely a chauffeur. This trending topic ignited an avalanche of discussions, drawing even those who typically shun variety shows into Qin Yiyang's live stream. At that moment, below the boys' dormitory, having lost his last shred of hope, Bai Zikai's eyes burned crimson. A stark contrast to the arrogance he had displayed when he had barged into the boys' dormitory with a girl. He seized his brother-in-law by the collar. Damn you! You deceived my sister. You deceived our entire family. Do you have any idea how much she trusted you? How dare you betray her? How dare you betray us? I will kill you. Bai Zikai engaged in a fierce scuffle with Xiao Wang, their fists colliding with brutal intensity. The onlookers raised their phones, capturing the moment to share on social media, not one stepping forward to intervene. Witnessing the scene, Lu Zhiqiu sighed. His sister was indeed in a dire situation. Qin Yiyang shook his head, noting that his sister was not entirely innocent. Moments ago, the system had displayed the Bai family's numerous transgressions. Bai Zikai's sister, a designer, had gained notoriety by plagiarizing someone else's work, her victim a terminally ill patient battling both depression and cancer. She had calculated that her opponent lacked the energy to pursue legal action, inciting her fans to degrade the original designer in hopes of exacerbating her condition and hastening her demise. Moreover, this sister had once had a childhood sweetheart. But upon learning of his family's decline, she unceremoniously discarded him, seeking refuge in the arms of this counterfeit heir. The surrounding crowd, incensed, exclaimed, "Not a single good soul in the Bai family How malicious. A den of serpents and rats, a family of villains. Let us rename them. Giving them a Japanese moniker by Yen Langzi, fitting for their character. At that moment, the distant wail of a siren pierced the air. A police car, flashing red and blue lights, sped towards them. 2 officers emerged, displaying their badges. The Bife factory is under investigation for illegal discharge of pollutants, tax evasion, and several other accusations. We require both of you to accompany us. Bai Zikai's expression shifted drastically, and he attempted to flee. Qin Yiyang discreetly extended his foot. Bai Zikai unexpectedly tripped, tumbling down the steps, his face meeting the ground with a painful thud. He opened his mouth to cry out in agony, only to have 2 bloodied front teeth fall to the ground. Amidst Bai Zikai's howls of despair, Qin Yiyang suddenly recalled a pun. The teeth have fallen. Thus we call it ya may die. The onlookers paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Help! What is this ridiculous joke? Bai Zikai and Xiaowang have been taken away in handcuffs. Qin Yiyang remarked, Congratulations, you have become men who can be handcuffed. The crowd, how many homophonic puns have you consumed? As the police car receded into the distance, Shang Hui sighed, never anticipating that Zikai was such a person. Qin Yiyang raised an eyebrow at Shang Hui, almost forgetting about him. Within an hour, you better record a video explaining the events of that year and post it online. Or else. She lifted her eyes. You will surely have concerns regarding your height. Shang Hui chuckled, assuming she was merely delivering another one of her cold puns. Had it not been for the student council's notification about a meeting, he would have been tempted to add Qin Yiyang on WeChat. He was quite curious about her experiences over the past few years. Thus, he waved and said, Little Qin, let us chat later. Qin Yiyang shook her head in exasperation. Do not say I did not forewarn you. It's all right. What's just 8 centimeters shorter? Small and adorable nonetheless. Qin Yiyang dispersed the onlookers, bid farewell to Bo Kenyang and the Liu siblings, and blissfully relished the air conditioning in the duty room as she opened her Xiaohongshu app. The sun shone brightly, and the phoenix trees were lush and green. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi concluded his basketball match, feeling a pang of disappointment upon realizing that the person he wished to see was absent from the exuberant audience. Previously, Zhiqiu would always come to watch him play. Zhang Yi hung his head, opened his phone, and saw the punishment notice issued by the program team. Gazing at the image of a toad, he felt a chill in his heart. It was not that he feared the toad, but he dreaded embarrassing himself in front of Liu Zhiqiu. To avoid punishment today, he decided to take a bold step. He would not play basketball anymore but go swimming instead. At the swimming pool, he donned his swim trunks, his 8-pack abs clearly visible, with a scar on his back from a previous injury sustained when he collided with a bullhorn. He smirked. If Zhiqiu saw him, she would surely feel a pang of sympathy. Whether Liu Zhiqiu felt sympathy or not remained uncertain, but the live broadcast was ablaze with excitement.
Wow.
Jiang Ye's physique is incredible. A male bodhisattva. This is a male bodhisattva. Not only Jiang Yi, but the physiques of others in the pool are also remarkable. Are they swim team members? This height, these broad shoulders, these abs. The impact is overwhelming. The viewership of the live stream soared, distancing Shen Yan and Bo Mingze significantly. Meanwhile, Wan and Bai Yi's group, with Liu Zhiqiu's inclusion, gradually gained a semblance of structure, allowing the audience to experience the joy of a budding narrative. As the end time approached, Shen Yan became increasingly anxious. She had exhausted every method available, yet still could not attract viewers. She puzzled over why. In a simulated marriage variety show, the audience was ignoring genuine romance to flock towards bizarre content. Not wishing to face punishment, she reached out to her brother, Shen Beichen. Brother Beichen, she lamented, could you help me shut down Jiang Ye's live stream? As the sun set, the art festival gala was about to commence. As a responsible dormitory supervisor, Qin Yiyang chose not to attend the art festival but instead grappled with her literary creation for the day. Indeed, she had hit a creative block. She had opened Xiaohongshu that morning, yet now, not a single word had been penned. As the night began to descend, the couples at the school lingered reluctantly beneath the dormitory building. Observing this, Qin Yiyang felt a sudden spark of inspiration.